Despite being dumped by his girlfriend only moments ago, Luo Yu never imagined that misfortune would turn into a blessing when a mysterious golden orb whisked him away to a brand new world. After dinner, he wandered alone along a quiet path in the neighborhood park, replaying the decisive silhouette of his departing girlfriend in his mind. 3 years of devotion, cast aside because of her wild obsession with a pop idol, he still found the whole thing absurd. Frustration churned inside him. Then, in a sudden flash of gold, a lustrous sphere rolled to a stop at his feet. "What on earth is this?" he murmured as he crouched down. The instant he picked it up, thunder split the sky. Darkness and brilliance flickered across his vision, and when it cleared, he was standing in an unfamiliar land. A lush green meadow stretched before him, small but breathtaking. At its heart lay a crystal-clear lake, while lofty mountains ringed the basin like a natural fortress. "Where am I?" Luo Yu whispered. Although stunned, his steady nature kept him outwardly calm. A warm, majestic voice echoed overhead. "Greetings, intelligent beings of every realm. I am the Heavenly Tao. Welcome to the world I created. To learn more, simply think open system. Enjoy your new life." The voice faded. Luo Yu realized this was no dream or game. He had truly crossed into another world. He drew a deep breath, steadied himself, and thought, open system. A translucent, high-tech interface unfolded before him. The opening page alone offered a dense briefing, and it took him half an hour to absorb it. In short, every individual from countless worlds had been granted a personal survival base. Everything here was quantified, and everyone shared one objective: stay alive and grow stronger. While he was still digesting this information, a prompt appeared at the bottom right of his vision. Primordial stone detected. Converting into skill. Primordial stone? He muttered, glancing at the golden bead in his palm. It liquefied, melding into his body. Congratulations. You have obtained the unique skill, Primordial Crit. Primordial Crit. Your next action will be executed at 100-fold efficiency. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Default daily charges, 3. Current charges, 4. A unique skill sounds amazing. Luo Yu's spirit soared. He had clearly struck it lucky. The fine print revealed the skill applied to everything: combat, crafting, opening chests, mining, logging, fishing. The crit could multiply quantity or upgrade quality, depending on luck. There were limits, of course. A food crit might make you burst from overeating, while crit level construction could blow a hole in your base's boundary wall. Calming himself, he inspected the starter supplies scattered at his feet, basic tools and seed packets. His solitary appearance on the grassland meant the system had rated him strong enough for a solo start. Weaker newcomers usually shared a plane and supported each other, but the upside of a solo start was that every resource belonged solely to him. He opened his personal panel with a thought. Trialist, Luo Yu. ID, Earth, Xia Nation, 23333. Base score, 0. Evaluated monthly. Higher scores mean richer rewards and stronger rates. Strength, 13. Earth male, average 10, universal average 17. Constitution, 14. Earth male, average 10, universal average 18. Agility, 13. Earth male, average 10, universal average 18. Base score was the key to both power and survival, but first he had to stay alive. He checked the world channel and found instant bedlam. What's happening? My head's spinning. I want to go home. Stay calm. Everyone, this is a new era. We struck the jackpot. Holy smokes, there's an elf girl in my base. I'm rich. Greetings from Planet Mick. Beastmen from Heavenly Beast Star passing. Thruff beastmen shall never be slaves. With only one message allowed per day, the channel was already a mess. Luo Yu skimmed the trading hub, virtual arena, and regional map. Once he had a grip on everything, he drafted a concrete development plan. He would sow crops in the morning and put up a temporary cabin in the afternoon. Plants here matured quickly. The sooner you planted, the sooner you harvested. He had tended gardens during his military service, and the system had rated his farming at LV1, making him even more efficient. In short order, he cleared a large, rectangular plot, perfect for future planting and irrigation. Just as he was about to sow corn, an idea struck him. I've got 3 crits. Why not try one? Activate crit, he commanded in his mind. A message flashed across his vision. Your next action will crit. Efficiency increased by 100 times. Carefully, he planted a single medicinal herb seed. A miracle unfolded. A plant that normally needed 30 days to mature shot up before his eyes, turning into a ginseng root the size of his palm. Ginseng restores vitality and blood, prolongs life. Permanently 2 strength, 2 constitution, 2 years to lifespan when consumed. A spirit herb on the first try? Luo Yu was elated. He swallowed the ginseng on the spot and felt energy surge through his body. Updated stats, strength 15, constitution 16, agility 13. His power spiked instantly. Riding the momentum, he tilled 3 more plots and planted corn, rice, and more herbs. A glance at the world channel showed that half a day had passed, and many people were still whining, wasting precious early game time. Next up, build a temporary cabin. Scanning the area, he grabbed a saw and headed for the nearby grove. Staying at the edge, he began cutting wood, sweat pouring down his back. Wood one, wood one, wood one. Fueled by ginseng, he sawed for 3 straight hours, gathering 80 units of lumber. A cabin required only 30, so his efficiency was impressive. He opened the virtual construction menu, chose a simple wooden house, and positioned the holographic outline on a patch of grass near the lake and his fields. Building a wooden house will cost 30 units of wood and 10 silver coins. Universal currency. You start with 100. Confirm? Without hesitation, Luo Yu hit confirm. A flash of light followed, and a brand new cabin rose before his eyes. The moment he stepped inside, he found the place completely bare for empty walls and nothing more. Since he still had plenty of lumber, Luo Yu spent another 10 coins and hammered together a single bed frame, a small square table, and 1 chair. He carried the scattered hammer, axe, and saw inside and stacked them neatly. In an instant, the crude hut felt a little more like home. He checked the time, 4:30 p.m. After a full day's work, the ginseng-fueled energy was almost gone, and his stomach was starting to complain. His first thought was to go fishing at the lake. He had a rod, and the manual claimed you could even reel in extra supplies. But when he opened the map, a red dot pulsed in the middle of the water. Red meant a hostile unit, maybe a primitive cannibal tribe, maybe a monster. Odds were a giant fish was lurking below, and no one in their right mind would fish until it was dealt with. Sure, you could gamble, but it was a toss-up whether you'd land a fish or get swallowed whole. Since the lake was off limits for now, he remembered the ripe berry patch he'd seen during his afternoon patrol. If he didn't harvest soon, they'd rot. Grabbing a bamboo basket, he headed straight for the grassland. The first shrub was low, its fruit about the size of strawberries. With planting LV1, Luo Yu's hands were steady. The berries stayed intact, and the yield was better than at LV0. He plucked 3, wiped them on his jumpsuit. The one that marked him as an earthling and popped one into his mouth. Sweet, tangy juice burst out. Delicious. His eyes lit up, and he swallowed 2 more. The hunger eased at once. A thought struck him. If he used Primordial Crit while picking berries, would it trigger a burst of 100 or maybe produce a rare item like before? Spotting another bush in the distance, he strode over, activated the skill, and pinched off a berry. Critical hit. 100 harvest bonus. Rare fruit drop rate 10,000. He looked down. Nestled in his palm wasn't an ordinary berry but a fist-sized crimson fruit. Zhulong fruit. Permanently 5 strength, 2 agility. Keeps satiety at 100 for 3 days. Immunity to insects and disease. Ding. You have harvested a natural treasure. Planting XP increased. Level up, LV1, LV2. Fantastic. Grinning from ear to ear, Luo Yu shoved the Zhulong fruit into his mouth. Warm energy exploded inside him. His personal stats updated. Strength 20. Constitution 16. Agility 15. In a single day, head jumped from Earth's average to the galactic average. A few more boosts, and he'd be up with the developed species well on his way to the good life. Even though he was stuffed to the point of hiccups, the berries on the plains would spoil if left unpicked. With planting LV2 speeding things up, he spent the next 2 hours stripping the entire patch, filling the basket to the brim exactly 100 berries. Night settled in. After a day of hard labor, Luo Yu drew water from a stream feeding the small lake, washed off the sweat, then slipped back into the wooden hut and stretched out on his newly nailed bed, ready to chat with the folks in the global channel. The moment his back hit the boards, an alarm suddenly blared. Alert! A pack of wolves has come down from the mountain to forage in zone 9527. They will split up and may attack survival bases at random. Please be ready. Luo Yu jolted in shock. The second he opened the zone chat, people were already shouting. Nyoda, Minotaur Planet, what's going on? It's only the first day, and we're already under attack. Alice, Elf Tribe. May the great goddess shield every living creature from harm. Knock here, catfolk. Meow, what do we do? The wolves are coming, let them eat me. Fong Yumong, human from Earth. Everyone, stay calm. If you have a shelter, get inside. If not, climb a tree. Whatever you do, don't get hurt. Have no herbs. The chat erupted. Now the difference between having a cabin and not having one was painfully clear. Those who stayed calm and developed quickly might already have a wooden house, and wolves couldn't break in. The panicked complainers thought if they were attacked, it looked like someone would be knocked out on the very first night, and being knocked out meant death. A howl echoed in the distance. Luo Yu practically leapt off the bed. Real wolves, coming right for him. He inched the window open. 2 wolves, each the size of a calf, were ambling toward him, sniffing here and there before fixing their gaze on his small cabin. Green wolf, wildness 80, aggressive. Luo Yu, human from Earth, wolves at my place. He sent the single line to the zone chat and logged out. Good luck. Good luck. Moments later, Luo Yu saw the wolves circling the cabin, unable to get at him, but to his anger, they started tearing up his fields. Even if these assault-type wolves didn't eat people, they would still wreck a survival base. Either kill them or wait them out. Coexistence wasn't an option. He frowned. Losing a few crops was fine, but the seeds were irreplaceable. Grabbing a wooden club in each hand, he charged outside. Oh woo. One wolf sprang at him. Luo Yu sidestepped with ease. His agility had clearly improved. The second wolf lunged. He hammered down with the club. Old hunters say a wolf's head is iron and its waist is tofu, so he went for a headshot full force. 100-fold critical triggered. Your next attack's power increases 100 times. Thud. The club slammed into the wolf's skull, bursting it into a cloud of blood. Instant kill. Whoa. Luo Yu startled himself. He turned to the remaining wolf. The green beast looked stunned. He strode over and kicked it hard in the flank, flipping it onto its back. Foot on its head. He was about to finish it when a thought struck him. I still have one critical left, why not try to tame it? He pressed down and growled, submit, or die? Ding. 100-fold critical activated. Your beast taming success rate has increased 100 times. The green wolf shuddered, its body flashing with light before it finally submitted. Taming successful. Your taming skill has risen to LV2. A data window appeared. Green wolf, male, 3 years old, strength 9, constitution 12, agility 14. With the beast under control, every stat was laid bare. Luo Yu lifted his foot from the wolf's neck, and the animal rose, belly low, nuzzling his trouser leg. A tamed beast wasn't just for fighting. It could haul loads, patrol the area, even guard field small critters, and birds were forever stealing crops on this plain. Luo Yu patted the wolf's head and named it Odd-Eye. Then his gaze shifted to the still warm carcass of the other wolf nearby. There was no knife in the cabin, but he remembered the pickaxe he used for mining and silently cursed himself for not swinging it during the fight. By the creek that branched off the lake, clear water tinkled over stones. He dragged the corpse to the bank and began butchering it. The pick's sharp point sliced through hide and flesh. Handfuls of organs were flung into the water. The smell of blood spread fast, and fish swarmed in finger-long minnows tumbled in the ripples while 2- and 3-pounders thrashed their tails for a bite. The wriggling fish delighted Luo Yu, though he had no pond ready for them. He carried over rocks and built quick dams at both ends of the bend. The water soon rose, forming a makeshift fish tank. It wouldn't trap every fish, but most would stay. When the skinning and cutting were done, he hauled the bloody wolf meat back to the clearing near the cabin. With a tinderbox, he lit dry branches, coaxing a crackling fire to life. He planned to roast the meat until it was dry, then cure it for long-term storage. Just then, the raid alert lifted and the regional chat sprang back to life. Alice, elf, everyone okay? Nakoer, catfolk. Few good thing I can climb trees, but those wolves ate all the fruit I picked. Fong Yumeng, human. Luo Yu, you still alive? Luo Yu, am fine. Problem's been handled. Fong Yumeng, handled? Whatever, glad you're okay. After a raid, there's always stuff on the market. I'm heading to the trading platform. Nakoer, me too. Alice, same here. Stay safe, Luo Yu. Minotaur, 3 lovely ladies, nobody's gonna ask if I'm okay? Luo Yu chuckled and opened the trading platform. It was buzzing like an open-air bazaar. Crop seeds, wooden swords, shovels, fishing nets, nothing too pricey, but nobody had much money. The real scarcity was food, and almost no one was willing to sell. After a moment's thought, he decided to unload the berries he'd been hoarding. He was full for now, and the berries would spoil in 3 days. Keeping them would be a waste. Since rarity sets the price, he shamelessly listed each berry for 25 silver. When no one bid, he casually dropped a line in world chat. Hidden XX. Wow, someone's selling berries on the platform, go grab them. Instantly, countless hungry players opened the market. It was only the first day. Most people had a hazy idea of what silver meant, but they knew exactly what food meant. In a single second, all 100 berries were snapped up, and Luo Yu's account swelled by 2,500 silver. Maybe I priced them too low, he laughed, pleased with himself. He was about to put some wolf meat up for sale, but it wasn't quite done roasting yet. All at once he noticed something odd. Every centipede, cockroach, fly, and mosquito near him was scrambling to get away. Then it hit Luo Yu. After eating the Zhulong fruit, he had a 3-day insect shield. Curiosity flared, and he began to roll across the lawn. Wherever he went, the bugs parted like a receding tide, leaving an insect-free corridor behind him. Insects are food too. Calorie for calorie they beat beef, he muttered. Snapping off a sharp branch, he started skewering the slower centipedes and spiders. Crunchy, with a hint of chicken, perfect for dark cuisine fans. Even if he didn't eat them, someone in the multiverse surely would. In less than half a stick of incense, head bagged 40 or 50 centipedes. A system alert popped up. Personal trait gained. Insect Nemesis, 1 star. Effect, 10 damage to insects, 10 insect damage immunity, 2 agility permanently. Personal traits were rare, 1 star the lowest, 5 stars the peak. If 2 casual rolls earned 1, why stop? After listing some wolf meat on the market, he spent hours somersaulting through the grass. As expected, the trait upgraded 4 more times. Insect Nemesis, 5 stars. Effect, 50 damage to insects, 50 insect damage immunity, 10 agility, 10 constitution permanently. He opened his status panel. Strength 20, constitution 26, agility 27. In a single day, his combat rating had jumped to universal middle class. His body, however, had limits. The moment the 5-star notice faded, he blacked out, dragging heavy limbs back to the cabin. He wrapped himself in cured wolf pelts and fell asleep. At dawn, warm sunlight bathed the plains, birds calling from every direction. High constitution meant fast recovery, so Luo Yu woke refreshed while most survivors would still be unconscious. The world and regional channels were filled with cheerful good mornings, but he knew last night's attacks had quietly erased many names. After washing his face in the stream and ruffling Adea's head, he checked his messages. The 10 slabs of wolf meat had sold out at 80 silver each, bringing his balance to 3,400 silver. His primordial crit chance had also reset one free critical hit. Food and seeds were set for now. Next step was fortifications. Wooden walls were too flimsy. Stone would feel safe. Stone blocks, though, required a stone cutting blade. Can shopping crit too? He wondered, and ordered a stone cutter from the system store. List price, 100 silver. Ding. You triggered a 100-fold critical hit on your purchase. Item received. Heaven's Work Blade. Value 10,000 silver. The Heaven's Work Blade was pitch black, heavy yet keen, equally viable as a melee weapon or a tool, lightly boosting cutting and digging speed. A flash of dark light, and the long blade appeared in his hand. He tested the weight perfect for his current strength. Facing a chunk of bluestone, he swung once. Crack. The rock split clean in two. A single stroke to sever stone classical divine weapon territory. Thrilled, Luo Yu grinned. With the Heaven's Work Blade, cutting stone and stacking walls would be a breeze. No more hesitation time to get to work. Because Luo Yu's strength was well above average and his stamina seemed endless, the Heavencraft blade let him slice through stone at breakneck speed. In barely half an hour he had stacked a clean 1,000 rectangular bricks, stone dust hanging in the air like mist. Even he was surprised at how smoothly the work went. Catching his breath, he popped open the chat window. The area channel was still buzzing. How was last night? Everyone still alive? Mosquitoes, damn them, I lost at least a kilo of blood. I'm starving. Naker Catgirl. Luo Yu, what are you doing? Soloing the zone. Luo Yu, yeah? Naker. Meow, a human running solo? Impressive. By the way, what did you do with that wolf yesterday? Luo Yu. Smashed its skull with a stick. Lines of question marks flooded the chat. Fong yumming, seriously? A Duzone level brood. Scary stuff. Naker. Wait, are you all muscle? Screenshot, or it's not real. Minotaur. I'm all muscle, cutie. He'll send you one. Naker. Meow. Sorry, not into minotaurs. Alice. Can we keep the weird flirting out of the area channel? Luo Yu. Anyone had breakfast yet? I caught some centipedes if you're hungry. Fong yumming. You can keep them, haha. While carving stone, Luo Yu kept up the banter and soon knew every regular in the channel. Then a worldwide notification flashed in the corner. Zerg 4444 has opened a challenge ring against Earth humans in the virtual arena. Wager, 2,000 silver. Zerg. Luo Yu arched a brow and tapped into the arena. The public chat inside was going nuclear. Earthlings are cowards, stop yapping and fight. Pathetic, humans are worse than lice. Insults flew, and humans clearly ruled at trash talk. Maybe their verbal combat power was above the galactic average. But when it came to actual fighting, the platform was empty. The arena had opened yesterday. The keen ones had surely tried, and the physical gap had branded Earthlings easy pickings. The Zerg were cashing in. Put up 2,000 silver to enter, win and double it, lose and forfeit it. Spectators paid 10 silver each, and that also went to the winner. For the strong, it was an ATM. Seeing the Zerg stomp on his species lit a fire in Luo Yu's chest. He had the money and was ready to step up. Just then a system notice popped into the channel. Earth Human XX Hidden has paid the wager and entered the ring. Instantly, spectators emptied their pockets for tickets. Luo Yu tossed in 10 silver as well. The payment cleared and a holographic screen unfolded before him, showing a 500 square meter chamber. Two figures were already facing off in the center. The swaggering Zerg warrior had a pointed skull and a twisted, bestial face. Two scythe-like forearms jutted from his shoulders, and a pair of gossamer wings lay folded behind him, unmistakably a mantis-type bug. His opponent was also male, but his tag and features were concealed. Only a powerful frame was visible, his face blurred. Neither fighter had entered the arena in person. Instead, 1-10 holographic avatars carried their exact stats, traits, and equipment into battle. The blows spared their bodies, yet the intensity matched reality, and any psychic backlash was brutally genuine. 3, 2, 1 fight. The moment the countdown hit 0, the mantis warrior beat his wings and blurred into a streak of green. The human rolled with a low growl, spinning a bamboo spear into a counter-thrust. Crunch. A single sweep of the Scythe arm sheared the spear in half, then whipped sideways. Scarlet sprayed as the man was cleaved in two. KO. Timer locked. Zerg combatant 4444. Victory in 2.3 seconds. The comment feed boiled over. Zerg viewers mocked without restraint, first calling the humans bedbugs, then maggots. Number 4444 threw back his head and howled. Come on. Still 2,000 silver. Does any earthling dare step up? 100 of you low-life creatures at once, and he'll carve you apart all the same. Your males are useless. Your females aren't even fit to lay our eggs. Human spectators ground their teeth, yet had no answer. The gap in raw power was plain. Just as frustration threatened to explode, the system chimed again. Earth Human XX Hidden has paid 2,000 silver and entered the battle room. Light flared on the platform, and another man appeared, his number and face likewise obscured. Unlike the previous muscle-bound fighter, this newcomer possessed a lithe, coiled build that radiated explosive power. He held a jet-black longsword, whose very edge sent a chill down every spine. This was Luo Yu. "Bugs belong under our boots," Luo Yu said, his voice icy and ringing through the arena, sparking curses across the Zerg feed. "What did you say?" The mantis roared. Even the humans tried to dissuade him. "Brother, save your money. No need to die for pride." They clearly had little faith. 3, 2. The mantis cackled. "We'll slice you apart nice and slow. Earthlings will forever be our prey." 1. At 0, the mantis launched himself, wings screaming. He was even faster than before. With at least 20 more agility points plus his human bane trait, his offense and defense surged another 50%. Viewers were sure they'd witness another instant kill. Instead, Luo Yu erupted forward, his movement eclipsing the mantis wing beat. One thought flashed through every mind. Unbelievable speed. An instant later, Luo Yu's black blade clashed heat-in with the mantis' scything forearm. Wham! The Tiangong blade swept across with brutal force, slicing off the mantis' lightning-fast forelimb in one clean stroke. Without losing momentum, it flashed again and split the mantis warrior straight down the middle. The steel's afterglow still lingered when a ribbon of blood appeared. One unstoppable swing, and the insectoid was cleaved in two. KO. Earthling XX wins in 1.6 seconds. An instant kill. This time, the victim of the one-shot was a mantis from the insectoid swarm. His every spectator drew a sharp breath. Then the human side erupted like a tidal wave. Unstoppable. Who is he? He's unbeatable. Holy crap, that's a real martial arts master. Wow. You're amazing, big bro. Name, photo, relationship status, everything, please. Bugs belong under our boots. Too cool. Where are those trash-talking insects now? Come on, keep chirping. The chat exploded, half worshipping Luo Yu, half taunting the bugs. That single slash pumped hope into countless human challengers. Humans could be this fierce after all. The system pop-up was blunt. You have defeated your opponent. Please choose a handle for future access to the virtual arena. Luo Yu replied offhandedly, just one character you. In an instant, the arena tag changed from Earthling XX to you. You, that's a Huaxiao name. Brother Yu, you're my hero. Yuga, which zone are you from? The insectoid players wouldn't back down. Fine, you right? Well, bring reinforcements. Don't you dare log off. Ignoring the noise, Luo Yu hit the settlement button. Silver flooded in, pushing his balance to 6,800. The fight itself paid only 2,000. The rest came from spectator fees. Easy money. Let's see what I can buy. He opened the store. A notice head mist popped up. He had already triggered one critical bonus this month, and couldn't hit another until the monthly reset. So the store's crits were limited, no infinite loop farming. Wait, hold on that notice. He tapped the map. In the top right corner, a line of red text flashed. 28 days until the end of month raid. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he opened the prompt. Before every monthly settlement, a hardcore raid will strike. Its difficulty exceeds ordinary random events and is the greatest threat to all challengers. Sirens blared in his mind. He jumped to the regional channel at once. Luo Yu. Check your maps. Do you see an end-of-month raid warning? Fangyaming, it's real. Oh no, what do we do? My girls and I just finished a log cabin. Alice. Everyone. Do whatever it takes to stay alive. The channel exploded. A sense of urgency washed over everyone. While replying, Luo Yu's mind raced. The perimeter wall had to go up faster, and base defenses had to move to the top of the agenda. He opened the research panel. Most of the tech tree was still grayed out. Scrolling down the defense branch, he saw early-stage items like traps, gun towers, and watchtowers. One entry caught his eye. Auto-loading crossbow turret. Can be mounted on walls, gun towers, etc. Automatically loads bolts and locks onto enemies. Wham! That piece of tech became the cornerstone of his entire plan. For Luo Yu, the base's sole inhabitant, this was clearly the best option. There was a catch, though. Unlocking the automated defense branch of the tech tree required a prerequisite research project. The 5,000 silver coins for the automated defense core's research budget were manageable, but he also had to supply the materials himself. 3,000 silver coins, 200 units of jade, 200 units of gold, and one rare beast soul core. Each item cost a fortune. The upside was that once completed, the automated defense core was nearly indestructible, completely portable, and truly a one-time investment. Luo Yu had planned to build a small pasture to boost taming success, or perhaps a soil plot to accelerate crop growth. Now, survival had to come first. The automated defenses couldn't wait. Stay alive, then think about development. He carved the motto deep into the edge of his wooden table, along with his action plan. By month's end, erect a solid stone wall, unlock automated tech, and forge auto crossbows. The bold strokes would remind him daily of this survival baseline. Decision made. He hesitated for barely a second. He paid the 5,000 silver coins and hit unlock. The research tree lit up, and his balance dropped to 1,800 silver coins, his emergency fund. With only 3 hours left before sunset, Luo Yu slung the Tiangong blade over his back, hefted a pickaxe in one hand, and headed straight for the mine. The wallstone bricks needed to be as hard as possible. The loose rocks scattered across the prairie no longer sufficed. Only the mine yielded high-density ores like mottled basalt, with a chance of jade, gold, or silver. Mining raw materials was now the top priority. The ordinary stone blocks he had already cut would still serve later for stoves and flooring. The mine sat near the fringe of the Purple Mountains, yet was considered safe. Luo Yu stepped inside. Ancient oil lamps were embedded in the rock walls, their flames steady and pale yellow. They couldn't be removed and never needed refueling. Following the winding passage, he soon reached the Indo-rock face glowing faint blue. Luo Yu swung his pickaxe. The first strike landed with a dull thud, nothing but empty stone. Mining failed, though his experience ticked up slightly, as he was still LV0. On the second swing, chips flew and an irregular black and white stone dropped at his feet, mottled basalt. Common or spawned at a decent rate, but rare minerals were notoriously stingy. Bang! Bang! He kept swinging, sending chunks of basalt and granite clattering to the floor. Thanks to his high base stats, his mining speed wasn't limited by his low level. In no time, a pile half his height rose at his feet. A prompt flashed, mining level increased to LV1. Finally, an upgrade. Luo Yu exhaled, rolled his aching shoulders, and noticed a new problem: transport. Staring at the heap of stone, he remembered he wasn't entirely on his own. He had a help-hero wolf. He whistled. Qinglang Adai, who had been patrolling the fields, came bounding into the mine and affectionately rubbed its head against his trousers. Adai, bring me 20 units of lumber. Woof. The wolf dashed off and soon returned, efficiently hauling 20 bundles of wood. Luo Yu opened the build menu and spent 20 units of wood and 10 silver to craft a small cart, complete with a harness. Adai, load those rocks onto the cart, slip into the harness, and drag everything back home, he ordered, pointing at the nearby pile of stones. Woo! The wolf yipped in excitement. His gray-green tail whipped through the air as he bounded to the rock heap, digging with his forepaws and kicking with his hind legs until each stone rolled onto the cart. Luo Yu joined in, lifting and stacking with quick, practiced movements. Man and wolf toiled from high noon until the sun kissed the horizon for solid hours of work. Sweat beaded on Luo Yu's forehead and his arms ached, while Adai collapsed on the grass after the final trip, tongue lolling, utterly dog-tired. In the end, Luo Yu gritted his teeth and dragged the fully loaded cart home himself. The half-asleep wolf sprawled across the top of the stones. Once they reached the yard, Luo Yu sliced up some meat for the wolf, then scooped a live fish from the pond and dropped it beside him. Adai crunched it down and soon curled up, snoring. The wolf's base stats weren't high, was never meant to be a draft animal. With the day's chores finished, Luo Yu walked to the stream to wash up. Warning: base hygiene level is critically low, disease risk increasing. The sudden system alert made his heart skip. He prided himself on cleanliness. Where had he slipped? Then he remembered relieving himself in the woods earlier. That uncivilized act had tanked the hygiene score, 18 out of 100. 60 counted as barely acceptable, and anything above 90 nearly eliminated illness while granting extra buffs. Medicine was scarce. If he fell sick, he'd have to tough it out, and the end-of-month raid was looming. He swapped his plan for a quick rinse with a proper hot bath. 30 wood and 20 silver bought a makeshift wooden tub in the courtyard. Another 15 silver secured an iron kettle for heating water. Pricey, but he had saved enough silver to afford it. Night air was cool, the water steaming. Luo Yu slipped naked into the tub and let out a long sigh. A prairie breeze brushed his face as he gazed up at the star-flecked sky. Little sis, are you all right? Hang in there. He and his sister, Luo Ling, had lost their parents young and relied on each other ever since. She was 19 now, bright and resourceful. Shed manage. Once he unlocked higher-tier tech, he could activate the search for survivors function. He believed they would reunite. Shaking off the thought, he half reclined in the hot water and opened the regional chat channel. It was buzzing, every topic circling the end-of-month assault. One Fong Yameng, human rep. We have to unlock an auto-defense core, no matter what. 2 elf girl, dump silver into marksmanship. That's the real solution. 3 Tauren. First strengthen your body, then smash them heathen. Nothing beats raw power. 4 Catgirl. Ring the base with traps, take them out from the shadows, that's how a cat fights. 5 others were ready to shrug and hit them all for pet egg draws 1 jackpot. Pull could make them unstoppable. One participant put forward the most extreme idea yet. Fight violence with violence by building a small boat, luring the raiders onto the little lake, and letting them fight the monster that lived beneath the surface. While everyone brainstormed, Luo Yu had already settled on a safer plan, yet he still listened patiently. When the discussion shifted to hygiene and disease, the group unanimously agreed that the first priority was a restroom. Luo Yu nodded to himself. bumped toilet to the very top of his construction list, and decided to pair it with a flawless sewage treatment system. He was determined to max out the hygiene rating. The world chat channel lit up again. Fong Yuman. By the way, everyone's spamming Brother Yu is OP, humanity's #1 bug killer, and so on. Luo Yu, are they talking about you? Knock here, what? Shall you beat the insectoids? A praying mantis is every bit as agile as us catfolk. Luo Yu, I've got mantises, centipedes, scorpions, and spiders galore. Which one do you mean? Fong Yumming, seriously? You're cooking up dark cuisine? Planning to sell poison in the marketplace? Luo Yu, chickens and birds love insects. Pahaha. Fong Yumeng replied with a laughing emoji, and Luo Yu deftly changed the subject. With so many people named Yu, no one could possibly pin it on him, so the chat drifted into random banter. Right then, Luo Yu was soaking comfortably in a hot bath, fully relaxed. Suddenly a system prompt popped up. You are enjoying leisure time. Mood improved. Buff acquired. Frenzied action 3 days. Strength, Constitution, Agility 10, Work Efficiency 10. He paused, remembering the manual. High mood, entertainment, and hygiene ratings can trigger positive buffs, while the opposite may cause debuffs. Luo Yu casually posted in the channel. Huh, got a frenzied action buff from a hot bath. Knock here instantly fluffed up. Hot bath? I want one too. Fong Yuman grumbled. Shut up, Luo Yu. Now I feel itchy all over. Alice advised, Luo Yu. In the early days you should spend silver on what really matters. May the goddess bless you. Dark elf Alina snorted. Only bathing in the lake brings you close to nature. Foolish humans know nothing. The Minotaur shouted. It'd be better if a girl joined me in that hot bath. Gangbin Richuan spammed excitedly. Yoshi, I want to bathe with Yuzin. Jealous comments flew by, and Luo Yu felt a small surge of pride. After a bit more chatter, he toweled off and went to bed. At dawn, the regional channel chimed with a greeting. Good morning, everyone. Stay safe today. The third day had officially begun. After washing up, Luo Yu hummed labor is glorious and headed straight for the mine. With frenzied action still active, he felt invincible and was ready for serious work. Deep inside the shaft, pale blue or walls shimmered under torchlight. He took a deep breath, hefted his pickaxe, and struck. 100-fold crit triggered. Mining efficiency, rarer yield, and related stats increased by 10,000. Stone shards flew, and a fist-sized golden or chunk rolled to his feet. System messages poured in. You obtained gold, 300 units. What a huge piece of gold. Luo Yes I sparkled. With a single swing had gathered all the gold needed for the defense core and a full 100 units extra. Gold is treated as a raw material, so the system store doesn't carry it. You either mine it yourself, trade with other trial takers, or spend a fortune on finished items and break them down for the metal. Right now, 300 gleaming coins had dropped into Luo Yes Lapo windfall from the heavens. Beside him, a Dai yipped with excitement, his wolf tail sweeping back and forth. Luo Yu smiled, stowed the coins in his pack, and was about to swing his blade again when the dark blue rock face in front of him suddenly shuddered. An instant later, a millstone-sized lump of dazzling gold crashed free. What the gold? He blurted, eyes wide. But the rock uncurled at once, revealing long antennae and a hard carapacete was a gold beetle. Prompt. Your excavation of a rare or has angered a gold beetle. Gold beetle, wildness 85, aggressive. Running into bugs inside a vein is nothing special. The richer the ore, the more of them pop out. The gold beetle snapped its gilded mandibles forward, edges glinting, and lunged straight at a Dai. Rough. A Dai dodged in a blur, sprang onto the beetle's back, and bit down hard without even scratching the shell. The beetle bucked him off, clipped again, and the wolf shape darted away. Luo Yu saw it clearly. The thing was tough as iron, but slow. A Dai, clear out. I've got this. He raised the Tiangong blade and brought it down on the beetle's mandibles. Clang. Steel rang bright. Luo Yes nemesis of insects talent flared, carving a notch in the hard bone. The gold beetle screeched, spread its wing cases in warning, and trundled toward him. With 27 points of agility plus a fresh buff pushing him to 30, he sidestepped with casual ease. The beetle missed, shrieked, charged again, and again he slipped away. After several whiffs it spun in fury, then wheeled on a Dai. The blue wolf was quick enough, dodging and snapping as he retreated. He couldn't break the armor, but made the beetle screech and crash around in rage. Beast taming. Luo Yu muttered, triggering the skill. Taming failed. Current success rate, 8. Level 2 beast taming was pathetic, and the 10-minute cooldown allowed only 3 tries per creature. To boost the odds you needed a higher skill or a target in terror, rage, or some other mental break. Luo Yu saw the beetle teetering on the edge of fury. An idea flashed, and he shouted, a Dai, follow my lead. The blue wolf looked up as his master planted his feet and began hopping side to side in front of the beetle, tapping its shell now and then with the flat of the blade pure mockery. The beetle, baited again and again, glared with beady eyes and shook with rage. A woo. A Dai joined in, bouncing around and giving a few teasing bites. Man and wolf circled the beetle in a taunting dance. blade slaps and wolf fangs did scant damage but delivered blatant humiliation. The gold beetle flared its wing cases, antennae rigid, and finally lost its mind. The armored beetle hissed and went berserk, trying to snap at them, but man and wolf were far too quick. It couldn't even touch them, and every miss was met with another mocking slash or bite. The 10-minute cooldown finally ticked down, and Luo Yu fired off Tame Beast again. A 61% success rate still felt like rolling dice, yet luck sided with him success. The beetle's shell flashed gold, its murderous aura vanished, and it lifted its sickle-like mandibles to nuzzle Luo Yu's calf, like a lamb begging for a pat. Luo Yu looked at the poor creature that had just been driven half mad, and chuckled to himself. A beetle this simple can't be plotting anything. Armored beetle. Strength, 16. Constitution, 30. Agility, 3. Those numbers screamed walking tank. Relieved, Luo Yu patted the beetle's metallic carapace and said, "From now on, you're in charge of hauling ore." The beetle shook its mandibles happily, crawled to a rock wall, and started digging. After half a dozen sharp clicks, it pried out a chunk of black speckled stone. Luo Yu's eyes lit up. This thing can mine too. Not just a meat shield, but a ready-made little miner. A short test run showed the beetle was 10 times slower than he was though. If he could tame a whole swarm someday, he could abandon the mine altogether. For now, he still had to swing the pick himself. After a quick break, he went back to work. He spent most of the day underground. Piles of black speckled stone stacked up at the tunnel entrance, the beetle dragging loaded minecarts to camp while a die kept up its patrol. During that stretch, mining leveled up to 2, and Luo Yu knocked loose a fist-sized chunk of iron ore. It was only one piece, but it was huge. With iron he could forge arrowheads, and with arrows head finally have ranged firepower. Real leap forward. He took a drink, checked the time 3:00 p.m. and called it a day. In 2 days had extracted 3,000 units of stone, enough for roughly 15,000 stone bricks. The sooner the walls went up, the safer the territory would be. He got straight to cutting. Stone blocks turned into neat bricks, and a chime sounded in his ear. Strength 1, current strength 21. Mining and stone cutting sometimes yielded bonus stats. 2 days of hard labor for 1 strength point felt great. He kept at it until sunset, took a hot shower, and logged into the regional channel for some casual chatter. To brief night talks where everyone's one scrap of comfort under survival pressure. Early next morning, hunger woke him. The filling effect of the red dragon fruit had worn off, so breakfast came first. He opened the door to a mist-covered field. A die was already sprawled on the ridge, soaking up the morning sun. With the wolf on guard, no birds or rodents dared approach the crops. The golden beetle crawled leisurely toward the mine, nibbling at the turf as it went. Its duties never changed: haul or dig it out. Only after Luo Yu was sure the bug had disappeared did he turn to check the fields. Corn 15 ripe, rice 15, medicinal herbs 3. At this rate ordinary crops gained 5% a day, herbs only 1. Fresh vegetables were still a long way off. He walked down to the brook. The rough stone dam he had built earlier was still holding, turning the stream into a clear fish pond. A dozen fat carp drifted lazily beneath the surface. Luo Yu scooped up 2 of them, brushed the ashes off the old fire pit, and got a new blaze going. The wood crackled, fish skin curled in the heat, and droplets of oil hissed in the flames. He and Adai each tore into a carp, the rich flavor restoring their strength and spirits in minutes. Instead of heading straight for the mine, Luo Yu decided to patrol the edge of his territory. He followed the base of the Purple Mountain Range, looking for a good spot to install a drain outlet. An hour later he found a sparse bamboo grove at the very boundary. Hidden under the shrubs ran a narrow rivulet that seeped outward through the hill's ready-made sewage channel. Satisfied, he raised the Tiangong knife, widened and deepened the little trench, then opened the construction menu. Basic drain outlet, 50 lumber or stone, 10 silver. He confirmed, tapped his finger, and a small stone drain appeared, its mouth facing downhill. Next step, link a pipe all the way back to the cabin. After taking his bearings, he dug a straight trench wide enough for the pipe. Less than half an hour later it was done. Another tap in the menu. Stone pipe, 100 stone, 20 silver. A length of masonry pipe dozens of meters long slammed into place, fitting snugly against the outlet. Last came the facility everyone needed, but few remembered: a toilet. The deluxe model was too pricey, so he chose the cozy stone brick latrine, placing it 7 or 8 meters outside the cabin. Stone brick latrine, 3,000 stone, 80 silver. Stone door, pit seat, holding tank, everything was included. The only drawback, no inlet pipe yet, so water had to be carried by hand. A small price to pay, the toilet was finally in service. Gazing at the sturdy little structure, Luo Yu felt a surge of pride. If the cabin ever fell, he could even hide in here for a while. Chuckling, he opened the system stats. Hygiene score, 48. One toilet had raised hygiene by 30 points, slashing the risk of disease. He checked his personal panel. Trialist, Luo Yu. ID, Earth, Xiaogua 23333. Base score, 60. Strength, 21. Constitution 26, Agility 27. Skills: Farming LV2, Mining LV2, Beast Taming LV2. Leaping from 0 to 60 base points thrilled him. At month's end that meant at least 600 silver in rewards, though the strength of the attack's head face then would rise just as sharply. He opened the detailed report. Blue Wolf 15, Golden Scarab 15, Basic Cabin 10, Stone Latrine 15, Bath Barrel 5. Luo Yu quickly realized that the score only covered fixed assets, buildings, facilities, and tamed creatures, while consumables such as wolf meat, nightmare cuisine, and vegetables were automatically ignored by the system. Even better, the challenger himself didn't count, which meant the incoming raids would be weaker and his survival odds higher. After burying the last section of the latrine's drainpipe, Luo Yu sketched the future perimeter in his mind. It didn't need to be huge at first, just large enough to enclose the cabin, garden, toilet, and a few planned additions. He weighed the options, then decided, a square, 100 meters on each side. When resources improved, he could always tear down the wall and expand, even turning the old sections into a castle foundation. Fired up by that grand vision, he jumped straight into construction. With dozens of wall types available, he chose a mid-tier version 5 meters high, 30 centimeters thick, built from dappled basalt tough enough to stop an elephant or rhino. The system price read, 100 stone bricks plus 2 silver coins per meter. No hesitation, just do it. His fingers flew, and the mound of bricks beside him vanished as the system absorbed them, a 5-meter gray-black wall shooting up with a hiss. The rush of raising such a massive structure made Luo Yu's eyes gleam, but the thrill lasted only minutes. The bricks were gone. A mid-tier wall really did eat materials like a beast. Half a day of smelting had disappeared in moments. Sighing, he grabbed his tools and headed back to the mine. Night fell. Luo Yu trudged home with a load of, or roasted a slab of wolf meat over the fire, then soaked in the tub until steam loosened every joint. The supplies head stockpiled could raise another 50 meters of wall. At this pace, the entire perimeter would be done in about 20 days. Time wasn't the problem. The remaining silver was after earlier splurges. He had only 1,400 coins left. Need to earn some money. He opened the auction house and took inventory. Nightmare cuisine took up the most slots. 100 servings of insect dishes, priced at 10 silver each, a bargain, in his opinion. 10 minutes passed, and no one bit. Luo Yu frowned. Not a single member of the Maori Star clan around? Inspiration struck, and he posted an anonymous world message. Roast centipede and stewed spider now on sale. Gourmet travelers of the cosmos, come taste something new. The channel exploded. Bro, got any deep-fried centipede? Spider's best braised. I'm from the centipede tribe. Touch my kin and you're dead. The bickering was loud, but credit notices kept popping up. Within minutes, the 100 plates were gone, and his balance had grown by 1,000 silver. Total assets now 2,400, a fortune for someone at this stage of the trial. The insect food frenzy reminded him of another money pit, the virtual arena. Unlike the World Channel's chaos, it was home to real killers. Luo Yu logged in and scrolled through the list as if browsing game rooms. Each ring displayed the champion, their race, and the stake. Think you're tough? Step up, 50 silver. Champion, werewolf. 20 silver Megatooth clan. Let's have a real fight tonight. 50 silver Ghost Horn tribe. Human named you. Get in here and face the insect overlord. One line stood out in bold. 1,000 silver champion, insect clan. Room names varied wildly, and most of the wagers were under 100, yet 7 or 8 rooms shared the same title. Human you. Get out here for Lord Bug. A hefty stake of 1,000 silver hung over the arena, a clear attempt by the insect clan to save face. Luo Yu noticed it and smirked. He'd had no idea where the bugs found that much money, but staying low-key didn't mean swallowing provocation. He clicked straight into a room labeled Lord Bug Guaranteed Victory. Another mantis warrior filled his screen, the twin scythes on his forearms glinting with a razor chill. The moment he spotted Luo Yu, he barked, "So you finally showed up. You. Today I, Dao Tianlang, will scar you for life." The high stakes and the pair's old grudge drew wave after wave of spectators. The stands filled instantly, and the chat blew up with lines like "Bug Clan Revenge" and "Can the human win again?" The countdown flashed 3, 2, 1. Both fighters lunged. In barely 3 seconds they crossed paths in the center. Luo Yu's Tiangong blade and the mantis scythes swung together, twin arcs of icy light crackling in the air. A heartbeat later they stood back to back. The silence lasted half a breath. Bang! The mantis head tumbled to the floor, green ichor splattering everywhere. Luo Yu was still standing where head started, not a crease on his coat. One swing is all it takes to kill you. His cold voice echoed through the empty room, and the spectators erupted. Without another glance, he turned and left. He didn't exit the arena. Instead, he entered another 1,000 silver room, hosted by a giant scorpion of the insect clan. Viewers poured in after him. Cold light flashed again, another single strike. The mantis had fallen to one blow. The scorpion needed no more either. Its rock-hard shell split clean in two. The onlookers finally caught on. His weapon, it's tiered. If it can punch through a scorpion shell, that's at least bronze grade, right? Bronze. Come on, that thing is probably silver. With the feud out in the open, Luo Yu stopped holding back. He swept every insect room he could find. In half an hour, he won 7 straight matches, clearing the bug-owned arenas while the viewer feed spammed the tag bug slayer. There were rooms with even higher stakes, 1,500, 2,000 silver, but their hosts were dragons, wraiths, vampires. He knew he couldn't take those heating yet, so he noted their locations and moved on. His balance ticked up to an even 10,000 silver, and a system prompt popped up. Congratulations on your winning streak. Your power rating has risen, granting the achievement Black Iron Challenger. Associated tech trees and functions have been unlocked. Black Iron rank. Luo Yu recalled the manual. This was exactly the threshold for unlocking mercenary tech. He quit the arena at once and opened the research panel. Sure enough, the mercenary branch was glowing. A mercenary was a mercenary in the literal sense. A player could list their profile on the mercenary hub, set a price, and be summoned for a fee when another base ran into serious trouble. In other words, a mercenary could temporarily leave their own survival base and enter someone else's. To register as a mercenary, you need at least a Black Iron rank, and you also have to pay a deposit. Luo Yu stared at the holographic screen and read the mercenary system's instructions twice, word by word. The more he read, the more convinced he became that this was the fastest way to make money. Arena bouts had winners and losers, but mercenary missions were practically guaranteed profit and, more importantly, they were exceptionally safe. Every mercenary received 5 seconds of invulnerability when entering another survival base, during which they could not be hurt. If things went south, you could jump back through the portal at once, and the only cost was the forfeited deposit. When your life is at stake, who cares about a deposit? Unlocking the mercenary tech tree cost 5,000 silver and 1 crystal essence stone. The silver was easy enough, catch a few more fish, sell a bit of lumber, but the stone could only be found by blind luck in the mines or, with equal luck, at the auction house. Luo Yu checked the listings immediately. No one was selling the rare stone. He then swung by the mercenary plaza. It was deserted, not a single registered mercenary in sight. Don't rush, he told himself. Make the base absolutely secure first, then go out and earn extra cash. Besides the mercenary tree, there were other ways to leave the base. The visitor system, or life skill professions like physician, beast tamer, and herbalist could enter other bases as visitors, but nobody had the credentials for those jobs yet. Late that night, he chatted with other survivors in the regional channel, trading survival tips. Fang Yiming's advice was priceless. Buy seeds as soon as possible and grow vitamin-rich vegetables, or your body would quickly weaken from micronutrient deficiency. Luo Yu agreed completely. He searched the auction house, saw tomato seeds for only 20 silver, and bought them on the spot. At dawn, after washing up, he pulled a fat fish from the pond, roasted it for breakfast, then cleared a new patch of soil at the edge of the base and planted the tomato seeds one by one. When he reached the last seed, he hesitated. Should he spend today's 100-fold crit on planting, or save it for mining? After a brief pause, he chose to reserve the bonus for the mine. Plant first, gamble underground later. He buried the final seed, grabbed his pickaxe, and headed into the depths. The dim cave walls glimmered with a cold sheen. He took a deep breath, silently murmured crit, and swung hard. 100-fold crit triggered mining speed, and rare ore drop rate increased by 10,000. A dazzling light burst inside the rock. Luo Yu instinctively dodged. With a heavy thud, a wash basin-sized green stone rolled to his feet, translucent and vivid as emerald. You obtain Jade, 500 units. Your mining skill has risen to LV3. Jade. Luo Yu was ecstatic. The second main material for the defense core was finally in hand. All that remained was the beast soul core. He called over the golden beetle, strapped the heavy jade to its back, and sent it to the warehouse. Then he kept swinging the pick while weighing his options. A beast soul core only had a chance to drop from killing savage beasts and was exceedingly rare. It might appear at auction, but the price would be astronomical. Beasts came from only 2 sources: random attack events and the large-scale assault at month end. Venturing into the Violet Mountains to hunt them on purpose would be suicide, so he would simply have to wait. The only downside was that, although the crit had yielded rare ore, it hadn't spawned another bood been hoping to pull off another round of rapid shuttling. That day, Luo Yu spent the whole shift down in the mine again. With his level 3 mining skill and the action frenzy buff, his productivity was insane. He dug in one day what used to take him 2. He pried 4 solid slabs of iron, or out of the vein about 600 units of steel, in all the gray-blue metal gleaming at the end of the dim tunnel, and putting him in a great mood. By dusk, a light drizzle had set in. Back at camp, he ate, hit the latrine, pulled his hood low, and wandered alone into the deeper grasslands. He wasn't out for a stroll. He was after berry seeds hidden in the shrubs. The prairie wasn't just turf. Scattered crops grew wild here, and Alice had found her lettuce and broccoli seeds the same way. With night coming on, Luo Yu, Fang Yiming, and most of the others were crouched outside, searching for anything they could plant. Got one. Half squatting beside a berry bush heavy with hard green fruit. Luo Yu peeled back the flesh and flicked the plump seeds into a small cloth bag. The berries were unripe, but the seeds were sturdy enough. Stashing the prize, he moved on. The setting sun stretched his shadow forever, and the drizzle made the grass blades shiver. There was a stubborn persistence in that lonely silhouette. After pocketing 3 more berry seeds and a baby cabbage that hadn't formed a head, he decided to head back. Just then a system chime sounded. A migrating flock of blazebirds is passing over your territory. Luo Yu looked up to see a crimson tide of giant birds screaming toward him, dropping altitude as they crossed the survival base. They had spotted the nearby lake and were clearly about to dive for fish. He flicked open the regional chat, which was already blowing up. Fangyuming. These blazebirds are gorgeous. Naker. Meow. I want to catch one and eat it. Naturin. Bird meat is nasty. Veggie leaves taste better. Luo Yu. Old bull. Are you a vegetarian? Alice. Don't get too close to the lake. Everyone watch out for whatever lives in there. Alice's warning had barely popped up when a dark shape rolled beneath the surface. An instant later, a gigantic black fish the size of a house burst 5 or 6 meters into the air, swallowing 2 diving blazebirds in one bite. Luo Yu's scalp went numb. He snapped on the system camera, captured the scene, and posted it to chat. Messages poured in. Fangyuming. Oh my god. A monster. Luo Yu, are you still alive? Alice. Seriously, get away from the lake. Naker. I love blackfish fillets. Every theory about the lake monster evaporated in front of that colossal fish. Only one plan remained: kill it from a distance. Never fight it up close. Boom. The fish crashed back into the lake, sending a geyser skyward. The blazebird flock scattered in panic. Luo Yu figured his roast bird dreams were over until Dai came through. The big yellow dog exploded from the grass, slammed a straggling blazebird to the ground, and held it fast. Dai, don't. Too late. The dog snapped the bird's neck. Luo Yu had hoped to tame one, but now he could only smile. He scratched the dog's head. Fine. Pluck the feathers and I'll roast it for you later. Woof woof. Dai's tail spun like a windmill as he bounced along behind his master, prize clamped in his jaws. Man and dog were heading for camp when Luo Yu spotted 2 pale pink spots in the grass, enormous bird eggs. He rushed over. Each was bigger than a goose egg. They had to belong to a blazebird. A strange fish shot out of the water, spooking the mother bird into dropping her eggs early. Lucky break. Luo Yu gazed at the 2 scorching hot eggs cradled in his arms, a grin spreading across his face. Firebirds on this planet were nothing like Earth's goofy flamingos. They were roughly the size of peacocks, equipped with razor talons and hooked beaks, true aerial predators. Raise one to adulthood, and you'd have both a war mount and a scout. Better yet, there was the tiny chance a little phoenix might hatch, and Luo Yu was more than willing to roll the dice. Humming to himself, he jogged back inside with the eggs. When the rain eased, he set up a grill, gnawing on a juicy firebird drumstick while chatting in the channel. Knock here. Meow, my sister and I teamed up and caught a firebird. Time to eat. Luo Yu teamed up? There are 2 catgirls over there. Knock here. Yep, meow. Luo Yu, 2 of you? What do you think we are? Luo Yu. Obviously, 2 adorable catgirls. Knock here. Meow, that sounds nice, but it still feels weird. Just then, Fangyuming posted a photo of a proud, crimson-feathered firebird. Fangyuming. Got lucky. I tamed one. Alice, really? Yumming. Do you have a beast taming talent? Fangyuming. Kind of. I started with beast mastery at level 3. Everyone, wow? You should unlock the Beastmaster tech tree and tame pets for cash. In this survival world, life skills like Beastmaster or Herbalist were much like mercenary work. Pay the fee, and the specialist could leave their base for on-site service. Fangyuming. Luo Yu, any luck on your end? Luo Yu. Picked up 2 eggs. Everyone. If you can't hatch them, just fry them for dinner. Incubation basically meant steady heat and moisture. Luo Yu wasn't great at that, but he did have a thermostat. He glanced at Dai, the loyal dog who loved dozing beside the campfire and was currently gnawing on a firebird claw. Luo Yu smiled. Dai, I need a favor. Dai, what? That night, Dai cuddled the eggs, each one bigger than his head, humming softly as he drifted off. Over the next 3 days, Luo Yu spent daylight hours in the mine, piling up stone-cutting markers into a small mountain, ready for him to slice into blocks. At dusk, he roamed the prairie, hunting for newly sprouted seeds and fruit. Meat was plentiful, but vitamins were becoming a server-wide crisis. Both region and world channels were yelling about vegetable prices, and a single cabbage in the auction house had climbed to 100 silver. Fortunately, the catfolk were mostly carnivores, so Nakir never complained. Fangyuming and her friends were blessed by Arangasus. Their base hid an apple grove that had only just been discovered. Apples covered their vitamin needs, and the trio sold the surplus at premium prices, turning a tidy profit. Luo Yu sighed at his own bamboo forest, no fruit trees in sight. Maybe that was life. Had eaten Zhu dragon fruit and ginseng earlier, so his trace nutrients were fine for now, but he knew he had to plan ahead. Tomatoes, berries, and other crops were weeks from ripening. He mulled it over repeatedly. Burning a critical hit to force mature an ordinary plant felt like a waste. As he walked, Luo Yu wandered into a bamboo grove. Early spring had arrived in the Tiandao world. A warm breeze drifted through the air, and the sharp crack of lengthening culms echoed as jade-green stalks shot skyward. He slapped a tender shoot beside him and muttered, "Keep growing. Let me get you tough enough to make a javelin longer and harder no. Just keep growing." The words were barely out when he caught sight of a pale green bamboo sprout pushing through the soil at his feet. "Bamboo shoots," he exclaimed, eyes shining. Although they weren't classic leafy greens, they were packed with vitamins. He drew his Tiangong knife, knelt, and started digging. By the time dusk swallowed the last slivers of light between the trunks, he had unearthed 12 plump shoots, enough to feed him for days. That night, he simmered the shoots with chunks of meat. Broth bubbled, fragrance filled the camp, and Odd-Eye paced around the pot, drooling, while the gold-armored beetle crept over for a share. Luo Yu ate his fill. The rich nutrients left him thoroughly satisfied. Stomach full, he stepped into the combat arena to make a little money. Thanks to his Bane of Insectoids trait, he pried another 4,000 silver from those belligerent bugs, bringing his savings to 10,350 silvera tidy fortune. Seeing that it was late, he typed goodnight in the regional chat and went straight to bed. At dawn he breakfasted on bamboo shoot pork soup, then headed for the mine. Deciding that staying underground all day was unhealthy, he adjusted his schedule, mining in the morning, stone cutting outdoors in the afternoon. Today's critical hit went into mining. One swing of the pick brought up a wash basin-sized chunk of magnetite that clamped onto the head of the tool and nearly tore it from his hands. Several days of rarer windfalls finally pushed his mining skill to LV4, and his efficiency soared. After lunch, he built another 20-meter stretch of perimeter wall, then checked on the 2 bird eggs at home. Hairline cracks snaked across the shells. They would probably hatch in 2 or 3 days. On the 6th morning, Luo Yu burrowed into the mine at peak energy. With mining LV4, almost every swing yielded ore, and iron came up more often. He whispered 100-fold critical, and the system prompt flashed. Boom. The rock face shuddered. He jumped back as a cascade of stone clattered to the ground. 100 units of black spot rock, no more, no less. Disappointed by the absence of rarities, he moved to gather the haul, only to see 2 rocks writhing and launching themselves at him. Burrowing worm, wildness 90, aggressive. He frowned, flicked out his Tiangong knife, and brought it down. With the help of Bane of Insectoids, the 2 worms flew like ping-pong balls, slammed the wall, and collapsed. One played dead. He smirked and slapped it again. The worm jolted awake, but couldn't move, terror filling its eyes. Tame. A flash of light wrapped the creature, and in an instant the burrowing worm submitted. Tunnel grub. Strength, 4. Constitution, 12. Agility, 6. Special ability mining. Capable of low-efficiency mining at mining level 2. Luo Yu's eyes lit up when he saw the stat window. While the creature was still panicked, he managed to tame a second tunnel grub. "You too, from now on just dig for me," he ordered, pointing at the rock face. The 2 sandy brown insects swung their foreclaws and started chiseling into the stone, shards flying. They were far faster than the golden carapace beetle. Luo Yu figured their help would cut the wall's construction time by at least half. Fired up, he pushed the wall forward to a full 100 meters that day, finally raising an entire section. When night fell, he slipped into his wooden tub and chatted in the regional channel. The feed was full of complaints: no food, no warm clothes, raids everywhere, and several names that had been active 2 days ago were now gone, likely dead or worse. Fong yumming. "I've been eating apples for 2 days. My mouth feels like sand. What are you all eating?" "Luo, you want meat? 1 apple for 1 piece of meat, deal?" Fong yumming, "Really? Deal." The trade window popped up. She offered 10 apples. Luo Yu put up 5 wolf steaks and 5 firebird fillets. A flash of light later, 10 apples clattered into the tub, splashing water. Since fruit cost more than meat, Luo Yu made a small profit. "I'm drooling, already gotta go. The girls and I are having meat tonight." Fong yumming switched to private chat. Because they weren't friends, private messages were limited to 10 minutes a day. A friend slot in Heaven's Path cost 1,000 silver. Only after adding someone could you chat freely, and it was also the prerequisite for unlocking visitor tech. Without that link, you couldn't visit another player's base even if you met the tech requirements. Luo Yu stored the apples, leaned back in the tub, and checked his supplies. Apples, 10. Wolf meat, 30. Firebird meat, 42. Bamboo shoots, 11. Fish in the temporary pond, about 7 or 8 big ones. Altogether roughly 80 servings of meat and 21 servings of vegetables. Daily consumption, 5 pieces of meat and 2 vegetable servings for himself, 5 pieces of meat for Odd-Eye, 2 pieces of meat for the 2 tunnel grubs. The golden carapace beetle only ate grass. That meant he had food for 8 days, but the meat would spoil in 4, so he needed refrigeration fast. He searched the auction house for ice blocks and found none. It was spring. The only chance of ice was during a hailstorm, and who would sell it? Even an underground ice seller would need ice to start. Luo Yu posted in the World channel, "Buying ice blocks for silver, please list them on the auction." Spring ice? Yeah, right. If we had any. "We'd keep it ourselves," came the mockery. After waiting a while with nothing listed, he scoured the system store, but still found no item that could refrigerate food, and disappointment settled over him. The system store stocks everyday items, but never the tools that really decide whether you live or die. Ice falls squarely into that make-or-break category. Strings of wolf meat hung from the rafters, and Luo Yu wiped his hands while he pondered his options. Curing would buy a bit of time, but with the temperature climbing, spoilage was just around the corner. His gaze landed on a pile of dark iron or outside the cabin, and a spark of inspiration lit up his eyes. He leapt out of the wooden tub with a splash, toweled off, got dressed, and without hesitation spent 4 silver coins to smelt 8 units of ore into a sheet metal box hollow, with a simple rack welded inside. Bucket in hand, he hurried to the nearby stream. The water was crystal clear, sunlight dancing off the pebbles below. Luo Yu filled the bucket, poured the water into the metal box, and grabbed an old piece of cloth. One end of the cloth soaked in the water, the other draped over the opening, leaving only a narrow slit for airflow. Finally, he packed the box full of wolf meat. An evaporative cooler, primitive but effective, was finished. Moisture would wick up the cloth and evaporate, drawing heat out of the box and dropping the temperature dramatically. Luo Yu slid the box into the shadiest, breeziest corner of the cabin, clapped the dust off his hands, praised the wisdom of the working folk, and fell asleep with a grin. At dawn, the first cool draft drifted through the door. He rolled out of bed, lifted the lid, and saw a faint white mist curling over the meat. It would stay good at least another week, maybe longer, plenty of breathing room before real summer hit. Breakfast was an apple and half a grilled fish, plain but satisfying. When he reached the apple core, an idea struck him: apple seeds. Why not plant them? He had planned to head for the mine, yet he turned toward the garden instead. He loosened the soil, dug a hole, and was about to drop the seeds in when he couldn't resist whispering to himself. Critical hit. 100-fold critical hit activated. Your planting efficiency has increased by 100. The moment he covered the seeds, a green sprout burst through the dirt. In the blink of an eye, it thickened to the size of his wrist. Another blink, and branches, leaves, and a soft rustling followed. An apple tree shot skyward, already bearing a dozen small, pale green fruits. Luo Yu froze for half a second, then whooped with joy. The entire growth cycle had been compressed to 1/100th of its normal length. With this tree, an orchard was only a matter of time. He carefully built a 6-inch earthen berm around the trunk to keep floodwater from drowning the roots. When he finished, he called into the cabin at Adai, who was still hovering over a clutch of eggs. "Adai, keep an eye on that apple tree. Don't let any birds peck my fruit." "Oh, well." Adai looked up and barked. Mission accepted. Feeling upbeat, Luo Yu grabbed his pickaxe and headed into the mine. His lucky streak continued. Thanks to his mining skill, he unearthed a small piece of jade, not big, but a solid 20 units, and along with it, 2 burrowing bugs. He was long since adept at bug taming. In no time the pair lay obediently at his feet. That brought his total digging crew to 4, and his beast taming level ticked up to LV3. With 4 burrowers boring into the rock and a gold beetle handling transport, he no longer needed an entire morning to meet his daily quota. 2 hours was plenty. The base was huge, and there was still a mountain of work waiting for him. After leaving the mine, he cut the extracted stone into blocks and raised the perimeter wall, quickly pushing its length past 130 meters. When that was done, he grabbed his machete and slipped into the bamboo grove, looking for stalks that were straight and of medium thickness to turn into javelins. All afternoon, the rustle of bamboo leaves kept him company. By dusk, he had felled 20 thick poles, and the system panel confirmed. Bamboo 20 unit. Back at the cabin, he opened the weapon crafting tab. Common javelin. Wood or bamboo 1, steel 5, silver 5. The iron ore he had stockpiled was finally paying off. With plenty of refined steel on hand, he selected craft 20. A flash of white light later, 20 neat javelins lined the workbench. Luo Yu picked one up and tested its weight. The shaft was light, the alloy tip glinted coldly, and its sharpness was obvious. A well-placed throw would pack serious punch. Accuracy, however, depended on skill. He glanced at his stats, shooting LV3. Militia training had put him on a range often enough. His scores were never stellar, but comfortably above the passing line, and compared with the average civilian, most of them stuck at LV0, he was competent. To squeeze every ounce out of that level, he spent 10 silver on a wooden target, set it up 100 meters away, and began throwing. What surprised him most during practice was how his physical stats had improved. With higher strength and agility, his hit rate at 100 meters held steady at 30% textbook LV3 performance. Beyond that distance, the numbers dropped sharply, giving him a useful benchmark. He had 2 reasons for drilling with the javelin. First, to be able to bring down the migrating birds the moment they appeared. Second, to deal with the monster fish that had claimed the little lake until it was gone. The sight of that water would keep bothering him. As the sun inched westward, Luo Yu hurled javelin after javelin, stopping only when his arms were burning. His skill level hadn't budged, but his constitution ticked up from 26 to 27. He nodded at the display, satisfied. Another productive day. After dinner, he carried a wooden tub outside for a bath, but a system alert cut him short. Warning, climatic fluctuations detected in the heavenly Tao world. Your territory may experience extreme weather. Take precautions. Luo Yu hurriedly shoved the tub and wash basins back inside, then ducked into the stone-built latrinette was sturdier than the wooden cabin and felt a lot safer. Boom. A deep peal of thunder split the cloudless sky, and a bolt of lightning speared the clearing by the lake. Dry lightning. His heart clenched exactly the one thing had been dreading. At the same time, the regional chat channel exploded. Naker dry lightning? Seriously? Why did our zone have to get dry lightning? Nyoda, dry lightning isn't that bad, check world chat. The next zone's got tornadoes and hail the size of fists. Their roofs are getting punched through. Luo Yu roofs caving in? Don't scare people, man. Heads up, though dry lightning sets grass on fire fast, and a prairie blaze is no joke to put out. Fangmingxua, do not shelter under a tree. Do not shelter under a tree. Do not shelter under a tree. Repeating because it's important. Nyoda. Too late, something caught out here. My veggie patch is toast. Alisai. Sigh. Did the fire spirits get angry? Flames over here too. Luo, yes, fears were justified. Sparks were already dancing over several nearby territories. Boom. Another crack of thunder. Another bolt stabbing the prairie followed instantly by a spray of embers. Luo, yes, brow furrowed. The well was right outside. Yet he didn't dare rush into the rain to put out the fire. The dry lightning was crackling everywhere, and he had no desire to get flash fried. He figured the lightning wouldn't last long, but he hadn't expected the storm to bring a gale. Whoosh. Low black clouds pressed overhead. A fierce wind swept the grassland, whipping the flames into towering waves that spread into a distant sea of fire in an instant. Regional channel. Nyoda wind. Ah, it's over me, veggie patch is done for. Luo Yu, don't run outside to fight the fiery owl, get struck. Knock here. Everyone, stay alive. We promised wed at each other as friends and visit when we're rich, so hold on. Alice, don't be afraid. Pray, and the goddess will watch over every kind child. Fangyuming, huh? All the lightning hay race hitting the lake. Tons of fish are floating belly up. I really want to scoop them up. Luo Yu. Shut it, you three lucky bastards. The fire line rolled closer, yet Luo Yu stayed calm. The wind was driving the blaze straight toward his perimeter wall, a ring more than 100 meters long, built from black speckled stone. Luo Yu muttering. If the flames can burn rock, he'll admit defeat. Good thing the wall's holding. The channel lit up again. Alina, dark elf, a wall? Foolish human, you already have a wall. Luo Yu. Alina, you brainless woman. Call me stupid one more time, and I'll draw a cursed circle just for you. Screenshot. Tongues of flame roaring outside the stone wall, unable to cross. Alina. Foolish humans can't cast death hexes. I'm not afraid. Alice, Alina, drop it. Nyoda, nice. It only looks a dozen meters or so, but still respect. Due to the camera angle, Nyoda thinks the wall is only a dozen meters long. Zhu Lai, boar-headed star. That's black speckled stone. Luo Yu, where'd you get that much? Don't say you mined it yourself. Luo Yu, mining's my hobby. Zhu Lai, old Zhu loves digging and wall building too, but I've only stacked 5 meters. Luo Yu, your strength and stamina must be insane. Knock here, meow. Luo, yes, actually a really strong boy, huh? Fang yumming. Someone told me to shut up, so I'm staying quiet. Luo Yu, flames are rising, talk later. Nyoda, it's burning here too, me wooden hut's finished. Everyone, good luck, guys. Flames roared outside the stone wall, but never crossed the barrier. The vegetable beds and apple trees remained untouched. Crack boom. A sudden downpour slammed down, dousing the blaze in seconds, but a new problem followed. The wooden roof started leaking, rainwater dripping along the beams. Fang yumming, great, me hut's leaking. Others, same here. The regional chat filled with wails. Nobody would be sleeping tonight. Luo Yu dashed inside, threw on a wolf pelt, stacked his hammer, axe, and other tools on the bed, and told Adai to carry the 2 bird eggs into the bathroom. Man, wolf, and 2 eggs huddled in the corner, and he let out a long breath. If he was this battered, lots of others were in real trouble tonight. Leaning against the cold wall, he drifted off and dreamed he was living in a 3-story villa, calmly sipping coffee while watching the rain. Early the next morning, the sky was crystal clear. Luo Yu stretched his limbs after waking and felt great. He pushed open the squeaky wooden door and took a look inside. Walls and furniture were drenched. A thin film of water covered the floor, and the icy surface stabbed at his feet. Luo Yu frowned in disgust. He immediately opened the construction menu and set his sights on a sturdier stone house. The interface warned that to build one he had to unlock the stone house blueprint, which required 1,000 silver, 200 iron ore, and a base rating above 100. Last night's 100-meter-long wall had scored big. His rating had quietly climbed to 130. Nice, that's enough. Grinning, he hit unlock. The silver and iron vanished, and a row of stonehouse templates popped up. 1. Basic stone hut 6,000 stone bricks, 600 silver. 2. Cottage. 3. 2-story walk-up. 4. 3-story villa 300,000 stone bricks, 30,000 silver. The numbers grew more eye-watering by the line, and the gap in defense and comfort was just as stark. Luo Yu's mouth twitched. Fine, they'll build more city walls first. Decision made. The 4 burrowers got the order and chugged back to the mine for stone. Luo Yu lit a campfire in the corner of the wooden hut. The aroma of grilled fish soon mingled with the damp mustiness, and the flames drove out the moisture. With a little downtime, he opened the regional channel. Alice, everyone okay? No one caught a chill last night. Fong yumming. The 3 of us huddled together for warmth, too scared to sleep. We finally dumped all our apple money into Constitution and just scraped by. Is Luo Yu still alive? Luo Yu. I'm fine. But 1,000 silver per Constitution, point our apples really that lucrative? Fong yumming, yep. We priced them at 200 each and cleared over 20 grand. Each of us bought 6 points last night. Nyo Turin, my entire fortune isn't even 100 silver. You people, I want to die. Luo Yu. Total luck magnets, confirmed. Alice, glad you're safe. What about Kier? Not Kier, my sister and I are fine. We catfolk can curl into a ball in the mine. My sister's tail is super fluffy and warm. Fong yumming. Fluffy kitty, I want a petting session. With every friend accounted for, Luo Yu finally relaxed. But when he switched to the world channel, the tone flip pleas for help flooded the chat. Many had already come down with fevers after the cold, damp night, and the outcome was grim. Closing the channel, he bit into a crisp piece of grilled fish, followed it with an apple, then opened the auction house. In the search bar he typed ice. Last night, fist-sized hail had fallen in many regions. Savvy players had collected every chunk. The listings were now packed with ice blocks. Prices clustered together too high and nothing moved, the market decided. At the moment, they ranged from 200 to 250 silver apiece, well above the norm. Stuff nobody wanted for a couple of coins in winter had become a hot commodity. Luo Yu browsed a while and singled out a seller named Lei Na, who'd posted 500 blocks. He opened a private chat. Luo Yu. Hey man, any chance you'd take something besides silver for those 500 ice blocks? Lei Na. I only want silver 15,000. Not a coin less. Luo Yu, get lost. With that insult fired off, he slammed the chat window shut and opened a private message to the Tauren player, Alfu. Luo Yu typed first. Hey man, can I swap those 400 ice blocks for something else? Alfu answered instantly. What did you have in mind? Luo Yu, what do you want? Alfu didn't even think. Vegetables, fruit, or a work pet. A good-looking female pet in humanoid form works too. Liu scoffed and Wardla traded a few ice blocks for a humanoid female pet? Dream on dot. But he replied calmly. You sure that's what you want? Alfu shot back. Either you have it or you don't. Why keep talking? Luo Yu paused, a smile tugging at his lips. I don't have a female pet, and am not handing over produce, but I might have something else. You know bird eggs sometimes hatch into avian humanoids, right? He felt Alfu hesitate on the other end. An avian? You've got an egg that could hatch into a female? Liu's fingers flew. One phoenix firebird egg. He'll be straight with no guarantee it hatches into an avian, and even then it might not be female. But it's a show to gamble with fate. Alfu hesitated. Let me see the egg. The trade window popped up, and Liu placed the item firebird egg. Near hatching flashed in bold. Aephus' eyes went wide. Almost ready to hatch. 200 ice blocks for it. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. 200? A chance at a female avian for that? Forget it. He closed the trade window. Predictably, Alfu fired back. 300. Final offer. Luo Yu stayed firm. No. Silence. Tauren were impatient. Within seconds, Alfu messaged again. Fine, 400. I'm all in for that female avian. Luo Yu laughed to himself, thinking with the wrong head. Huh? But let the silence stretch. After 3 minutes he typed lazily. Man, I just know he'll regret this deal. Alfu all but begged. Please bro. All the ice blocks, plus 1 carat deal. Luo Yu decided that was enough. Deal. Start the trade. The window reappeared with 400 units of ice and 1 carat neatly listed. Luo Yu dropped the firebird egg in response. Transaction complete. Choose a placement area for the ice blocks. He selected the yard. A white flash later, 400 lunchbox-sized ice bricks formed a neat little wall enough for a miniature underground ice cellar. Alpha was still buzzing. Bro, no more talk, I'm off to incubate this egg. If it hatches into a female avian, a carat a day for you. Thanks. Luo Yu chuckled. Use something soft to sit on it, don't crack the shell. Alpha replied with a hearty right. Thanks, bro, gotta run. And closed the chat. Luo Yu didn't waste time either. He picked a spot and started digging. Luo Yu was exceptionally strong, and the Tiangong blade cut through the earth at lightning speed. Before long, he had tunneled downward and opened up a square pit about 4 meters deep and roughly 20 square meters in area. He pulled up the construction menu, tapped the seller icon, and tossed in a few ordinary stone bricks plus a pinch of silver. Blue holographic light flickered across the walls, and a ring of solid masonry snapped into place. The small cellar was finished. Block after block of ice went to the bottom. When the heavy stone lid closed, a wave of cold surged up the steps, sweeping away the heat. Standing amid the darkness and chill felt wonderfully refreshing. The new cellar could hold 2,000 units of meat and vegetables, so summer spoilage was no longer a concern. Climbing out, he brushed off the dust, gauged distances and height, and muttered, "He'll add a warehouse on top, shade and convenience in one. Perfect." The plan was already etched in his mind. The bird egg he traded last night had brought in a mountain of ice, saving at least 7 or 8,000 silver. Idle money was wasted money, so he set aside 5,000 silver for attribute points. Fong Yumming and the others were right. Higher constitution meant better disease resistance, faster recovery, and longer work endurance. Constitution was the backbone of everything. 5,000 silver bought 5 attribute points. After a moment's thought he split them. Strength 2, Constitution 3. More strength meant a real shot at spearing that mutant fish. Panel update. Strength, 23. Constitution, 30. Agility, 27. After tallying the numbers, he still had a little over 5,000 silver left, which he would save for future mercenary tech. With the big picture clear, stone was still the bottleneck. The walls, the warehouse, the grand villa, everything would demand mountains of it. So he headed back to the mine. The shaft was dim, a cold draft swirling dust through the air. Luo Yu raised his pickaxe and swung. 100-fold critical hit fired. With a crash, debris scattered and 100 blocks of black speckled stone thudded to the floor. The pile grew into a small hill as the system chimed. During mining, strength 1. After days of waiting, another point at last smiled. His sharp eyes swept the heap and spotted 3 burrowing worms quivering inside. He tamed them on the spot. The familiar sequence went smoothly, bringing his labor worm count to 7. Each worm was as efficient as a level 1 miner, which meant 7 free miners working non-stop. Luo Yu could only grin. All morning he mined for 2 hours, then spent another hour stacking cut stone into a wall. The barrier now stretched 170 meters well on the way to his 400-meter target. At lunch the 7 burrowing worms crawled out, whining for food. Luo Yu tossed them some meat, and instantly saw a new problem. More worms meant food supplies were suddenly tight. They ate meat only, ignoring vegetables and forage, so he needed a fresh source fast. He opened the auction house interface for a quick scan. Meat still cost less than vegetables, but it was expensive all the same, and the system's rules made arbitrage impossible. Buying meat outright would bleed silver. Taking stock, Luo Yu sketched 3 workable food plans. First was hunting. Out on the grasslands he might bump into voles, rats, or squirrels, and if luck smiled, a rabbit. But the odds were slim, and he had no appetite for rat. His second idea was still hunting, but instead of trapping mice he planned to make a bow and shoot small birds. Unfortunately, there were few birds on the prairie, and those that did appear were tiny, lean, and exceedingly wary. Spending time and energy on them made little sense. The third option, of course, was fishing. After finishing a steaming pot of meat soup, Luo Yu grabbed a carrot to munch on and strolled toward the creek. The crude dam he had built earlier still stood firm, but the improvised pool now held only 2 or 3 sizable fish. He had already tossed back the smaller ones, deeming them unworthy. Without any spare offal to use as bait, he knew this method wouldn't last. Leaning on the bank, he tapped the carrot against his palm, thinking. Suddenly his eyes lit. UPA proper fish pond was the answer. The plan was simple. Build 2 small dams, one as an inlet, the other as an outlet. Most days the inlet would stay open, letting water in while he scattered bait to lure fish. After 2 or 3 days he'd close the inlet, open the outlet, drain the pond, and catch everything in one sweep with a net at the outlet. The pond couldn't sit too far from the creek. Draining it had to be easy. Walking the bank, Luo Yu measured out a low-lying stretch near the perimeter wall. It lay within crossbow range, took advantage of the natural slope, and would save him a lot of digging. Better yet, in case of an attack it could double as a moat. Once he marked the pond size, he realized he needed 2 flat stones big enough to seal the inlet and outlet, plus a sturdy fishing net to keep fish from washing away. The stones were easy, he could pry a couple from the wall, but the net was a headache. The system stores sold none, and weaving one from plant fibers would take ages and likely fail under rushing water. Pacing in frustration, inspiration struck. Bamboo. Split into thin strips and reinforced with vines, bamboo could form a basket-like screen over the outlet, trapping any fish that swam in. Then another thought, why weave it himself when the store probably offered ready-made baskets? He pulled up the system interface. Sure enough, dozens of bamboo baskets popped up, from goat-sized to chicken-sized, all reasonably priced. The store didn't stock fishing nets, but it did stock their perfect substitute. With 7 beetles busy quarrying stone on the far side of the camp, labor was abundant. Luo Yu purchased the largest basket for 60 silver, hefted his craftsman's knife, and started digging. Soil flew with every swing, creek water gurgled nearby, and the hours slipped away unnoticed. By sunset, the sky flamed red and a half-finished pond lay at his feet. Satisfaction warmed him. At this pace, it would be done tomorrow. High stamina was truly a blessing. He could work fast, work long, and feel great doing it. When night fell and bath time rolled around, the region chat once again buzzed with conversation. Terrible luck, Nyota groaned. Half the prairie went up in flames, which means half my food is gone. His wail hit the regional channel like a thunderclap, yanking everyone out of their daily grind. Nok here stretched with a playful meow and teased, Nyoda, your menu is way too limited. If your people could chew grass the way us catfolk do, you'd have nothing to worry about. Alice chimed in lazily, working at sunrise and resting at sunset, maybe that's the real meaning of life. Fang Yuming cut straight to the point. Luo Yu, do you still have enough food? What's your plan next? Everyone agreed Luo Yu was probably the only Huaxia boy in the nearby zones, so Fang Yuming felt an instant bond, and Luo Yu shared the sentiment. Enough for now, Luo Yu typed back. I'm thinking of digging a little fish pond. What about you all? A fish pond? Fang Yuming exclaimed. Do you ever run out of energy? Nok here immediately cheered. We Catgirls love strong boys. My sister would totally fall for Luo Yu. Luo Yu played along. I'm curious about Catgirls. I want to see your ears and tails. Not wanting to be left out, Nyoda burst in. Want to see my ears and tail? Get lost, Luo Yu shot back, and the channel erupted in laughter. It had just been a joke until Nok here actually sent Luo Yu a private screenshot. Mist curled over the rim of a wooden tub. Two damp little heads leaned together above the water. One pair of white ears, one pair of black. Matching black and white tails flickered in the steam. Two Catgirls enjoying a bath. Unfortunately, only the ears and tails were visible, not the parts Luo Yu most wanted to see. Just for you. Don't forward it, or it'll bite, Nok here warned in private chat. Luo Yu's heart skipped. This Catgirl was pretty bold. He replied with a wicked grin, fine. But if you bite, make sure you purr while you do it. Purr so annoying. My sister's blushing. Nok here fired back and slammed the private chat shut. Luo Yu threw his head back and laughed. Life here was dull, but this crowd kept it lively. When the chatter died down, he slipped on his helmet and entered the virtual arena. He stepped into a Zerg-hosted 100 silver duel room. The opposing player squeaked, yes here, and surrendered before the match even started. Luo Yu pocketed the coins and backed out, noticing half the Zerg rooms vanished from the list. Had been pounding them so hard that they were scared to queue. He frowned maybe he should take a break. On second thought, since he was already here, he might as well find a different opponent. He picked a room called Autumn Leaf, wager, 50 silver, opponent, human female. 3-second countdown. Fight. Clash bang. Autumn Leaf's longsword was cleaved in two by Luo Yu's heaven-forged blade. Yet the broken sword still danced in her hands. Offense and defense seamless, footwork light as wind. Luo Yu had her outstatted in every category, but he couldn't land the finishing blow. They traded strikes for 60, 70 rounds, knife and sword sparking again and again. At last, Luo Yu used his superior strength to seize an opening and drove his fist into Autumn Leaf's chest. Yushi stumbled to a stop, one hand clamped over the impact. He couldn't see her face, but Luo Yu knew she had to be equal parts embarrassed and angry. Luo Yu quickly said, sorry, I didn't mean to hit you there. You can stop talking. Qiu Yi snapped through clenched teeth, her embarrassment playing. Luo Yu very well. You're the first man who's ever beaten me. 4 days from now at this same time, you and I will fight again. Do you dare? A system panel popped up. Challenge received from Qiu Yi. Accept? Sparring with her had clearly improved his combat skills, so Luo Yu nodded. Sure, let's do it. But if you keep worrying about your chest, you'll never beat me. You shameless. Qiu Yi huffed. We'll see. She stormed out of the room. KO. You are victorious. After the prompt flashed, Luo Yu left the arena but didn't log out. Instead, he lowered his head in thought. Qiu Yi definitely knew martial techniques. With attributes only half his, she had still kept him busy for a long time. Against a Zerg with equal stats, he could have ended the fight instantly without even triggering a trait. Martial techniques, he opened the system interface and tapped the combat tech tree. Unlocking techniques cost 10,000 silver, and they could only be learned afterward. The shops sold no manuals. They could be obtained only by slaying powerful beasts, winning the lottery while fishing, or paying a fortune at auction. Luo Yu understood their value. On the open market, a technique would start in the 7-figure range. Did that woman inherit hers, or stumble upon it by luck? After beating her again in 3 days, he would find out. With that thought, he returned to his room and fell asleep as soon as he lay down. Early the next morning, after washing up and eating, he resumed digging the fish pond. By lunchtime, a pond roughly 40 square meters in area and 1 meter deep had taken shape. The inlet and outlet ditches had been dug the day before. He moved the slab blocking the inlet, and stream water poured in, filling the pond within minutes. While digging, he had caught a field mouse. He chopped it in half to use as bait. Just as he raised his hand to toss the pieces in, a thought struck him. What if bait could trigger a crit? The instant the idea formed, the 2 chunks dropped into the water. 100-fold critical hit triggered. Your bait's effectiveness has increased 100-fold. It really worked. Luo Yu jumped at the prompt and glimpsed a faint glow at the pond bottom. Even a 100-fold boost couldn't show results immediately, so he decided to wait until the next day to check the haul. That afternoon, he started cutting stone. 7 burrowing insects kept hauling out blocks, cart after cart, sparing him trips to the quarry. Efficiency soared. and the wall's construction speed jumped from 20 meters a day to 40. By nightfall, the second wall segment stood. 200 meters remained, and at this pace the job would soon be done. During the night, he heard fish splashing in the pond. The sound was not annoying, it was soothing. At dawn, he hurried to the water's edge. All right, let's do this. He blocked the inlet first, then heaved away the slab covering the outlet. Splash! Water roared through the trench and poured straight into the nearby creek. The moment Luo Yu pulled up the sluice gate, the bamboo basket rattled as fish slammed into its sides. The water level fell fast. Soon the pond's bottom was exposed, and the basket was jam-packed yellow croaker, snakehead, grass carp, qingyu, freshwater grouper, even a few crabs and shrimp. A dozen more fish thrashed in the shallows. Luo Yu arched a brow, grinning from ear to ear. No time to talk, catch them. Adai, quit brooding that egg and give me a hand. Awo Adai answered and charged over. An hour later the ice cellar was heaped with fish, crabs, and shrimp solid, meaty loot that lifted the spirit just to look at. When they finished, Luo Yu refilled the pond. The 100-fold bait still glowed, though the light had dimmed. He wasn't greedy. He listed part of the haul at the auction house. It sold out in seconds, adding 4,000 silver coins to his account. After a quick thought, he converted the entire sum into attribute points. Strength plus 4, now 28. Beautiful. How much longer would the bait last? Luo Yu wondered, then went back to cutting stone. Driven by his urging, the tunnel worms toiled from dawn till dark, and the pile of black spot ore in the yard grew into a small hill. Early construction life was monotonous, and a new day arrived in no time. At first light, Luo Yu hurried to the pond. Fish and shrimp teemed in the clear water. It took a while to fill the basket. The bait still shimmered, but the glow was extremely faint, probably one day left. He listed every fish and shrimp at the auction house. Prices were even higher than yesterday, netting him 8,200 silver. With 8 attribute points in hand, he added 5 to strength and 3 to agility. His panel now read strength 33, constitution 30, agility 30, exactly twice the galactic average. He flexed an arm, pleased. Finally starting to look like a pro. After refilling the pond, he dove back into the stone-cutting grind. Amid the crash of splitting rock, a high-pitched howl came from the cabin. Luo Yu's heart jumped. He dropped the ore and ran. A crack had appeared on the flame bird's egg. The little one was about to hatch. Move aside, I'll handle this. Owu? Shoved away, Adai could only watch. Luo Yu cradled the egg, murmuring, come on, little phoenix, come out. A system prompt flashed. 100-fold critical hit triggered. Incubation speed increased 100. Chance to hatch a variant creature. The cracks spread instantly. With a few snaps a damp little head poked out. Moments later the chick wriggled free of the shell. Boosted by the critical hit, it grew in a blink to the size of a barnyard hen. Female earth egg hen. When well fed, lays at least 3 unfertilized eggs per day. As the affectionate hen nuzzled against him, Luo Yu's mouth twitched. The mighty flame bird had mutated into a chicken? Was that evolution or de-evolution? One more step back, and it might turn into a dinosaur. Still, 3 eggs a day was nothing to scoff at. Cluck, cluck. The hen flapped free from Luo Yu's arms, snapped its wings, and slipped through the wooden door, lowering its head to peck at bugs in the courtyard. Luo Yu grabbed a shovel but still raised his voice. Don't leave the base, and stay away from the vegetable patch. Cluck, cluck. The hen called back over its shoulder and went on scratching at the dirt. Watching its plump body, Luo Yu thought, fine, fresh eggs, every day, decent nutrition at last. With that, he chose a dry corner of the yard and started building a coop. He had just driven the first stake when his wristwatch chimed. Ding. Notification. Fong Yuming invites you to join a group chat. Accept. Group chats are more private than the regional channel. There are at least 10,000 people in this zone, and over the past few days everyone has been clustering into small circles, mostly among kin or friends. Luo Yu tapped accept, and 5 names popped up. Fong Yuming, Nakir, Nyoda, Alice, and Elena. Nakir. Luo Yu, you're here? Great, the party's finally complete. Nyoda, about time. I was the only male here, super awkward. Luo Yu, huh? Where's Zhu Lai? Didn't you invite him? Fong Yuming, we barely know him. Just us is fine. By the way, Luo Yu, how's the fish pond going? Luo Yu, finished digging. Tomorrow, I'll start netting fish. Screenshot. Fong Yuming, my 2 sisters and I are curious, what's your constitution? One guy, 2 days, digging a pond that big. Luo Yu, a bit above average, nothing outrageous. Fong Yuming, constitution really matters. The 3 of us are stuck at 9 and feel wiped out whenever we work. Screenshot. Knock here. Hey, I heard human males only hit 10. 9's not bad, girls. I'm at 10, my kid sister's only 8. Nyoda, I'm 18 constitution, 16 strength. They'll keep you all safe. Knock here. No thanks. Elena, humans are so frail. Elf women start at 15 in agility and constitution. Alice, aren't you double 20s? Alice, a bit over 20. Fong Yuming, knock here, wow. You elf sisters are amazing. Elena, Luo Yu, you foolish human male. What's your constitution? Luo Yu, not high honestly. Fong Yuming, Not high means what exactly? They all knew each other fairly well, so after hesitating for a moment, Luo Yu decided to give them a hint. Luo Yu. I had some money saved, so I invested in Constitution. Screenshot. Constitution, 30. Fong Yumeng. Nyoda. You're the real tank. Knock here. Knew you were a sturdy guy? Alice. Oh, impressive. Elena. How is that possible? A mere human male? Fong Yumeng. The three of us combined don't equal you ridiculous. Luo Yu rubbed his nose and grinned. Just lucky, I guess. Back to work chat later. Fong Yumeng, wait. What are we naming our little group? Luo Yu glanced at the usernames and suggested. Your name has Rain, and we've got 2 elf ladies. Let's call it Rain Elf's Haven. Everyone deal. With the name settled, Luo Yu closed his wristwatch and got back to work. The hammer struck the rock face with a shower of sparks, cleaving huge chunks into neat blocks. The perimeter wall soon stretched 300 meters. Seeing the defense line nearly closed, Luo Yu felt a surge of excitement. He hefted his pickaxe and strode straight into the mine. Time to dig up even more ore. With his current strength, stamina, and level 4 mining skill, his efficiency had skyrocketed. He spent the entire afternoon prying up speckled stone and other ore, piling it into a small mountain before sunset. Without Adea's help, the few gold beetles could never have hauled all that weight. After dinner, Luo Yu lit a campfire and used the residual heat to bake the stones. One by one he cut and polished them, sealing the final gap in the wall. Job done. What had been estimated at 20 days had been forced to completion in only 8. Each side of the wall stretched 100 meters and stood 5 meters high, with a heavy stone gate set into every face. Inside, stairs led to the top, giving the whole structure a stout, secure look. Luo Yu stood at the base, nodding in satisfaction. A glance at his phone showed midnight. After a quick shower, he collapsed into bed. At dawn, the first thing he saw outside his window was that ring of towering walls. They felt safe, but the view was nothing like before. A 3-story villa would be perfect, he joked to himself and decided to stay practical first, a watchtower. Before doing anything else, he drained the fish pond. The bait's effects had weakened, and this time he netted only 450 units of fish and shrimp. He kept them all as rations. Breakfast was a boiled egg, an apple, and half a crucian carp. Re-energized, he opened the construction menu. Watchtower, 15M, requires wood 1,000, stone 200, silver 100. It could also serve as a shooting platform, granting an archer the high ground, but the price was steep. He still had 1,000 units of stone. His stock of wood, however, was exhausted. Half the territory's lone grove had already been logged to build earlier structures. Daily fires and future bows and arrows would all need wood, and winter, without fuel, could be lethal. Only now did he grasp how scarce timber was on this plain. Could he cut trees in the Purple Mountains? The world chat had revealed an invisible wall at every territory's boundary. Crossing it on foot required unlocking tech by burning massive amounts of silver. The barrier could be pushed outward, but that too demanded resources impossible for now. With lumber so tight, the rest of the grove had to stay. Luo Yu opened the auction house, planning to buy wood with silver. One search stunned him. A single unit of wood cost only 1 silver. Given that a tree yielded around 10 units, a whole tree was just 10 silver. Everyone had started on a plain and owned a patch of forest. The pressing issue for most people was still food. Who else would be thinking about a watchtower? Wood was temporarily undervalued. In that instant, Luo Yu realized the power of a first-mover advantage. He didn't hesitate for a second. He bought 2,000 units of wood 2,000 silver for 2,000 logs, a clear steal. Please choose where to place the lumber. Luo Yu dumped the entire load at the base of the eastern wall, opened the construction menu, and hit the watchtower icon. The wood flashed into a pillar of light. Moments later, a 15-meter tower stood at the corner where the east and south walls met. He climbed to the top, the cool wind rushing past. From this height, he could tell arrows or javelins launched here would gain extra range and power. One tower, though, couldn't cover the whole base. He meant to put one at every corner for 360-degree defense and later mount automatic crossbow turrets to double security. With 5,300 silver still on hand, he could afford the other 3, but right now he wanted a bow. Long-range javelins were set. Close quarters were handled by the Tiangong blade. Medium range was the gap. The recipe for an iron limb bow popped up: 300 iron ore, 100 silver, and 1 animal tendon. The ore and silver were ready, but animal tendon glowed red. Luo Yu checked the auction house listings. Everyone else probably needed bows too. Any tendon they saw they'd already stewed and eaten. Where am I supposed to find a tendon? He rubbed his chin, first watching Adai chase chickens, then eyeing the gold-armored beetle towing the ore cart, and finally shook his head. Neither option worked, and he couldn't bear to butcher them. Just then the system chimed. A herd of wandering cattle has entered this area. They will remain nearby for 12 days. Hunting tendons, and the bulls walk up to the door? Luo Yu's eyes lit up. He climbed back to the tower and scanned the horizon. 3 white wild bulls lumbered in from the Purple Mountains. Wandering wild bull. Ferocity, 90. Faction, neutral creature. The chat channel exploded. Fangyum and cows. They're headed for my orchard. Nyoda, I look better than that bull. Hey, don't eat my grass. Alice, nobody touch the bulls. Anger them, and they'll attack. Knock here. Great, the bulls and my veggie plot me food. They'll just kill it. My agility's high. Elena, think first. Even if you're quick, can your shack withstand a bull's charge? Knock here. True. Once they go hostile and can't reach players, they'll smash buildings. Still, I have to hunt it. Fangyuming. Should I try taming one? Luo Yu don't. With 90 ferocity your odds are awful. Fail and it attacks. Fangyuming. Okay, they'll trust you. The bulky shapes ambled through fields and lawns while everyone watched their crops vanish. It looked harmless, but if the bulls went berserk, entire territories would suffer. Luo Yu saw the 3 bulls heading for his bamboo grove and scowled. Hands off my bamboo shoots. He sent a message to the group. Luo Yu, I've got walls. They'll test the bulls' combat strength first. Fangyuming. Knock here. Stay sharp. Luo Yu didn't strike at once. Instead, he observed his targets. Of the 3 wild cattle, 2 were cows and 1 a bull. The bull so massive it could rival a rhinoceros and must weigh close to 1500 gene. A frontal assault was clearly foolish. He still had 1 critical strike left, enough to kill in a single blow, but only if it hit. His gaze shifted to the javelin beside him. The distance was too great. He could make the throw, yet at 100 meters his accuracy was suspect, and the bamboo grove beyond would only add interference. With that, a new plan took shape. Moments later he cracked the stone gate open and growled to the blue wolf beside him. Adai, go rile them up, then run back. Grr. Adai showed no fear. It arched its back, bared its fangs, and in the next heartbeat streaked toward the bamboo like a bolt of azure lightning. Moo. The 3 cattle recoiled half a step from the sudden predator. Adai darted behind one of the cows, jaws snapping for its hind leg. Moo. The bull roared, lowered its head, and lunged. Had the wolf been any slower, it would have been sent flying. After that brief skirmish the herd went berserk, dust billowing as thunderous hooves pounded after the fleeing wolf. Roughly 200 meters from camp, Luo Yu narrowed his eyes, decided the moment was right, and shouted die. He hurled the javelin with everything he had. The force of more than 30 strength points sent it screaming toward the bull's forehead. Yet at that range a level 3 throw carried only a 20% chance to hit. The tip merely grazed the bull's scalp. Ugh, Luo Yu grimaced. There was no time for a second spear. He yelled through the gap, Adai, inside now. The wolf wheeled around, sprinted back, and squeezed through the gate. Luo Yu slammed the slabs shut and dropped a wooden bar across them. With that done, he vaulted onto the wall. The enraged cattle were already charging. Bang! The stone gate shuddered, the wall itself vibrating. 2 more crashes followed. Cracks spiderwebbed across the mottled stone, the wooden bar snapped, and the 3 cattle were hurled back by their own momentum, collapsing in a daze. Luo Yu blinked, then grinned. No skull is harder than a black spot stone gate. Are they dead? The thought barely formed before the bull staggered upright. It nudged the 2 cows. They didn't move. Blood-red eyes locked onto Luo Yu atop the wall, and the beast paced restlessly in front of the gate. It can still stand? Tough beast. Luo Yu was impressed, yet his resolve only hardened. He was determined to finish off all 3 wild cattle. Luo Yu climbed down from the wall, wedged a fresh beam across the stone gate, and lugged 2 black spot rocks back up. Lights out, he yelled, hurling the first rock. It slammed into the bull's forehead with a deafening crack, stone chips flying. The animal reeled but still tried to shield the 2 cows behind it. Going somewhere? The second rock followed, another perfect hit. With over 30 points in strength, Luo Yu's power showed. The bull toppled, blood spurting from its nose, yet the brute shook its head and staggered upright again. His eyes narrowed. A fist-sized golden-armored beetle, his spirit pet, was wobbling on the wagon's trace. Luo Yu dashed over, grabbed the insect, and swung it like a club. The beetle's shell was tougher than rock, and it knowingly tucked its wings, letting itself be wielded. Bang! The living mace smashed into the bull's shoulder. The beast bellowed, legs flailing skyward, blood spraying. This time it stayed down. Luo Yu vaulted off the wall, planted a boot on its chest, patted a horn, and ordered, tame. A flash of light. Failure. Again. Tame. Failure. 1 attempt left, and he needed his 100-fold critical for the cows. They produced milk. The bull did not. Fail, and you're stew, he warned. The bull's eyes filled with dread. Submit, or die? Tame. Light flared a 3rd time. System, you have tamed the wild bull with a 37 chance of success. Grinning, Luo Yu watched the bull weakly lick his palm and surrender. Warning, the bull is critically injured and will die in 2 hours without treatment. Great. He had no herbs. Opening the auction house, he found mature prairie herbs at 300 silver each. Daylight robbery, but he had no choice. He bought 1 and stuffed it into the bull's mouth. The timer reset to 5 hours. 2 more herbs later, the countdown vanished. System, injury stabilized. Death threat removed. The bull struggled up and licked his hand again, grateful but drained. Full recovery would take days. Luo Yu hurried to the cows. 1 had died from the impact, The other was barely alive. 2 failed tame attempts left him no option but to trigger his last hundredfold critical. Hundredfold critical activated. Taming efficiency increased 100 times. System: you have tamed the cow with a 100 success rate. Success, yet this cow was dying too. Luo Yu spent another 900 silver on 3 herbs, forced them down her throat, and finally stabilized her. She nuzzled his hand with a weak, warm lick. Only then did he notice milk beading on her teats. Waste not. He bought a wooden bucket, set it underneath, and started milking it once. Wow, that single squeeze filled an entire bucket with milk. In the system, 1 unit equals 1 gene, so he now had 25 units, 25 gene in total. Luo Yu opened the auction house and saw that milk was still selling for 40 silver per unit. A quick calculation showed he had already earned back every coin had spent on herbs. Food is scarce right now. This cow is basically a walking ATM. Ecstatic, he hugged the cow, planted a kiss on its sweaty neck, then slapped both cows on the rump and grinned as he gave orders. Leave the crops alone, eat any grass you like, and stay away from the lake unless you want to be eaten. Moo. The 2 docile beasts flicked their tails and trotted along the inner wall, happily grazing as they went. While they grazed, Luo Yu spent 5 silver and 20 stone blocks to repair the damaged gate. Halfway through the job, a new message popped up in the territory group chat. Fangyuming. Luo Yu, you still alive? Luo Yu. Wild bull knocked itself out on the wall. Situation handled. Fangyuming. PFF, stupid bull. By the way, the cow on my end seems pretty friendly toward me. Naker friendly? Maybe you've got a hidden animal taming talent? Fangyuming. Looks like there really is a personal trait on my panel. Let me check. Everyone, a personal trait? No way you actually have one. Fangyuming. Yep, taming type, 3 stars. Luo Yu. Try to tame it. If it doesn't work, just run. Fangyuming. What if she gores me with her horns? Luo Yu, be brave. Everyone, we've got your back. Fangyuming gave a quick reply, and then went silent. She was clearly making her move. Luo Yu asked again, how many cattle spawned in your territories? Just 1. Everyone answered in unison. Some got a bull, some a cow, but always a single animal. Luo Yu frowned. He kept quiet about the fact that 3 cattle had spawned inside his walls, but he understood why. His base was rated at 180.3 to 5 times higher than anyone else, so every event scaled accordingly. It really was a snowball mechanic. The faster you developed, the tougher the challenges became, and the bigger the rewards if you could keep up. If your defenses lagged behind, that high score would come back to bite you. Because the milk had been produced while the cow was injured, Luo Yu worried it might be bad luck to drink it. So he tossed the whole bucket onto the auction house and pocketed 1,000 silver within minutes. The other injured cow had succumbed to its wounds and had to be processed. With no automated tech unlocked, but armed with the heavenly craft blade and a high-strength stat, he butchered the massive carcass himself in half an hour. The 100-fold fish bait in the pond had just expired, so he tossed the unwanted offal into the water as a fresh lure. Beef is money, and money means stats, Luo Yu muttered, wiping the sweat off his brow. He listed the neatly packed beef on the market, and at peak prices the cuts vanished almost instantly, netting him another 5,000 silver. Total silver, 9,500. The figure flashed before him, and a surge of confidence washed over Luo Yu. Turns out making money wasn't that hard after all. He dropped 6 stat points at once, 2 each into strength, agility, and constitution. When he checked his panel, he felt great. Strength 35, constitution 32, agility 32, neat and tidy numbers that were simply pleasing to the eye. With the bull sinew finally in hand, it was time for a bow. At the crafting station, Luo Yu hit iron-limbed bow. A flash of light later, a matte black iron longbow settled into his palm. He raised it for a test pull. The string tightened with a deep hum, solid and powerful. Next he fed in 60 wood, 60 iron ore, and 60 silver to forge 30 arrows. No feathers meant bare shafts, but with no bird plumes around it was better than nothing. By now his constitution had reached the thick hide tier, so finger guards were pointless. He drew the bow to full extension. With a muffled thrum, the arrow streaked out like a black thread, flying 150 meters. That wasn't even his full strength, yet it was already the bow's max range. Ordinary longbows top out at 100, proof enough of its quality. The group chat lit up. Fangyuming. Oh my god, it worked. We didn't anger the cow the first 2 times, but 3rd time's the charm. A flood of congrats rolled across the screen. Luo Yu, milk her quick. There's a surprise waiting. Fangyuming on it. If you hadn't told us, the 3 of us girls would never have dared. Thanks. Luo Yu. The courage was yours. No need to thank me. Now get moving. Fangyuming went quiet, and Naker seemed busy wrestling her wild bull. Elena, however, chimed in. Luo Yu. How did you even know you could milk them? Aren't they all bulls on your end? Luo Yu. I've got cows too. Neo gasped. Whoa, your base rating is double ours? Luo Yu, is it? I just put up a few walls. Don't really know. Elena grumbled. Ugh, men and their humble bragging. I want lose to you. Luo Yu smirked and let it drop. Moments later Naker reported, that dumb bull charged right into my trap. It's done for. The Catgirl had bagged her prize. He glanced at the regional chat. Unlike his team's high spirits, the channel was full of misery, people being gored, gardens chewed bare, one poor soul's cabin smashed to splinters by a bull. World chat was worse. Some zones were besieged by wolf packs, others hit by freak storms. A small lake somewhere had burst into a flood, calamities nonstop. It felt as though every living thing in the universe was racing to stay alive and get stronger. Luo Yu closed the panels and eyed the golden beetle hauling a card in the distance. Keep quarrying, he said. We're building a mansion. At sunset, after dinner, he soaked in a wooden tub. 2 cattle and a wolf sprawled nearby while the campfire crackled. It felt like stepping back into the primal age, living the life of his ancestors. 2 hours remained before his duel with Qiu Yi. He opened the arena list and saw a Zerg Black Iron contender hosting a room with a 1,000 point entry fee. Black Iron was elite territory. If they were all experts, why back down? Luo Yu paid the fee and stepped in. Yes, here again going up against the Zerg. Room 6363. Zerg players gather and cheer for Blood Spider. 6363. Brother Yu has entered, fans, assemble. Within moments, both humans and insectoids packed into the room, and the viewing pot kept climbing. In the vast dual chamber stood a bizarre Spider-Man, a lean human torso above an ebony, 8-legged arachnid below. He resembled the beguiling spider demons from Journey to the West, except he was male and anything but alluring. Luo Yu faced him in silence, expression icy. 3, 2, 1, begin. The synthetic female voice had barely faded when the Spider-Man snapped his jaws open and spat a ribbon of milky web straight at Luo Yu's face. It was Luo Yu's first encounter with a ranged attack, yet with 32 agility, he slipped aside. The strand grazed his shoulder. But his foe fired in a frenzy, thud, more than a dozen webs filled the air. Child's play, Luo Yu scoffed. He had no footwork skills yet, but raw agility made him a phantom. He rolled, twisted, and ducked until every strand missed. Instead of closing in, he raised his right hand. With a flash, a black and gold compound bow materialized. A bow? He can forge a bow? The stands erupted. Fewer than 10 fighters in the whole arena could conjure bows. Seeing Luo Yu do it wiped the color from the insectoid spectators' faces. Whoosh. The arrow screamed away, the insectoid Bane passive adding 50% to its power, so it became a white streak. The Spider-Man hadn't even retracted his legs when bang. One glossy limb was blown off. Thinking Luo Yu was toying with him, the Spider-Man roared, "Mocking me, are you? Die!" and loosed another torrent of webs. "I'd aim for your head if I could hit it," Luo Yu muttered. Light flared in his left hand. The heavenly craft blade appeared. With a single-handed sweep, he sliced the webs to ribbons. Spectators gasped in unison. He cut them one-handed. His agility and strength are insane. Suddenly the Spider-Man's spray stuttered. His reserves were empty. Seeing the cold gleam of Luo Yu's blade, he hesitated, caught between advance and retreat. Out of webs. My turn. Luo Yu smirked, knocked, and fired. Thwip, thwip, thwip arrows rained down. Far less agile. The Spider-Man deflected a few, but the rest drilled home. 10 hits in all. 6 spider legs and 1 human arm were severed, and the last 3 shafts punched into his chest. The hulking body shuddered twice, then crashed to the floor, dead. KO. System prompts rolled in. Your archery skill has risen to LV4. Grinning, Luo Yu pocketed 1,000 credits in wagers and another 1,500 in viewing fees, then exited. He picked 2 more bronze-tier insectoids for practice. The net gain was only 300 silver, but, as he said, even a mosquito is still meat. He wasn't complaining. A system window popped up. Challenge time has arrived. Enter the arena to fight Qiu. Luo Yu tapped confirm. Qiu appeared right on schedule and snorted. "You, how much are we betting this time?" Luo Yu smiled. "Silver's precious. No need for hard feelings. Let's wager something else. If you win, I'll do one thing for you within my power. If I win, you'll do one thing for me. Deal?" Qiu Yi instinctively crossed her arms over her chest, cheeks burning with anger. "In your dreams. I won't let you do anything crazy, take this." As the countdown hit 0, she lunged at her opponent. Luo Yu realized she had misunderstood him, so he kept his weapon sheathed and met her attack barehanded. After only a few exchanges, Qiu Yi was already struggling. Her technique had improved, but she still couldn't match Luo Yu's boosted strength, stamina, and speed. 20 rounds later, he flipped her over and pinned her to the ground. "You lost. According to our deal, you owe me a favor." The girl beneath him trembled. He couldn't see her face clearly, but her voice shook. What do you want?" "Let me go, you jerk, you pervert." "Relax, I'm not going to hurt you," Luo Yu said, still straddling her. "Just tell me, where did you learn that combat technique? That's all you want." When Luo Yu nodded, Qiu Yi exhaled in relief. "Then could you get off me?" "Sorry. Got carried away." Luo Yu released her. After steadying herself, Qiu Yi said, "I got the technique while fishing in the lake." "Fishing?" Luo Yu was stunned. "Don't tell me someone finally killed the monster in that lake." "Hardly." She rolled her eyes. "Even a bronze rank warrior might lose to that giant black fish. I have my own method, but I'm not telling you." Luo Yu frowned. What kind of method lets someone fish up a skill without risking their life? Xiao Yi snorted. Don't even think about it. It's my innate talent. If you try it, you'll die. We'll fight again in 3 days. You won't lose next time. With that, she vanished. Luo Yu left the arena, sank into a wooden tub, and stared at the starry sky. Fang Yuming has a gift, and so does Xiao Yi. I'm not the only one, after all. This world keeps getting more intriguing. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he dreamed about tomorrow. The next morning, he opened the door and found 2 cows snoring on the doorstep. Nearby, 2 fresh piles of dung stank up the place, sending the base's hygiene rating plummeting. Too many animals, and too little cleanliness time to build a beast pen. A taming enclosure would shelter the livestock, auto-clean their waste, boost the hygiene rating, and, most importantly, raise the success rate of taming new beasts. Luo Yu had no idea why a barn did all that, but in the heavenly Dao world, logic was optional. He decided to put the enclosure inside the walls for now, a cheap, temporary build he could upgrade later. After picking a vacant corner, Luo Yu opened the construction menu. Beast pen basic. Building materials 3,000, silver 500. With yesterday's stone cutting, he had exactly 3,000 bricks in storage. He hit confirm without hesitation. Light flashed, and a small ranch appeared. 2 animal sheds, a pile of starter fodder, and other basic supplies, all packed into roughly 20 square meters. The new livestock shed was mostly a place for the animals to sleep, complete with an auto-clean system for their waste. Luo Yu opened the taming yard interface and spotted 2 brand new perks. A 10% boost to taming success on top of his current level, and a 10% increase to all animal yields. A quick calculation showed the dairy cow's daily output jumping from 25 units of milk to 27.5 steady, risk-free profit in the long run. The hygiene score shot up as well, climbing from the mid-40s to 55 and almost hitting the pass mark. Meanwhile, the base's overall rating finally broke into the 200s and held steady. With the barn taken care of, he moved to the fish pond and cast his nets. Lacking special bait, he managed only 30 units of fish and shrimp, and that was after tossing in some animal offal at the last minute. Compared with the previous 100 times bait bonanzas, today's haul looked downright meager. 200 units of seafood from earlier still sat in storage, so Luo Yu threw the whole lot onto the auction house and pocketed 1,600 silver. The fresh catch went straight into the ice cellar to lock in the flavor. Back in the cow shed, he started milking and suddenly wondered, can milking crit, too? Silently chanting for a critical hit, he squeezed. Bang, 100 times crit. The cow bellowed as a torrent of snow-white milk crashed into the wooden bucket. The liquid looked clearer than usual, almost laced with morning mist. Special milk. Exceptionally nutritious. 1 unit keeps hunger at 100% for a full day. Note, its scent strongly attracts living creatures. In just a few minutes he drew 10 units of special milk. The exhausted cow collapsed onto the straw, while Luo Yu cradled half a bucket of the stuff, eyes gleaming 10 days' worth of rations in hand. He was about to taste it when the husky, Dai, barreled over, tail wagging wildly around the bucket. The milk's allure was instant. Luo Yu held the dog's head back, shoved the bucket into the ice cellar, and thought, once it's frozen I can cut it into blocks or press it into tablets, could be a lifesaver. After breakfast, he skipped stone cutting, logged into the auction house, and snapped up a batch of saplings along with seeds for greens and radishes. Crop seeds were pricey, but saplings were dirt cheap. Most players still hadn't grasped timber's strategic value. He spent 1,500 silver, bought a plow from the mall, hitched it to the big bull, and put the animal straight to work turning fresh soil. Labor had always been tithed, simply couldn't cover everything alone. Now, with a bull, he could open several new garden plots. Once the layout was set, he went back to swinging his pick at stone. Even the barns were stone now, yet he still curled up in a wooden shack. Unacceptable. Time to grind. Next stop, a proper villa. The next 3 days passed peacefully. Luo Yu toiled non-stop, pushing his stone stockpile to 20,000 units. Ordinary milk and leftover seafood were sold off as well. They wouldn't keep long, and freshness paid better. In 3 days he cleared more than 5,000 silver, bringing his balance back to a satisfying 5-digit figure, 10,000 silver. The newly cleared plots for greens and radishes had been sown, and the camphor saplings he had purchased were now planted along the edge of the territory. Everything was running like clockwork. For 3 days Luo Yu had held on to his critical strike chance. Today, pickaxe on his shoulder, he entered the mine determined to cash in. He whispered, critical, swung with all his strength, and thud, 100-fold critical strike detonated. A basin-sized lump of silvery or clanged to the ground at his feet. The system label read, silver, 10,000 units. Luo Yu's heart leapt, but before he could celebrate, an icy prompt flashed. Warning, your excavation has awakened a silver carapace beetle. Before the alert finished, a calf-sized beetle, shell gleaming like polished metal, burst through the rock and shot straight at him, wings buzzing. You're out of your league. Luo Yu sneered, drew the Tiangong blade, and slapped sideways. Bang! Metal rang against metal. The beetle was swatted across the tunnel, smashing into the far wall and showering rubble. Their strength wasn't even close. Luo Yu wasted no time. He cast Beast Taming. The first attempt failed with a crisp ding, but the second landed. 37% chance, tamed. Silver Carapace Beetle contracted. Strength 16, Constitution 6, Agility 20. Special abilities, Devour Silver, Exhale Refined Silver. Damn, those stats are nasty, Luo Yu muttered, eyeing the abilities. Silver was precious and he didn't need refined silver yet, so he had no intention of letting the bug gorge itself. He tossed it an herb to heal. The beetle circled him nimbly, wings fluttering with affection, bright and alert. Satisfied, Luo Yu went back to mining. He worked for the better part of the day. Only when his stomach began to growl did he haul a basket brimming with, or to the surface, eager to taste the special milk. The moment he opened the ice cellar, a rich, creamy aroma rushed out, forcing him to inhale deeply. No wonder it lured creatures. The milk had frozen into a solid block. He cut off one unit of milk ice, carried it outside, and set it to heat. As it warmed, the fragrance thickened, drifting across the entire territory in seconds. Splash! The big black fish in the distant lake thrashed, clearly tempted by the smell, but the water was too shallow for it to draw near. An idea flashed through Luo Yu's mind. Yet before he could act, another system prompt appeared. The aroma of special milk has attracted a swarm of stoneshell turtles. They will stop at nothing to drink it. What? Luo Yu jolted, opening the chat and regional channels, but they were silent. This raid targeted him alone. Still, danger spelled opportunity. Without raids, how could he have grown so quickly? He sprinted up the watchtower in 3 strides and scanned the eastern horizon. 10 enormous turtles were crashing through the grass, each as large as a centuries-old sea turtle, big enough for an adult to ride with room to spare. Their shells looked like jagged boulders, grim, menacing, and obviously tough. Unfortunately, speed was not one of their strengths. Luo Yu watched the 10 stone-armored turtles inch toward him at the pace of a casual stroll. Once they were close enough, he grabbed a javelin and hurled it from the watchtower. Thanks to his level 4 throwing skill, the weapon flew true and struck the biggest turtle square in the back. Thud! The shaft snapped in 2 on impact, and the creature shook its head in pain while a hairline crack appeared on its shell. Definitely solid. Luo Yu frowned. If every javelin shattered like that, who knew how many he would waste before killing even one? It would be far more efficient to go down there and hack at them with his Tiangong blade. Still, there was no rush. All his belongings were behind the wall. He could afford to see whether the turtles could break through it. They couldn't. The mottled stone wall was practically a glitch, ridiculously strong. The 10 turtles clawed and rammed the gate, their shells slamming against it. Yet they failed to leave even the faintest mark. Their defense was absurd, but their offense fell far short of a bull's. After confirming they had no ranged attacks, Luo Yu climbed onto the wall and tried beast taming on the nearest turtle. Taming failed, success rate 7.1. Taming failed, success rate 7.9. 2 failures told him he needed a new approach. How could he push these things into an abnormal state? His gaze settled on a bucket of warm special milk. Moments later, he perched on the wall with a bamboo pole 4 or 5 meters long. A small wooden bucket filled with the milk dangled from one end. Luo Yu swung it over the turtles' heads. The fragrant aroma drove them mad. Drool dripped from their mouths as they milled about, necks stretched to impossible lengths. Yet the prize stayed just out of reach. It was the perfect executioner's tease. One thrust of a javelin would pierce any exposed throat, but they still couldn't reach it. Luo Yu hummed a tune and kept the bucket bobbing. Suddenly a drop of milk splashed out and landed in one turtle's mouth. Its eyes narrowed in bliss. Then it thrashed even harder, desperate for more. Still, none of them could reach the bucket. Not slipping into a status ailment yet? Fine. He toyed with them for half an hour. When they were still stretching their necks in vain, he tied the pole to the wall and went off to quarry stone. 2 hours later, the sun was setting. Luo Yu had cut another massive pile of rock. When he climbed back up, he found the turtles exhausted, occasionally lifting their heads in a final attempt to reach the bucket. Fatigued at last, huh? A faint smile crossed his face as he tried beast taming again on one turtle. Taming failed, success rate 58. Taming succeeded, success rate 61. 1 down. Luo Yu perked up. The bonus from his current status effect hadn't let him down. In front of him sat a pregnant female stone shell turtle, strength 11, constitution 29, agility 2, and the innate skill Iron Shield. With the first one yielding so easily, it was time for a chain taming spree. He flicked his fingers and cast beast taming again. Mana surged as 10 stone shell turtles thrashed among the grass and the stream, yet pale golden contract runes soon wrapped around their shells. Within moments, 8 turtles bowed their heads. Even the largest male with the deepest markings lay flat. System prompt. Beast taming has risen to LV5. The last 2 refused to submit despite 3 more attempts. Luo Yu gripped the Tiangong blade, sighed, and finally swung through tears. 2 turtle heads hit the ground. They say you are what you eat. Guess I'll replenish myself tonight, he muttered for consolation. Loot report. Of the 8 living turtles, 6 were female and 2 of those were pregnant. The thought of doubled resources settled his nerves. Job done. He raised a wooden bucket and downed its milky contents in one gulp, rich, sweet, and soothing. System message. You have consumed special milk and gained action frenzy for 1 day. Riding the rush, he ordered all 8 turtles into the creek for temporary penning. Next he processed the 2 carcasses. The Tiangong blade flashed, peeling away heavy shells in a shower of sparks. Before long he had 2 large piles of turtle meat and 2 empty shells. A pot of turtle meat was already bubbling, its aroma filling the air. Beside it Adai drooled, eyes glued to the soup. Luo Yu, meanwhile, pondered the shells. Too big for shields, poor bathtubs because they don't conduct heat. After a moment, he chose to bolt them to the outer wall, as archery cover-sturdy and cost-effective. They could never finish all that meat, and prices were soaring sell now. An anonymous blast hit the World Channel. Supreme turtle meat. 1 bite and you'll crave more. 3 bites and you'll live forever. Now in the auction house, don't miss out. The response was explosive. The meat vanished in seconds, and Luo Yu's silver balance shot up to 30,000. Food wasn't a concern, but unlocking new tech cost both cash and materials. The mansion blueprint, for example, was stalled by a lack of stone bricks. After thinking it over, he spent silver on himself. 20,000 for 20 attribute points, split evenly as always. Status updated. Strength 42, Constitution 39, Agility 39, average 44 times his starting stats. He clenched his fist, feeling power surge through him. His past self now seemed like a preschooler. 10,000 silver remained. Today's milk and seafood weren't on the market yet. No hurry, he would stockpile them. A bit of group chat, a shower, and he drifted off to sleep in high spirits. At dawn, after breakfast, Luo Yu checked on the 8 stone-shell turtles by the creek. They lounged on the bank, basking in the sun. One change was obvious. Their appetites were enormous. Each turtle scarfed down 5 units of meat per day. The fish head netted that morning were already gone. They can catch fish in the creek on their own, but if he wanted true free-range husbandry, he first had to deal with the lake monster. With 42 points of strength, Luo Yu finally felt confident enough to take it on. Without hesitation, he walked to a spot 20 meters from the shore, opened the building interface, and dropped a 10-meter wooden watchtower, the lowest tier, something he could tear down once the giant fish was dead. A flash of white light erupted, and the tower rose from the ground. He carried the 19 bamboo javelins he had whittled earlier up to the platform, and tested their weight and balance in his hands. They would do. Soon the air filled with the rich smell of milk. A silver carapaced beetle buzzed toward the center of the lake, a wooden bucket clutched in its forelegs, hovering 7 or 8 meters above the water, clearly on alert. Standing on the tower, Luo Yu kept his eyes locked on the surface. Moments later the lakebed stirred, and a huge dark shadow rocketed toward the beetle. The special milk had lured the creature out. Higher, he hissed. The beetle reacted instantly, shooting upward. Almost at the same time the water exploded, and an enormous black fish burst through, its maw wide enough to swallow a cow, malice written across its face. Now, Luo Yu hurled the first javelin with all his strength. Whoosh! The spear whistled through the air and struck true, boring a hole in the scales, but drawing no blood. The monster crashed back into the lake, throwing up a pillar of spray. A deep rumble echoed below as the fish wheeled and charged straight for the tower. It's coming for me? Luo Yu frowned and drew his Tiangong blade. The fish leaped again, its icy eyes full of murderous intent. As it splashed down it flicked its tail, raising a wall of water 10 meters high that drenched Luo Yu from head to toe. Trying to humiliate me, he roared, grabbing another javelin. He waited until the beast's body broke the surface, and then threw with all his might. 100-fold critical hit triggered. The spear shot out like a cannon shell, tearing the very air before smashing into the fish. Boom! Scales blew apart in a burst of blood. The monster screamed, dove beneath the surface, and vanished in an instant. The lake reddened, ripples slowly fading. The silver beetle flew back and nuzzled Luo Yu, but his brows remained tightly knit and his face was grim. Not dead, even after a 100-fold crit, and it still escaped? What kind of monster is this? After calming down, he reached 2 conclusions. First, bamboo javelins lack the hardness to fully unleash the power of a 100-fold crit. The damage is capped by the weapon's material. Second, his throwing technique is flawed. Accuracy wasn't the real issue, technique was. Luo Yu recalled the javelin event at his school sports meet. The best athletes sent the spears spinning in a tight spiral, slicing through the air, whereas he had basically hurled a wooden stick with brute force. Clearly, he needed to study proper throwing mechanics. Acknowledging this weakness, he sat back down on the watchtower roof and opened the in-game store. It didn't take long for a familiar line to pop up. Javelin Mastery Manual, 50,000 silver. Instantly grants expert javelin skills. Instant proficiency sounded tempting, but the price was insane. Further down the list, both the Bow Mastery and Crossbow Mastery Manuals were also 50,000 each, a whole row of outrageously expensive books. Luo Yu did the math. Without true javelin mastery, he would never one-shot something with the blackfish's level of regeneration. If those creatures healed in a few days, all his previous effort would be wasted. He gritted his teeth and hit purchase. Still pumping himself up, he climbed down the ladder, completely forgetting the armored ladybug on the roof. With no orders, the insect simply dozed in the sun, leaving the bucket of special milk unattended. A rich, creamy scent drifted on the breeze, slowly permeating the entire territory. That afternoon, after cutting a large pile of stone bricks, Luo Yu was about to rest in the shade when a system alert blared in his ears. Warning: a band of tribal natives has been attracted by the scent of milk and is preparing to raid your territory. Get ready. What? Natives? Luo Yu sprang to his feet. His first order was for every pet outside bull, tortoise, and bug aliquito fall back behind the walls. Then he sprinted up the inner watchtower and scanned the surroundings. As expected, 5 natives were creeping across the eastern meadow, whispering to each other as they advanced. Native raids were among the most dangerous events, and this time 5 had shown up at once. Luo Yu squinted. They looked almost human, with light skin that seemed a blend of east and west. What set them apart were their green eyes and brown hair. Their lineup was disturbingly professional: 4 men and 1 woman. 1. A burly giant hoisted a huge axe and dragged a shield the size of a door with his left arm. 2. 3 muscular men wielded a longsword, a spear, and a longbow respectively. 3. The last member, a young woman, also drew a bow, her delicate features betraying nothing of the lethal intent in her eyes. A tank, 2 melee, 2 archers. Are they raiding like a boss party? Luo Yu took a deep breath. If not for the aroma of that special milk, a raid of this caliber would never target an ordinary territory. Anyone else would probably just suicide and reload. The 5 natives drew closer, wary yet curious about the towering stone wall ahead, the bloodlust in their eyes growing stronger. Luo Yu weighed his options. He could mount the bull, charge out with all his pets, and fight them heat-in, but why bother? The smarter move was to exploit the terrain and take them down from safety. Hidden behind a wooden pillar of the watchtower, Luo Yu watched them approach from the corner of his eye. He didn't loose an arrow right away, choosing to wait until they stepped into his ideal range. 200 meters, 150-120. As soon as the 5 crossed the 120-meter line, his calm gaze turned razor-sharp. This was the absolute limit for an ordinary bow, and the point where his real firepower began. He yanked the iron limb bow to full draw, the string groaning as the arrow locked onto the man carrying a bow. Whip! The shaft flashed away like a phantom. The group hadn't spotted the tower, but the faint twang made them drop instantly. It was pointless. Luo Yu's brute strength sent the arrow moving too fast to see thud. It punched through the bowman's chest, blood spraying before he could even scream. Bang! The burly man roared and raised an iron shield, covering the remaining 3. Luo Yu's next arrow smashed into the shield with a vicious clang, numbing the man's arms. He hissed, 6th Prince, the archer up there has a strength of over 30. So strong. The female archer, Black Snake, blanched. The swordsman called 6th Prince barked, kill them. Leave no outsider alive. Crouched behind the shield, the 4 crept toward the base of the tower. Luo Yu briefly lost his angle. He grabbed a javelin beside him, ready to shatter the iron barrier in one throw. As he raised his arm, an arrow arced from behind the shield toward his chest. Fired from a wooden bow at 70 or 80 meters and fighting another 15 meters of height, it was already spent. Being hit by it would be disgraceful. He flicked it aside and let it rattle down the wall. An opening. Luo Yu spun and hurled the javelin. Whoosh! The spear tore through the air and slammed into the shield. Boom. Deflected, yet the shock still traveled through the metal, splitting the big man's palm and nearly wrenching the shield from his grasp. Black Snake. The 6th Prince snapped. She loosed 3 arrows in rapid succession, the shafts winding up at the tower to pin Luo Yu down. Foolish, he muttered, batting them aside with his bow. He drew again, this time sighting on Black Snake. At 120 meters, he could split a heart. Now, at barely 70, the arrow would be devastating. Ah! Black Snake shrieked. At the last second, a spearman lunged forward, shouting her name as he thrust his weapon to block. Crack! The spear met the arrow but couldn't fully deflect it. The shaft skidded half a foot offline before burying in the spearman's shoulder. Blood burst out, and he collapsed, finished. Black Snake froze, but the 6th Prince yanked her back behind the shield. The burly man's right hand was torn, so he switched to his left, bracing the iron wall over them again. In the next heartbeat, the 3 hidden behind the shield sprinted toward the outer wall. Luo Yu's marksmanship was only level 4. Hitting a target sprinting like that with a javelin was nearly impossible. He fired several arrows in quick succession, enough to slow them, yet every shaft clanged harmlessly against their shields. Without any skill like javelin mastery or archery mastery, and with his opponent weaving about behind a shield, his attacks barely made a dent. Whoosh! Whoosh! The female archer released 2 arrows on the run. Luo Yu sidestepped with ease, snorted, slid down from the watchtower, and climbed the stone wall via a wooden ladder. crouching low as he looked for the perfect opening. Moments later, 3 tribal warriors reached the base of the wall, only to face a new problem: how to scale it. Bang! The muscle-bound Hulk lowered his shoulder and crashed into the gate. The thick mottled black stone didn't budge. The rebound hurled him backward and slammed him to the ground. Prince, Blackstone gate can't break it. He rasped. An opening appeared. Thwop! An arrow streaked through the gap and buried itself in the 6th prince's chest. Luckily, he wore a heart guard. Metal rang out. The impact drove him 2 steps back, and blood filled his mouth, but no vital organs were hit. Luo Yu's eyes narrowed. The prince clutched his chest and growled, "Black Snake, get up there and secure a firing spot." At once, the Hulk grabbed the slender waist of the archer called Black Snake and hurled her upward. She landed on the parapet, but before she could steady herself, a green blur Pouncito wolf bowled her over. She fought back, only to realize the wolf wasn't alone. 7 burrowers wriggled from the cracks, piling on. Though stronger than most men, she was pinned in an instant. She couldn't even raise her bow. Black Snake. The 6th prince's eyes burned red. Who could have guessed the enemy had hidden so many tame beasts on the wall? How could one man afford such a menagerie? Prince, we should withdraw. The Hulk muttered. This outsider is too strong. We've already lost 3 of our 5. Reason screamed for retreat, but the prince roared, no. Black Snake is one of the tribe's few female archers. We can't let her be captured. All his beasts are tied up with her. If we reach the wall and get in close, hell fall. Understood. The Hulk drew a deep breath and, with practiced ease, flung the prince toward the eaves of the wall nearest Luo Yu. While still airborne, the prince grabbed the Hulk's outstretched wrist, yanked hard, and the 2 vaulted onto the rampart in perfect sync. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. So they're elites after all. Ordinary tribesmen can't pull off a stunt like that. Rah! The Hulk bellowed. His great axe came whistling down, heavy enough to hint at 25 points of strength. Definitely elites, Luo Yu sneered. He stepped back, letting the blade slice air, then sprang upward. His heaven-forged blade flashed like ice. Splat! The edge carved clean through the Hulk's thick neck. Thud! The severed head hit the stone. The headless corpse toppled and tumbled from the wall. Wild bull. The 6th prince gasped, staring at his fallen champion in disbelief. Luo Yu advanced in measured steps. A chill spread through the prince like ice water. How could a human scarcely in his 20s possess such monstrous stats? His courage shattered. He spun, leapt off the battlements, and bolted into the night. The tribal raiders turned and fled. You have successfully defended the settlement. You are the first human to repel a tribal raid, and have earned an additional reward of 50,000 silver coins. Watching the prince bolt across the distant grassland, Luo Yu let out a cold snort. Instead of giving chase, he walked over to Black Snake, who was being pinned to the ground by a die. Black Snake was a female archer. Her eyes were wide with terror and her body rigid, convinced she was about to die. Luo Yu merely produced a length of coarse hemp rope and trussed her up in a matter of seconds. You have captured the tribal archer, Black Snake. Black Snake female tribe member. Strength, 11. Constitution, 11. Agility, 16. Archery, LV 6. Not a bad set of stats. He'll sell her, Luo Yu decided, though he knew there was something even more important catching the 6th prince, who was still running for his life. The prince was sprinting with everything he had, lighter on his feet than he had ever felt, his agility pushed to the limit. For a fleeting moment, he imagined himself a cheetah fleeing a Liano match in a fight, perhaps, but fast enough to escape. Suddenly the thunder of hooves, bull hooves, to be exact, erupted behind him. He glanced back reflexively and saw a massive bull charging like the wind, Luo Yu astride its back. The prince's heart nearly burst. He threw all thought aside and ran even faster. The next instant, a piercing whistle split the air. The first arrow shaved the hair from his scalp, its icy draft making his skin crawl. The second buried itself squarely in his thigh. Thud! He crashed to the ground in a cloud of dust. The razor-sharp tip of the Heavencraft blade was immediately at his throat. Prince, is it? You're captured, Luo Yu said from the bull's back, his voice devoid of warmth. Ashen-faced, the prince had no choice but to submit. Moments later, the 6th prince, the spearman, and the archer Black Snake were all bound hand and foot and dumped onto the grass. To keep them from bleeding out, Luo Yu used 7 herbs to bandage their wounds. The big brute and the male archer who had fallen first were too badly injured to save. They died on the field, their bodies dragged to a pit at the edge of the prairie and burned. Luo Yu wasn't yet crazy enough to traffic in human corpses, no human flesh, no sofas upholstered in human skin, at least for now. When he tallied the spoils, his eyes first settled on the breastplate in his hands. Bronze gold cuirass, silver tier armor. Silver tier. Even my Heavencraft blade is only silver. This really is a prize. In addition to the cuirass, he collected 1. An iron spear. 2. 2 wooden bows. 3. A shield. 4. An axe. 5. A longsword. 6th prince's personal weapon, iron tier. Weapons like these are priceless nowadays. Selling them would bring a fortune. As for the 3 prisoners, Luo Yu quickly weighed his options. Option 1. Subdue them either verbally or through formal recruitment. Verbal submission. Simply ask, will you obey and join my territory? A nod counts as success, but loyalty isn't guaranteed. Option 2. Recruit them similar to taming a beast. If successful, their loyalty jumps to the maximum, and they will follow every command. Checking the data, Luo Yu saw that all three had a recruitment difficulty of 99%, while his own recruitment skill was LV0. Success was virtually impossible. He could try for a critical success, but recruiting them would raise the tribe's raid frequency by at least threefold. With no defensive structures in place yet, it simply wasn't worth the risk. Luo Yu had no plans to recruit them. In his view, there were only 3 ways to deal with prisoners. 1. Absorb them into his ranks. 2. Put them on the auction block. 3. Collect ransom at the system price. Although the auction house could also sell captives, no one had ever tried, and Luo Yu had no idea what starting price would be right. Short on cash, he leaned without hesitation toward the third option. He opened the system page, and the prisoners tab popped up. 6th Prince, ransom 50,000 silver. Black Snake, ransom 3,000 silver. Iron Spearman, ransom 2,500 silver. Pressing confirm would trigger an automatic redemption, the silver credited instantly. But if he simply let them go, they might come back for revenge. Frowning, Luo Yu decided to lay down a little rule before taking the money. He strode up to Black Snake. The woman was immobile, terror and confusion filling her eyes. Luo Yu leaned down, undid her bindings, and the next moment tore away the fur-clad tribal outfit. The animal hide hit the ground with a crisp thud, leaving Black Snake naked in the night breeze, her skin puckering from cold and shame. Not a bad figure, Luo Yu remarked casually. Black Snake's face burned scarlet. She clenched her teeth and shut her eyes, bracing for the worst. The 6th Prince and Iron Spearman glared, well aware what often happened to female captives. Yet after a few heartbeats, no slap came, no rough handling. Luo Yu merely patted her shoulder. Come again, and it'll be worse than losing your clothes. Quosh, a flash of white light, and Black Snake vanished, replaced by a small heap of silver coins. Luo Yu turned to the 6th Prince, cut his ropes, and pressed the Tiangong blade to the man's throat. I'm not interested in stripping a man. Do it yourself. Yes, of course. The prince stammered, then peeled off every stitch in seconds. Another burst of white light sent him away, leaving a pile of silver 10 times larger than Black Snake's, its shine almost blinding. Iron Spearman got the same treatment system prompt. White pillar, ransom paid. In moments Luo Yu had pocketed a hefty sum. With the prisoners gone, only the discarded fur and cloth remained. Luo Yu chuckled. Can't waste merchandise that shows up at my door. He tossed each piece into the auction house, then posted an anonymous note on the World Channel. World Anon, freshly stripped fur outfit from a wild beauty, soft, warm, and fragrant. Up now in the auction house. Grab it quick. The channel exploded. Seriously? Bro, you got raided by a tribe? Damn. Tell the truth, did you enjoy that wild beauty? They'll pay my whole stash. 2,000 silver, trade the girl to me. They'll go 3,000, deal me in. These bachelors hadn't seen a woman in ages. They were so starved that even female animals were a luxury. Luo Yu laughed behind his screen. The fur outfit listed at 500 silver sold instantly, and the leftover scraps fetched another 1,000. By the time he wrapped up, dusk had fallen. He grabbed a quick dinner, sank into a wooden tub, and let the steam wash away his fatigue. Ripples danced on the surface as he summoned the system. You purchased Javelin Mastery for 50,000 silver. You purchased Archery Mastery for 50,000 silver. 100,000 silver vanished in a blink. White light flashed, and complete throwing and archery techniques flooded his mind. Luo Yu raised an imaginary spear, feeling the new power path through his muscles. So that's how you leverage your body on the release, he mused. No wonder my throws never spun before. He checked his balance. 18,000 silver left, plenty for now. During the next 3 days the territory stayed quiet. Luo Yu kept the special milk tucked away, choosing not to lure new attackers. Aside from activating critical mining once a day, he spent nearly every moment practicing with his javelins and bow. By the end of that stretch his shooting skill had reached level 5, and his proficiency with both weapons had risen in lockstep, boosting accuracy and power until he felt like a walking artillery piece. Meanwhile, the flood of black mottled stone knocked loose by earlier critical mining runs continued to attract burrowing grubs. There were 10 of them now. Day and night they gnawed through the seams, spitting the ore onto the surface so efficiently that Luo Yu no longer had to crawl into the shafts himself. After 3 days his stockpile of stone bricks had soared past 250,000, leaving him a single step from building the villa of his dreams. That afternoon he climbed the 10-meter watchtower by the lake, iron spear in hand, eyes sweeping the water. He had modified the weapon himself, welding barbed hooks to the head so it looked more like a ravenous beast. Overhead, a silver-armored ladybug skimmed the surface, forelegs clutching a wooden pail of special milk. Each drop traced an invisible scented trail across the lake. About 10 minutes later the glassy surface quivered. A massive shadow drifted below the great black fish could never resist the milk's aroma. With a crash, the monster burst from the water, jaws gaping for the ladybug. Now, Luo Yu's eyes narrowed, muscles tensed, and the spear flew. Whoosh, the hundredfold critical triggered. The spear became a streak of darkness, whirling through the air with a razor howl. A vine rope tied to it, but was already cinched to the tower's main beam. An instant later, a dull thud sounded as the tip tore through the fish's scales, punched clean out the far side, and pinned itself into the lake. A shrill roar echoed over the water. The Leviathan crashed back down, blood dyeing the waves crimson. It thrashed so violently that the vine rope went taut, making the entire watchtower groan and shudder. Luo Yu had foreseen this. He pushed off and leapt from the 10-meter platform. The moment he landed, he snatched up the javelin he had planted in the ground and hurled it at the rolling fish. Whip! The first javelin flew, trailing an afterimage. Even without the hundredfold bonus, his level 5 shooting and weapon mastery made it devastating. The shaft drilled into the fish and, spinning hard, exploded in a cloud of blood. Again, he growled, launching 2 more. The second and third javelins punched through the thick scales, raising fresh fountains of red across the lake. Boom, boom, boom. The repeated impacts drove the monster into a frenzy. Water churned, and the watchtower, jerked by the rope, tipped sharply. The tower was already leaning badly. Another 2 jolts, and it might come down altogether. You had to hand it to the thing. The black carp just wouldn't die. It seemed to know that if it could topple the watchtower, it might still escape. But this time Luo Yu was ready. Without hesitation, he pulled up the system screen and switched to the repair tab. Repair watchtower cost 10 when damaged, 10 silver per durability point. The fee was outrageous, yet money was the last thing on his mind. He hit confirm. The teetering wooden tower straightened with a chorus of cracks, beams sliding back into place until the frame stood firm again. On the display, the durability numbers flickered madly: 18100, 19100, 18,100. Each time the fish rammed the tower, Luo Yu paid to patch it, keeping the gauge pinned just above failure. He sneered. Let's see which runs out first, your life or my wallet. He raised his arm and hurled a javelin. It sliced the air and burst against the creature in a spray of blood. For this showdown, had forged 20 extra spears, bringing his total to 39. One after another they flew. When the 38th shaft sank into the fish's massive body, the monster unleashed a final burst of brute force. With a thunderous crack, the watchtower finally snapped and crashed toward the shore. Failure again? Not a chance. Luo Yu refused to repeat history. As the tower toppled, he caught the vine rope's head tied in advance. 42 points of strength exploded through his arms. He held fast, refusing to be dragged into the lake. A cold prompt flashed. You have chosen to spend 12,000 silver on attribute points. Current strength, 52. Once strength passed 50, each point doubled to 2,000 silver, but Luo Yu didn't even blink, bought 10 points in a row. Power slammed into his muscles. His heels sank into the mud, yet he held his ground. The carp was grievously wounded now, its struggles far weaker than before. Luo Yu roared, "Bring the oxen." The big bull and the heifer thundered up. He looped the rope around their backs and gripped it himself. Man and 2 cattle hauled as one, churning the lake into froth. The bull bellowed, and Adai the dog leapt in to clamp his jaws on the rope for extra leverage. Luo Yu felt the resistance on the other end fading by the second. "Get over here," he shouted. 3 surges of raw force snapped the rope tight. The barbed spear wrenched backward, tearing deeper into the fish's guts. Going in had been a pinprick, coming out was a meat grinder, shredding organs with every pull. With one final wrench, the black carp let out a sky-splitting scream. Its huge body went rigid, and it died on the spot. You slew the monstrous black fish and received 20,000 silver, a silver-grade beast soul core, whirlwind blade technique, a silver-grade martial skill random tech scroll, and a silver-grade treasure chest. As the first challenger in this zone to defeat the lake monster, you gained an extra 20,000 silver. A series of notifications flashed across Luo Yu's vision, and in seconds a small, glittering hill of loot piled up at his feet. One glance confirmed that the black fish was indeed silver rank. The haul spoke for itself. When the prompts finally faded, Luo Yu collapsed to the ground, exhaling a long, ragged breath. His arms throbbed, and the skin in his palms had split open, blood seeping between his fingers, proof of the brutal, close-quarters fight with a silver-rank fish. He felt a surge of relief. Had he not thickened the 10-strand vine rope to 20 strands, it would have been shredded long ago. Had that hundredfold critical strike not pierced the fish's belly as planned, it would never have stayed trapped. For someone still at iron rank, killing a silver monster bordered on the impossible. He beckoned, and the silver-armored ladybug buzzed back onto his shoulder. One gulp of special milk washed away most of his exhaustion. He collected every piece of loot, hauled it to the cabin, and then dragged the massive carcass ashore. Moments later, the 10-meter fish lay before him, nearly blocking out the setting sun. Luo Yu eyed the cramped ice cellar. Inside there was no room. He had to sell it. Before darkness fell, he had it butchered. The meat formed a small mountain, and he counted 200 pieces of hard fish bone. These bones could forge weapons or reinforce buildings. Unfortunately, meat prices had dropped from 80 silver to 20, and with the first crops about to ripen, they would only fall further. He listed all the meat on the exchange while prices were still decent. The fishbone sparked an idea. In the construction menu, he found an option to swap in monster materials for stone, boosting durability. He had 48,000 silver, but too few bricks. Fishbone was the perfect substitute. I can build a mansion now. Luo Yu's eyes lit up. Half an hour later, he demolished the old wooden cabin and stacked every supply on open ground. He scrolled to mansion and hit confirm. A blinding flash erupted. The stone piles and fishbone frame vanished, replaced by a 3-story mansion that seemed to rise straight from the earth. He chose red walls and blue-tiled eaves in classic Chinese style. The structure spanned roughly 1,500 square meters, plus a basement truly imposing. Ecstatic, he pushed the door open, only to find a vast, empty shell. Floors, walls, and ceilings were finished, but no furniture stood inside. After a quick tour of all 3 floors, he mapped out kitchen, bedrooms, and living areas, then headed down to the spotless basement and marked it as storage. The base panel refreshed. Overall rating jumped to 500, nearly 300 of which came from the mansion alone, meaning the month-end monster tide would be fiercer. Sanitation rose by 12 points, reaching 57. System note: mansion, silver, floor area 1,650 square meters, rating 300, sanitation 12 chance to grant a positive buff. Living in a luxury residence like this gives you a chance to gain positive buffs, and the probability has no ceiling. If you're rich enough, you can push it to 10,000% and walk out literally covered in buffs. It's labeled Silver Plus instead of plain silver because the structure is reinforced with fishbone framing, bumping the rating up half a tier. Ratings decide everything: defense, comfort, durability, the whole package. Luo Yu stared at the ordinary stone floor beneath his feet, brushed the wall with hesitant fingers, and wondered, should I switch the floor and walls to solid silver too? Or is that just showing off? A few minutes later, on the 3rd floor balcony, Luo Yu lounged in a newly bought grand armchair, stretched out, and surveyed his entire territory while a gentle breeze washed over him. The view cleared his mind. Taking down the giant water monster had been thrilling, but the follow-up chores: fishing, bridge building, water testing, setting up fish farms were already lined up. Before tackling those, he wanted to inspect every piece of loot the boss had dropped. He opened the skill manual Gale Blade Technique first. The silver grade description was brief, so he hit learn without hesitation. System prompt: Gale Blade Technique, silver grade, first stage. Information flooded his mind. He swung the Heavenforged saber a few times and instantly felt a huge boost in power and precision. Only the right martial art could squeeze every last drop from his mountains of attribute points. Head once relied on raw strength. Now he felt like a warrior wrapped in monstrous power, an entirely different animal. Gale Blade Technique had 3 stages, the norm for silver skills, and each stage made it deadlier. Above that lay gold and platinum grades, whose stages and power grew geometrically. How do you upgrade? One word: money. Each silver stage costs 30,000 silver coins. Outrageous. With only 18,000 in his account, Luo Yu shelved the idea and decided to test the blade in the arena first. The thought had barely passed when he unrolled a random technology scroll. System prompt: congratulations, you have obtained visitor technology. Huh. It unlocked automatically? A tech that usually required 5,000 silver and 2 rare materials had activated for free. Now Luo Yu could visit other territories at will. Even if they hadn't unlocked visitor tech, he could still drop by, though they couldn't come to him yet. They still had to accept the request, of course. In a pinch, this tech could save your Lifia total win. Satisfied, Luo Yu opened the silver grade treasure chest. Congratulations, you have gained the personal trait, Beast Tamer, 1 star. What the? He quickly pulled up the details. Beast Tamer, 1. Beast Taming level 3. 2. All stats of tamed animals within the territory 10. 3. Animal yields 10. 4. Taming success rate 10. After reading the stats, Luo Yu could only blurt, awesome. Had expected an ordinary silver item, not a trait this powerful. What would 5 stars look like? And this time there hadn't even been a critical hit, it was pure luck. He burst out laughing, overjoyed. Upgrading a personal trait to the silver tier still set him back 30,000 coins each time. Sure, he could keep training beasts to climb the ranks, but that path was painfully slow. The final hurdle was the Beast Soul Core. Without hesitation, Luo Yu selected Base Auto Defense Core at the forge. A list popped up: Silver 3,000, Jade 200, Gold 200, Beast Soul Core 1. Confirm. A blinding flash erupted. A silver gray cube with sharp futuristic edges hovered in midair, then settled lightly into his palm. Cold to the touch and pulsing with faint energy, it was exactly the defense core he had dreamed of. He opened the construction menu, and the automatic defense tab lit up. 1. Auto-loading crossbow turret. Holds 500 bolts. Needs wood 5,000. Iron or 1,000. Silver 500. 2. Auto attack arrow tower. Holds 3,000 arrows. Needs wood 30,000. Iron or 5,000. Silver 2,500. A cheeky expensive tag sat next to each price, as though mocking his empty pockets. Because the arrows were generated and reloaded automatically, the system's appetite for wood was staggering. The base didn't even have 5,000 units in storage, so the project would have to wait. And the bigger toys giant bed ballistas, lightning towers were still locked or flat out unaffordable. Arrow towers cost money, weapon skills cost money, personal perks cost money, heck, even building a bathroom costs money. Luo Yu rubbed his temples and decided he needed a solid plan to make cash. Still, tonight he had a more pressing concern, getting a proper bed. The old wooden cot looked ridiculous inside his luxury villa. He opened the furniture list and tapped deluxe double bed. Materials required: build units 520, wood 520, silver 520, gold 52. The neat row of 520s made him chuckle. Is the system telling me to find a girlfriend already? Build units could be stone, lumber, even metal, but for something deluxe, rare materials were the only real choice. A thought struck him. His critical hit quota wouldn't refresh until tomorrow, so he might as well spend the night in the old armchair and craft the bed at dawn. Wrapped in a thick wolf pelt, he rocked himself to sleep. At first light, he sprang up and dashed to the forge. Jade all the way. Jade was both a luxury item and a huge boost to the bed's rating and comfort, and he just happened to have exactly 520 pieces, almost as if the system had planned it. A quick reminder flashed. The 100 crit bonus doesn't apply to large structures outside the base, but a double bed was safely within the limit. He hit craft Jade Deluxe double bed. Critical hit, 100. Triggered. A pillar of light burst in the center of the room, colors swirling like a seven-hued torrent. In an instant, a crystal-clear bed materialized. Frame, headboard, and posts were all carved from warm jade, cloaked in a faint rainbow mist. Rainbow Cloud Jade Deluxe double bed diamond tier. Rest efficiency 60. Illness recovery 60. Positive buff chance 60. Comfort 60. Increased fertility for females diamond tier. Luo Yu's eyes widened. His fingers trembled as he ran them over the surface, smooth and velvety, like a spring breeze brushing his heart. Unable to resist, he flopped onto the mattress. Instantly he felt as though he were lying on clouds, weightless and tranquil, a bliss that washed every worry away. You have received the auspicious cloud buff, boosting all life skill experience by 20. Ding. Your farming skill has risen to LV3. Luo Yu had barely lain down for 2 seconds before good fortune dropped out of the sky, and he couldn't help bursting into laughter. When his eyes drifted to the line that read increased female pregnancy rate, a ridiculous thought popped into his head. If a bull and a cow spent the night on his bed, would 2 calves appear the very next morning? Amused, he quickly pushed the idea aside and, in high spirits, pulled up his personal panel. Trial participant, Luo Yu. ID, Earthsia Nation 23333. Base rating, 700. Sanitation, 65. Entertainment, 10. Strength, 52. Constitution, 39. Agility, 38. Personal traits, Zerg Nemesis, Beast Tamer. Combat skills, Gale Blade Technique, First Mastery, Javelin Mastery, Archery Mastery. Life skills, Farming LV3, Mining LV4, Beast Taming LV8, Shooting LV5. Everything looked normal enough, but the base rating, 700, made him frown. The end-of-month assault would be brutal, and he needed automated defenses right away, or even a luxury base wouldn't survive. The moment he had the thought, a system alert blared. Abnormal weather detected in your area. Seek shelter immediately. A howling wind swept in dark clouds, and within moments the sky dimmed to dusk. The next second, rain poured in sheets, swallowing the gray world. Global chat channel. Knock here. A downpour's coming, but I'm not worried at all. My little stone hut is the best. La 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 photo. A tiny stone house. Fawn yumming. Thunder's rolling. Time to grab the laundry. Alice. Yumming, you've got a stone hut too? Fawn yumming, yup. I tamed a burrowing bug while mining. It dug the whole thing for me. Nyoda, a burrowing bug? You can tame those? That's insane luck. Elena. Alice, is your treehouse finished yet? Alice, all done. The goddess of light blessed me to finish before the storm. Elena, the goddess of darkness is always a step ahead. We elves have nothing to fear. Boom, thunder rumbled, and the rain grew even fiercer. Fawn yumming, the rain's crazy. Luo Yu, how are you holding up? Luo Yu, dug up a bunch of stone yesterday, so I whipped together a small house. Everyone a house. Knock here, picture now? I've got to see it. With a sigh, Luo Yu posted the photo head taken the night before. The whole channel went dead silent. Fawn yumming, my gosh. That's not a small house, that's a full-blown villa. How did you pull this off? Luo Yu, I'm a mining enthusiast. The more I dig, the more materials pile up. Knock here, wow. Luo Yu, want to adopt a couple of cute cat girls? Fawn yumming. Didn't someone say cat girls aren't pets but cool girls in their own right? Elena, foolish man. With all those bricks, you should have built walls instead of a mansion. Alice, the place is beautiful, but we're still in the early stages. We have to be frugal. May the goddess of light bless us. Nyota, bro, about that mining of yours, is it really that profitable? Why won't anything drop for me? Everyone was stunned. They all knew Luo Yu was crazy about mining, but no one expected had already built himself a villa. Luo Yu waved them off. Forget that. Did you read the notes? After a heavy rain, the fishing drop rate doubles. They took one look outside. There's a lake monster out there. Don't throw your life away. Luo Yu shrugged. Fair point. I'm not dying for a fish. A torrential downpour hammered the estate. Luo Yu stood on the second-floor balcony, watching the milk in his glass ripple. Wind and rain whipped across the yard, yet he felt perfectly at ease, chatting in the channel while surveying his tiny domain. Downstairs, Adai snored beside the sofa. The stone-armored turtle had slipped into the lake, its shell a faint silhouette under the surface. 2 yellow oxen and a lone hen huddled in the far corner of the barn. An entire nest of insects curled up on the lowest level of the mine. A little bad weather. Nothing more. He paused mid-sip. Wait, the veggie patch. The storm was pounding the beds into sludge, threatening to rip every seedling out by the roots. He fired off a message. Vegetable plots. Protect them, don't let the rain drown your crops. Fong Yuming answered at once. Oh no, I nearly forgot. Naker chimed in lazily. I don't eat vegetables. Nyota chuckled. I eat grass. When the rain stops, there'll be plenty of tender shoots. Fong Yuming urged, Luo Yu, build a greenhouse. If you've got the materials, do it now. Luo Yu had the same idea. He opened the construction panel. Simple greenhouse, 5 units of wood, 1 iron ore, 1 silver. Thanks to the early flood warning, had already dug drainage ditches and stockpiled supplies. Confirm build. A flash of system light, wooden posts rose, and a slanted roof sent the water sluicing away. Rain still misted in, but the roots were safe. He exhaled and reported to the group. All secure here. Fong Yuming status? Done. She replied with a screenshot identical simple greenhouse, perfectly intact. Naker grumbled. Luo Yu only cares about Yuming. Doesn't even ask if I'm alive. He answered calmly. You said you don't eat vegetables. Nyota roared with laughter. But she can still eat vinegar. Fong Yuming teased. Oh, does Kier actually like Luo Yu? Naker bristled. No way. I was joking. Only a puppy would fall for him. While the banter rolled on, Luo Yu silently assessed the team. 2 elves with top-tier talent, the best of any cosmic race. 2 catgirls who looked soft but hit hard, especially the combative Naker. Fong Yuming's trio of girls, blessed with absurd luck. He was only a 1-star beast tamer and already thriving. Shed started at 3 stars. Her ceiling was far higher. Nyota seemed like dead weight. Yet with his grass-eating skill and monstrous constitution, he'd do just fine on any prairie. Meanwhile, the world and regional channels were howling in misery. My veggies were 2 days from harvest washed away. Curse you heaven. No iron, no greenhouse. Should have mined more when I had the chance. Believe it or not, the wind blew me into the lake. There's a massive shadow swimming toward me. Rest in peace, brother. Rest in peace, brother. The intermittent storm lasted the entire day. At dawn on the second day, as the clouds cleared and the mist lifted, Luo Yu ignored the mud and dashed straight to the vegetable patch. The seedlings were still a vibrant green, their status reading alive, and he let out a long sigh of relief. A system prompt immediately appeared. The base has entered a mudlogged state. Sanitation rating decreased, risk of disease increased. The sudden warning made Luo Yu pause. He felt sticky all over, and his throat had begun to itch. Looking around, he saw that the prairie inside and outside the wall had turned into a swamp. Insects buzzed everywhere, reptiles slid through the wet earth, and it was clearly a breeding ground for bacteria and disease. The sanitation rating on his interface had dropped by 20 points in one swipe. He realized at once had to lay flooring. He opened the construction tab. Icons for wooden flooring, concrete flooring, stone tiles, and silver inlaid tiles appeared in sequence. Wood felt cozy but was flammable, and lumber was scarce. Concrete was cheap, yet offered no bonus. Stone tiles, with their neat patterns, were his favorite, but the price for stone blocks plus 4 pieces of silver per tile forced him to shelve the idea. Too expensive. He'll think about it later. The group channel was buzzing. Fong Yuming. Ugh, the base is filthy, so many bugs. Everyone keep clean and don't get sick. Knock here. Time to build a bathroom. After a quick breakfast, Luo Yu started his daily routine. First was milking the cow. With his higher taming level and the Beastmaster trait, he drew 30 units this time. He kept a share for himself and tossed the rest onto the auction house. Last night's downpour had ruined many gardens, meat prices were soaring again, and milk was selling at 50 silver per unit. Within minutes, he had pocketed 4,500 silver. Next he rushed to the fish pond to drain it. The rain had pushed the water right to the brim, so he emptied it in one go and netted 25 units of produce. Added to the stock from previous days, he had 75 units total and sold them for 3,800 silver. Only then did he mutter, did the fish and shrimp go on vacation? Their numbers are way down. It looked like a tidy profit, yet it was still far from the cost of stone flooring. He needed another revenue stream, and fishing was the obvious choice. The lake's grand behemoth had been slain, and the calm water now welcomed him. rod over his shoulder, Luo Yu hurried to the shore, only to find there was barely any place to stand. The rain had raised the water level, swallowing part of the prairie and pulling the shoreline sharply inward. Groups of stoneshell turtles sprawled on the grass, basking in the sun, beads of water clinging to their heavy carapaces. Luo Yu frowned and typed in the group chat. Has your lake risen too? Alina. Foolish man. Your little lake flooded as well? Fangyuming. All of them rose. Will the lake monsters come ashore? Kind of worried. Not here. If we get a few more storms, what then? This is squeezing our living space. The chat exploded with voices, but everyone reached the same conclusion. If the lake kept expanding, they had to wipe out the grand beasts once and for all. Otherwise, the flooding would never stop, their living space would keep shrinking, and in the end they would be wiped out. Realizing how serious the situation was, everyone looked anxious. It wasn't just their squaw. People in the World Channel were already offering huge bounties, begging mercenaries to deal with the giant water monster. Most of the mercs registered in the plaza, however, were only iron rank, and a silver rank beast was way out of their league. Luo Yu had taken down the big black fish with his 100-fold critical hit, but he had no interest in picking up another scorching hot assignment like that. He ordered 7 or 8 stoneshell turtles to lie belly down in a row as makeshift pontoons, sat cross-legged on the one in the middle, and folded his arms in thought. The next problem hit him square in the face: flood control. Summer was coming, rain would surge, and even if the monster was gone, he couldn't risk the lake overflowing. The ideal answer was a raised retaining wall that would both stabilize the water level and keep enemies from contaminating the supply. The small lake was the base's only source of fresh water. If someone slipped in poison, the result would be catastrophic. If an enemy swam in for a sneak attack, the arrow towers would lose their firing angle. Luo Yu planned to ring the lake with a wall, automatic crossbows mounted on the outside, automatic arrow towers on the inside. Defense and flood control in one stroke perfect. He pulled up the virtual build interface and sketched in midair. Translucent grid cells lit up along the shoreline. The system spat out a materials list: 2 million stone bricks, 50,000 units of steel, plus 50,000 silver in construction fees. Outrageously expensive, impossible for now. Time to go fishing. Luo Yu closed the menu and flicked his rod. The 100-fold critical prompt flashed. He immediately reeled in and hauled up a rust-covered chest. Inside lay a neatly rolled scroll. Auto catapult storage talisman. Single-use item. Grants 1 auto catapult on activation. Huh. Luo Yu's eyes went wide. You've got to be kidding, fishing up a catapult? Clutching the scroll, he sprinted back inside the wall, picked a clear spot, and hit use. A burst of white light, and a beautifully crafted catapult appeared. Auto catapult. Automatically launches stones. Effective range, 1,000 meters. Accuracy, 20. Reload time, 10 seconds. Wow, a normal catapult tops out at 200 meters. This one hits 1,000. Luo Yu pulled the lever in excitement. The launcher auto-loaded a slab of greenstone and boomed it across the grassland. The rock landed only a few meters off the mark. Remarkable accuracy, and it auto-targets hostiles. The base's defenses just doubled. Nice. He laughed, then trotted back to the lake to keep fishing. The rain had passed, so the 100-fold critical buff no longer triggered, but the drop rate was still doubled. He left the hook. Buri wasn't after regular fish, only chests. According to the Tiandao World Guide, a spring lay deep beneath the lake, keeping the water circulating and occasionally spitting up random resources. Diving couldn't reach it. Only a fishing rod could haul the loot out. Game logic at its strangest. Luo Yu understood the problem well enough. Diving for loot was too efficient, and some races swam like fish. Hit would upset the balance of the heavenly Dao world. If you stuck to rod fishing, everything came down to luck, and not everyone could while away hours by the water. In truth, angling suited only 3 kinds of people: those with nothing better to do, those so hungry their ribs touched, and those gambling on a windfall. Were it not for the post-train double drop rate, he would rather be swinging a pickaxe in a mine. The downside of fishing without bait showed up fast. After a whole hour, the surface hadn't even bubbled. Luo Yu was about to pack it in when the rod suddenly bent. A drop. He cranked the reel, and a rust-scarred metal chest burst from the water. Inside lay 100 feathered arrows, a full grade above the standard kind. Hauling in so many at once felt like scoring big. As he prepared to cast again, a thought struck him. Every chest head hooked so far was metal, and a lodestone head found while mining sat in storage. Worth a try? He acted at once. Minutes later, the lodestone was tied to the line, and instead of casting, he hammered it straight down. Splash. The stone plunged to the bottom. System prompt: lodestone rod equipped. Chance to hook resource chests 100. Sure enough, the double drop event stacked with the magnetic bonus. Within minutes, the bobber was dancing again. Another metal chest. Boomerang, black iron grade, X1. Luo Yu waited, gave it a test throw, and the weapon carved a graceful arc before whistling back, almost clipping his nose. He lacked boomerang mastery and had no wish to learn, so he decided to sell. Opening the auction house, he saw weapon prices had cooled. Many players could now mine iron and craft basic gear. A black iron weapon normally fetched about 5,000 silver, and ranged weapons ran higher, so he listed it for 8,000, gambling someone would bite. He kept fishing while refreshing the page, and sure enough, sale confirmed. With countless races across the cosmos, someone always paid top coin for a novelty. Silver in hand, he stayed by the water, but 2 more hours passed without a twitch. Luo Yu figured he'd vacuumed this patch clean and called it a day. Back at base, the stone hauled by his golden scarabs formed a small hill. No speeches, time to lay bricks. After a busy day, night fell. Soft light filled the villa's bathroom. Luo Yu lounged in a cedar tub, eyes roaming the spacious room, such a deluxe bath, yet no real pool. He exhaled a steamy breath and opened the build menu. Luxury bath pool, building materials X 3000, silver X 1500, iron or X 100. Like the oversized bed, the project was affordable with common stone but soared in price once rare materials entered the mix. Hot water, at least, was solved. The villa had its own boiler, and a closed loop would keep the pool heated nonstop. Lining it with jade, gold, or even diamonds would be perfect, but he had none on hand. The idea would have to wait. With those thoughts simmering, he entered the arena. This time Luo Yu challenged another black iron contender, each of them staking 1,000 silver coins. His opponent, a warrior of the Bloodwolf clan, bared his fangs the moment he stepped into the room. No greetings, just violence. Bang! Metal rang against metal. Luo Yu's black iron sword, a gift from the prince, clashed again and again with the wolfman's gleaming claws, sparks spraying in every direction. After a dozen rounds, Luo Yu spotted an opening and slashed across the beast's chest. A human? This sharp? Is that a martial skill? The wolf growled in disbelief. Before he could finish, Luo Yu's gale blade technique descended like a sudden squall. 10 rapid strikes, a flash of red light, and the opponent dissolved into a fading silhouette. KO. Luo Yu pocketed the 1,000 silver and sprinted for the next room. He fought 4 black iron experts that night and won every match, racking up 5,000 silver in total. The name Yu spread through the circles of top fighters like wildfire. To his surprise, some room owners began screening him out, allowing him to watch, but barring him from joining the fight. So much for an arena of the strong, he spat. Cowards, a lot of you. At dawn he enjoyed a hearty breakfast, grabbed his tools, and headed for the vegetable plots. Cabbage, 100 ripe. Tomatoes, 100 ripe. Rice, 100 ripe. Corn. Every crop showed a glowing mature prompt. In the group chat, Luo Yu, the veggies are ready. Fong Yumming. Thank heaven, we've waited so long for this. Alice, food crisis basically solved, everyone can focus on development. Naker, is vegetarian food really that good? Nyoda, my garden's been gone for ages. Chatting as he worked, Luo Yu began harvesting. His LV3 farming skill shone through. Where a normal person got 1 unit from a head of cabbage, he occasionally pulled 2. By noon, every crop was in storage. Chinese cabbage 158. Napa cabbage 199. Tomatoes 146. Rice 1,989. Corn 2,294. Berries 308. Altogether roughly 6,000 units of produce, with staples like rice, corn, and potatoes making up the bulk. If he kept it all, he could eat comfortably until winter, shared with everyone in the base. It would still last to autumn. Paired with fish and meat, the supplies would stretch even further. In the way of Heaven World, seasons don't match Earth's. Each month equals a full season. After the end-of-month raid, summer would begin. Another month later, autumn, and so the cycle repeats. Time was tight, they needed a far bigger stockpile before winter. With the first harvest done and seeds in hand, Luo Yu immediately expanded the farmland. Summer is prime growing season, so he doubled the acreage. The apple trees were nearly ripe, too, so picking a site for an orchard moved to the top of the list. With the big bull helping to plow, he felt no pressure at all. He spent the whole afternoon planning and sowing, and his farming skill ticked up to LV4. As the sun set, he packed up and returned to camp, leaving tomorrow's tasks for tomorrow. A quick glance at the world map told him there were only 4 days left until the end-of-month assault. That night, after his shower, Luo Yu stretched out on his rainbow-colored luxury bed, chatting idly with the others. His daily critical hit count was still untouched. With the raid looming, he intended to save that trump card for the final moment if the situation collapsed. It might be his only chance to turn the tide. Alice spoke up first in the channel. 3 days until the raid. Is everyone ready? Fong Yumming answered at once. Don't get me started. I'm stressed out. How are we supposed to defend? I've got more than 40,000 silver on hand, so I have to convert it into combat power fast. Nyo sighed. The whole world's in an uproar. With the raid so close, I just watched someone crack under the pressure and take his own life. Elena's voice was icy. Pathetic. If you can't even face danger, you're just wasting food. Alice hurried to calm her. Elena, don't say that. Luo Yu chimed in with a plan. Stall for time. If a tribe attacks, use scorched earth tactics. Drag it out until their food runs dry and they'll back off on their own. Huh, that sounds promising. So we need to finish the wall as soon as possible? Fong Yue asked. Luo Yu nodded. Naker pressed further. Luo Yu, How do you know they'll leave once their supplies are gone? Don't tell me you've already been raided. I ran into a few thieves earlier, but my wall stopped them, Luo Yu replied calmly. Thieves? Everyone gasped. A burglary? Wow, you've actually tangled with the locals. Fang Yuming exclaimed. Luo Yu merely smiled. Keep it low-key. Then he steered them back on topic. The manual says a special event will spawn before the end-of-month raid. Grab that chance. It could be the key to survival. Got it, came the chorus, though Luo Yu could tell that everyone was still on edge. Fang Yuming set a hard deadline: finish the wall within 4 days. Naker planned to dig massive traps. Everyone was racking their brains for solutions. Luo Yu knew his own raid wouldn't be a cakewalk either. In the few days left, he had to throw everything he had into building those automated crossbows. Morning broke. Luo Yu woke on the rainbow-colored luxury bed and noticed a new status on his system panel. Mining boost, mining level 3 for 2 days. No surprise there, the bed came with its own buff. After breakfast, he took stock and officially started work on the automated crossbows. The burrower worms had been mining non-stop. Despite their low level, they occasionally dug up iron ore. Current stock, iron ore 2,750. Another 250 units, and he'd have all the iron needed for 3 automated crossbows. Wood, however, was the real bottleneck. Only 966 units left in the base, while each crossbow demanded 5,000. His own forest wouldn't cut it. No question about it. Buy? Luo Yu had 35,000 silver on hand. Because few people needed wood right now, the auction house price was still 1 silver per unit. He decisively ordered 15,000 units. System prompt. Please choose a storage location for the lumber. Luo Yu selected the spot beside the town wall. Instantly, a wooden hill appeared there, looking from a distance like a brand new house. Iron ore was another matter. With global mining levels so low, the market price was astronomical. Buying it would be daylight robbery. Fortunately, he'd just received that 3 mining boost. There was only one cost-effective solution. Dig. He charged into the mine and started hacking away, sending chunks of black spot stone and other rocks flying, iron included. A notification appeared. Your mining skill has reached LV5. With the buff, it's effectively LV8. One swing of the pick brought up a vein of iron or 20. Not satisfied, he swung again, iron or 15. Perfect. With the strength and stamina he had now, the pick blurred in his hands, and in minutes he had carved out a full 400 units of iron ore before stopping. He pushed the loaded cart back to base, opened the crafting menu, and set about forging autoballistae. The only question was which wall to mount the 3 of them on. Every raid he'd faced had come down the eastern mountain path. That trail was clearly the only breach in the Violet Mountains. So the east wall would get the upgrade. 15,000 units of timber, 3,000 of iron, and 1,500 of silver vanished in an instant. Runes flared along the eastern battlements, and 3 matte black ballistae locked into new stone pedestals. Each autoballista had a 150-meter range. He placed one dead center and the other 2 at the corners, giving maximum coverage and overlapping fire. Each added 50 points to the base rating, but the build had emptied his stores. For now, these 3 would have to do. He swore to earn more and see how many he could add before month's end. He sold off the day's catch and fresh milk, then hurried back to the mine while the buff was still active. Luck stayed with him, another 400 units of iron ore, plus a small piece of jade glinting in the rubble. All of it had come from sheer effort, no critical strikes, and the satisfaction felt great. After nightfall, he logged into the arena as usual, only to find it nearly deserted. With the raid approaching, everyone was busy fortifying instead of PvPing, and profits had shrunk. Fine, he'll make a little less tonight, he muttered with a shrug. At dawn, the first ray of sunlight streamed through the balcony and spilled across his spacious diamond-grade luxury bed. Luo Yu woke slowly as a notification popped up. You have gained a buff taming boost. Next taming attempt success rate 20. Sometimes a diamond bed really was worth every penny. He had just finished breakfast and was heading out to milk the cows when another alert flashed. Alert! A Xuanqiu beastwoman is being pursued by tribal soldiers. You may choose to shelter her. If you do, the tribal soldiers will attack. Possible enemies. Archers 3, melee soldiers 6. Huh. The sudden quest made Luo Yu jump. The manual had warned that special events would appear before the end-of-month assault, and here it was at last. Fang Yuming. Oh no, special event. I got a supply drop. If it falls, it might smash buildings, gardens, even people. What should I do? Help, this is urgent. Messages flooded the world channel like raindrops. 1. Alice, mine's a supply drop too. You guys? 2. Nyoda, same here. He'll just let it land. My base is practically empty anyway. 3. Elena, I'm getting a pack of lost huskies asking to enter my territory. They might cause damage. Huskies are just puppies, right? How much trouble can puppies make? 4. Knock here, what? Mine's tectonic activity. It says rare ores might surface, but the base could take a hit. Voices overlapped, the channel buzzing with excitement. Fang Yuming tagged him. Liu, what's going on at your place? Luo Yu answered coolly. The system says a small animal's being hunted and needs shelter. If I take it in, a native tribe may attack. Fang Yuming gasped. Natives? Reject it. No little critter is worth your life. But Luo Yu wrote, I think we should all accept. The gains should outweigh any losses. Just stay alert. Motivated by him. Fang Yumeng. Fine, I'll accept. But you reject it, okay? Safety first. Knock here. Alright, accepted. Nyoda and several others also had accept. The channel quieted. Luo Yu turned back to the translucent prompt in front of him. Event. A Xuanqiu beastkin is being chased. Offer shelter? Possible tribe attack. Confirm. He clicked without hesitation. The prompt flashed red. The Xuanqiu beastkin has joined your territory as an animal. At the prairie's eastern edge, a figure appeared, a petite girl staggering toward the wall, panic in her eyes. She had the height of a 12-year-old human and wore only rough furs. Fox ears twitched in the sunlight. Long hair streamed behind her, and a fluffy tail trailed along. Up close, her slightly protruding nose and fine fur on her cheeks marked her as half human, half fox. A system window popped up. Xuanqiu beastkin, 19, adult, status, terrified. Strength, 20, constitution, 18, agility, 31. Assessment, highly intelligent animal, capable of simple labor. Special abilities, treasure sense, slingshot mastery. Fur growth, 57. Agility, 31. Luo Yu muttered. She's no weakling. 2 special skills, fur as a resource total win. An alarm blared. Warning, natives are attacking your territory. When she was 300 meters from the wall, 9 natives, 6 men, and 3 women burst onto the prairie, waving stone spears and bone knives as they charged the base. Ah, Aya! The fox girl shrieked. She didn't know human words. Terror was all she could express. Spotting Luo Yu on the wall, she pleaded with her eyes. Master, save me. With agility like that, and you're still panicking? Luo Yu chuckled inwardly, but he moved fast. He jumped down, cracked the stone gate open a sliver, and waved her in. She became a blur, slipping through the gap with a whoosh. The gate slammed shut, the bar dropped. The next second she flung herself into Luo Yu's arms, tears soaking his chest as sobs shook her slender body. The little creature carries a faint, pleasant scent and feels wonderfully soft in his arms. Yes, it's definitely an animal, right? Luo Yu pats her head and says lightly, it's fine now. Come up on the wall with me. Would you? The beast girl understands every word. As soon as he turns away, she grabs the hem of his coat and scurries after him, unwilling to leave her master for even half a second. Luo Yu nods to himself, clearly a higher intelligence life form. Her emotional range is far richer than a dairy cow's, which only knows how to lick. Meanwhile, 9 natives are sprinting toward the ramparts, closing to within a kilometer in the blink of an eye. A creak of timber, then a sharp whoosh. A round slab of bluish stone arcs from the parapet and detonates with a boom. The automated catapult fires first. The rock lands barely 3 meters from the enemy, and the blast of dirt and rubble flings 2 spearmen into the air, severing arms and legs. Catapult. Close the distance. The stubbled leader roars. The squad breaks into a full sprint. They know the machine has a dead zone, so if they get close enough it can't hit them. Boom. A second stone crashes down 7 or 8 meters ahead, spraying shards everywhere. One fragment drives into a female archer's thigh. Blood spurts, and she's out of the fight. Quick, from a ladder. Get over the wall. The stubbled man howls. They accelerate again only to hear the hiss of incoming fire. Thwip. An arrow pins a male archer's shoulder. He screams, drops, then grits his teeth, and climbs back to his feet. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Crossbow bolts follow in quick succession. The stubbled captain takes one through the arm and growls. Bows and crossbows, a head swing left. From the parapet, Luo Yu is mildly impressed. These natives can shift formation. They're not just mindless berserkers. Unfortunately for them, an automated crossbow nest sits at the left corner as well. Thwip. A bolt pierces a spearman's forehead. Momentum carries him 7 or 8 more steps before he crumples. Luo Yu raises an eyebrow, surviving a headshot that long shows impressive stamina. Before the 9 can get within 50 meters of the wall, Fur already down. Eyes blood red. The burly captain roars, charge. Tear that crossbow apart. The words have barely left his mouth when a javelin streaks in, punches through his chest, and nails him to the ground. Ah, run. The remaining few finally break and flee. Prompt. The native raiders are retreating. Time for the best part-taking prisoners. The silver-armored ladybug shot forward first, and in the blink of an eye it had tackled a panicked female spearman to the ground. Riding the massive bull, Luo Yu thundered out of the stone gate with Adai right behind him. The beast girl flipped lightly through the air and landed squarely on the bull's back, determined to hunt down the deserters alongside her master. Her sudden agility was a far cry from the awkward figure she had been moments earlier. As Luo Yu had predicted, the terrified natives did not get far before they were captured. Counting the 2 maimed soldiers whose limbs had been severed earlier, he now had 7 prisoners in total. Not wanting to waste time, he sold the 2 unfortunates back to the Skasa tribe at the system's default ransom of 1,000 silver each. Just as he was about to hit confirm, a thought struck him. Could ransom money crit as well? He silently mouthed critical hit, then pressed the button. Critical hit 100. Notification. The Skasa chieftain has mistaken the limbless soldier for his own son and has handed over all the tribe's remaining silver. You have received 80,000 silver. Luo Yu almost burst out laughing. Even this can crit? A flash of white light, and the two crippled soldiers vanished. Another prompt popped up. The Skasa chieftain has realized he was tricked. Your hostility with the tribe has increased. Higher hostility means more frequent and fiercer raids. The payday was great, but Luo Yu still felt a stab of unease. What if the Skasa tribe tried to avenge itself every single day? Worse, the tribe's vault was empty, so no one could afford the remaining 5 healthy prisoners. He would have to wait until next month's silver refresh or find another way to deal with them. He decided to forge some shackles and send the 5 to the mines. He had barely started when a world broadcast caught his eye. Vampire Anonymous, the special event's over. Anyone holding native prisoners, DM Mepris, is negotiable. Dragonkin Anonymous, thirsty bloodsuckers again? Gross. Lightborn Anonymous, vampires are demons. Don't trade with demons. Vampire Anonymous, we were all tossed into this dump by heaven. Who cares about demons or saints? If you Lightborn are so holy, try living without killing anything. Ghostfolk Anonymous, idiots, it's still early game. How many of you even have a base rating high enough to trigger tribal raids? Why not worry about Imperial warriors instead? The world chat instantly devolved into a shouting match. Humans, beastkin, and other weaker races mostly kept quiet. The hierarchy was obvious. Luo Yu simply tapped the vampire player's avatar and opened a trade window. Luo Yu. Hey, vampire friend 5 natives here, 3 men and 2 women. Interested? Vampire what? You're human? A human managed that? Luo Yu, just lucky. Vampire. Native ransoms top out at $1,000 or 2. Tell you what, 2,000 each, I'll take them all. Luo Yu, 2,000? Forget it. Why bother for pocket change? Vampire. How dare you speak to me like that? The vampire fumed, but Luo Yu closed the window. After pocketing 80,000 silver, a few measly thousands didn't interest him. Letting the prisoners dig or sounded just as good. After ending the conversation, Luo Yu posted a message in the world channel. Humans of Earth, this vampire isn't here to make an honest deal, he's spoiling for a fight. Ignore him. A single comment set off a storm, and the channel exploded into a war of words. Unlike the hot-tempered Tauren who showed up earlier, this vampire had pride as well as a temper. Since posting that taunt, he hadn't opened another trade window. 5 minutes of deadlock felt like glue. At last, the vampire cracked and pinged again. Vampire, fine. I never bully the weak. Let's forget your earlier disrespect. Human kid, 3,000 silver per prisoner, take it or leave it. Luo Yu stared at the screen, fingers tapping without a tremor. 1,000. Vampire what? Trying to rob me? Luo Yu stayed calm. Listen first, sir. Male prisoners cost 10,000, female prisoners 20. The vampire hesitated. You know our clan uses women to balance our blood energy? Luo Yu sent a shrug emoji. Exactly. 30,000. 2 female captives, 30 each. Buy them, or I'll keep them for myself. Not a copper less. The vampire exploded. Damn you. You're greedier than a glutton demon. Luo Yu fired back, 3 huge letters WTF. Buying or not? Don't waste my time. The other side slammed the window shut, but he clearly needed those prisoners. Within 30 seconds it popped open again. Vampire, enough talking. Deal. 90,000 silver coins flooded the screen in a blinding flash. Luo Yu guessed the vampire had also killed a giant black fish to be so loaded. He didn't drag it out, slapped the 5 prisoners onto the block. Transaction complete. You gained 90,000 silver. You traded prisoners as commodities, angering the Skarsa tribe. Their hatred toward you has increased. The 5 figures vanished from view. The vampire left one last threat. Human worm, they'll remember you. Crawl on living if you can't pray, I never locate your base. Luo Yu shot back. Idiot. Pray I never find yours, or I'll make you bleed yourself dry. They exchanged parting trash talk and cut the link. Under system rules, mercenaries and visitors need permission to enter a base, so neither could attack for now. The threats were all bark. Luo Yu did the math. Net profit, 170,000. Pure gain. Auto turrets, here we go? While lumber prices were low, he grabbed more than 60,000 units and stacked them inside the wall like a small mountain. The real headache was iron ore. One auto turret needed 5,000 units, and his base had no mine. The auction house stock was scarce and priced like flesh. With a raid coming in 3 days, he wondered if he should dig his own. Was there even time? By this point the chat had digested the special event and gone back to small talk. Fong Yumming. 3 supply crates, 1 longbow, a box of auto-recycling arrows, and a hand crossbow. Too bad the 3 of us girls can't draw a longbow. Nyoda, why did I only get 1 supply crate? All it had was a crystal essence stone. What am I supposed to do with that? That was the first, rather disgruntled, message Nyoda dropped into the group chat. Luo Yu replied at once. A crystal essence stone? Grab a screenshot, I want to see. The image came through immediately. A pale blue crystal, faintly glowing in the center of the screen. Luo Yu let out a low whistle. Yep, that's a crystal essence stone. It's the prerequisite for unlocking mercenary tech, so don't write it off. He was about to say more when Nakir posted a new message. Sigh, a tectonic shift just shoved up a massive iron deposit on my land. Looks like a little mountain. I don't need iron. I need stone bricks so I can build a wall. Her photo showed a hulking iron vein jutting from the prairie, gleaming under the sun. Luo Yu's eyes lit up, but before he could type, AI Lina cut in. The three huskies are adorable, but why does everyone say they'll trash the house? Right after that, AI Li Si exclaimed, "Wow, you guys got such good stuff? My crate gave me an automated defense core. Is that any good?" The chat exploded. Fong Yaman gasped, "No way in auto core. AI Li Si, your luck is crazy." AI Li Si offered cheerfully, "Yumeng, want to trade? Your longbow and auto-recycling arrows for my auto core." Fong Yumeng hesitated. "That's a sweet deal. I feel like you're the one losing out." AI Li Si laughed. "Bows and arrows are life to an elf like me. I'm the one who should feel guilty." They clinched the trade on the spot, both parties delighted. Nakir was still stuck on her iron mountain. "I've got way too much iron. Anyone want to swap for stone bricks?" "How many units?" Luo Yu asked. A second screenshot appeared, an iron deposit the size of a boulder filling half the frame, easily over 10,000 units. Luo Yu's pulse quickened. "Put 10,000 units of iron on the market and you'll pocket at least 100,000 silver. You just hit the jackpot." Nakir gave a rueful smile. "Somebody still has to buy it. They'll trade you 5,000 units of iron for cut stone blocks." "Deal?" Luo Yu offered. "Deal. They'll give you 50,000 stone bricks." Nakir answered without blinking. The group chat went silent, then erupted. 50,000. Luo Yu, do you really love mining that much? Luo Yu laughed. "Hard work is glorious. I love to dig." The trade window appeared. He slid 5,000 units of iron into his warehouse and sent 50,000 neatly cut black speckled stone bricks in return. Nakir practically twirled in excitement. Black speckled stone bricks. Enough to wall my entire settlement. No more raids. Thanks, Luo Yu. AI Li Si chimed in. Nakir, you'd better be good to Luo Yu. Black speckled stone is a nightmare to cut. Nakir nodded solemnly. I get it. Luo Yu grinned. Black speckled stone really was tough unless you had the Tiangong Dao, which sliced it like butter. Enough chatting. Here, he said. Move that iron home before someone decides to help themselves. On it. Nakir squealed like a happy squirrel and ran off to dispatch a transport team. Nyoda, who'd been watching quietly, finally spoke up. "I want to trade too." Luo Yu chuckled. "Old Nyo, that crystal essence stone of yours is worth a bundle. What are you after?" "Weapons," Nyoda answered crisply. "Axes, shields, bows, whatever. And food. I've already grazed half my turf bare." "Perfect. Thanks to 2 recent raids, Luo Yu's spoils were stacked to the ceiling." The trade window opened again. Luo Yu tossed in axes, wooden arrows, shields, javelins, plus 500 servings of meat and 500 servings of vegetables. "Will that cover it?" "More than enough. You even threw in javelinsness. I used to be great with them, so now I'm set." Nyoda thumped the table in excitement and placed the crystal essence stone on the grid. The deal complete. Luo Yu smiled at the crystal stone in his hand. Now he could finally unlock mercenary tech. "Old Nyo, what I offered doesn't come close to the value of your crystal stone," he said, storing the gem and transferring more funds. "Hey, race another 5,000 silver. Buy whatever you need." Clutching the heavy banknotes, Nyoda's eyes reddened. "Luo Yu, you're a good man. I'm your brother for life. No need for thanks. We're family," Luo Yu replied, patting his shoulder before closing the trade window and moving on. First order of business, buy an arrow tower. Auto attack arrow tower 1 cost 3,000 arrows, 30,000 lumber, 5,000 iron, or 2,500 silver. The tower's 200-meter range would cover his entire 100-meter perimeter and another 150 meters beyond. It didn't fire single shots but volleys of 5 arrows, a storm far deadlier than the old auto crossbows. Luo Yu tapped the map, placing it behind the main villa. Confirm. A flash of white light and a deep rumble followed as a 20-meter turtle tower rose, wooden frame sheathed in cold, gleaming iron. He felt secure at last. If resources allow, he'll build a few more. Then the base will be unbreakable. The group chat bustled with trades. Luo Yu closed the window and got on with his daily chores. First he drained the ponds and collected the fish, then milked the cows. His higher taming skill now yielded 35 units per session. Wuchu. The Xuanqiu beast girl's ears twitched as she stared at the bucket of milk. Too cute to refuse. Luo Yu let her gulp it down. "You need a name. From now on, you'll be Shao Kong," he said, ruffling her hair. "Wuchu." She chirped, milk on her lips, grinning brightly. Though mute, Shao Kong was smart enough to mine, farm, irrigate, hunt, and fish. These skills leveled through use currently LV0, but time would fix that. Medical work, butchering, and crafting were still beyond her. After finishing the milk, she trotted to the vegetable patch with the bucket and watered the crops. Luo Yu checked her stats and saw the planting XP creeping upward, which made him smile. With chores done, he opened the tech tree and hit unlock mercenary technology. Cost 5,000 silver, 1 crystal stone. Confirm. A prompt appeared. You can now register at Mercenary Square, pay a deposit, and either accept missions or be invited by others. Luo Yu opened the mercenary plaza. A holographic prompt flashed up at once. You are an Iron Rank combatant. Pay a 5,000 silver deposit to register as a mercenary. Note: the deposit will be forfeited if you fail or abandon a mission. He didn't hit confirm right away. Instead, he scanned the entire plaza from top to bottom. At the top sat the mercenary roster. Fewer than 100 names were listed, all neatly arranged. Iron Rank Mercenary, Steelkin Male. Fee: 10,000 silver per mission. Missions completed, 0. Success rate, 0. Iron Rank Mercenary, Winged Folk Male. Fee: 15,000 silver per mission. Missions completed, 0. Success rate, 0. Apart from naturally powerful races such as dragons and angels, everyone else was stuck at Iron Rank, and their prices clustered between 10 and 20,000. Luo Yu switched to the task list. This section was far livelier, spreading across thousands of pages. Human, anonymous, female, seeking escort through the end-of-month raid. Reward, 2,000 silver. Wolfkin, Noika, female, any fellow Wolfkin mercs? Need backup until the end-of-month raid. Reward, 2,000. DM if you're up for more. Rabbit folk, anonymous, male. Most jobs paid less than 3,000. The system helpfully explained that the truly wealthy bought their own defenses. Only the cash-strapped hired mercenaries. Now familiar with the going rates, Luo Yu paid the deposit without hesitation and became a proud Iron Rank mercenary. A terse profile instantly appeared on the public board. Iron Rank Mercenary Anonymous, Human, Male currently not accepting jobs. Surviving the end-of-month raid came first. Leaving the plaza, he turned to his own Xuanqiu beast girl, Xiao Kong. Her stats were excellent. After watering the vegetable plot, she begged to follow him into the mine, but he assigned her a different job: fishing. Her treasure hunt skill clearly stated that digging, fishing, searching, or exploring could yield a chest, so fishing would be today's test run. Time slipped by until the sunset painted the sky orange. Beside the vegetable patch, Adai lay bored, yawning wide. When the heavy stone gate rumbled open, he trotted over to greet his master. Luo Yu ruffled Adai's head and tallied the day's haul. A full cart of stone and iron ore, but not a single burrowing beetle. They would probably respawn next month. With his mining skill now higher, Adai alone couldn't move the load. The golden scarab and the bull would have to help. Would you? Xiao Kong hopped over, cradling a wooden box scarcely wider than a palm, chirping with pride. The box was carved with ornate patterns, clearly superior to the tin chest Luo Yu had fished up last time. The beast girl's treasure hunt skill had delivered. Luo Yu patted her head, then pried the lid open without delay. A soft red glow flickered. Strength boost scroll, permanently 3 strength. Sweet. A flash of light rippled over Luo Yu, and his strength jumped to 55. The next manual upgrade now cost 2,000 silver. With that single touch, Xiao Kong had saved him a full 6,000 silver in incredibly satisfying profit. Besides the personal chest, the little fox had also reeled in an ordinary metal box. Luo Yu pried it open and froze for a second. Cobra egg fertilized. He never expected to pull something like that. When he looked for Adai, the big snake was already nowhere to be seen. After hesitating, he decided to hatch it himself. With the temperature steady in the low 20s, the egg would develop fine at room temperature. He placed it carefully in an empty room of the mansion, then headed off for dinner with Xiao Kong. There was still no stove or cooking station outside, so everything had to be roasted over an open flame after days of nothing but grilled meat and fish. Everyone was sick of it. Luo Yu made up his mind. The moment this wave of attacks ended, he would build a cooking station. The system notes were clear. A station could produce dishes of various grades, and eating high-grade food had a chance to grant buffs or even straight attribute points. Once any stat reached 100, silver could no longer force an upgrade. After that, progress had to come from other sources, and fine cuisine was one of them. The ability to dump coin into stats was only a starting ramp the system handed out. Without it, most beings in this vast universe would never survive the first assault. After dinner, Luo Yu, as usual, soaked in the wooden tub, chatted idly with the others, and then entered the arena. There were even fewer rooms than yesterday, and even Xiao Yi hadn't sent a challenge. Everyone was clearly conserving energy for the coming attack. Luo Yu picked a few random matches. The opponents were mediocre, and he left with less than 1,000 silver in profit. What he found back in the tub, though, took him by surprise. In the not-so-wide wooden tub, a small, soft, snow-white figure was resting against his chest. Would you? Xiao Kong nuzzled her head against his chest, the snow fox's eyes curving in a delighted smile, utterly affectionate. A rush of warmth flooded Luo Yu's heart, even as his rational mind repeated animal, animal. Yet the soft, girl-like feel of her fur seeped straight through his skin and into his chest. He tried to pull his hands back, but ended up wrapping them around her slender waist. Would you? The little fox chirped and seemed to blush. What the hell is she blushing for? You're a fox. Luo Yu's breath hitched, but he forcibly dragged his thoughts back to childhood memories of his grandma chanting sutras. While Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva was practicing the profound Prajnaparamita, he perceived that all 5 skundas are empty. The chant echoed in his mind, and the burning restlessness slowly subsided. Shao Kong paddled across the surface, scattering tiny droplets, having the time of her life. Thank goodness interspecies barriers existed, or this Foxenman bath would be a real problem. Luo Yu let out a long breath and calmed the tide inside him if only his bathmate were Fong Yumeng instead. Luo Yu was about to indulge in a daydream, but stopped when he realized he had no idea what Fong Yumeng looked like. Just then the system chimed. You've shown affection to the Xuanqiu beast girl. Buff gained. Farming 2. Last one day. At once Luo Yu found a proper excuse for sharing last night's bath, with Shao Kong's survival and self-improvement. His lingering guilt vanished, and he chuckled. Come on, Shao Kong, let your master check your tail for lice. We have to wash you squeaky clean. After a noisy splash fest, Luo Yu slipped into the luxurious bed, content. Shao Kong followed, curled up on the soft animal mattress in the corner, and drifted off. That bed had belonged to Adai, but Luo Yu had built the little wolf a new nest beside the vegetable patch so it could guard the crops, leaving this spot free. A thought struck him. Does the luxury bed's buff apply to Shao Kong too? He climbed out, gently moved the sleeping girl onto the big bed, and lay back down just to sleep, he told himself. At dawn Luo Yu woke first. The 60% trigger chance hadn't favored him, so no buff appeared on his panel. Turning his head, he saw Shao Kong lying quietly beside him, chestnut brown hair spilling to her waist. The system displayed, Shao Kong has gained a buff. Hair growth 300%, last one day. No wonder her hair had shot out overnight. Better yet, the progress bar already read 100%. Remembering that his beast taming buff boosted animal yield, Luo Yu grabbed the Tiangong knife and expertly sheared off the newly grown hair. The cold blade woke Shao Kong. Seeing her master wielding a knife, her ears shot upright in alarm. Her pitiful look could soften stone. When Luo Yu explained he was only giving her a haircut, she relaxed, giggled, and rubbed against his chest. Inventory update. Xuanqiu Beast Girl hair 130. It should have been 100 units, but his higher beast taming level had added 30 more. Luo Yu checked the stats. Outstanding defense and toughness, at least bronze grade if fashioned into armor, and superb thermal insulation. Maximum comfortable temperature 10°C. Minimum comfortable temperature 10°C. Turned into underwear, it would prevent heat stroke at 50 degrees and ward off hypothermia in the cold. Luo Yu's eyes gleamed. Trying to sound casual, he ruffled Shao Kong's hair. It's going to get hot. How about we shave it all off? He really just wanted more material. Whether a bald fox looked cute didn't concern him. Would you? Shao Kong playfully spat, then dashed from the villa, tail swishing. Apparently even foxes fear baldness. Luo Yu burst into laughter, feeling on top of the world. After finishing his daily chores, he settled down to study Shao Kong's remarkable hair. He already had a breastplate shielding his torso, but below the waist he was stuck with ordinary cloth trousers. While his temporary buff was still active, he intended to harvest Shao Kong's hair and weave it into a pair of pants before the next assault hit. The metal plate on his chest caught the dawn light with a cold gleam, reminding him his upper half was protected. By contrast, the thin cotton pants looked ready to tear like tissue. Thinking about the oncoming monster tide, Luo Yu tightened his fists. He had to finish a pair of Shao Kong brand hair trousers before the buff ran out. The hitch. His tailoring skill was level 0. Turning a wad of hair into fitted pants at that level was like teaching a fence post to play the piano. To guarantee any quality, he needed proper tools, so he opened the virtual build menu. Sewing station. Materials. Iron, or 500, wood 500, silver 100, sewing station blueprint 1. He had plenty of the first 3, but the blueprint was the real stumbling block, it dropped only from fishing chests or rare event supply crates. With no other choice, he checked the auction house. Only 2 blueprints were listed, each for a staggering 100,000 silver. Switching to the world channel under the alias Human Anonymous, he posted, buying sewing station blueprint for 10,000 silver. PM me. The chat scrolled by, yet no one bit. Just as he was about to give up, a trade request appeared. 50,000, the seller said bluntly. You saw the A people want 100k. Luo Yu snorted. 100 grand for a sheet of paper? Insane. 10,000, final. After the raid more people will fish, the price will crash. A pause. 20,000. Lowest will go. 10, he repeated. Raid's about to start. Decide if you want silver or a useless blueprint. Silence. Then, 15,000. Final offer. Luo Yu waited a beat, then replied, 11,000 deal? He dropped 11,000 silver into the trade window. The other player hesitated, but finally slid the blueprint across. Luo Yu hit accept without blinking. Transaction successful. You received, sewing station blueprint 1. Good luck with the raid. He typed, closing the chat. Relief washed over him, the blueprint was his. He hurried downstairs. With no workshop yet, the sewing station would have to sit in the living room. He loaded in the iron, wood, and silver, and with a flash of light a beautifully carved sewing station materialized. System message. The sewing station consumes fuel and can be upgraded. Higher levels increase crafting speed and success rate, with a chance to create higher grade items. Luo Yu nodded. Upgrading required workstation upgrade tickets fished up only, no silver needed. The higher the level, the better the gear. Fuel? Simple wood. He didn't care how the internals worked, just feed it logs and let it burn. Excited, he skimmed the manual, tossed 10 pieces of wood into the fuel slot, and got ready to craft. The process was painless. Dump materials into the supply box, follow the prompts, and the system handled the stitching. Human trousers. Required material, hair 200. Seriously? 200 units of hair for one pair of pants? Luo Yu clicked his tongue. He decided to wait until tomorrow, when Shao Kong's hair had grown a bit more. Instead of mining, he grabbed a shovel to set traps, while Shao Kong, same as yesterday, went fishing, hoping to reel in something good. On the eastern edge of the territory, Luo Yu dug a massive pit, right where what looked like the only entrance lay. The bottom bristled with sharpened bamboo, stakes anyone who fell in would be skewered in an instant. He burned through an astonishing amount of bamboo, but the trade-off was brutal stopping power. In a single day he dug more than a dozen identical pits, each one designed to cripple enemy forces and slow their advance, buying the arrow towers and auto crossbows extra time to fire. At dusk the ground glowed dark gold under the setting sun. By the river, the little fox girl was still fishing. Somehow she hauled back another metal case. The lid popped open with a clang, revealing a steaming bucket of fried chicken tier quality. After weeks of roasted meat, the smell felt downright unfair. One bite through the crispy skin and hot juices burst out, making Luo Yu's eyes light up. Besides tasting heavenly, the iron tier fried chicken carried a bonus, 10 to prisoner recruitment success for 3 days. A small bucket, yet as good as a pre-battle morale booster. Night fell, and the chat group grew somber. The all-out assault would hit in 2 days, and no one knew who would live through it. At dawn, Luo Yu finished his daily tasks and called Shao Kong over for a haircut. Once Head gathered exactly 200 units of hair, he stuffed the material into the sewing machine. On the control panel, he hit critical craft 100-fold crit. A flash of white light, and a brand new pair of pants slid out. Pants made from Shao Kong's hair platinum tier. Defense 50. Cold and heat resistance 50. Luo Yu stripped off his work pants on the spot and pulled on the platinum ones. The fabric was soft and cool against his skin, almost magical. With his lower body now armor-plated, he felt a surge of confidence and energy. With the traps nearly finished, today's main task was the moat. Luo Yu planned a trench 3 meters deep and 2 meters wide around the entire wall to slow attackers even further and keep them in range of the automated defenses. Once filled with water, he would release stoneshell turtles to ambush intruders from below. It was grueling work, but Luo Yu was no longer an ordinary man. His strength and stamina were off the charts. Shao Kong moved quickly beside him, shoveling earth without complaint. After a day and a half of hard labor, the enclosed moat took shape, and each of the 4 gates had a simple drawbridge installed. Climbing the watchtower, he looked down to see the moat circling the base like a gray-blue belt. A real fortress was taking shape. Barely a month in this heavenly Tao world, and had built a defensive line of this scale. Luo Yu felt a surge of genuine pride. That night, after a bath, he stretched out on the big bed and projected the comm panel into the air. The fox girl was already asleep, tail curled outside the blanket. Messages kept rolling in. Fong Yumming. The attack's tomorrow morning, right? Does it start everywhere at once? I'm so nervous I can't sleep. Eilina, don't worry. At worst it's just some locals raiding us, no big deal. Naker, I finished the last bit of wall today. Praying they don't climb over it tomorrow. Alice, may the goddess watch over everyone. Nyoda, I ate Luo Yu's food and wield his axe. I'm fired up. Luo Yu, get some rest, everyone. Save your strength for the battle tomorrow. Fong Yumming. Luo Yu, aren't you nervous? Luo Yu, relax. If something's meant to happen, you can't dodge it. Face it, Hedon, and you'll find it's not nearly as hard as you thought. Fong Yumming paused in the group chat before replying. Yeah, we'll stay alive. The 3 of us have agreed that if we make it, well, unlock visitor tech first and come visit your countrymen. All 3 of you are coming? I'm not sure I can handle that alone. Luo Yu answered at once. Handle it? Hey, what are you thinking? Fong Yumming protested. I'm shy, terrible at dealing with girls. What did you think I meant? Luo Yu said, pretending to be serious. You bully. Pervert. When we arrive, we'll gang up on you, humph. Fong Yumming huffed. Alice hurried to smooth things over. Yumming, Luo Yu's a good kid. Don't bully him. Eilina couldn't help whispering. Alice, haven't you noticed these 2 humans are talking about something weird? Weird? What's weird? Alice was thoroughly lost. Naker dropped a string of smiley emojis, and the tense mood in the chat quickly eased. Only then did Fong Yumming realize Luo Yu was joking to distract her. Her nerves loosened a lot. She typed, Luo Yu, don't you dare die. Wait for us so we can teach you a lesson. Luo Yu laughed heartily. If you've got the resources, build your walls first. With the teasing still echoing, everyone logged off one after another to rest. At dawn, the first ray of sunlight spilled through the window onto Luo Yu. He shot upright as if an alarm had gone off and checked the system prompts. No raid warning. Breathing easier, he got up, washed, and ate breakfast. The base's 4 stone gates were shut tight, the drawbridge raised high. Every creature, even the burrowing worms, had been called inside. Stone-armored tortoises lurked on the lakebed, ready to deliver a fatal strike to anyone who came too close. Luo Yu climbed the watchtower and scanned the horizon. Shao Kong stood beside him, a slingshot at his waist and a short sword on his back, eyes darting nervously in every direction. Suddenly a system message popped up. An unknown force is sweeping across Tiandao world. Native creatures are gathering to launch an assault. Luo Yu's heart skipped a beat. He had no idea which wave would hit his region. A second prompt followed immediately. Warning. All native creatures in this region will attack at once wave 1. His sector was actually the first target. When the 10-second countdown ended, a piercing alarm blared. The nearby Skasa tribe is advancing on your territory. They seem to be using a clever tactic. Luo Yu swung his gaze eastward. Sure enough, a large band of tribesmen and women brandishing crude but deadly weapons was closing in. Even worse, 5 of them rode massive boars. In just a heartbeat, he counted roughly 40 attackers, with mounts bolstering them. Their strength dwarfed anything he had faced before, and his heart sank. He glanced at the base rating exactly 800 points. By his reckoning, every 20 points equaled 1 attacking unit. Mounts were counted as weapons, not extra bodies. The Tiandao World Manual warned that each raid used its own formula, but the rule of thumb was clear. The higher your score, the more enemies you draw. Through his spyglass Luo, you could see plainly that the force was led by a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man rode a colossal wild boar, stubble shadowing his face and a silvery cape draped over his shoulders, making him impossible to miss. Luo Yu fixed his gaze on the newcomer. Could he be the tribe's chieftain? The thought had barely formed when the chieftain lifted his head toward the watchtower, and their eyes collided in midair. Cold contempt and murderous intent burned in the man's stare, as if this land were already his. Luo Yu snorted. So what if there are 40 of them? He'll kill them just the same. Advance as planned. The chieftain bellowed. 40 tribesmen split into 4 squads. 3 began flanking through the grass, hoping to stretch Luo Yu thin. The 4th charged straight on, led by a burly warrior astride another massive boar. Kill! He roared. The shout ended in a crash as the ground collapsed beneath him. Man and beast plunged into a concealed pit, bamboo stakes stabbing through flesh. His screams were gut-ripping. The warriors nearby panicked, and the chieftain barked, "Watch for traps." The reckless rush slowed to a crawl. Heads dropped, momentum evaporated. Atop the watchtower, Luo Yu twirled a javelin, lips curled in a cold grin while he waited for the killing stroke. Meanwhile, the regional channel was already in chaos. Okamoto Nichikawa, I'm done for. For natives on me, and I can't hold them. Zhu Lai, that's nothing. I've got a stampede of 20 crazed Buffalami base is finished. Tai Tangling, tribal archers are a pain. Fight me in a speed run if you dare. The private party chat was just as hectic. Fang Yuming, oh no, tribal raid. 7 of them. 2 with bows, please let my auto crossbows work. Luo Yu, how many did you build? Fang Yuming, 5, all on the roof. I don't have a wall. Luo Yu thought. No wonder she blew all 40,000 silver on crossbows. Naker, why a flock of rabid seagulls? They can fly? My wall's useless, I'm doomed. Elena, shoo, the hunt in the dark has begun. Elisai, poor natives, forgive my arrows. I'm only sending you to the great goddess. Nyoda, your base ratings are too high. I've got 1 wooden hut, so they only sent 2 berserk elk. I should win, right? Right? Luo Yu filed their situations away. For all the forced banter, everyone was on a knife edge, and his own predicament was worse, so was outnumbered. Across the prairie, the enemy closed in from every direction. They had already exposed 3 traps, then blundered into a 4th and lost another warrior, leaving 38. Still outside Luo Yu's effective range, they crept forward while he stood on the tower, icy eyes sweeping the grassland. 10 fighters clustered around the chieftain, shield bearers, archers, and melee bruisers, the same elite mix that so-called prince had fielded days ago. The other 3 squads advanced more loosely, probing for openings. Luo Yu noticed that every 10-man squad included someone carrying a pickaxe. Sappers. They meant to tunnel under the wall. The idea jolted him, but he calmed down at once. Among these locals were seasoned miners whose level and strength stat directly determined how fast they could dig. A creature with mining LV10 or higher could punch a hole through the wall in seconds. An ordinary miner would only be wasting time. The plan was clear. Those 4 sappers must never reach the wall. They had to be eliminated out on the field. The 4 squads crept closer. Eventually, they stepped into the catapult's range. Whoosh! The first boulder screamed through the air. The man leading the eastern squad, crouched low to study the ground, took the impact square on his head. Blood and bone sprayed everywhere. He was pulp in an instant. 37 enemies remained. Far off, the chieftain's brow tightened. That catapult could reach farther than had thought. Yet he still refused to order a full-out charge. One knew how many traps were buried beneath the seemingly flat grass. Whoosh! The second stone missed, and the warriors up front exhaled in relief. They barely had time to breathe before another boulder arced toward the five-man group around the western chieftain, effectively two squads. Shield up, someone shouted. The shieldsman bit down and raised his shield. Boom. Wood and iron exploded on impact. The shieldsman coughed blood, both arms mangled, and collapsed unconscious. 36 enemies remained. The squad, now without its shield bearer, scattered into a loose skirmish line and kept advancing. From the watchtower, Luo Yu smirked. Tactics meant nothing against his catapult. Whoosh crash. The third stone targeted the northern squad. A female archer saw it coming, sprang sideways, and dove into a nearby pond to avoid the flying debris. The instant her feet touched water, she regretted it. A giant turtle lurking on the bottom shot its long neck forward, clamped onto her ankle, and dragged her under. No amount of thrashing could break its grip. A male soldier started toward her, but was already too late. 35 enemies remained. Leave her. Stay clear of the water. The chieftain roared, then lifted his gaze to Luo Yu, eyes filled with murderous intent. The stone-shell turtle, following Luo Yu's instructions, held the archer underwater until she blacked out. It didn't kill her, but swam calmly into the moat, then dumped her at the base of the wall. A silver-armored ladybug buzzed out, pinched her armor, and hauled her inside. Behind the wall, bulls, cows, wolves, and assorted insects formed a half circle, waiting. Even if she came to, escape was impossible. The whole sequence unfolded seamlessly. The animals moved with practiced coordination, as though they had rehearsed the maneuver countless times or had carried it out far too often. Two of his raiding parties had already been wiped out at this outpost, so the chieftain suspected he was dealing with a repeat offender. Shao Kong, tie that woman up. Eek! Shao Kong squealed, slid down from the watchtower, and staggered toward the ground. Boom! Another thunderous crash followed as a boulder from the catapult exploded against the earth. Shards of stone sprayed everywhere, one razor-sharp fragment severing the arm of a front-rank spearman in a burst of blood. He collapsed, screaming. 34 left. Someone shouted, the tally echoing above the chaos. In mere moments, the outer traps and catapults had already taken 6 enemies. Chieftain, give the order to charge. We can't stay under this barrage. No. The chieftain growled, teeth clenched. Look up and you see rocks, but look down and you miss the buried traps. Fall in and you're dead for sure. The warriors could only stay low and inch forward. Farther back, Luo Yu leaned against a crenel, a cold smile tugging at his lips. In truth, there were no traps ahead. If they were too close to the base, his own teammates, the bulls, cows, and golden beetles, would tumble in, and that would be a disaster. Boom, boom. The catapults lobbed stones at a steady rhythm. The lucky ones were merely splattered with mud. The less lucky lost limbs. The unluckiest were flattened on the spot. Grinding their teeth, the raiders pushed on. By the time they closed to about 200 meters, their number had fallen to 28. Chieftain, we've been tricked. There are no traps on this stretch. Fools. The chieftain roared, veins bulging. Charge. Smash the stone gate and tear that scum to pieces. Kill. All 4 squads bellowed like wild beasts. Pent up for too long, they longed to sprint across the prairie and fight like true warriors. Their charge gathered speed, closing the gap to 150 meters when a sudden hiss split the air. Swish, 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 swish. The arrow tower and the auto crossbows opened fire together. The lead spearman on the northern flank had no time to react before a hail of arrows dropped him where he stood. On the east side, 3 auto crossbows swept the line. Thwack, thwack, thwack. 3 bolts screamed toward 3 soldiers. A male spearman dodged clumsily, but the 2 archers behind him were skewered through the shoulders, blood gushing. Bows, those are arrow towers and auto crossbows. The chieftain was stunned. He had thought it was merely a watchtower, never imagining it hid such lethality. Shields up. Dodge. He barked, ducking behind his own shield. He reacted in time, but most of his warriors did not. Swish, swish, swish. Another volley from the tower pinned yet another man to the grass. The tower's rate of fire was brutal, the arrows falling in sheets, almost impossible to evade. 25 left. 23. 22. The shouted counts came rapid fire as tower and crossbows continued their slaughter. Even so, the raiders remained ferocious, roaring as they pressed on, closing to within 100 meters in a flash. Luo Yu narrowed his eyes. One gaunt, sharp-faced warrior was astonishingly agile, slipping past 6 or 7 bolts in succession. His evasive dance drew most of the fire, letting the others advance faster. Luo Yu snorted, knocked an arrow, drew the bow. Bang! The iron-banded bow thrummed as the arrow sprang free. The man who had been darting back and forth heard the whistle of wind, but there was no time to dodge. The shaft, driven by a heavy force, slammed into his chest, staining his tunic crimson in an instant, and he toppled without a sound. The repeating crossbow swung around, its bolts creaking in the groove, and a heartbeat later 2 more broadhead arrows punched through enemy bodies. Both men dropped with holes in their chests, leaving only 19 attackers. Ordinary tribesmen would have broken and run after such losses, but the feud between Luo Yu and the Skasa clan was far too deep. Fueled by hatred, they were ready to fight to the death. By now the eastern raiders had been wiped out. One ballista on the east wall was destroyed, but the other still howled from the corner, firing one bolt south and one north to seal the passage. Catapult stones arced through the sky, smashing into the wounded on the northern flank, while the arrow tower kept the south suppressed. Luo Yu spotted a fatal gap. The west side was unguarded, and that was where the chieftain was advancing with his elite assault team. Grabbing a bundle of javelins in one hand and his longbow in the other, Luo Yu sprinted to the western battlements. Below, 7 enemies hunched behind a reinforced wooden shield, using the tortoise shell to close only 50 meters away. A cold smile tugged at his lips. Think that shell makes you immortal? He hurled a javelin, a black streak tearing through the air crack. The heavy plank split, the shield bearer grunted, a bloom of blood burst from his chest, and he dropped. Spread out. He's a javelin expert. The chieftain bellowed, but the warning came half a beat too late. Luo Yu's bowstring kept singing thwip, thwip, thwip. 3 arrows pinned 3 soldiers where they stood. 2 of them were archers. In the space of a single breath, the 7-man squad was down to 3. One survivor blanched and shouted, "His bow's just as deadly. Chief, this spot's too tough, we can't take it. Let's fall back." Retreat? Never. The chieftain snarled, his eyes bloodshot and murderous intent almost tangible. Our feud is written in blood. He dies today. Wasp released the bugs. The woman called Wasp yanked loose the strap across her chest and pulled 2 clay jars from her swollen bodice. She popped the stoppers, and a swarm of blackened yellow hornets burst out with a shrill buzz, streaking toward Luo Yu on the wall. Luo Yu arched an eyebrow. So that's why her bust looked so impressive. She was hiding weapons. He drew the heaven-forged saber from his back, ready to scatter the insects with a whirlwind slash. But a strange scene unfolded. When the hornets came within 3 meters, they grew agitated, then wheeled away in panic. At that moment Luo Yu's passive skill, Nemesis of Insects, took effect. The tiny creatures simply dared not come near. "Chief, something's wrong with this man," Wasp cried, but the words barely left her lips before a javelin hurtled in. The shaft smashed into her chest with its wooden, half-deliberately blunt driving the air from her lungs. She spat blood and collapsed, unconscious. But that brief delay left the chieftain and the burly swordsman only 30 meters from the wall. "Break down the gate." The chieftain screamed, clamping his legs around his mount. The giant boar, draped in hide armor, let out a piercing howl, leapt forward, and drove its tusks at the black spot stone doors. Boom. The impact rolled through the night like muffled thunder. Both tusks snapped off, its massive skull caved in as if struck by a hammer, brain matter splattered, and the huge body crashed to the ground, twitched, and went still. The gate showed only a hairline crack. If a full-grown bull can't break it, what makes you think a boar can? The swordsman muttered, sweat pouring down his face. He grabbed the frenzied chieftain. "That's black spot stone, nothing breaks it. We have to go?" Now on foot, the chieftain's eyes bulged with rage. Arrow towers, heavy bolts, black spot stone, water guardian turtles, airborne poison insects plus those terrifying javelins and arrows. Had the outsiders really built all this in just a month? His head buzzed, almost numb. "Chief, retreat," the swordsman urged, tugging at him again. The chieftain snapped back to his senses, bared his teeth, and growled, "Hold them off. I want him dead in 20 seconds. The loyal guard dared not disobey. With a roar he charged, sword raised. Thud. A feathered arrow punched through his thigh, spraying blood. He forced himself another 5 meters forward. Thud, thud. Luo Yu loosed 2 more arrows into the same calf. Bone cracked, the leg snapped. The big man toppled, sliding in his own blood. He looked back with a grim grin. "Chief, 20 meters. Good, a true warrior." The chieftain's eyes burned red. He flung his arm. "Boy, die. Wish." A dart flashed toward Luo Yu's throat. His gale blade swept out clank. First dart was knocked aside. A second dart followed instantly, coming in at a vicious angle toward his groin. A chained throw. There was no time to dodge properly. Instinct made Luo Yu twist sideways, and the dart whistled past, grazing his thigh. "Ha ha ha ha." The chieftain laughed maniacally. "That tip's coated with viper venom. One scratch and you're dead." Luo Yu pointed at his trousers and sneered. "Who says it broke the skin? These pants are platinum grade. Your toy can't even scuff them. PLA platinum grade." The chieftain stared at the untouched fabric, disbelief twisting his face. Rage surged, and he coughed up blood. Impossible. Why? A heartbeat later, pain blossomed in his throat. An arrow had already pierced it. Nothing is impossible. Under Luo Yu's scornful gaze, the brawny chief of the Skasa tribe let out a muffled grunt, the spear jutting from his chest. He fell onto his back, dust billowing around him, and the curtain closed on a life of brutality. Not good. The chief is dead. The cry shattered the night, as what was left of the raiders scattered in panic. Almost simultaneously, golden notifications from the heavenly Tao system flooded Luo Yu's view. "Congratulations, you have repelled the tribal assault. End of month rewards: 8,000 silver, 800 iron ore, 800 lumber, 800 meat, 800 vegetables, bronze grade, chest 1. You killed the tribal chief. Extra reward. Bronze-grade equipment chest 1. The Skasa tribe will choose a new chief in 3 days. Hostility has increased. The cascading system chimes beat like war drums, announcing that Luo Yu had survived the first monthly raid. Except for the 2 bronze chests, the rest of the supplies were hardly rare, yet they were vital foundations for growth. Now was not the time to tally spoils. Luo Yu vaulted off the palisade, shoved open the heavy stone gate, and thundered, "Everyone, get out there and hunt them down." Big Bull and Adai charged first, weapons raised, kicking up clouds of dust. True efficiency, however, came from Shao Kong. Sling in hand, she darted through the darkness, her 20-meter range just enough to drop fleeing warriors with each whistling stone. Her agility turned her into a shadow among shadows. Within minutes, the 8 stragglers were accounted for. 1 died in a trap, the other 7 were trussed up tight. Luo Yu's first counterattack, start to finish, took less than an hour. Of the 40 attackers, they had struck fast and died faster. The second wave was 3 hours out, giving the camp a precious lull. He glanced at the chat channel silence. Only a few dying messages flickered in the regional feed. Some had already buckled under tonight's onslaught, their icons dim and offline. Luo Yu whispered, "Safe travels," then turned to clear the field. First, the prisoners. 6 with maimed limbs, no longer of use sold on the ransom option, netting 7,500 silver. 9 still intact bound tight, and given a quick herb dressing so they wouldn't expire before the auction. Only 50 bundles of herbs remained in storage, but it would do for now. Adai dragged the bodies to the cremation pit. The roaring flames warped the air, both torch of victory and tomb of the fallen. The heavenly Tao is merciless enough to numb the soul. Shao Kong handled the scavenging. Weapons, clothes, and every last coin piled into a small mountain. Luo Yu approached and almost blanched at the haul. Iron spears 14. Iron shortswords 5. Wooden and short bows 8. Assorted arrows 500. Leather garments 30. Tribal silver 6,000. Medicinal herbs 62. Jerky and hardtack 3,100. Jade 120. Gold 200. The spoils gleamed coldly in the firelight. This was the real payoff for withstanding the raid. The problem was storage. The camp still lacked a warehouse, and the blistering sun would ruin everything. All of it had to go into the cellar. After finishing up, Luo Yu checked the time. 2 hours had passed since the first wave of attacks, and the group chat was still dead quiet. Everyone must have been fully absorbed in the fight. Silence was a blessing. What he feared most was a sudden farewell message that would snap his already taut nerves. The campfire crackled, its light flickering over the 9 prisoners sprawled on the ground. Their arrow and knife wounds had been treated, wrapped in clean bandages and dressings, so they wouldn't be dying anytime soon. The base, however, still lacked a proper holding cell. According to the heavenly Daos rules, without a prison these captives could stay only 3 days before inevitably going berserk, breaking free, shrugging off restraints, and attacking buildings and livestock, inflicting heavy damage. Even with a prison, it merely lowered the chance of a breakout. Luo Yu already had a plan. First, assess their stats. Any prisoner with solid skills and favorable traits, especially a young, healthy, attractive female, was worth recruiting. Once recruited, she could become a settler. Still, natives weren't trial participants. Even when loyal, they had minimal permissions. The heavenly Tao system ignored them, and tamed beasts would never obey their orders. At best, they were laborers or foot soldiers. Real authority always rested with the trial takers, much like the 3 members on Fong Yuming's team, who all held controller rights though each had a different role. Why favor women? In this world, abilities were fully quantified, erasing innate gender gaps, so with proper training a woman could outstat a man in every category. They could work hard and be easy on the eyes, why not? More importantly, non-controller members increased the base rating by a lot, which in turn raised the difficulty of the month-end assault. If a recruit's stats were mediocre, the risk outweighed the payoff. Animals could do the same grunt work without raising the Ratigan obvious advantage. He examined the 6 men and 3 women, pulling up their status screens one by one. Tribal natives usually excelled at farming, hunting, and mining, but lagged in sewing and manufacturing, and these 9 fit the mold. None was impressive. The only halfway decent one was a 23-year-old woman, the girl who had hidden a can in her blouse to raise wasps. She was moderately pretty and carried a 1-star insect mastery trait, which might fetch a good price at auction, yet she still failed to meet Luo Yu's recruitment standards. Yes, prisoners could be sold in the auction house. Luo Yu expected a flood of captives for sale after the month-end assault. When he opened the listings, plenty were already up. Some naturally stronger races had survived the raid and were now selling prisoners for supplies. Fine by him, needed reference prices anyway. After studying the market, Luo Yu set a price for each of his 9 prisoners based on their stats and listed them all in the auction house. The most valuable prisoner was the attractive young woman, priced at 20,000 silver. A robust young man went for 15,000, and most of the others were listed at about 10,000. That was the current market rate. Luo Yu simply uploaded screenshots of their stats to the exchange and left the captives where they were, knowing they wouldn't sell anytime soon. Since he happened to have spare materials, he decided to build a jail instead. He opened the construction menu and spent 5,000 silver to unlock the prison building system. 5 tiers appeared on the interface: basic, intermediate, advanced, deluxe, and luxury. The higher the tier, the lower the escape chance and the higher the recruitment success rate. Basic costs 2,000 materials, cuts escape chance by 30%, raises recruitment by 10%. Intermediate cuts escape by 50%, raises recruitment by 20%. Advanced cuts escape by 70%, raises recruitment by 30%, but consumes 200,000 building materials, 20,000 silver, and 10,000 iron ore. The prices were outrageous. After weighing his options, Luo Yu settled on a basic unit, planning to upgrade when he had more resources. Once he confirmed the build, a small jail popped up in the southwest corner of the base. He dragged each prisoner inside, untied their ropes, and let the auto-locking cuffs snap shut, much less hassle. A basic jail had no cells, just an empty hall and a walled-off latrine. Feeling marginally humane, he used stone to fashion 9 single beds and set a few pieces of dried meat beside each one. Then the job was done. Clang. He locked the main door and walked away, not bothering to spare them a second glance. With nothing else to do, he glanced at the group chat. It was still dead silent. The regional channel, however, was buzzing. I'm alive, but I lost a leg. Bro, unlock disability treatment tech. There's still hope. I don't need it. I'm from the centipede. Clammy legs grow back. Get out of here. Anyone heard from Finlayson? He's gone. 2 bears flattened his cabin. Odds don't look good for him. Sigh, rest in peace. Despite the lively chatter, every line carried a sense of doom. Clearly many people were already dead. Luo Yu couldn't hold back and typed, I'm safe over here. Is everyone alright? Messages flooded in at once. Fong Yumming, Luo Yu. You're okay, great news. I didn't dare speak. Worried I'd distract you. Knock here. Same here, I kept quiet too. Phew, finally I can breathe. Aelina, the darkness has swallowed those foolish natives. Alisai, goddess bless, everyone's safe. Wonderful. Seeing the familiar names, Luo Yu let out a quiet breath. Everyone had been afraid of bothering each other, so they'd stayed silent. Fong Yumming added, nobody's hurt, right? I have medicinal herbs. No injuries. The others replied, almost in unison. Luo Yu noticed one crucial name missing. He immediately asked, Laonyo? Where's Laonyo? The chat went still at once. No one replied, and an uneasy dread settled over them all. After what felt like forever, the elk haunch hanging above the campfire finally turned golden, its fat sizzling as a mouth-watering aroma drifted through the air. Neodas's eyes lit up. He took a deep breath. Fantastic. Elk smells amazing. I haven't had meat in a month. 2 jugs of wine would make this perfect. Luo Yu lifted his chin, opened his system panel, and said, Here, he'll start a trade and get you some. Would it have killed you to say that sooner? You almost gave us a heart attack. The others cursed and laughed, yet they were all secretly relieved. During the entire first-month raid phase, not a single member had been lost. Suddenly, Fong Yumming popped up in the channel. Hey, I caught 2 prisoners. What should I do with them? You were raiding a tribe too? Luo Yu replied. How do you usually handle captives? My 5 auto crossbows didn't finish everyone off, so these 2 got lucky, she sighed. Captives? Don't feel guilty, just sell them. Too bad they're both men, she went on. If they were women, we could try to recruit them. One of our girls used to work in HR. By the way, have you opened your reward chests yet? I pulled 2 identical blueprints. Blueprints? The chat immediately blew up. She posted a screenshot, and Luo Yu's eyes widened. Fog of War Diffuser, Crate Blueprint 2. Nakir gasped. Seriously? 2 copies at once. Looks like it releases fog and hides everything inside the walls, Fong Yumming explained, exasperated. But the build cost is crazy, just the gold alone is 500. Burn it and spare yourself the pain, Elena suggested. Throw it on the auction house, maybe some sucker will bite, Nakir teased. Nyoda shook his head. Even if you list it, the price will scare everyone away. But Luo Yu perked up. If he could cloak his arrow towers and catapults in fog, attackers wouldn't know what they were walking into until half their army was down. He spoke at once. Tell you what, let me take one. I've got 3 female prisoners. How about a trade? Really? Luo Yu, you're such a good guy? Fong Yumming squealed. Good guy? Luo Yu arched a brow. You handing me a good guy card? Now enough. Whatever, just trade already. She laughed. The trade window appeared. Luo Yu pulled 3 female prisoners off the auction house, ate the penalty fee, and dropped them into the trade slot. Fong Yumming checked the stats and whistled. They're young and their attributes are solid. I feel like I'm ripping you off. Luo Yu chuckled to himself. Prisoners could be captured anytime, but a rare chest drop blueprint was priceless. He was the one making the real profit. When it came to luck, Fong Yumming was a certified jackpot magnet. He feigned regret. Yeah, looks like you win this round. They'll have to make it up later. Fine, next time you can wait. What? She finally realized. Luo Yu, you flirt. The girls are teasing me now. My face is burning, you're terrible. Still muttering, She slid the blueprint into the trade window. Luo Yu clicked confirm and said lazily, I meant ID, even things up with resources. What did you think I meant? You know exactly what you meant. Humph. Fan Yumeng snorted. The transaction was complete. Warfog diffuser schematic, iron or 10,000, silver 10,000, gold 500, jade 500. The diffuser hides your base from hostile or neutral scouts, and the higher its level, the thicker the fog. Great stats, outrageous price. Fan Yumeng gasped in the channel, and at the same time the system chimed your base can now build a prison. Luo Yu glanced at the warehouse. The resources were just enough. Prison first. Talk later, he said. The chat went quiet, as everyone turned back to their tasks. He opened the mercenary plaza and put himself on the shelf. Iron tier mercenary human male. Mission fee, 15,000. Jobs completed, 0. Success rate, 0. The plaza was jam-packed. Most players had already taken contracts and left. The first assault window was closing, and no one was hiring newcomers. Luo Yu waited, thinking someone might still take a chance on a fresh face. With time to spare, he decided to open his chests. In his pack sat a bronze random chest and a bronze equipment chest. He took a deep breath and muttered, open. 100 critical. Random chest opened item acquired. Giant octopus egg platinum. Incubation temp, 0-100C. Current progress, 80. Platinum. Luo Yu's eyes went wide. He knew exactly what a giant octopus could hatch it and toss it into the northern lake, and it would guard the place for free. He set the egg carefully in his bedroom, planning to try for a crit hatch later. Next came the second chest. 100 critical. Equipment chest opened item acquired. Portable storage bracelet diamond. Holy. The expletive almost slipped out. Spatial gear actually existed in Heaven's Path? He raised his wrist to examine it. Portable storage bracelet. Internal space. 1,000 cubic meters, 10M, 10M, 10M. Cannot store living creatures or bound items. 1,000 cubic meters. Even with restrictions, it was glorious. Luo Yu stuffed his heavenly craft blade, bow, and javelins inside. A flick blade in hand. Another blade gone, javelin out. Smooth as silk, and it made him grin. He checked his base rating at once. No change. Good gear didn't count. Before the smile faded, a server-wide notice flashed. 4 hours after Wave 1, survivor rate among assaulted trialists in Heaven's Path, 59.772. Wave 2 begins. The text was cold, the reality cruel. Nearly half of all sentient beings had died, the wounded beyond reckoning. Across the vast realms that was still countless lives. Yet Luo Yu silently prayed for his sister's safety, a knot forming in his chest. Wave 2 had started, but no one had hired him. Luo Yu frowned. Were they ignoring him just because he was human? Since no one was hiring him at the moment, he decided to grab a bite. Digging through the loot, he pulled out an elegantly wrapped bento home cooked by the princess of the Skasa tribe for her fiancé. The poor fiancé had already been turned into a pincushion by the arrow tower, so Luo Yu figured he might as well sample the prince's cooking. He lifted a golden, glossy drumstick and took a big bite. The skin shattered with a crisp crunch, and the juices burst across his tongue. Damn, that's amazing. He mumbled through a mouthful. This princess has to be at least LV10 in cooking. Next raid, I'm taking her alive. No sooner had the thought formed than a system prompt appeared. You have eaten the love bento and gained the buff charm immunity duration. 1 day. Love-infused food may grant the eater immunity to attraction effects from the opposite sex. Luo Yu shrugged. Charm immunity, huh? Shame it doesn't come with bulletproof skin. After polishing off the last grain of rice, he happily stowed his pickaxe, rope, and other tools into his personal space. The moment he finished, another translucent panel popped up. You have been hired by the dwarves. Teleportation in progress. Prepare yourself. Canceling midway will forfeit a 5,000 coin deposit. 15 grand, and someone actually hired me? Luo Yu arched an eyebrow. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A wave of dizziness hit. The ground vanished, and he stumbled into a cold stone room. The door stood open. 2 dwarf corpses lay sprawled on the floor, blood still fresh. A third dwarf slumped against the bed, ashen-faced and barely breathing. When the dwarf saw Luo Yu, he clutched at him like a drowning man to driftwood and rasped. Help me, all the money's yours, just save me. The system's 5-second invulnerability kicked in. Luo Yu couldn't take damage or attack, giving him a moment to survey the scene. Besides the dying dwarf, 2 natives were present. Unlike the Skasa warriors who had raided his territory earlier, these men's eyes glowed blood red, and a status bar hovered over their heads. Controlled. 5 seconds passed. A spear whistled toward him. Luo Yu sidestepped the cold gleam, swung his Tiangong blade backward, and sliced the first native's shoulder and arm clean off in a spray of blood. One more twist of the blade, and the second native was cleaved in half, thudding to the floor. Save me, the dwarf groaned. Luo Yu knelt for a quick check. Both of the dwarf's legs had gaping holes. The main arteries were shredded. Blood pouring out was beyond saving. Outside, more reedy natives were scaling the walls. Luo Yu frowned. What's going on? Why are so many of them attacking? The dwarf coughed up blood. We made a mistake, wanted to brag on the regional channel. So we included ourselves in the base's strength rating, never thought the gold tier soft armor we forged would attract this many enemies. Help me. Things were clearly worse than expected. Luo Yu's face hardened. Send me a screenshot of the attack notifications. They'll look into it. He was the dwarf's last hope. Trembling, the dwarf managed to transmit the info panel screenshot. The 2 sets of gold-grade soft armor had caught the night moth siren's eye, and she was leading her thralls to seize them. Normally this kind of raid would be a bit tougher than usual, but nothing close to this scale. A flash of insight hit Luo Yu. The problem lay with the 3 dwarfs. Their basic stats were mediocre, yet their forging level was sky-high, and their life skills inflated their personal rating. Heaven's algorithm therefore deemed them extremely valuable. Coupled with the fact that Luo Yu had enabled character score calculation, the overall value skyrocketed, forcibly boosting the raid to roughly 30 attackers. 2 or 3 dozen native soldiers were now assembling outside the wall, and the base didn't even have an arrow tower. Holding them off was wishful thinking. Help me. The nearest dwarf reached toward Luo Yu, but his pupils went wide before he could finish the plea, and he breathed his last. Notice, all trial holders in this territory have died. All items within the territory are now neutral. You may leave the quest and return to your base immediately, or remain here and repel the raid. Maximum stay in a neutral base, 6 hours. Now that's what I call a stroke of luck. Luo Yu chose to stay without hesitation, his gaze falling on the 3 dwarf corpses. By heaven's rules, once a trialist died, the body disintegrated, leaving only the base core and whatever valuables they carried. He reached out and caught the cold base core orb in his palm, a real treasure. Once absorbed, it would slightly expand his base area and improve soil fertility and aquatic resources. The boost was small, but every bit counted. He tossed the orb into his inventory and grabbed the 2 suits of gold soft armor. Soft armor, the master's soft armor, give it to me. A mind-controlled native soldier lunged at him, but Luo Yu raised his blade and flicked it. The man's head sailed away. Inside the stone house, nuggets of gold and pieces of jade were scattered beside the bed, and the scrolls dropped by the dwarves lay in disarray. Luo Yu swept everything into his pack, without ceremony. You have obtained Forging Skill Scroll 3, Gold 20, Jade 60, Bronze Mirror 1. After stripping the room clean, he dashed outside. The thralls had already clambered over the wall, a dozen of them charging straight at him. Atop the wall, an 18 or 19-year-old girl in black, dark wings unfurled, looked down coldly. The night moth siren had arrived. Luo Yu glanced around. 2 more stone huts stood in the courtyard. Green fruit hung from the stubby banana trees in the garden, and a horned horse trembled nearby. Making a quick decision, he burst into the second hut. It was a cluttered forge. Tools lay everywhere, and the furnace was still warm. He scooped the piles of metal and equipment off the table and shoved them all into his inventory. You have obtained Refined Iron 200, Refined Silver 100, Weapon Blanks 2, Steel Forging Table 1. Gold Soft Armor. Hand over the gold soft armor. The thralls outside had blocked the doorway. 2 natives burst in first, and Luo Yu cut them down with a single stroke apiece. The next moment, he swung the heaven-forged blade several times in quick succession, carving a gap in the stone wall. Designed for cutting rock, the blade sliced an ordinary wall like tofu. Luo Yu sheathed it, lunged forward, left the forge, and burst into the stone room next door. A warehouse. His eyes lit. Uperon ore was stacked to the ceiling, with fishing rods, wooden buckets, and other supplies off to the side. Fishing rods were precious. Everyone started with only one, and the market never sold replacements. An extra rod meant an extra chance to stay alive. You have obtained Fishing Rod 1. You have obtained Iron, or 5,000. Notice, storage bracelet capacity at 70. Please reorganize your inventory to avoid overflow. Luckily, he had scored the storage bracelet on a crit. Otherwise none of this would fit. Luo Yu looted the warehouse clean and turned to leave only to find the entire stone hut surrounded. Outside, a woman's sultry voice drifted in. Mercenary, you can't return to your base while you're in combat. Hand over the golden soft armor, or he'll kill you. The voice belonged to Yi Dai. Luo Yu showed no fear. Yes, it took 5 seconds to exit combat, but these locals stopping him? Impossible. And he still had that critical strike chance. Sorry, once something's in my hands, I don't give it back. If you want the armor, come and take it. He sneered. A javelin appeared in his grip, and he hurled it. Thud. The spear punched through a charging slave soldier's chest, then pinned a second guard to the doorway. Luo Yu dashed outside. For archers were already in formation. Arrows whistled toward him, but he slipped past them with agile footwork. A flick of his wrist, a flash from the bracelet, and the iron core bow was in his hand. Thwack, 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 thwack. With bow mastery active, for arrows flew, and all 4 archers collapsed. Yi Dai licked her lips, eyes fixed on the bracelet at his wrist. A storage bracelet, excellent. You've become even more interesting. Luo Yu smirked back. The feeling's mutual. Let me catch you, and you'll wish you were dead. Oh, Yi Dai's smile curled. We'll see who catches whom. Kill him. A dozen melee slaves charged. Luo Yu swung the blade. unleashing whirling wind style. A storm of steel erupted. The first 4 attackers fell instantly, though a spear grazed his thigh. Yi Dai taunted, "You're human. I can wear you down." But after Luo Yu cut down 2 more slaves, she realized he wasn't hurt at all. The trousers he wore shimmered with golden light. His lower half is that tough? No gold-grade trousers. She gasped. Ignoring her, Luo Yu tore through the encirclement and headed for the vegetable plot. On the run, he grabbed a banana tree, yanked it up by the roots, and stuffed it into his bracelet. You have obtained small banana tree 1. A banana tree was valuable. Luo Yu didn't care for bananas, but Shao Kong loved them. Bringing it back to plant would be perfect. That's my favorite banana. Leave the tree. Yi Dai flew into a rage at the sight. Her wings snapped open, and a sickly sweet pink vapor burst from the feathers, rushing straight at Luo Yu. Yi Dai was no threat in close combat, but the dust on her wings could scramble the mind, and was a truly insidious chemical weapon. The haze engulfed him, and Luo Yu faltered as if mesmerized. System prompt. You have been hit by a charm attack. Status, immune. Nice, Luo Yu chuckled to himself. Love lunchbox really is broken. He staggered back a few steps, then whipped his head up, flipped his wrist, and drew his bow. Bang, bang, bang. 3 arrows fired in rapid succession, each blowing open an islander's chest. In a heartbeat, only 4 slave soldiers were left. Let's see how long you can last. Yi Dai shouted, livid. She beat her wings furiously, and the powder billowed like a tide, swallowing Luo Yu whole. He swayed on purpose, feigning a dazed mind. Thinking her chance had come, Yi Dai cried out, now? Take him alive. This slave is mine. The 4 slaves dropped their spears and charged barehanded. Just as they were about to grab him, Luo Yu's eyes flashed coldly, and the gale blade art erupted. Steel arcs whirled, icy light crossed, and with no weapons to guard them, the 4 men were cut open, collapsing in sprays of blood. Ah! Yi Dai shrieked and shot into the sky in panic. She can still fly? Luo Yu was surprised, then inspiration struck. With a thud he fell on his back, limbs rigid, muttering weakly, Yi Dai, come here, Yi Dai. Hovering in midair, Yi Dai relaxed a little and sniffed. No man can resist my butterfly dust. Too bad you never managed to disengage. She descended slowly, her eyes locking on the storage bracelet on Luo Yu's finger, greed flickering within. Bending down, she picked up a short dagger, ready to hack off his hand. Luo Yu suddenly rolled over and slammed into her like a tiger pouncing on prey. Ah! Yi Dai cried out. She struggled frantically, wings flailing, but pinned beneath him she couldn't get airborne, and her vaunted butterfly dust did nothing. Save it. Your tricks don't work on me. Luo Yu raised his hand, smack. 2 crisp slaps landed on her cheeks. Yi Dai trembled, tears spilling at once, pitiful and helpless. System prompt. You are under charm attack. Status, immune. Unmoved, Luo Yu snorted. He whipped out a hemp rope and, with practiced ease, trussed her hands and feet behind her, binding her wings down for good measure. Yi Dai finally dropped the act and gnashed her teeth. You brute. What kind of knot is this? It hurts. Yazhou knots, of course, Luo Yu replied coolly. He tore off a strip of burlap, stuffed it in her mouth, slung her over his shoulder, and walked toward the cowering Jiao Ma nearby. The Jiao Ma trembled as he approached. Softening his voice, Luo Yu said, from now on, you're coming with me. The mount, once domesticated but now half wild, and missing its former master, instinctively took a step back. Refuse me, will you? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. His fist sliced through the air and crashed down, knocking the Jiao Ma out cold. After Luo Yu gathered the scattered weapons, spears, short swords, and wooden bows and made sure nothing was left behind, he dragged a horse's leg and chose to return. The world spun, and when his vision cleared, he was already standing in his own territory. He tossed Yi Dai onto the ground, inhaled the familiar air, and his eyes sparkled with delight. This trip had been an incredible haul. Quest complete. You have received 15,000 silver. All 3 dwarves were dead, but since Luo Yu had captured Yi Dai, the objective was still considered fulfilled. As a Black Iron rank mercenary, he couldn't accept another quest the same day, so it was time to sort through the spoils. First on the list was Yi Dai. The terrified woman sprawled on the ground wasn't a recruitable unit at all. She was classified as an animal just like Shao Kong. With top-tier intelligence, however, she was practically no different from a trial taker. Luo Yu walked up to her and spoke calmly. Submit to me, or die? I will never yield. Just kill me. Her defiance surprised him. The woman who had once seemed so alluring now stood firm as steel. Tame, Luo Yu thought, activating his beast taming skill. Taming failed. Success rate, 1%. Seriously? Only 1%? At the moment, Yi Dai was a wild creature. If he didn't tame her, he couldn't even sell her anywhere. Killing her felt like such a waste. He stared at the stubborn Yi Dai for a moment, then grinned coldly. Fine, you've got a sharp tongue. Since you're an animal, you'll be punished like one. Luo Yu lunged and tore her rope. Under her horrified gaze, he said icily, there's a bull in my territory that loves tender females like you. My precious bull, come here. Moo. A distant bellow answered, and the bull charged toward them. Seeing the beast thunder closer, Yi Dai turned deathly pale. With her superior intellect, she understood exactly what Luo Yu intended. The harmless old bull in her eyes had become a monster. No, don't let it come. Kill me instead. I've never been through something like this, please. Just kill me. Tears streamed down Yi Dai's face. Luo Yu paused. Judging by her words, was Yi Dai still a virgin? He checked her status. She had indeed entered a state of extreme terror. Tame. He used beast taming again. Taming failed. Current success rate, 19%. Even with a panic debuff, it was still only 19%. Top-tier intelligent beasts were really tough. All right, you asked for it. Luo Yu muttered, then shouted once more, tame. Critical 100 triggered. Taming successful. The bull skidded to a halt in front of Yi Dai and affectionately licked Luo Yu's hand. A glow enveloped Yi Dai's body, and disbelief filled her eyes. You actually tamed me? What level is your beast taming skill? Our night butterfly clan can never be domesticated. Night butterfly, top-tier intelligence, age 20. Strength 11, constitution 11, agility 35. Special abilities, flight. Allure her wing powder can charm hostile targets for 29 days. Life skills, beast taming LV7, crafting LV2, tailoring LV3, farming LV8, archery LV9. Studying these stats, Luo Yu was quietly impressed. Her 3 basic attributes looked mediocre, yet her special talents and life skills were outstanding. Night Butterfly sat dazed on the ground, slender shoulders quivering, wings hanging limp. When his surprise faded, Luo Yu composed himself and spoke coolly. What's with the Yu? Don't you know how to address me? Where are pet's manners? A shudder ran through her as tears of humiliation slid down her cheeks. A tamed creature could not disobey its master. Loyalty and affection were locked at maximum. The harder she tried to resist, the stronger the instinctive obedience became, even stirring a craving for closer contact with the man before her. At last she knelt, choking out, "Greetings, master." Her face burned scarlet, crystalline tears glimmering an expression of shame. She could not fight, and Luo Yu found it amusing. He casually patted her head and laughed heartily. Good. From now on, your name is Xiao Dai. First job, sort the spoils for me. Xiao Dai flushed even harder, instinctively shielding her chest. Give me some clothes right now. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Is that any way to ask? She trembled and lowered her head, voice quavering. Please, master, grant your servant some clothes. That's more like it. Luo Yu shrugged off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders, his muscular frame left in a sleeveless vest. Everything else belongs to the dead. You wouldn't want it. Put that on and follow me. Clutching the still warm blue coat, Xiao Dai watched his taut back and felt her heart race. He's really handsome, and that muscle definition, stop it. What am I thinking? She snapped out of it and trotted after him. All 3 of them stayed busy. Luo Yu planted a banana sapling in one corner of the yard. As expected, Xiao Kong adored bananas. She clapped her hands, her silvery laughter echoing across the clearing. In the basement storeroom, lit by a dim bulb, Luo Yu emptied the loot from his bracelet onto the floor. Together with the 2 pet girls, he sorted everything. Iron spears, short swords, wooden bows, none of it useful, so they bundled it for the auction house. After today's ambush, weapons were scarce and prices had soared. The junk sold out instantly, netting him a handsome windfall. At the same time, people short of funds began dumping valuables. The price of gold and jade dropped from 1,200 to 1,150, even 1,130. Luo Yu swept in without hesitation 1,000 gold pieces, 1,000 chunks of jade, plus 8,000 units of iron ore, enough to meet the requirements for a fog of war expansion crate. So this is what they call making a fortune off war. Next came 3 forging scrolls, and he used them without a second thought. System: you used a forging scroll. Forging skill upgraded from LV0 to LV2. System: you used a forging scroll. Forging skill upgraded from LV2 to LV4. System: you used a forging scroll. Forging skill upgraded from LV4 to LV5. A torrent of knowledge surged into his mind like molten iron, filling it with countless forging formulas and temperature curves. At LV5 he could finally attempt black iron gear. His gaze swept to the forge standing quietly in the corner, its heavy walls darkened by earlier heat. To run it safely, the furnace would need its own fireproof room, which meant redesigning the entire building. After a moment's thought, Luo Yu stepped out of the villa and took out the base core. Confirm use. A gentle column of light descended from the sky, falling over the territory like a fine mist. Reconstruction began. System: you used a base core. Territory size 10, soil fertility 10, aquatic resources 10. The land visibly expanded, though the small lake stayed exactly the same. That's more like it, Luo Yu muttered. Otherwise the new ground would have just been swallowed by water. He turned to the elven girl by his side. Xiao Dai, what's hidden in those purple mountains? She huffed and looked away. Smack. Luo Yu gave her a light slap on the rear. She squeaked, cheeks flushing. Just mountains, endless mountains. I don't know anything else. Pets can't lie to their masters. So Luo Yu nodded and shifted his focus to installing the fog of war generator. By dusk, he had hauled the metal box onto the rooftop balcony. A sliver of mist slipped through the half-open attic window, then vanished before his eyes. The fog only affected enemies and wouldn't block sunlight. System: the fog of war now covers the entire base. Current visibility inside the fog, 30. 30% only lets you see a vague outline, he noted. They'll upgrade it when I have the resources. 0% is the goal. As the sun dipped behind the ridgeline, he ordered, throw some rations into the jail. Understood. Xiao Dai fluttered toward the cage, while Luo Yu returned to the kitchen, tidied up, and fixed a simple dinner. Night fell completely. Reclining in a large wooden tub, warm steam rising around him, his mind remained razor-sharp. Time to add attributes. The day's events had made it clear that boosting personal power paid off tremendously. With martial skills, he could squeeze every stat for maximum effect. With high stats, he could mow down intruders like weeds. He opened his status panel, 70,000 silver on hand. Attributes: Strength 52, Constitution 39, Agility 38. No hesitation. Constitution and Agility, first to 50. You spent 23,000 silver and increased both Constitution and Agility. A virtual control panel hovered in front of Luo Yu's eyes. He fixed his gaze on the Strength column and jabbed the plus button. You spent 2,000 silver. Strength 1. The notification chimed again and again. He simply closed his eyes and kept tapping until Strength hit 60. 000 silver gone in an instant. In the corner of the screen, only 31,000 silver flashed in the balance. Better keep some in reserve, Luo Yu muttered. He slid his finger to the plus signs for Agility and Constitution and hammered away just as ruthlessly. Both stats soon froze at 60. Updated attributes. Trial Taker, Luo Yu. ID, Earthsia Nation 23333. Base rating, 800. Sanitation, 30. Entertainment, 20. Strength, 60. Constitution, 60. Agility, 60. Personal traits. Sanitation had nosedived to the danger line for obvious reasons. More prisoners in the base. 2 new animals, Xiao Dai and the horned horse, and piles of corpse-soaked clothes left after days of heavy rain. Any lower, and a disease penalty would trigger. Luo Yu wasn't worried about himself. He feared problems with the animals or captives, especially the 2 little cuties. Entertainment, however, had jumped by 10 points. ID's natural perk. According to the Heavenly Tao manual, each cute creature adds 10 entertainment points. High entertainment meant better moods, lower illness rates, and the occasional quirky random buff like the Iron Straight guy with a heart-shaped lunchbox buff that delivered ridiculous combat bursts. While he pondered, a fresh system prompt appeared. End-of-month raids are over. Survival rate, 47.168. Summer begins tomorrow. Please prepare accordingly. The group chat lit up at once. Alice, it's over. So many innocent lives lost. Prayers for them. Elena, Alice, you should pray you survive the late summer raid. Fong Yumming, with summer here, food storage is a real issue. Is everyone ready? Naker, hard to keep supplies fresh without ice. We should take care of that giant fish in the lake. Double our seafood, and maybe pull up some loot. Nyoda, doesn't bother me. Grass is everywhere in summer. Food's easy. Luo Yu, if summer's here, autumn isn't far off. Let's clear more fields and stockpile grain for winter. Fong Yumming, agreed. And with all the rain, the ground's a mess. Keep your hygiene up. One message after another, they laid out their plans and felt a little lighter inside. Surviving this raid gave them their first real taste of hope. The Heavenly Tao was cruel, but it still let you chase the summit. Even Luo Yu pictured himself someday becoming a king-class mercenary. The thought alone set his blood racing. Luo Yu. Fong Yumming. Did you try recruiting those 3 prisoners? Fong Yumming got 1. 70% success rate. Everyone. Beast taming, recruiting, and insane luck. 3 talents in one base. Did the Heavenly Tao just glitch? At dawn, Luo Yu woke and instinctively nudged Xiao Kong off the crook of his arm. He opened the notification panel right away. Just as he expected, 2 prisoners had been sold. 2 bright red entries stood out. The 2 strongest male captives were gone, and 30,000 silver coins had been credited in an instant. Luo Yu arched a brow in quiet relief, then noticed a small shadow curled at the foot of the bed. Xiao Dai had tucked herself into a ball, arms wrapped around Luo Yu's calf. Her wings were nowhere in sight, and her face was buried and blazing red. Last night she insisted she would sleep on a floor mat, yet somewhere past midnight, she had climbed back onto the bed. Luo Yu chuckled and brushed his foot lightly over her soft belly. Xiao Dai blinked awake. Realizing the compromising position, she let go at once, cheeks practically dripping with heat. 2 didn't mean to sleep with you. You tamed Mimi. Body moved on its own. I didn't climb up here on purpose. Luo Yu teased, blushing like that. What are you shy about? Was all that wanton acting last night just a show? Turns out you're actually a sweet, innocent girl? When was I wanton? Xiao Dai bristled. He waved dismissively, pointing at the sheets. Enough. Your wing dust is all over the place. Clean it up later. With that, he scooped the still drowsy Xiao Kong into his arms and headed for the washroom. Petty, Xiao Dai muttered, hopping off the bed. I've folded my wings, and he can still tell. She scurried after him, stung but powerless to argue. Breakfast was the usual milk and fried eggs. Luo Yu and Xiao Kong ate heartily, while Xiao Dai chewed with difficulty, lips pursed, brows knit. When they finished, she mumbled, "I'm going to stroll on the grasslands," and flew toward the meadow outside. Xiao Kong watched her, head swiveling in curiosity. Luo Yu understood. She was off to find nectar. Night butterflies could digest grain, but pollen and nectar were their ideal food. They were a delicate species by nature. He sighed. Keeping pets was never easy. After breakfast, he headed straight for the jail. 4 men remained, each shackled and listless. Luo Yu yanked them out without ceremony. "You 4, to the mine. Work hard, and you'll get food. Slack off, and he'll put a blade through you. Understood?" They were weak to begin with and bound besides. They bobbed their heads frantically and were marched off. With labor assigned, Luo Yu handed 2 fishing rods to Xiao Kong and the freshly returned Xiao Dai. "Go fish by the lake and stay out of trouble." A hunter oversaw them while the 2 little ones skipped away. He climbed the perimeter wall alone and surveyed his territory. Rain had turned the earth to shining mud, and a few wooden cabins stood in isolation. His next priority was sanitation needed a score of at least 60. If the summer storms hit now, the whole base would be knee-deep in muck. The quickest fix was flooring. With a clear goal, he began his routine collection. 1. Gathered 3 eggs. 2. Milked 38 units of milk. 3. Collected 50 aquatic products. 4. Picked 2 ripe apples. He had these chores down to a science, darting back and forth in under an hour. When the last pail of milk splashed into the storage chute, the clock struck 8. Daily tasks done, Luo Yu's gaze fell on a heap of animal hide clothing in the warehouse corner. Every item bore the same system tag, belongings of the deceased. Wearing them raised the risk of disease and could trigger unknown debuffs, yet they were unsellable. That's why Luo Yu isn't wearing the golden chainmail. Both pieces belonged to the dead, and cleansing them would require purifying water. Purifying water was a rare item he had once looted from a chest. The supply was tiny, and wasting it on these 2 vests would be ridiculous. After mulling it over, Luo Yu opened the sewing tech tree he had unlocked a while ago, and the recycling workbench node almost glowed. The description was clear. It could break clothes down into raw materials, though 70% would be lost in the process. Still, it beat tossing them into the fire. Fabric recycling workbench. Fabric recycling blueprint 1. Basic materials 3,000. Iron or 1,000. Silver 500. The blueprint was the key, yet page after page of the auction house turned up nothing. Guess I'll have to roll the dice. Luo Yu sighed, opened world chat, and used his single daily message. Human Anonymous. Buying 1 fabric recycling blueprint. DM me with your price. No sooner had the message been sent than a trade window popped up. The ID Zerg 4444 pulsed inside a red frame, like a wasp ready to sting. Zerg 4444. Despicable human, I've got what you want. Flat price, 200,000 silver. Not a coin less. 200,000? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. He instantly recognized the name. It belonged to the mantis he had sliced in half out in the wilderness, the one that had strutted around like it owned the place. He could still picture that punch-worthy face. Luo Yu, it's worth 10. He'll offer 20 double the price. He'll buy you a coffin. Zerg 4444? Say what? Besides running your mouth, what else can humans do? I might go cheaper for others, but for humans the price doubles. 40. Take it or leave it. The bug was adamant, clearly seething with hatred for humans. Luo Yu was about to slam the window shut, but the blueprint mattered too much. Then an idea struck, and a sly smile crept across his face. He dragged 40,000 silver into the trade slot and typed calmly. Luo Yu. Deal, you dumb bug. Zerg 4444. Thought you were tough? Why cave now? Human trash is worse than roaches. After I boost my stats with your money, I'm heading to the arena to stomp you all. Spewing insults, Zerg 4444 slammed the confirm button. Silently chanting 100-fold crit, activate. Luo Yu clicked his own. System, trade successful. The blueprint flashed into his inventory. On the other end, Zerg 4444 stared, slack-jawed. Zerg 4444. Why did I only get 400 silver? You scammed me, you bastard. Luo Yu replied unhurriedly. I put up 400. Are you blind? With all those compound eyes, it's normal for you bugs to see extra zeros. Try poking a few out, might help you read numbers. Bye. With that, he closed the trade window, blocked Zerg 4444, and denied him any chance to rant further. World chat erupted at once. Zerg 4444. That human anonymous is scum, a cheat. Human Barkiefu. The bugs are at it again? Who are you calling names, flip-flop monster? Which anonymous are you talking about? Spit it out. Human anonymous. Anonymous? You taking shots at me? I'll skewer every Zerg anonymous I see. The flaming intensified until the chat scrolled like a waterfall. Luo Yu glanced at it a couple of times and lost interest, but inside he was beaming. What a glorious crit. Scamming doesn't get any better. On the villa's first basement level, Luo Yu opened the construction menu and instantly built a fabric recycling station. A flash of light, and the workbench materialized in front of him. The bench worked on a simple principle. Shove worn-out clothes into the intake slot. Wait a moment, and the reclaimed materials slid out of the discharge chute. A moment later, Adai trotted over with an armful of garments stripped from the dead and dumped them into a little mound by the machine. Luo Yu flicked the switch, the unit rumbled to life, and the first piece of tribal hideware vanished in a blink. Seconds later, the chute spat out deerskin 10, cotton cloth 10. Nice. Luo Yu arched a satisfied brow. The camp was littered with clothes from the bodies. All he had to do was feed them to the station. After half a day of work, the last blood-stained rag disappeared into the hopper, and an entire shelf of fabric stock appeared in the villa's warehouse. The place looked much cleaner, and the hygiene rating jumped by 5 points. He spent more time sorting the loot by type and ended up with deerskin 503, cotton cloth 721, heavy fur 460, common leather 777. They were perfect for clothing, bedding, even luxury sofas, and he owned a sewing station. Selling the raw materials would be a waste. Luo Yu's tailoring skill was low, but Xiaodai was level 3, more than enough to turn out quality goods. She was out fishing right now, so the sewing could wait until tomorrow. When he left the villa, he saw piles of stones stacked on the open ground. Drawing a deep breath, he raised his blade and began cutting blocks. Laying floor tiles was a stone-eating project. At dusk, Xiaodai and Xiaokong came back from fishing, each carrying 2 chests, for in total. Luo Yu opened them one by one. 3 were filled with iron, ore, and other basic resources, but the last contained cotton seeds 100. Had been wavering over planting cotton. That settled it. The big ox could plow tomorrow. After dinner and a hot shower, Luo Yu stretched out on his bed and logged into the arena. Human trash, dare you fight Grandpa? The insults from the daytime chat had turned into a flood of room titles. Luo Yu was short of cash, and the bug folk were practically throwing money at him. He clicked into a 2000 silver zerg room. Yes, here. Our bug spray has arrived. Go, you. Squash that centipede. The stands filled in an instant. His opponent was a centipede man, huge and cartoonishly monstrous. He bared his fangs and taunted. You. I used to fear you, but not anymore. I've pumped a fortune in silver into my stats, and starting today, it'll drive you out of the arena. Countdown 3, 2, 1 start. Boom. Luo Yu shot forward like a shell, leaving the barrel. Gale blade exploded. Heavenly craft saber struck again and again, and the centipede's chitin cracked like cardboard under the flurry. K.0.3.8 seconds. Total annihilation. Which bug can last 5 seconds against Brother Yu? Not bad. This one survived 2 seconds longer than the last. Come on, bugs. Sink more money into your stats, maybe you'll last another couple. Brother Yu, I'm your biggest fan. Add me as a friend, I'll pay the fee. Keep it up, you. Drive those bugs out of the arena. My Yuga has been working his heart out. You have no idea how much sweat he shed behind the scenes. Stop setting the bar so high for him. On the public chat, voices from the human faction buzzed non-stop, while the Zerg side slipped away in disgrace. The cocky centipede man had just been hacked into 8 pieces by Luo Yu. The blood wasn't even dry, yet Luo Yu turned his back on the arena without a second glance. A system window flashed silver 2,900, room destroyed 1. Extra reward 1,000 silver, string of numbers that left the spectators wide-eyed. It wasn't that Luo Yu didn't want to make more money. Had won so often and gained such a reputation that room hosts blocked him outright. No one dared open a match when he showed up. Night had fallen by the time he reached his cabin. On the soft bed, Xiao Kong was curled into a ball, silvery wings wrapped tight around her. Xiao Dai lay on a floor cushion, her head dipping as she fought off sleep. While planning the next day's schedule, Luo Yu suddenly remembered the sewing project and called, Xiao Dai, come up here and sleep. Her face went crimson. After a moment's hesitation, she crawled onto the bed. As Luo Yu watched, her neck flushed deep red. Stiffly leaning against his shoulder, she muttered, fine you jerk. Even if you take my body, you'll never have my. Smack. Luo Yu swatted her round little backside. Quit talking nonsense and go to sleep. Stunned, Xiao Dai rubbed the stinging spot and stole a glance at her master. Luo Yu had already closed his eyes, breathing evenly. Soon only gentle snores filled the room. Humph. She made a quiet protest, but the comfortable mattress claimed her in seconds, and she drifted off almost instantly. First light slipped through the window, and a system prompt hummed into view. Building material cost 5. Duration, 10 days. Luo Yu nearly bolted upright. Had waited 2 days for a rare construction buff like this. It was a gift from the heavens. Xiao Kong didn't draw a buff this round, but a line of text floated above Xiao Dai's head. Tailoring LV3, duration, 1 day. Luck, it seemed, came in clusters. He woke the 2 girls, and after a quick breakfast assigned the day's tasks. Xiao Kong, harvest the fish ponds first, then go fishing to restock. Would you? With a shake of her wings, Xiao Kong emptied her plate in a few bites and darted out the door. Luo Yu turned to Xiao Dai. Your beast taming and tailoring skills are both high. Milk the cows, collect the eggs, then come back and sew. He'll sketch a design for you to follow. He dipped a finger into the milk head just finished and sketched swiftly on the tabletop. The lines were simple yet precise, marking lift, coverage, and straps a clear outline of a brazier. Xiao Dai's cheeks flooded red again. She muttered, "Master, can we really sell something like this? Isn't it embarrassing?" Luo Yu pulled his hand back, expression serious. "Ever since we arrived in the heavenly Dao world, everyone's worn the same generic robes. I asked Feng Yumeng on the side, none of the women here have ever seen a piece like this. ITLL sell for sure. Make 10 of them first, we'll test the market." Understood. Xiao Dai gathered the fabric, grumbling inwardly. "If this shameless thing actually sells, it'll eat my hat." After breakfast, everyone scattered to their own tasks. Luo Yu dumped the chores of milking the cow and fishing on the two little darlings, instantly lightening his workload. Summer was only 3 days in, yet the sun was scorching right after dawn, leaving dusk as the only bearable time for outdoor work. Luo Yu decided to hatch the king octopus egg first. He carried the fist-sized egg to the lake and silently activated it. A system prompt flashed. Critical success growth rate increased by 100x. The shell dissolved like melting ice, and the soft hatchling swelled in his palm. Luo Yu quickly set it on the grass. The tiny octopus nuzzled his calf with its tentacles while its body grew at a pace he could watch. More prompts chimed. Growth exceeds normal parameters. Mutation detected. Mutated form, black magic octopus diamond tier. In seconds the hatchling was housezized, its inky arms as thick as barrels. Moments later, it had doubled again. An attribute panel appeared. Black magic octopus diamond tier juvenile male. Intelligence, intermediate. Strength 108. Constitution 155. Agility 69. Special skill, lightning whip, high-speed strikes that inflict heavy damage. The giant creature lifted a tentacle and gently coiled it around Luo Yu's calf, like a clingy child. The suckers clamped tight, and he had to wrestle his leg free. "Get in the water before you sunburn. If enemies show up, capture them if you can, if not, lash away," he said, patting the tentacle. The massive octopus nodded and plunged into the lake with a thunderous splash. As the surface stilled, Luo Yu's heart was still racing. The big black fish to the north was only silver tier. This black magic octopus was diamond tier and amphibious. The northern defense line was covered. Too bad it was still a juvenile. Life it were an adult, better not dwell on it. Maybe a future critical hit could fast-forward it to adulthood. He was also glad the territory rating didn't include animals. Otherwise, his overpowered pets would attract terrifying raids. The lakeside soil was fertile, but he had avoided planting outside the walls for lack of guards. Now, with the black magic octopus on watch, the opportunity had arrived. Plant a vast cotton field. Any enemy coming from the north would trample the cotton first, and the octopus, lurking underwater, would greet them with a barrage of lightning whips. A delightful prospect. Laughing, Luo Yu called over the big ox and began tilling the slightly elevated ground beside the lake. The cotton would go here safe from flooding, yet well within the octopus strike zone. Northern defense and cotton production solved in one stroke. Suddenly a grass carp weighing 3 or 4 pounds thudded onto the shore. The black magic octopus waved a tentacle from the lake, clearly trying to please its master. Luo Yu remembered. The octopus could haul in fresh fish daily, boosting the territory's seafood output by 10%. With it on the job, shortages were history. He nodded in satisfaction, already planning to fill in the little courtyard pond. In the past, draining and refilling it left him covered in mud and wrecked the hygiene rating. Now, with a giant octopus supplier, they would never run out of fish again. A moment later, Luo Yu was slowly cutting the endless stream of stone blocks being hauled in while navigating the construction menu. He had intended to lay down floor tiles, but once he opened the options he discovered a dizzying variety. Some purely decorative, some that boosted entertainment, others that raised the base score. One option, tightly sealed advanced defensive flooring, caught his eye. At one seat looked good, added entertainment, and offered genuine protection. The system's description was blunt. Mining skills below level 20 couldn't budget, and anything above level 20 could be repaired instantly as long as you had enough silver, granting it virtually infinite life. Luo Yu quickly ran the numbers. Each square meter required 30 stone bricks, 10 units of iron ore, 10 silver coins, and 1 gold coin. Inside the walls he had 10,000 square meters. Subtracting 2,000 square meters of gardens still left 240,000 stone bricks, 80,000 units of iron ore, 8,000 silver coins, and 800 gold coins. Figures that loomed on the panel like a mountain. Paving the gardens would also mean relocating them and extending the walls, turning the project into a full-scale base expansion. After a brief hesitation, he gritted his teeth and decided the defensive tiles were non-negotiable. The line had to hold. He pushed aside every other thought and focused on cutting stone. In any era, under any plan, stone bricks were both the most basic and the most voracious resource. For the next 3 days, he barely left the cutter. For prisoners hauled raw stone without pause. 11 tunnel worms dug deeper into the seams, and Luo Yu even ordered the stone shell turtles to join the transport, running the supply chain at full tilt. He saved his critical hit chances for a genuine emergency. 3 days flew by. The last block slid neatly into its crate, and the counter jumped to 250,000 enough stone bricks for the defensive flooring. Done. Iron ore stood at 5,000 units, still short of the target, yet already respectable. He wiped the sweat from his brow, took a drink, and glanced toward the stone gate. The stone shell turtles and golden beetles were still tirelessly carrying fresh slabs into the warehouse. You could never have too many bricks. He was about to get back to work when a streak of iridescent color flashed past. Xiao Dai? Master, the clothes you asked for are ready. Xiao Dai landed lightly, her tone bright. In just a few days she had become completely comfortable calling him master, and the word now sounded perfectly natural. Luo Yu stepped into the basement. 10 braziers were lined up neatly on a wooden rack, the stitching tight and surprisingly refined. Without another word, he put them on the auction house at 2,000 silver each. The world channel lit up instantly. Human Anonymous. The first handcrafted women's bras in Heaven's Dao world are now on sale full-size range. 10 pieces, first come first served. The channel exploded. What? Real bras are available? Oh my god, finally. No more worrying about sagging. Ladies, charge. This is what we've been dreaming of. All 10 items were snapped up in seconds. Damn, that was quick. Luo Yu stared at the empty list, realizing he had seriously underestimated how determined women were to buy intimate apparel. Half an hour later, the global chat was once again buzzing about the first batch of intimate apparel. Elf Anonymous, huh? I bought a human-made bra, and wow, it's actually great. Dragonkin Anonymous, really? Damn, I didn't get one. Is that seller still around? Any higher grade pieces? Just name your price. Vampire Anonymous. They'll take 2 higher grade sets, one for my wife and one for my concubine. Minotaur Anonymous. Hey, big spender with the wife and concubine care to drop your real name? Elf Anonymous. Looking for an elf partner whole, send me underwear. Email, and hope you are too. The chat scrolled by like snowflakes. Luo Yu stared at the screen and realized head-struck gold women's money really is easy money. He eyed the pile of fabric, lace, and metal clasps on the table and decided to craft ladies' underwear himself. Xiao Dai had already set the sewing machine with the right pattern. All that was left were cutting and stitching. Luo Yu's tailoring level was low, but with a template, he just needed to follow the steps. Unfortunately, that low level meant a high failure rate and a good chance of lousy quality. Hovering nearby, Xiao Dai fluttered her wings. Master, can a man like you even make clothes? Luo Yu chuckled. What, you don't think I can? Yep. Xiao Dai nodded. No offense, but your tailoring level is trashy, you'll definitely fail. Oh, Luo Yu narrowed his eyes. If I turn out a graded item, you give me a kiss. Deal? Huh. Xiao Dai's cheeks flared crimson, then she scoffed. You? Make a graded item? If you really do, they'll not only kiss you, they'll drop to my knees and lick your fingers. But if you don't, you have to gather nectar for me. Deal. Luo Yu said at once. Watch closely. He took a deep breath, fed the materials into the machine, and activated his skill. A moment later, 100-fold crit flashed across the interface, and the sewing machine glowed softly. Xiao Dai gaped as a bra shimmering with white light slid from the output slot. Silver grade ladies' underwear. Comfort. Defense. Shaping. System message. You crafted silver grade underwear. Tailoring level increased to LV2. S silver grade. Xiao Dai's eyes turned into gleaming gems. Luo Yu threw back his head and laughed. Jackpot. He listed the bra on the auction house for 30,000 silver, enough to buy a small house. With the chat still on fire, the item was spotted instantly. Whoa, silver grade underwear. I see it too. It even boosts shaping. Damn, shaping, that's insane. It broke. In under 10 seconds, a high roller snapped it up. 30,000 silver dropped into Luo Yu's account. At the current rate, that could buy 15,000 units of iron ore, so he swept every cheap lot in the auction house. By the time the money was gone, his base had amassed 25,000 units. The basement filled with fresh or cold gray stone glinting under the lights. Luo Yu grinned, ready to keep going, when he suddenly remembered something. He turned to Xiao Dai, still bright red. Now, what was it you promised a minute ago? Let's see how good your word is. Xiao Dai's body shuddered. She bit her lip, dropped to her knees, and softly took Li Yu's finger into her mouth. The moment it was done, she jumped up in a panic. I am going fishing, she blurted, then shot out the door so fast she left only a blur behind. Luo Yu froze, surprised she hadn't tried to weasel out of the bet. He lowered his eyes to the finger shed just licked. It felt as if it were on fire, and his heart was hammering. That girl is dangerously enticing, he muttered. He shook his hand to calm himself, then poured his 2 remaining critical hit chances into crafting women's lingerie. His tailoring skill was still low, so both items came out only at silver quality, yet each sold the moment it hit the auction house, one for 40,000 silver coins, the other for 50,000. Never had the phrase women are willing to spend rung so true. Flushed with 90,000 silver coins, Luo Yu threw the money into the raw materials market and bought iron ore like a madman. Before long, the basement was piled so high he could barely find a place to stand, and only then did he stop. His buying spree drove up prices, so he decided to lie low until tomorrow. 2 days later, 2 more silver grade bras earned him another 90,000. At 1 o'clock every afternoon, a cluster of wealthy female players now staked out the auction house, terrified of missing the next drop. This time they were disappointedly used materials had finally run dry. Still, his hard work had paid off. The intense crafting sessions had boosted his tailoring to level 4. Iron ore and stone bricks were fully stocked, and had amassed a decent pile of silver, but gold was still lacking. Floor tiles required 8,000 units of gold to real bottleneck. The base held only 1,800, the market was empty, and everyone also needed gold to unlock automatic defenses. With no alternative, Liu headed to the mine to push the prisoners for more output only to find the tunnels deserted. A system prompt popped up. A Zenithian buyer has anonymously purchased all of your prisoners. You receive 50,000 silver coins. 50,000 for 4 prisoners was a tidy sum, but now there was no one left to work. The solution was obvious. Go capture more. Running the numbers, he earmarked 80,000 for floor tiles, reserved 5,000 for operating cash, and spent the remainder on his attributes. 5 boosts each to strength, agility, and constitution burned through 30,000 in an instant. His stats now read: Challenger, Luo Yu. ID, Earth, Xiaohua 23333. Base score, 800. Sanitation, 35. Entertainment, 20. Strength, 65. Constitution, 65. Agility, 65. Personal trait, Zerg Nemesis. His daily critical hit chances were spent, and crafting would have to wait until tomorrow. The most productive task left was mining. Bang, bang, bang. The pickaxe rose and fell, sparks flying. Notification, your mining level has increased. Current level, 6. At level 6 the odds of striking iron ore rose sharply. Fired up, Luo Yu kept swinging, stone chips scattering while chunk after chunk of ore clattered free. Even so, level 6 wasn't exactly stellar. Most of what he dug out was still plain old stone bricks. After a day of hard work, Luo Yu opened the crates that Shao Kong and Xiao Dai had hauled in, just as he always did before dinner. For days the boxes had been filled with cured meat, canned goods, and half-baked loaves, so he silently wished for something sturdier this time. He pried open 3 crates in one go. The first 2 were once again packed with food, but the third revealed a pocket-sized crossbow. A tap of his finger made the palm-sized toy hum and expand to full scale, identical to the auto crossbows on the ramparts. Perfect. Wiping his brow, he carried the weapon up to the highest point of the west wall, secured it, and finally sat down to eat. The night passed quietly. At dawn Luo Yu headed to the cowshed. His 100-fold critical talent triggered. The cow's legs gave out as if its strength had been drained, and he left with half a bucket of faintly luminous milk. He set the pail at the vent atop the watchtower, letting the aroma drift through the ducts until it filled the base. Picking up a stone hammer, he cut building blocks while waiting for something to bite. By early afternoon the sun was brutal, the mercury pushing 30 degrees. After a quick lunch, he dozed on the villa sofa for barely 10 minutes before the system siren blared. Warning. A squad of Skasa tribe soldiers has been attracted by the scent of milk and is attacking your territory. Luo Yu leapt to the watchtower and swept the binoculars eastward. Behind a dune, 10 unfamiliar fighters advanced in 2 tidy columns. 5 men and 5 women, armored, marching in step. They were no rabble, but 2 5-person tactical teams. With the fog generators on, they could only see the vague outline of the wall. Captain, a female archer muttered, all I can see is the outer wall. Maybe we should pull back? That smell isn't worth the risk. Steady, the middle-aged captain cut in. We scouted this place earlier. Front defenses are nasty, north and south walls are thin. There's also a rare Xuanqiu beast girl here, and the new chieftain wants her. Bring her in, and everyone gets rewarded. The name alone brightened the soldiers' eyes. The captain snapped, Team 1, swing north. Team 2, with me to the south. Watch the traps. The squad split, moving silently across the sand. Luo Yu watched every step through his lenses. If they hit the main gate, the catapults and autobows would wipe them in one volley. He mused, but then would have no prisoners. Seeing the flanking maneuver, he turned to Xiao Dai and lowered his voice. How much butterfly powder left? How many can you scramble? If I control them, one at a time, Xiao Dai said, wings trembling. If I just muddle their minds, too. Good. Luo Yu nodded, then signaled the hidden Shao Kong. In a minute we charge. Objective take them alive. Wuchu. Shao Kong let out a soft call and tightened his grip on the short sword. Xiao Dai nodded, her gaze turning icy. The first 5-man squad had already slipped around from the north, hugging the ground and edging forward under cover of fog and shadows. The male spearman suddenly spotted a neat patch of crops by the lake and whispered, there's a field right by the water, it looks like cotton. Good, destroy the cotton at once. The captain ordered. Torches in hand, the 5 men jogged to the shore, tearing up the tender seedlings and stomping them flat. A few sparks landed. As soon as the first plant caught fire, a thick dark shape burst from the lake. Whoosh! Before the burly shield bearer could even scream, a black tentacle coiled around him and yanked him under. All they saw was a huge splash as the inky limb dragged their comrade down. A monster? The report said everything here had been cleared. Before the words left his mouth, more tentacles erupted from the lake, lightning-fast coils snaring the remaining four. Their eyes widened. They had no time to react before they were hauled below. Only a scattering of bubbles broke the surface. After a few futile thrashes, the 5 elite soldiers blacked out, becoming very much alive prisoners. Watching from the wall, Luo Yu took it all in, a burst of ecstasy flashing in his eye. He said, "Diamond Drank Beast, even a juvenile, was still brutally powerful." The wall and the fog blocked their view, so the other 5-man squad to the south was still in the dark, carefully kicking aside leaves and probing for buried traps. Luo Yu waved to his 2 partners, and the 3 vaulted over the parapet. A moment later, he spurred his bull forward, while Shao Kong mounted a tamed horned steed. The stone gate creaked open, and the pair charged out side by side. Xiao Dai was even quicker, beating her wings and shooting from the watchtower, skimming right over their heads. The southern squad suddenly heard thundering hooves. Looking up, they saw the gate yawning open as 2 riders emerged from the mist. "Archers, take aim," the middle-aged captain ordered coolly. A male and a female archer drew their bows to full draw, but before they could loose, a faint fragrance reached their noses. Their knees buckled as swirling colors filled their sight, and they collapsed on the spot Xiao Dai's powder. The captain looked up and found himself staring at a black-winged girl hovering overhead. His heart lurched. Night butterfly? Good grief, there's a night butterfly here. That moment of distraction proved fatal. The bull and the horned steed thundered in, covering the distance in a heartbeat. A smooth pebble whistled from Shao Kong's sling and smacked the captain's forehead with a dull thud. Stars exploded in his vision, and he toppled backward. The 2 remaining spearmen turned to flee, but Luo Yu spurred the bull after them. The flat of his blade swept across thud, and both went down. All 10 elite warriors from the tribe were now subdued, every last one taken alive. Before long, the soldiers were stripped down to their underclothes and tossed into a cell, officially becoming honored prisoners. With the captive market booming, Luo Yu had no intention of ransoming this batch back to their tribe. They could work first. Food was plentiful for now, after all. After examining the stats of all 10 captives, Luo Yu discovered that the middle-aged squad leader possessed a personal trait called Miner. Mining yield 25, rare mineral yield 10. The numbers alone were astonishing. Next, he noticed a female archer with a trait labeled Consistent Quality. Consistent quality, when building, crafting, sewing, or forging, finished items gain a 20 quality boost. A born artisan if ever there was one. Sadly, the rest of their profiles were dreadful. The archer's face was blotched with pockmarks, as if someone had scattered sesame seeds across her cheeks. The captain, though sturdy, carried the counter trait rebellious prone to mutiny. No matter how he tried, Luo Yu couldn't summon the desire to recruit them, so he treated these 2 gems like hot potatoes and set them aside for now. With no better option, he let the matter rest. At dawn the next day, the 10 prisoners were driven into the mine. Shovels and pickaxes clanged, and the insect swarm worked alongside them. Gold remained desperately scarce, yet the warehouse was already bursting with stone bricks. Staring at the swelling mound of stone, Luo Yu decided to move the vegetable garden outside the walls. The new plot would sit north of the main base beside a small lake, easy irrigation, and only 10 meters from the perimeter fence, well within the defensive kill zone. He went straight to work. A tumper-high basic wall was enough for a garden, topped with iron spikes to prevent climbing. Automatic crossbows were still in short supply, but once he had the materials, he planned to ring the entire garden and orchard with them, broadening the defensive perimeter. With ample supplies, the wall rose quickly. A big yellow ox dragged a plow through the rich black soil, turning up neat furrows. Luo Yu crouched nearby, transplanting vegetables from the old garden with the care of a seasoned farmer. His high cultivation level ensured the roots stayed intact. He toiled for 2 full days. When he finished, a 2,000 square meter spread of vegetables and fruit trees stood complete. A few seedlings died, but the overall survival rate was excellent. Drainage ditches crisscrossed the plot, guarding against floods in the rainy season. The system's score instantly jumped by 150 points to 950, and hygiene rose by 10. Luo Yu was delighted. Over the next few days, the prisoners and insects turned the mine into a honeycomb. A small mountain of stone and several stacks of iron ore filled the yard, but only 3,000 gold had been extracted, still 5,000 short. Meanwhile, the 10 bottomless pits devoured supplies. The seafood, milk, and eggs from the giant octopus were nearly gone, so he pulled out wild boar and made jerky to plug the gap. This couldn't last. He needed to offload the prisoners soon. While weighing who in the world chat might pay top coin, the group channel suddenly lit up. "Alice, I fished up a chest and found a personal trait transfer scroll. It lets you move a prisoner's trait onto yourself. I don't have any captives, any takers? Nyoda, a prisoner? Can you eat it? Fong Yuming. I've already recruited all the prisoners at my place, so there's no need to transfer their traits." In the guild channel, Fong Yuming's icon lit up. As she finished speaking, she tossed in a smug emoji. Then she reminded everyone, "By the way, I think Luo Yu still has some prisoners. Luo Yu, are you there?" The call made the lurking Luo Yu perk up. This was exactly the chance he needed. Luo Yu replied, I'm interested in that scroll. Alisai, what do you want for it? Alis's avatar flickered. Nothing, it's yours. May the goddess help you grow stronger. A trade window popped up on the screen, and a pale gold scroll sat quietly in the slot. Luo Yu hesitated for a second, then dragged the iron-banded bow from his storage into her slot. Here. Am no good with bows, take it. Alisai gasped, an iron-banded bow. Luo Yu, well, thanks. Luo Yu typed with a grin. No, I should be thanking you. You're the kind goddess in my heart. Alisai protested at once. Luo, you don't treat me like a goddess. System message, trade successful. You have received trait transfer scroll 1. Scroll in hand. Luo Yu wasted no time and headed straight for the prisoner in the mine who carried the minor trait. He clicked use. The scroll burst into a gentle light, circled the prisoner, then snapped into his body with a pop. The miner's vision went dark and he fainted on the spot. Luo Yu checked his inventory. The scroll's name had changed to minor trait scroll. Gain the minor trait when used. Perfect. He clicked again. The light flashed and vanished, and a new minor line appeared in his character sheet. Luo Yu rubbed his hands together, planning to head into the shaft later to see if he could dig up some rare ore. Back in the channel, Fong Yumeng started a new topic. I've made some money from loot boxes lately and want to buy a few female prisoners to recruit. Any suggestions on traits or age? At once, Alisai, Elena, and Naker chimed in. Each wanted female prisoners to help build their bases. Nyoda's motives were less clear. He just said he wanted some too. Noticing Luo Yu's silence, Fong Yumeng asked, by the way, Luo Yu, did you recruit any of your last batch of prisoners, or did you sell them all? Luo Yu answered, I sold the last batch, but I ran into a special event these past few days and caught a few more prisoners. Naker exclaimed, solo special events are super dangerous. Luo Yu, you're amazing. Fong Yumeng looked puzzled. Solo events? I thought the whole zone handled them together. Elena cut to the chase. Luo Yu, how many of them are women? Believe it or not, Luo Yu said, it's exactly 5 men and 5 women. One of the women has a really good trait, so I'm keeping her. He'll sell the other 4 to you at a discount. With that, he dumped screenshots of the 4 women faces, builds, and stats into the chat. Fong Yumeng sent the first thumbs up. Impressive, catching so many prisoners at once. I really want to tour your base sometime. Alisai, Naker, Elena, you pick first. Naker studied the stat cards. They're about the same age and traits, so we'll take the female archer. The final split. Naker and Alisai each took a female archer, while Elena and Fong Yumeng chose the 2 female gunners, exactly what everyone needed. Luo Yu really was selling them for next to nothing, only 10,000 silver each. After posting the trade links, he added, on the open market they'd go for at least 13,000 apiece, you know. With the deal wrapped up, Luo Yu still had 6 prisoners on hand. In the group chat, the girls were already posting recruitment ads, eager to bring the newbies into their own territories. At that moment, a private message popped up. Nyoda, Luo Yu, if you can remove the woman's negative trait, can I have her? Luo Yu, no problem, but I can't guarantee she'll be your type. Once I get another trait transfer scroll, the female lancer is yours for 5,000. Nyoda replied at once. Deal, deal, deal. My taste is nothing like you humans, or elves. What you don't like, ill love. Brother, you're truly my brother. If you ever need me, I'll walk through fire and steel without a second thought. Luo Yu typed with a faint smile. You said it. After a few more lines of small talk, Luo Yu closed the chat and opened the auction house. He flipped through page after page, but saw no personal trait transfer scrolls for sale, and his brow furrowed. With so many players in the Heavenly Dao world, Alice couldn't be the only one who had found a scroll. Someone was clearly hoarding them. If he wanted the item, he needed leverage. Luo Yu checked his inventory. The only thing he could trade immediately was a batch of women's lingerie, as Crit Talent had been spitting out these curiosities for 2 days straight. He switched to the world channel and posted anonymously. Human Anonymous, taking orders for custom silver-grade lingerie, trading only for personal trait transfer scrolls. PM if you have one. The message sparked an instant buzz in the channel. What? A human can craft silver-grade items? Hey, lingerie crafter, male or female. Want to be friends? I don't need silver, ordinary is fine. Can you make me some? He'll pay. Meanwhile, Luo Yu's private inbox turned into a honeypot. Pings rang nonstop. Some wanted to flirt, some showered compliments. Others tried to build connections, but none of them offered the scroll he needed. Just as disappointment set in, a new private message drew his attention. Human Anonymous, I have a scroll. First, confirm this, can you really produce silver-grade lingerie consistently? Luo Yu opened a trade window. A second later, the other party placed a personal trait transfer scroll inside. Seeing it, Luo Yu's heart leapt. He closed the window and sent a screenshot of a silver-grade set head made earlier. Guaranteed silver quality. We're both human, so you can trust me. The reply came back. Okay, one more question. Are you male or female? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Does it matter? It does. Answer me, quick. The urgency told Luo Yu the player was probably a shy woman. Custom lingerie meant sharing measurements, and she didn't want a man to know them. For the scroll, He answered without hesitation, "I'm female." "Few good, a woman. I don't want to hand my sizes to a man." "Wait, prove it, send me a screenshot." As expected, she was cautious yet insistent. Luo Yu silently congratulated himself on his answer. As for the screenshot, "Shao Kong, come here. Would you?" Shao Kong toddled over, hugged Luo Yu's arm, and rubbed her little head against him affectionately. "Give me your little hands." "Shoo." Shao Kong tilted her head, then raised her fair hands, fingertips twitching curiously. The lighting was perfect. Luo Yu opened the capture window, snapped the scene, and sent the screenshot on the spot. "Wow, your hands are so pretty delicate and tiny. You must be, what, 16 or 17, little sister?" Luo Yu stared at the screen and typed at lightning speed. "Sis, skip the flattery. Just give me your measurements so I can get started." The other side went silent for a full 30 seconds before shyly replying, "FF?" Luo Yu almost mistyped. "An F cup?" I'm a little stunned. "Yep, F. Weird, right? If I'm not wearing a bra, I feel terrible." Luo Yu rubbed his temples. "I honestly don't know how big an F is. Could you send me a reference photo?" "Up photo? That'd be basically naked, forget it. Even if we're both girls, no way." Luo Yu sighed. "Alright, then give me something to compare it to." A moment later she sent a screenshot of a small watermelon. Now he had a mental picture. "Same time tomorrow?" "Sure. Talk then. Bye." Once the private chat closed, he frowned. An F cup will need about only and a half times the usual fabric shell, have to pay extra. He dug out clothes head taken from prisoners and started ripping seams. Garments from the living yield 20% more material than those from the dead, so he quickly piled up a heap of fabric. At the sewing table, he enlarged the bra pattern to scale and whispered, "100-fold crit. Activate." A flash of white light burst from the machine, and an oversized purple bra slid out. Gold-grade women's lingerie. Base stats: defense, shaping, comfort. Special effect: max comfort temperature 60, min comfort temperature 60. Whoa, gold grade. Luo Yu was thrilled. Heat insulation and cold resistance super practical. But his tailoring level was low. Should he really give this away? If he kept it, who else could wear something this big? A system prompt flashed. Your tailoring level is insufficient. The gold-grade lingerie has a flaw. When the right junction is struck, it releases a weak energy blast and loses defense. Immediately after, tailoring skill increased to LV5. He looked closer. Sure enough, a tiny blemish marked the right side, barely noticeable. A small flaw, but still a top-tier item overall. Unfortunately, had already used up today's World Channel slots. Non-friends were limited to 10 minutes of chat, so he couldn't reach the busty girl until tomorrow. With the minor trait active and a bit of night left, Luo Yu decided to get his hands dirty while he still had time. Luo Yu marched into the shaft and began tearing at the rock with reckless force, leaving the 5 male prisoners gaping in disbelief. "Man, the Lord's a monster with that pick," one of them muttered, swallowing hard. "Iron or 50, copper or 10, silver 60, gold 8. The system chime kept exploding in his ears as precious ore flew out in droves while ordinary stone grew scarce. Dig. Keep digging. The long-lost thrill surged through him. Sweat rolled down his temples, but he barely noticed, lost in the crunch of metal and stone. After a fierce burst of work, he wiped his brow and straightened up, speaking in a calm yet commanding tone. "See that? From now on you work like me. Stop dawdling, call yourselves men." All 5 prisoners dropped their heads. The burly one tried to flatter him. "My lord, your strength and level are way too high. We can." Thud. His words ended as a golden spear burst through his chest. Blood splattered everywhere, and the group froze in shock. System alert. Your reckless excavation has enraged the Golden Scorpion King, Cassia. It will lead a swarm to assault your territory. Joy turned to disaster. One swing of his pick had triggered a major event. The spear slid free and clattered to the ground. The rock face bulged, and a scorpion the size of a cottage emerged, its carapace gleaming under the lamps like polished gold. "Run!" The prisoners screamed, scattering. Luo Yu barked, "You and the burrowers fall back. He'll hold them." Prisoners and tunnel worms bolted. Luo Yu retreated as well, tightening his grip on the Tiangong blade. Moments later the Golden Scorpion King hauled itself out completely, its pure gold shell both rigid and elastic, its stinger dripping dark green venom that hissed as it hit the stone. Golden Scorpion King Cassia, gold rank. Pure gold shell, immense strength, venomous tail. The stats flashed before his eyes, and greed flickered in his gaze. Yet the Scorpion King didn't strike at once. It seemed to be waiting for reinforcements. The surrounding walls rustled, and 50 or 60 smaller golden scorpions poured out. The largest were calf-sized, the smallest as big as wild dogs, every last one clad in shining armor. Hiss roar. The first wave lunged. Luo Yu shifted his footing and unleashed the gale blade style. With 2 thunderous slashes, the leading pair split in half, golden ichor splattering the floor. "Bugs dare rampage in my domain." He scoffed. The words were barely out when the king's stinger slammed into the Tiangong blade with a clang. The force numbed his arms, and he cursed inwardly. The gap in strength was brutal. The small scorpions were one thing, but the king was gold rank while he was only bronze at best. A heat and fight meant death. Swish, swish, swish. The stinger jabbed again and again. If not for his high agility, he would have been skewered. With the swarm nipping at him, he abandoned any thought of holding the tunnel and broke into a sprint. Hissing and roaring, the insect tide surged after him. The golden scorpion king, huge as it was, exploded forward with terrifying speed, almost brushing his back. Luo Yu's heart lurched, and he shouted, Shao Dai, help me. Bursting from the mine tunnel, Luo Yu shouted for help at the top of his lungs. Shao Dai had sensed something was wrong the moment she wriggled free of the captive's heap and had already been moving this way. At her master's cry she dived, wrapped her arms around him, beat her wings hard, and shot skyward. The golden scorpion king's massive pincers snapped just beneath Luo Yu's soles. A freezing chill raced up his spine, breaking him out in a cold sweat. Hovering in midair, Shao Dai was still shaken. She stole a glance at the enraged colossus below and asked anxiously, Master, are you all right? I'm fine thanks to you. Shao Dai, fly back to the base. We'll use the defenses to hold off the swarm. Luo Yu's gaze was resolute. Understood. Agility was Shao Dai's specialty. Her speed rivaled any raptor's. With a few swift wing beats, she deposited Luo Yu atop the base's highest watchtower. By then, the golden scorpion king was leading its brood in a tide-like charge toward the fortress. Boom. The catapult fired first. A millstone-sized boulder slammed into a calf-sized scorpion, shattering its carapace and killing it outright. Almost simultaneously, the automatic crossbows spat bolts in rapid succession, shafts hissing through the air. Unfortunately, the scorpion's armor was tough. The quarrels could pierce it, but they lacked the crushing force of the catapult stones. Luo Yu's eyes flashed coldly. He raised a javelin and hurled. Thud! The shrieking spear skewered a small scorpion, blood spraying. One after another, his javelins found their marks. In moments, 10 small golden scorpions lay dead. Yet their numbers were still terrifying. Fearless and swift, they closed to within 100 meters in mere breaths. Wish, wish, wish. 3 more javelins flew, and 3 more scorpions fell. But unease crept over Luo Yu. He had only 30 javelins in all, and at least 40 scorpions still scuttled forward, never mind the massive scorpion king. The base was teetering on the brink. The swarm pressed on until it reached the moat, where it abruptly stopped. Even the golden scorpion king clawed at the bank, yet refused to touch the water. Scorpions fear water, Luo Yu exclaimed in relief. The base and its new vegetable plot lay within the moat. As long as the scorpions stayed dry, they couldn't get in. Seizing the lull, Luo Yu hurled his remaining javelins, targeting the smaller scorpions. Many toppled as the scorpion king roared, but it still refused to wade across. Boom! The catapult thundered again. A boulder struck the king square on the head, only to spark harmlessly off its thick golden armor. No mark at all, a frightening sight. The king's roar was deafening, yet Luo Yu was calm. He sat on the watchtower and waited. His javelin spent, he had handed the iron limb bow to Alice. The catapult, arrow towers, and automatic crossbows kept up their barrage. Pinned behind the moat, the scorpions were sitting ducks. Well, were you down if nothing else? He muttered. Wish, 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 boom. More small scorpions were blown apart by stones and bolts. Minute by minute they were wiped out until only the scorpion king remained, brandishing its pincers in futile rage. Unlike raids by rival tribes, an insect swarm knew no retreat. A tribe might cut its losses and run, but beasts like these fought to the death. Kill or be killed, there was never a choice. No retreat, no compromise. Nature could be that ruthless. Bang! Clang, clang, clang. Trebuchets and arrows poured fire onto the golden scorpion king, but the monster was so tough it seemed unharmed. Luo Yu tried beast taming from a distance, only to get the system's icy reply. Cannot tame an uncontrolled creature. If they stayed bottled up in the base, they would fall sooner or later, so he thought fast. He pulled out the auto defense core, tapped a few commands, and shut down the arrow towers and ballistae. No point wasting ammo, wood and iron vanish in a blink. Stowing the core, he turned to his 2 partners. Dai, be the decoy. Lure that big scorpion to the lake. Our giant octopus will finish it off. Huh, you want a cute girl like me to be bait? Dai puffed out her cheeks. You're the one who can fly. If I could, I'd go myself. Hurry up, and tonight you can fall asleep holding my arm. Oh, her voice softened. Arm, Legither's fine. But buy more flower seeds. I want peonies or glowflower pollen. Deal. He'll carve out a garden in the backyard. Now go, and stay safe. Dai finally flashed a smile, tossed back. No backing out. Then called, Shao Kong, with me. Would you? Shao Kong answered, and she scooped him up princess style, rising straight toward the golden scorpion king. Hey, ugly scorpion, chase me. Dai taunted from midair, but the pair of crimson compound eyes stayed locked on Luo Yu. She scattered butterfly dust that glittered in the sun, yet the armored brute didn't even flinch. Out of options, she looked at the boy in her arms. Your turn. Hands free. Shao Kong whipped out a slingshot. Thwack. A pebble nailed the scorpion's left eye. It roared and looked up. Thwack. A second stone smashed its right eye, pain sending it into a frenzy. In an instant, its target shifted from Luo Yu to the two figures in the sky. Dai spread her gossamer wings, clutching Shao Kong as she shot toward the lake. The scorpion barreled after them, raising clouds of dust, but pulled up a few dozen meters from the shore. Instinct warned it danger lurked in the water. Shao Kong, keep firing. Thwack, thwack. Pebbles lodged in its mangled eyes. Pushed past its limits, the scorpion finally charged, speed surging. The venomous tail swept sideways. Dai broke into a cold sweat, dodging the lethal strike by a hair's breadth. A heartbeat later, three dark shapes exploded from the lake: juvenile, diamond-grade black demon octopi. Thick tentacles coiled around the scorpion's pincers and deadly tail, yanking hard. But the golden scorpion king was a full-grown adult. Its strength was every bit their equal. 8 tentacles strained, yet the monster didn't budge. One side pulled, the other dug in, and for the moment, neither could gain the upper hand. From a distance, Luo Yu saw what was happening, swung open the stone gate, and lowered the drawbridge. "Anyo-go?" he shouted. Boom. The one-ton bull churned up the earth and thundered toward the golden scorpion king. After a short rune-up, it dropped its head, drove forward, and slammed squarely into the scorpion's tail. At almost the same instant, Shao Kong drew his slingshot to full tension and flicked a pebble that struck the scorpion's left eye dead on. The double hit sent the scorpion king reeling in agony, its strength fading in a heartbeat. With a splash, the giant octopus wound 8 arms around the beast and dragged its massive body into the lake. The surface boiled and spray erupted. Water was the scorpion's bane. Submerged and bound by those thick tentacles, it could not bring its power to bear and had no hope against the octopus. After roughly a minute of violent thrashing, the huge silhouette went rigid and lay still. "We got it." Luo Yu hurried to the bank and motioned for the octopus to haul the prey ashore. Moments later, the golden scorpion king was dumped on the ground, lake water streaming off its scales. Its 2 massive claws and stinger had been ripped clean off. Survival was impossible. Luo Yu sighed with a hint of regret. What a waste. I didn't even get a chance to tame it. He drew the Tiangong knife, sank the blade into the monster's mandibles, and twisted, ending its life for good. Bang. A crisp system prompt popped up. You have slain the golden scorpion king and received 1. Gold tier random chest 1. 2. Gold tier gear chest 1. 3. Golden scorpion king egg 1. Note: scorpion king chests cannot be stored indefinitely. They will decompose and open automatically after 24 hours. Luo Yu's spirit sword. The chests might be on a timer, but being able to stack a critical bonus on one of them was already a huge win. Wuchu. Shao Kong leapt up and hugged Luo Yu's arm, while Shao Dai beamed with delight. Luo Yu ruffled their hair. "You two go start dinner. They'll deal with this big fella." Shao Dai giggled. "Don't forget the garden, the garden." She scooped up Shao Kong, spread her wings, and flew back to the base. Luo Yu left the carcass untouched for the moment and focused on the gear chest. They'll burn today's 100-fold crit on this one. The random chest can wait until tomorrow. You opened a gold tier gear chest and obtained Enyang Twin Blades Gold, upgradable. Black light and white light intertwined as 2 razor-sharp, 2-foot saber-sewn ebony. 1 ivory floated before him, radiating cold fire. Luo Yu laughed in delight. The Gale Blade technique with twin sabers perfect. By comparison, the Tiangong knife was only silver tier and more of a tool. These gold tier twins were built for battle, their stats through the roof. Yet when he gripped them and gave a test swing, his forearms tingled with fatigue heavy. He lacked the strength and the motion felt sluggish. "I need more power," he noted silently. He stored the twin blades, the random chest, and the egg in his wristband. Once the crit charges reset, he'll fuss with these. First, the scorpion and its spawn. Dismantling, hauling, sorting worked through the entire routine for 6 straight hours. When he finally looked up, it was already 11 at night. He was exhausted, but the loot was outrageous. In total, he had gained 7,038 gold, 26,506 units of scorpion meat, and a piece of recyclable bioequipment. The Scorpion King's tail stinger was silver rank, laced with a potent neurotoxin, and harder and sharper than steel. Luo Yu carefully tucked the severed barb into his pack, already scheming. Why not forge it into the tip of a spear? 1 scratch would be enough to kill. Just thinking about it felt exhilarating. He now had all the materials for floor tiles, but the warehouse was overflowing with scorpion meat, so that had to come first. He listed a full 10,000 units on the exchange for the bargain price of 5 silver each. Instead of feeling tired afterward, he was wide-awake and refreshed. He jumped into the shower for a long, hot rinse, wolfed down the reheated meat and milk Shao Dai had prepared, and finally crawled into the bedroom. Both girls were already fast asleep, curled up on the bed. Without their help, last night's fight with the Scorpion King would have been much tougher. Luo Yu chuckled, scooped them both into his arms, and held them close. Shao Kong nuzzled against his arm in contentment, while Shao Dai's lashes fluttered and a blush colored her cheeks. Moments later, Luo Yu drifted off as well. At dawn, he woke to a system notification. Buff sleep efficiency 50, duration 3 days. In other words, 8 hours of rest now took only 4. The bonus time, jokingly labeled the Oxenfield buff, wasn't strictly necessary, but Luo Yu was happy to accept it. After a quick breakfast, he started laying defensive floor tiles. Opening the construction panel and standing ankle-deep in mud, he tapped confirm over and over. You have built reinforced high-grade defensive tiles, costing stone bricks 30, iron or 10, silver 10, gold 1. The new tiles were pure white, traced with elegant golden lines stunningly luxurious. Each one he set down made the base's rating jump. By noon he had carpeted every inch inside the walls, even replacing the villa's ground floor with the same tiles. What had once been a tiny village now looked like a noble's estate. Silver and gold flooring, a grand villa, towering walls, and a yard full of lively animals. A palace, a garden fountain, add those next, and it would be fit for an emperor. The thought made Luo Yu grin. Thanks to the beauty boost, the system chimed again. Buff action frenzy, duration 1 day. Checking the panel, he nearly choked. The base rating had rocketed from 800 to 3,400. Those tiles alone had added 2,600 points. The end-of-month rewards would be great, but enemy raids would scale up too. The archer towers and repeating crossbows had to go up fast. Then he remembered promising Xiao Dai a garden last night. A promise was a promise. He reopened the build menu, found garden, and decided it had to match the luxury of the new tiles. Luxury garden. Per square meter stone bricks 10, soil 50, silver 10, jade 1. Comes with bioluminescent flowers. The price was a little high, but still far cheaper than the floor tiles, and he only needed a single ring around the villa. Soil was limitless and free. After Luo Yu confirmed the order on the console, light flickered under his feet, and a thick layer of earth spread over the tiles like a carpet. A moment later, emerald-patterned flower beds rose smoothly out of the ground, encircling the entire villa while leaving broad paths open to the east, south, west, and north. Luxury costs money for a reason. The fluorescent flowers he planted carried a faint fragrance and would glow softly at night. The system chimed at once. Base score 400. The number jumped from 3,400 to 3,800, the progress bar shooting upward in an instant. Compared with living facilities that swallowed resources yet added points slowly, this kind of decorative upgrade felt wonderfully efficient. Drawn by the scent, Xiao Dai zipped back, her round eyes sparkling. Master, you really built a garden. It must have cost a fortune. Was I asking too much? Luo Yu looked at her flushed little face and grinned. It did cost plenty. How do you plan to thank me? She dived beside him and brushed a quick kiss across his cheek, then flew off in embarrassment. If you ever want another kiss, I can do that. Oh, stop it. I'm not talking to you. She hovered over a fluorescent bloom, inhaled deeply, and practically melted with pleasure. Luo Yu touched the spot she had kissed and sighed. What an adorable girl. If only reproductive isolation weren't a thing. Silver coins came fast and went even faster. With only 22,000 left in the account, he gritted his teeth and spent 20,000 outright to boost his strength so he could wield the Moonsun twin blades at will. That left just 2,000 coins, the pile of scorpion meat still unsold, and his wallet feeling painfully light. He opened his status panel for a quick check. Trial participant, Luo Yu. ID, Earth, Xian Nation 23333. Base score, 3,800. Sanitation, 78. Entertainment, 20. Strength, 75. Constitution, 65. Agility, 65. Personal traits, Zerg Nemesis, Minor, Beast Tamer. Standing on the spotless tiles, he flipped the twin blades in one hand, weighing their balance while planning his next moves at lightning speed. 1. The base score was getting high. First priority was to reinforce defenses. 2. He needed a steady income stream. Eggs and milk were consumables, and once the livestock population grew, he couldn't keep selling surplus. Mercenary jobs paid well, but none were available lately. 3. The sewing station and forge were the most reliable moneymakers, but only if he built a spacious workshop that could stack every possible buff. He also had to enlarge the cellar and add a separate warehouse. Bottom line, he was broke. Seeing the time, Luo Yu turned back into the villa to finish the previous order for the big-boobed client. Seconds later, a trade window popped up. Humanly Curson. Sis, is the item I ordered ready yet? So the big-boobed client was named Lee Curson and hadn't bothered to stay anonymous. Luo Yu, of course, still was. He simply uploaded the custom bra head finished. Wow, it's purple so pretty. Wait, it's golden underwear? Oh my god. A stream of exclamation marks flew from Lee Curson's private messages. Luo Yu glanced at the screen and answered calmly. Got lucky and crafted a golden piece. One trait scroll won't be enough. Lee Curson didn't haggle. Alright, I'll add 30,000 silver, okay? That's everything I have. Luo Yu thought the girl was remarkably generous, but all he typed was, deal. Pleasure doing business. Send the trade. Yes. Pleasure doing business. Lee Curson confirmed. System prompt. Trade completed. You have received silver 30,000 and personal trait transfer scroll 1. With the items secured, Luo Yu had no desire for small talk and was about to close the window when another message popped up. Little sister, I still don't know your name. If you find more good stuff, let's trade again. Call me you. As long as you keep the chat log, we can stay in touch. You? Oh, Rainsys got it. Bye. The conversation ended, and Luo Yu was in high spirits. He located the captured female artisan and used the scroll to transfer her stable quality trait onto himself. Stable quality increases the quality of items produced through construction, crafting, sewing, or forging by 20. The trait was exactly what he wanted. As agreed, he opened a trade window with Nyoda, handed over the captive, and pocketed an extra 5,000 silver. His purse bulged once more. He still hadn't used today's 100-fold crit, so he opened the unopened gold tier random chest. 100-fold crit activated. You opened a gold tier random chest and obtained Blueprint Lightning Collector Lightning Rod 1. Holy crap, Luo Yu nearly jumped. The Lightning Collector was the key to unlocking the Lightning Tech Tree. It wasn't sold in the system shop. You could only fish it up or find it in airdrop crates at a minuscule chance. Pulling it straight from a chest, that's the power of a 100-fold crit. But the moment his eyes fell on the materials list, his excitement died. Blueprint Lightning Collector Lightning Rod. Copper or 20,000. Gold 20,000. Silver 100,000. That's a fortune. This tech is way out of my league right now, he chuckled bitterly, scrolling through the Thunder Tech tree. Once the device was built, it would unlock lightning towers, electrified perimeter traps, thunder bombs, and a whole arsenal of lethal weapons. After that, even more thunder facilities would open up, and individuals could learn lightning skills. After spending so long in the heavenly Tao world, Luo Yu had grasped the basics. At its core, this was a realm of sword and sorcery, where survival and strength were everything. Thunder was just one elemental force among many. Wind, fire, and water could also be wielded, though unlocking any of them was no easy feat. As for the advanced technology of the previous civilization, he still had no idea how to get it. For now, he could only scrape by with the bit of modern science he still remembered. Back to the Lightning Tower, Luo Yu was certain that those fur-clad natives with their crude shields would never withstand a bolt of lightning. The manual even said the tower could hit aerial targets, so once it was built, not a single bird would dare cross his sky. Unfortunately, the tower's cost was astronomical, so he put the idea on hold and kept stockpiling resources. For now, he would add another arrow tower to the base and set up a workshop just in case a real attack caught him off guard. The blueprint for an auto-fire arrow tower demanded 30,000 units of wood, 5,000 of iron ore, and 2,500 of silver. Silver was plentiful, and he had mined a mountain of iron last time, but would remain a bottomless pit. Buying a load now and then was fine, yet relying on the market forever clearly wasn't. After some thought, he decided to plant trees and handle the lumber shortage himself. Planting trees offered several advantages. 1. A steady supply of timber for defenses. 2. Firewood for the winter. 3. Most importantly, roots to curb soil erosion. He knew erosion all too well. During the last thunderstorm, had seen sand and silt pour into the small lake, raising its bed by a visible margin. If that continued, the area would flood during the wet season. So he planned to ring the lake with a belt of trees about 100 meters out. Besides stabilizing the soil, the grove would serve as a natural barrier. He was even considering rigging traps between the trunks or strapping automated weapons onto them to fortify the northern front. Luo Yu opened the Heavenly Tao World Manual and browsed the list of saplings. Before long, a species called the Xiangye tree caught his eye. Xiangye tree. Growth cycle, 60 days. Broad, fragrant leaves, edible as a mild vegetable. Nutritional value 0.1, virtually negligible. Each mature tree yields 60 units of lumber. 60 days was a bit long, but the fertile soil on his land would make up for it. Decision made. Wood prices hadn't spiked yet, and saplings were only 20 silver each at the auction house. He grabbed 500 Xiangye seedlings in one go and stacked them beside the lake, ready for planting. Time was timber. Luo Yu grabbed a shovel, and Xiao Kong, who had been fishing nearby, ran over to help. Master and servant trod the damp soil, planting one sapling after another while their reflections danced across the water. With every tree that went into the ground, Luo Yu felt a new pulse of life spread through the territory, and his mood soared like a kite. Halfway through, Xiao Kong let out an excited chirp. Luo Yu followed the sound and found her hugging a half-buried chest, eyes sparkling. You have obtained Xuanqiu Beastkin exclusive chest 1. She had a knack for unearthing these chests, and sometimes the loot was astonishing. Luo Yu let her open it. Out popped a small bottle. Gui Yuan Elixir 3, colorless and tasteless. For 2 hours after ingestion, the user's attributes are forcibly set to 10, and all ranks and special skills are sealed. Great, we fished up a bottle of poison, he muttered with a wry smile. Hardly useful for base defense. Xiao Kong loved tinkering with oddities. He ruffled her hair, stored the elixir in his bracelet, and went back to planting. Your farming level has risen to LV 6. After planting 500 trees in one stretch, even his farming skill had leveled up. Gazing at the ring of saplings around the lake, Luo Yu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. By winter they would form a dense woodland, and the open ground between the trees and the water was already earmarked for cotton and other crops close to the lake, sheltered from wind and rain, practically perfect. Night deepened. A little after 9, the full moon hung high in the sky. Shao Kahn clutched Luo Yu's arm and whimpered, her stomach rumbling loudly. With her face streaked in mud, she looked both ridiculous and endearing. Luo Yu laughed and tousled her hair. Bath first, then dinner, all right? At his words, she gave a shy squeak, the tips of her ears turning bright red. Bathing was the master's duty. Luo Yu scooped her up and headed for the villa. Half an hour later, steam billowed from the bathroom, and Shao Kahn came dashing out, bare feet slapping the floor as she giggled. Despite the phrase bathing together, she and Xiao Dai each soaked in a separate wooden tub. Luo Yu merely helped scrub the mud from their skin. Glancing at the dripping buckets, he resolved to build a proper bathhouse. Soon everyone could soak together, comfortable and water efficient. The day's work finally done, Luo Yu stretched out on the large bed with the 2 little cuties beside him. He pulled one into his arms and quickly drifted into a sweet sleep. At dawn he woke refreshed. Xiao Dai, cheeks flushed, was staring at him. Luo Yu pinched her soft belly and teased, no abs at all. You'd better start working out. You've never checked, so how would you know? She mumbled, but Luo Yu was already out of bed, ready for a new day. After breakfast, he learned the last male captives had been sold, adding 50,000 silver to the ledger, enough to put anyone in a fine mood. At the beast pen, the dairy cow was still producing milk. Xiao Dai crouched beside her, milking with practiced ease. Though the cow could keep yielding special milk, she was clearly exhausted, so Luo Yu postponed using it to lure raiding beasts. A sudden thought struck him. Xiao Dai was an adult, could she produce milk? He opened her status panel, but found no relevant data. The same was true for Shao Kahn. Disappointed, he noted the brief comment. Aside from extra ears, tails, or wings, humanoids were essentially identical to humans. The territory had been peaceful lately, and Luo Yu was beginning to look forward to the next event. Meanwhile, timber prices were rising from 1 silver per unit to 1.5. With other domains already stripped of trees, costs could only climb. He still had 87,000 silver on hand, so he bought, while it was cheap, 45,000 silver for 30,000 units of lumber, then promptly ordered construction of arrow towers. Thanks to a 5 construction cost buff, Luo Yu could save 1,500 units of lumber, and that was reason enough for him to rush the build. The buff would last only 10 days, and every passing day turned timber into stacks of glittering coins. Wasting any of it was out of the question. This time, instead of planting an arrow tower in the middle of the base as usual, he set the coordinates at the corner where the east and south walls met. According to the blueprint, a central tower had an effective range of 150 meters, but once it hugged the wall, that range shot up to 200. Luo Yu had done the math. From this spot, the tower covered virtually every blind angle along the east and south sides. Put another 2 towers on the northwest and southwest corners, and their diagonal fields of fire would weave a web. The east side tower could even shoot targets 50 meters beyond the west wall. That was what made arrow towers terrifying: long reach, broad coverage, no dead zones. Too bad the budget had bottomed out again. The new tower rose, giving the base a modest defensive boost. And by Luo Yu's personal credo, finish the defenses, reward yourself. A supersized bathhouse would be next. First, however, he had to burn today's critical hit chance. Outside the walls lay a flat stretch of ground. Luo Yu drew the golden scorpion king's egg from his storage bracelet and whispered, 100-fold crit growth rate, times 100. The shell shivered. He set it down quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a palm-sized golden scorpion broke free. With each breath, the creature swelled, first calf-sized, then as tall as a fully grown cow before the growth finally stopped. The massive scorpion pressed close to his leg, nuzzling his forearm, affectionate and utterly obedient. Golden Scorpion King. Intelligence, intermediate. Stage, juvenile. Grade, gold. Strength 86, Constitution 120, Agility 47. Special ability, Gold Seeker periodically produces a gold ingot. It also boasted Tail Sting, Pincer Rend, and several other combat skills. The stats were solid, but Gold Seeker really lit up Luo Yu's eyes. Who could refuse free gold? Even so, a 100-fold crit didn't guarantee a mutation. Like crafting a legendary item, it all came down to luck. Sometimes you got gold, sometimes silver. The Heavenly Dao kept its own hidden RNG. Then Luo Yu spotted another perk. The scorpion came with mining LV10. He dragged it straight into the mine, slapped its sturdy golden carapace, and barked, dig like your life depends on it. The scorpion didn't hesitate. Its twin pincers drilled into the glowing face and flicked out a fist-sized lump of gold within seconds. You obtained gold 60. Holy, keep going. Dig harder. He appointed himself foreman. You obtained silver 100, copper or 30, iron or 90. The golden scorpion's mining speed was insane. Fewer useless rocks, more rare, or exactly what you'd expect from a level 10 mining skill. The Scorpion King alone could match the mining output of 5 prisoners. Unstoppable. The tunnel shook and a system warning flashed. The Golden Scorpion King is digging too aggressively and has disturbed a giant centipede in the rock wall. A moment later, a centipede as thick as a barrel burst through the stone, hundreds of legs slapping the rock, mandibles snapping as it lunged for the pit. Luo Yu instinctively gripped his twin blades. His Zergbane talent left him fearless, even eager for a test. But the Golden Scorpion King was even quicker. Its gilded pincers clamped onto the centipede's torso. The stinger flashed, pierced the exoskeleton, and pumped in venom. The massive centipede twitched twice, then went limp. The scorpion ripped it into chunks and stopped working to feast. Intermediate intelligence still can't rival high grade or special grade, it just follows instinct, Luo Yu muttered, letting it romp. Within minutes, half the centipede was gone. The leftover meat drew burrowers, stag beetles, and silver ladybugs. The whole cavern screeched with insect chatter. Luo Yu was pleased. Every creature the scorpion unearthed became instant rations, saving him a fortune in meat. Still, if he wanted to grow the swarm, the scorpion tearing out nests by the roots was counterproductive. He found a compromise in the scorpion elsewhere when needed and switch it to 100-fold critical extraction mode to raise new hive spawn rates. Settled, he let it gorge itself. Who knew? Maybe he could raise a few vats of goo while he was at it. Soon another headache emerged. The scorpion mined so fast that the oxen and stag beetles hauling or carts couldn't keep pace, or piled higher and higher, and the transport line was close to collapse. Worse, the monthly vein quota was vanishing. The deposit had a cap of 100,000 units per month, like a stock pawnstone or gold depending on mining level and luck. Thanks to a base core, Luo Yu enjoyed a 10% bonus, but at the scorpion's speed the quota would be gone in 15 days. After that the whole swarm would just loaf around and eat, especially the scorpion, whose every meal devoured mountains of meat. There was no realistic way to raise the quota quickly, so Luo Yu drafted a new schedule. The scorpion would dig in the morning, haul, or in the afternoon, and sweep the nearby woods for pests during downtime. Given its IQ, that was perfect. Leaving the mine, he checked the dirt road to the base. Years of cart traffic had gouged 2 deep ruts. The pitted surface slashed transport efficiency so badly even the oxen complained. If you want to get rich, fix the roads first, he reminded himself, planning repairs when time allowed. That afternoon, in the workshop cutting stone blocks, flying chips were interrupted by a sudden system prompt. Your item has been purchased. You received 50,000 silver. Huh, someone bought all my scorpion meat. A glance at the trading board confirmed ivory slab of scorpion meat head put up had sold out. Someone with adventurous taste had just fattened Luo Yu's wallet again. Riding the high, he brushed the stone dust from his palms, headed to the bathroom, and gave his hands a good scrub. The chill faded from his skin, and he opened the construction menu, flipping through every bathing option until his cursor stopped on luxury pool. Requirements: 5,000 building blocks, 1,000 jade, 1,000 gold, 20,000 silver. Daylight robbery. Even with a 5% cost-cutting buff, the totals were brutal. A pool couldn't crit the way a bed could, so there was no gambling for a bargain. Luo Yu clenched his teeth. He had the materials, and the buff was active. Do it. You are about to spend 4,750 stone blocks, 950 jade, 950 gold, and 19,000 silver to construct a luxury bath. Confirm? Confirm. White light flared. When it faded, a massive sunken pool occupied the center of the room. Pale yellow jade formed a thin layer over the walls and floor, its gentle sheen mingling with rising steam. Fine gold threads ran through the stone like climbing vines, and a thick silver pipe fed steaming water from the built-in boiler, splashing into the basin with a soothing roar. Just looking at it took the tension out of his shoulders. Panel readout. Luxury pool gold tier fatigue recovery rate 40, cleanliness 40, higher chance to trigger positive buffs, comfort greatly increased. Territory ID. Earth, Cien Country 23333. Base score, 4,550 up from 3,800. Hygiene, 90. Entertainment, 30. Strength, 75. Constitution, 65. Agility, 65. His timber-hungry arrow tower had been worth only 150 points. This pool alone added 600. Hygiene shot to 90. Living conditions felt sublime, and bathing had just pumped entertainment up by 10 points. Leaving a brand new bath unused would be criminal, Luo Yu muttered. He stripped down and slid into the steaming water. Mist curled around him. Warmth kneaded his muscles until every trace of fatigue evaporated. He nearly dozed off. System alert. Your base's hygiene has improved dramatically. A mysterious power has bestowed a boon blessing of harvest. Blessing of harvest. All crops within your territory will mature instantly. Jackpot. Had known high hygiene and entertainment could trigger buffs, but a territory-wide harvest? Every cotton sprout and sapling in the garden was now ready to pick. No way he was letting that go to waste. A rush of wind at the door. Xiao Dai burst in, voice trembling with excitement. Master, Shao Kong and I were fishing by the lake and saw all the fragrant leaf trees shoot up. The flowers in the garden are in full bloom too. It's beautiful. Luo Yu lifted his head, keeping his tone casual. Just the harvest blessing. No need to fuss. Huh. Xiao Dai blinked, finally noticing the giant pool. Her eyes sparkled. Wow, it's gorgeous. You're bathing? She swallowed, clearly itching for a dip herself. There'll be plenty of time later. Luo Yu chuckled and waved her over. Grab my clothes. Let's go check the garden. Okay. Her cheeks flamed pink as she hurried the clothes to the poolside, then dashed back out the door. The moment they reached the garden, everything was ripe. Golden rice bent under its own weight. Corn cobs were so plump they looked ready to burst. Potatoes pushed through the soil in bulging clumps, while greens and tomatoes painted the beds emerald and scarlet. The scent of harvest filled the air. Luo Yu almost shouted with joy, and Xiao Kong clapped her tiny hands, giggling nonstop. It had been a long time since the last large-scale vegetable harvest. Many bases had already run out of food because they hadn't planted enough, and produce prices were climbing again. This haul was going to be a gold mine. Luo Yu decided on the spot. Harvest now, replant now, no chance for any hungry critter to sneak a bite. Dai, loyal as one dog could be, simply couldn't guard so much land alone. Current stats: Luo Yu, farming level 6, Xiao Dai, level 8, Xiao Kong, level 5, plus a crop yield 10 buff from the diamond bed. They split up at once. Let's move. Xiao Kong, Xiao Dai? Luo Yu barked. The two cuties fell in line. With their high stats they swung sickles and hefted baskets in a blur, and level 8 Xiao Dai outpaced everyone in both speed and yield. By a little after 9 that night, the last basket of tomatoes was in storage. The garden lay bare, and fresh seeds were already in the ground. Thanks to the base's fertile soil, the next crop would grow 10% faster than outside. Luo Yu tallied the haul, 35,000 units of produce in a single day. Not long ago, he wouldn't have dared dream the plot could yield so much. Fertility bonuses and farming levels really paid off. Better yet, Xiao Kong's non-stop cutting pushed her to level 6, and Luo Yu's own experience bar was nearly full. Average market price was 10 silver per unit. Vegetables now cost 70 to 80% more than meat, so today's take was worth 350,000 silver. The seller still held about 2,000 units of old produce. Luo Yu swapped them out for 5,000 units of fresh and listed the remaining 32,000 units at auction. The seller's tile floor kept things cool, but nothing stayed fresh forever, so he had to sell fast. World Channel Human, Anonymous, whoa, who just dumped 30,000+ veggies on the market. Grab them. The ad effect was instant. Soaking in the bath, Luo Yu watched his balance soar, grinning from ear to ear. Against those rising numbers, the delicate figures of Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai in the water were mere background. They were pets now, far less appealing than women of his own kind. Within minutes the lot was gone, netting 320,000 silver, another clean score. And with cotton and a mountain of lumber due in tomorrow, Luo Yu was over the moon. He pulled Xiao Kong close and planted a big kiss on her cheek, happier than ever. Wuchu Xiao Kong let out a tiny cry but offered no resistance. She was used to being treated like a hug pillow at night, and didn't mind at all. Xiao Dai, however, was another story. She hid in the water on the far side of Luo Yu, sinking up to her chin and showing only a pair of anxious eyes, too nervous to come closer. Later that night, Luo Yu had an odd dream. He was lying on a bed piled high with pure silver, the cold metallic gleam filling him with delight until he suddenly remembered that his own diamond cloud bed was worth 10 times more. The thought jolted him awake. Sitting bolt upright, he glanced down, confirmed that his priceless bed was still there, and let out a long breath of relief. Sleep gone, he threw on a robe and walked to the window. The sky was pitch black, strewn with stars. Staring at the night, he thought, a glass of red wine would be perfect right now. Then another idea struck him. Why not build a grape arbor in the yard and make his own wine? The notion had barely formed when his gaze sharpened outside the wall by the moat. Two furtive figures were hesitating in the shadows. A system prompt appeared. The blessing of the harvest has attracted nearby thieves. Congratulations on triggering the thief event. The world of Tiandao made it clear. Unless a player spotted trouble with their own eyes, the system would never warn them in advance. Luo Yu cursed under his breath. Well, great, and vaulted out the window. On the riverbank, the two shadows exchanged a glance, then leaped in unison, clearing the wide moat in a single bound. Once they landed, they hugged the ground and slid toward the base like living shadows. The arrow tower and ballista didn't so much as twitch, their bodies blended perfectly with the moonlight. Working together, they scaled the 5-meter wall in seconds, dropped inside and found a man already waiting. Thud! Luo Yu flipped his moon-sun twin sabers, striking with the flats. Two muffled cracks later, the thieves crumpled like empty sacks. System prompt. The thieves have been subdued. He dragged the pair into the jail and frisked them with practiced hands. Soon Head pulled out a fist-sized chunk of gold, 3 finely crafted bracelets and rings, and a book. Concealment technique, silver grade. Special skill. Once learned, the user can enter stealth at will. While stealth, defensive buildings cannot detect the user, and the chance of being spotted by living creatures is reduced by 50%. Well, that's a nice surprise. Luo Yu's eyes lit up. In the world of Tiandao, skills were hard currency. The more a mercenary knew, the better. He tapped learn without hesitation, and a brand new technique etched itself into his mind. Concealment technique, like his Galeblade style, was silver grade and could be refined to 3 tiers. Its effectiveness was tied to the user's agility. The higher the stat, the lower the chance of discovery. In the end, every martial art was powered by basic attributes. With enough strength, a silver grade Galeblade could overpower even gold or platinum grade skills. Once everything was sorted, Luo Yu checked the prisoners' profiles. Both were agility types with unremarkable traits. Where they'd found the manual, he couldn't be bothered to ask. Following his usual routine, Head put the male on the auction block and keep the female to trade with someone in the guild. The heavens may be indifferent, but people shouldn't be. If the profit was about the same, comrades came first, and Luo Yu always honored that rule. Early the next morning, Luo Yu was chatting in the group while eating breakfast. Cool mist slipped through the wooden window cracks as he cupped a steaming bowl of meat porridge, his fingers flying across a holographic keyboard. Luo Yu ran into a thief last night and nabbed a female captive. Anyone want to buy her? Notification pings sounded in quick succession around the table. Elena, no thanks. These natives are useless and just eat up rations. Elisai, I don't need one right now either. Naker, they'll pass. The last one still isn't fully broken, just a sliver of resistance left, meow. Nyoda, I'd take her, but I'm broke. Fong Yuming, in that case, I won't be shy. Luo Yu, let's trade. At some point, Fong Yuming had become the group's recognized little rich girl. Luo Yu casually uploaded a picture of the captive to the trading panel. Her wrists were tied behind her back with hemp rope, and her face showed equal parts shame and anger. Fong Yumeng eyed the photo and sent a wide grin emoji. She looks pretty good. Luo Yu, you really don't want a female captive? Not interested? Luo Yu wiped the grease from his mouth. Interested how exactly? Fong Yuming's typing sped up. Geez, as in manual labor. What did you think I meant? While she typed, she entered 15,000 silver into the trade window. A captive with average stats and passable looks usually sold for 16 to 17,000. Yet she didn't haggle just because they were friends. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow at the figure, gave a faint smile, and hit confirm. Luo Yu, I thought you meant that interest all men share. Fong Yuming, that interest all men share? Video games. I'm still a kid, I don't understand, hee. A system prompt flash transaction successful. You have received 15,000 silver. A pleased smile spread over Luo Yu's face, and the porridge tasted even better. Chatting really did chase away the loneliness. Breakfast lingered on, and the group kept up a relaxed back and forth. Naker, summer's here, autumn isn't far behind. Once winter hits, seafood may be our only food source. Shouldn't we bump killing the lake monster to the top of the list? Fong Yuming, is it finally time? I was thinking of saving up to build an arrow tower by the lake and shoot it to death. Dumb idea? Elena, the big black fish won't just sit there and let you shoot it. Kinda dumb, yeah? Fong Yuming, okay. After a short lull, Elisai offered a new angle. Elisai, I've got an idea. Check Rule 822 in the Heavenly Tao World Guide. Everyone pulled up the document. Rule 822 covered the team-up function. Once you unlocked either the visitor or mercenary tech, you could form a party to hunt major beasts. Though individual shares were lower than soloing, total loot was higher and drops were richer. Fong Yuming, oh? Sister Elisai, you mean we rush to unlock visitor tech, then party up at someone's base and take down the blackfish together? Elisai, exactly. Luo Yu's eyes lit up. The blackfish in his territory only dropped the usual stuff, but had seen others post jackpot kills, trait scrolls, tech blueprints, even base cores. Head drooled over those rewards. Now the chance was right in front of him. Luo Yu, I'm in. Let's do it, and while we're at it, we can finally meet up and get to know each other better. AI Lena, what exactly does meeting up in real life mean? Fong Yuming, honk 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 honk. Over the course of breakfast, the little group finalized their next move, everyone itching to get started. Luo Yu took Xiaokong and Xiao Dai off to harvest cotton, and cut timber. Making money came first. The cotton field that looped around the lake yielded 20,000 units. That was enough to turn straight into clothing, or, combined with enough hides, into luxurious carpets, another lucrative item. Harvesting cotton, felling trees, then rezoing both crops kept them busy for 2 full days. When they finished, they had 20,000 cotton and 30,000 timber on hand, just the amount needed for arrow towers. Time to build. Following the earlier plan, the new tower went up at the junction of the northern and western walls. With 3 towers now covering almost the entire base and backed by 5 auto crossbows and a catapult, Luo, you felt the defenses were solid. Still not solid enough. Normally, after a round of defenses, had switched to point boosting buildings, but the luxury bath and premium floor tiles had already spiked the score too much. He needed one more wave of defenses before he could relax. Development is essential, but security is the foundation. Since Head cleaned up on the last deal, he decided to go big and add 2 more arrow towers. Money? He had plenty. After buying extra timber, iron ore, and the silver needed for construction, he burned through 130,000 silver in one go. Now a tower stood on each cardinal point, giving the base fearsome fire coverage. Anything within 50 meters would be riddled with arrows. The latest batch of towers added exactly 5,000 points. Current wealth, 210,000 silver. Food stores, 16,000 scorpion meat, 2,000 other meats, 2,500 seafood, 5,000 vegetables, 150 milk, 30 eggs. Resources, iron, ore, and timber depleted, 3,700 gold, 1,250 jade, 588 copper, ore, 80,000 stone bricks. Animals, 1 green wolf, 1 mutant earth chicken, 1 giant octopus, 1 golden scorpion king, 1 bull, 1 cow, 11 burrowing worms, 8 stone-armored turtles, 1 silver-armored beetle, 1 gold beetle. Companion pets, Schwanzio beast girl, night butterfly. That was basically all the base's movable wealth, and none of it counted toward the score. Aside from the defenses, the only buildings were the villa, toilet, perimeter wall, cellar, and a single mist box. Luo Yu kept the scorpion meat, not for himself, but for the animal she, Xiaodai, and Xiaokong refused to touch insect meat. Surveying the 4 arrow towers, Luo Yu felt wrapped in security. He still hadn't cashed in the recent critical hits, so instead of spending more silver, he decided to use one now. He walked out onto the prairie, pulled out the snake egg head found earlier, and murmured a silent command. 100-fold critical hit activated. The snake egg's growth rate soared 100 times. Just like last time, the snake egg in his hand split open, and moments later a massive serpent appeared. Red-scaled python, bronze tier, adult. Stats, strength 50, constitution 75, agility 21. The critical hatch brought another mutation. Although its level was ordinary, the little fellow carried the rare ability scale production periodically, shedding a batch of scales that could be collected and crafted into high-end materials. Mix a few of those scales into any fabric, and its quality ceiling would skyrocket. Luo Yu casually herded the python into the small lake to keep the octopus company, then opened his panel to allocate points attributes were king. He spammed the add button, and the numbers surged. ID, Earth Shagwa 23333. Base rating, 5,000. Sanitation, 90. Entertainment, 30. Strength, 90. Constitution, 90. Agility, 90. That single wave burned through 130,000 silver, and the panel now looked nothing short of magnificent. Luo Yu drew his twin yin-yang blades and gave them a few swings. The wind howled around the edges, and power flooded his limbs. The arrow tower was done, his stats were up, and the python was secured, yet he refused to slack off. We must uphold the fine tradition of continuous combat, he declared, and went right back to cutting stone. Time flew by. The next day, amid the steady rhythm of stone cutting, a sudden crack rang out. Luo Yu rushed over to find the mine cart, completely collapsed. The big bull stood innocently beside it, or strewn across the ground. With a sigh, Luo Yu patted the bull's head. This cart had finally retired with honor. A new problem surfaced. The road from the base to the mine was a wreck, and transport costs were sky-high. He opened the construction menu. No concrete or asphalt roads, but there were composite pavers and paved tiles. After a moment's thought, he chose dense fireproof paving slabs. Fire, rain, dig, and corrosion-resistant, a lifelong fix. Someday he would lay main roads across the entire base, but first he had to solve the mine route. Recipe: dense fireproof paving slab per square meter, stone 10, iron ore 3, silver 1. Using these inside the base wasn't exactly flashy, yet paving a highway with them was downright luxurious. Luo Yu began clicking, slab by slab, creating a 3-meter-wide roadway more than spacious enough for a mine cart. By the end, not only was the exterior path from the base to the mine fully paved, even the tunnels gleamed with new Tylisa lavish dump of materials. Still, the footing felt wonderful. Next, he bought a brand new mine cart for the big bull. Hooves rang crisply on the smooth stone road. The bull mooed in delight, and even called the cows over for a stroll. From the top of the wall, Luo Yu watched the herd trotting along the new route, grinning from ear to ear. Then the realization struck him. If he could walk faster, so could his enemies. Had he just smoothed the way for their advance? My arrow towers and catapults don't care where they shoot. The towers I can live with, but the catapults pound everything in sight, roads included, and then I'm stuck paying for repairs. With that in mind, Luo Yu rubbed his chin and started searching for a workaround. If he just dug pits on either side of the road, those notoriously dull creatures, big bulls, gold beetles, and giant scorpions would blunder in on their own, wasting all the resources had spent setting them up. He opened the store, construction, and defense tabs and scrolled through the lists. One name jumped out at him: auto spike trap. Luo Yu immediately spent 10,000 silver to unlock auto trap technology and check the specs. Auto spike trap: when an enemy unit steps on a tiled square, 20cm silver spikes shoot upward. Does not trigger on friendly or neutral targets. Radius, 2 meters. Perfect. His eyes lit up. Friendlies wouldn't trigger it, so no friendly fire, and the catapults wouldn't turn the road into rubbly. A win-win. He even considered ringing the outer wall with them, but the description was clear. The device had to be installed under floor tiles, and the ground outside the wall hadn't been paved yet. That plan would have to wait. He reviewed the material options: iron, copper, and silver. 1. Iron was cheapest, but wounds risked tetanus, making treatment long and expensive. 2. Copper conducted electricity and, paired with lightning tech, would be fantastic, but copper ore was scarce and astronomically priced. 3. Silver sat in the middle price-wise, carried no tetanus risk, and suited his current strategy of taking prisoners. After a moment's thought, he gritted his teeth and ordered 1. Silver auto spike trap, 5,000 silver highway robbery. He buried the first trap under a stone tile near the mine entrance. With a 2-meter radius, any enemy stepping on it would have spikes punch through the tile and skewer their calves worth every coin. The stretch from the base to the mine was 1,500 meters. He spent 50,000 silver, planting 1 trap every 150 meters for a total of 10. When he finished, only 20,000 silver remained in his account, and his heart ached. Money's never enough. Luo Yu glanced at the dairy cow, saw she had mostly recovered, and did a quick calculation. He'll milk her again in a couple of days to ease the cash flow. Then he checked the base rating. The new tiles and traps pushed the score to 500, not a huge leap, but acceptable. Tasks done, he led Xiao Dai back to the villa's basement. A mountain of cotton filled one corner. Pointing at the materials, he gave a faint smile. Xiao Dai, the sewing's yours. Let's start with women's underwear. All the fabrics right here, use whatever you need. All right. Xiao Dai nodded gently. Master, I'd like to transplant a few glowflowers from the garden. They'd make the place prettier and give off some light. These torches are glaring. Luo Yu set his tools aside and nodded. Good idea. They'll leave the transplanting to you, arrange them however you like. For now you'll have to work here, but later I'll build you a dedicated studio packed with fresh flowers. Sound good? Xiao Dai chuckled and made a deal gesture. He'll remember that, master. Don't break your promise. Luo Yu smiled back, silently etching the word lighting into his mind. Early the next morning, he burned 2 critical hit chances, cleanly selling 2 silver-grade undershirts. The 5 common shirts Xiao Dai had rushed out also vanished in minutes, bringing in a total of 75,000 silver, an impressive haul. Competition had begun to trickle into the auction house. A few players with the right skills were listing underwear of their own, but scarce materials meant each could only post 1 or 2 pieces at a time. For now, Luo Yu still enjoyed a near monopoly. After breakfast, he skipped his usual stone-cutting routine and focused on lighting instead. Once night fell, the entire base went pitch black. Even the villa was lit by only a few sputtering torches that made every room feel like a haunted house, unpleasant and impractical for night work. Electric lights were out of the question, and candles were no better than torches. Luo Yu decided to solve the problem at its source: bioluminescent plants. The glowflowers gifted with the flower bed did shine on their own, but at only 20% brightness, they were too dim. What he wanted was something closer to a fluorescent lamp. The system showed that unlocking bioluminescent flora would cost 50,000 silver and required no extra blueprints. Luo Yu gritted his teeth and hit unlock. The tech tree spread open, and one entry caught his eye: the Man Luo Radiant Vine. This climbing flower emitted a soft white glow, covering roughly 10 square meters at 60% brightness, far better than the glow flowers and easy on the eyes. Most villa rooms were a bit over 30 square meters. 3 pots per room would do the job. The tech was unlocked, but each seed cost a steep 1,000 silver. Luo Yu crafted a stone planter, paid the price for a single seed, and planned to run a test. I've still got 1 crit chance left, maybe I should use it to speed up growth? Just don't turn into a man-eating plant, he muttered. The moment he activated the skill, a system prompt chimed in his ear. Announcement: a group of cats has appeared nearby. You may attempt to tame them. 15 cats are about to enter your territory. Ding. Attempting to apply critical hit. Luo Yu froze. I was trying to crit the vine. What are you doing? Ding. Non-hostile event detected. Critical hit successful. Your current event has been critically enhanced. Just as Luo Yu was reeling in shock, a fresh notification materialized. The 15 cats that were about to enter your territory felt an overwhelming pressure and fled. 1 Jinj Sabalu has entered your domain. Are you kidding me? The alert had barely faded when Luo Yu bolted out of the villa and scrambled up the wall. In the pale dawn, a lone figure approached at an unhurried pace. She was a beast woman close to 1.8 meters tall. Golden hair cascaded down her back, a fur-trimmed crop top hugged her lithe frame, and her fair skin practically glowed in the sunlight. Unlike ordinary humans, she sported a pair of upright tiger ears and a thick golden tail that swayed behind her, each step radiating an inescapable sense of menace. The system interface popped up right afterward. Jinj Sabalu Juvenile Diamond Tier High Intelligence. Strength 279, Constitution 261, Agility 308. Form: humanoid beast woman. Can transform into a golden tiger when necessary. Luo Yu's scalp tingled. When he first heard the name Jinj Sabalu, had assumed it was some run-off-the-mill monster. Seeing this statuesque tiger maiden in person, he finally understood the gulf between them. His own beast girls, Xiaokong and Xiaodai, suddenly seemed merely cute by comparison. What really unnerved him was the fact that certain special races had extraordinarily long lifespans. Juvenile could last decades, or even centuries. Once she reached adulthood, her power would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, the survivors group chat was buzzing. Fang Yumeng. Ah, I just got 2 tabby cats at my base. They're adorable. Knock here. Wow, your base has a high rating. One just showed up here. Meow. Still not as cute as my sister and me. Alice, same here. The system says the kittens can drive away snakes and rats, so it's basically a perk event. Nyoda, why do all of you get cats? I haven't seen a single one. Elena, your base rating is too low. Didn't you read the manual? Lower ratings mean fewer perk events. And even when cats appear, you still have to tame them first. Fang Yumeng, I already tamed mine. So cute. Luo Yu, you've got the highest rating. How many did you get? Luo Yu, just one. Fang Yumeng, really? That doesn't add up. Luo Yu, seriously, just one. And she's a tigress. Elena, quit joking. Maybe your cat's just bigger? Luo Yu glanced at the tiger maiden's impressive chest and replied calmly, it's fine. She's not an adult yet. Fang Yumeng, you're messing with us again. Once you tame her, send pics so we can admire her remotely. I'm off to tame my second one. Bye. One by one the others went offline to handle their new pets, but Luo Yu remained perched on the wall. In the distance the tiger maiden moved with measured grace, her golden tail tracing a lazy arc through the dust. Thankfully, the system flagged her as neutral, so the automated defenses wouldn't activate. She stopped at the stone gate, bent her knees slightly as if preparing to leap straight onto the wall. Then, the gate clicked open. Drawing a deep breath, Luo Yu forced a friendly smile and strode forward. I'm the lord of this territory. Lady Jinj Sabalu, welcome to my humble abode. Please, come inside. She gave him a sidelong glance, her voice cool and proud. Your domain isn't half bad. I suppose I'll deign to take a look. With that, she stepped through the gate. Watching her figure disappear into the courtyard, Luo Yu's thoughts raced. These events usually lasted 2 or 3 days. Should he let her stay for a while and then send her off, or gamble on taking her in for good? The moment she crossed the threshold, the fog of battle lifted from Hunyang's eyes. Sweeping rows of elegant tiles, an art-filled eastern villa, and a neat ring of flower beds stretched before her, and she couldn't hold back a quiet gasp of admiration. Wow, it's beautiful, she murmured. Smiling, Luo Yu said, if you like it, stay for a few days. Huh. Well, ahem. Hunyang quickly masked her delight and cleared her throat. I was merely being polite. It's nothing special. Luo Yu frowned inwardly. This streak of arrogance, he thought, was no virtue. They stopped at the villa's main door. Hunyang lifted a hand to push it open, but, catching Luo Yu's eye, drew back, raised her chin, and ordered, open the door and show me around. Her constant this lord grated on him, yet he dared not offend her, so he complied. The door swung wide, revealing plain wooden floors, a modest fabric sofa, and walls nearly bare of decoration. The light in Hunyang's eyes dulled, and disdain crept into her tone. So, the tiles are the only decent thing in your entire territory. She sat unceremoniously on a wooden chair and said coolly, human boy, bring me some tribute. Tribute? Luo Yu felt a ripple of delight. I actually have some special ingredients you might enjoy. Give me a moment. Oh, interest sparked in her gaze. If it's tasty, this lord might reward you. He hurried to the cellar, fetched a bottle of special milk, poured the creamy liquid into a wooden cup, and drew a colorless vial from his storage ring. Label, Guiyuan elixir colorless, tasteless. For 2 hours after ingestion, all attributes are forced to 10, rank and skills sealed. Luo Yu arched a brow and chuckled. Diamond tier? Over 300 attribute points? Let's see how proud you are now. He added a single drop of the elixir, swirled the cup, and carried it back upstairs. In the living room, the scent of milk made Hunyang's nose twitch with expectation. Not bad, you do know how to collect things. She took the cup and, without pause, downed it in one long gulp. Silky sweetness coated her throat, and she sighed in pleasure. Delicious. Bring me more, and, if I'm in a good mood, I might spare you a strand of my hair. Her words cut off as her blood and chi abruptly stalled. Huh. My strength. Guiyuan elixir activated. Attributes set to 10. Rank and skill sealed. Duration 2 hours. Realizing she'd been tricked, Hunyang sprang up, a thunderous tiger roar ripping from her throat as she lunged. You dare scheme against me. With only 10 points of agility, her charge looked like slow motion. Luo Yu sidestepped, gripped her throat with one hand, and easily pinned her flailing claws. He grinned savagely. A mighty diamond tier beastkin, reduced to this? Hunyang growled, tiny fangs bared. Despicable human, don't think you've won. Transform. She tried to shift into her golden tiger form, but nothing happened. Come on, transform. Silence. Huh. My innate talent has been sealed? What did you make me eat? The tigress stared at him in disbelief. Her trump card was gone. With a thud, Luo Yu hurled her to the ground. He tried to stomp on her face, but she rolled away on instinct. Even with 90 agility, he missed. Those diamond rank reflexes were still sharp. The more you resist, the more I want to break you. Luo Yu chuckled. Worried my shoes are dirty? Fine, he'll take them off. He slipped off a shoe and planted his bare foot squarely on her face. Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong dashed over, and A Dai and the other animals poured into the villa. There's an old saying where I'm from, Luo Yu said. When a tiger leaves the mountains, even dogs dare to bully her. See my big mutt? He loves delicate beast girls like you. Right, A Dai? A woo? A Dai wagged his tail, then shook his head like she-wolves, not she-tigers. You useless mutt. Luo Yu fumed. Where's the bull? Bring him here. He's crazy about beast girls. If you won't submit to me, don't blame him for what happens next. Why isn't he here yet? Xiao Dai glanced nervously at the pinned tigress. Master, the giant scorpion is blocking the front gate. The bull can't get in. What? Who told that idiot scorpion to block the door? Luo Yu cursed, grinding his foot against the tigress' head. Enough talk. Do you surrender or not? Answer me. Untie me if you dare, the tigress growled. At full strength, I could take all of you at once. Still tough, huh? Luo Yu muttered. A critical hit only worked once on any target, and she had appeared because of one, so the critical tame effect was useless now. That was why he acted immediately instead of waiting for tomorrow's reset. The drug would last 2 hours. If he couldn't tame her in that window, he would have to kill her. She might drop plenty of loot, but that was worth far less than keeping her alive. Threats and beatings clearly wouldn't work. Taking a chance, Luo Yu used beast taming art on her. Taming failed. Success rate, 48%. So high? He blinked, then grinned. The Guiyuan Yi had sealed her rank. If she were still diamond grade, taming her would be almost impossible, but now she was effectively common grade, not even iron. Without her top-tier intellect boosting her mental resistance, the odds would be over 80%. 48%, huh? If he could push her into fear or panic, that number would skyrocket. Tigers are creatures of undeniable authority, and frightening one is no easy task, but Luo Yu had a plan. Moments later, the tiger beast girl was spread-eagled on a rectangular wooden table. I'll give you one last chance, Luo Yu said calmly. Submit, or things will get ugly. Her cheeks reddened at the humiliating posture, yet she still bared 2 sharp fangs and growled. The poison you fed me will wear off soon. Something that strong can't last. Kill me now, scum, or when I recover you'll learn what happens to anyone who crosses Jean Jezebelu. Still talking big. Luo Yu snorted and tore away her fur cloak, leaving only a crude fur bandeau and a short skirt. Realizing what he might do next, her eyes filled with tears, but she roared, I won't bow. Even like this, the proud Jean Jezebelu will never submit. He'll grind you under my heel and make you my slave for life. Is that so? Luo Yu chuckled. Let's see how tough those feet really are. He seized her small foot and began to tickle. Ha 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 ha. As expected, whether human or beastkin, no one can withstand relentless tickling on the soles. She burst into helpless laughter, thrashing against the ropes to no avail. Stop. Tears streamed down her face, but Luo Yu kept going. He wouldn't stop until the system flagged a status change. Xiao Kong, Xiao Dai, give me a hand. Yes, sir. Giggling, Xiao Dai dug her fingers into the girl's sides, a spot as lethal as her soles, and the laughter grew louder. Innocent Xiao Kong produced a stalk of foxtail grass from Waknoshir and brushed it under her arms. That did it. She laughed and screamed at once, utterly overwhelmed. At last the prompt appeared. Jean Jezebelu has entered a state of collapse. Luo Yu grinned. Her eyes were already rolling back. Tame. Light flared around her. You have tamed Jean Jezebelu with a 99 success rate. A success rate like that collapse really works. Next time another beast girl mouths off, you'll remember this. Jean Jezebelu Juvenile. Current fur growth, 27. Special ability 1, Aura of Dominance. Enemy and neutral units of lower rank suffer a 10 reduction in overall stats. Special ability 2, Tiger Roar. Enemy and neutral units of lower rank who hear the roar have a high chance of entering a fear state. Special ability 3, Heaven Favored Race. Territory bonuses, Soil Fertility 10, Aquatic Resources 10, Maximum Mineral Veins 10. Life skills, Sowing LV3, Farming LV3, Mining LV8, Smithing LV13. Those numbers are insane, and the mix of innate traits and life skill levels is even scarier. This tigress shouldn't even be spawning right now. A real monster. Our base is only worth 5,500 points, yet she's at least 100 maybe 2 or 300 times that. She should only appear in a 550,000 point zone. Luo Yu fought to keep the excitement from bursting out of his chest. He studied the tigress tied on the ground, a brief smile flashing in his eyes. Once an enemy is subdued, she becomes your little sweetheart. He crouched to loosen the coarse rope, accepted the towel from Xiao Dai, and gently wiped away the tigress' tears and saliva. Are you all right? Need some herbs? He asked softly. Ugh, you bastard. I hate you, she muttered, then blacked out and slumped against him. Luo Yu laughed and shooed the watching beast girls and animals. Show's over. Xiao Dai, Xiao Kong, stay. Everyone else, back to your nests. Odd Dai, Big Scorpion, Silver Armored Ladybug, Gold Beetle, and the rest dispersed. Cradling the sweat-drenched tigress, he called to his two companions, "Come on, let's get her cleaned up." Half a day later the tigress stirred awake. The soft mattress and white sheets startled her. She bolted upright and found an unfamiliar cloth wrapped around her chest of bra. Her cheeks burned. "So he dressed me." Remembering what had happened, she sighed, pulled on the jacket Luo Yu had left, and stepped outside. Across the yard, Luo Yu was slicing stone blocks with the Heavencraft blade. Hearing footsteps, he looked up and smiled. "Awake? How do you feel?" "Despicable human," she snapped. "Even if you've tamed me, I'll never obey." Smack. His hand landed on her firm little backside. "From now on, call me master." "Got it." "That didn't hurt at all," she muttered, ears burning. With her stats restored, her skin was practically armor. "Call me master," Luo Yu repeated, voice dropping. She shivered, swallowing her outrage. Master, a pet can't defy its master's orders. Even death must be obeyed. "Good." Luo Yu thrust the Heavencraft blade into her hands. "Stone cutting is yours now. I want work for you," she protested, tail lashing. Luo Yu drew out the sound. Their eyes met. She caved at once. "Fine, but no weird jobs. He'll cut your stones." She swung the blade, steel flashing. In seconds a massive rock became 10 neat blocks, 5 seconds flat. Luo Yu needed 20. She crushed him. High strength, high crafting skill, absolutely amazing. Luo Yu clicked his tongue, relief washing over him. At last, someone else could handle the stone cutting. Luo Yu laughed. "From now on your name is Xiaojin. Be good, or he'll tie you up and tickle you again." "No." Xiaojin immediately waved his hands, lowered his head in humiliation, and stammered, "Please don't do that. I'll behave, master." Seeing that the newcomer had surrendered in both body and mind, Luo Yu felt wonderful. He handed over the stone-cutting drudgery to Xiaojin, clapped the dust from his hands, and feeling as if a huge weight had been lifted, headed back to the villa to tackle the Manluo flowers. Had been itching to unleash a critical hit on the Manluo flower, and the refresh timer was finally up. Back in his room, he faced the seeds in the flower bed, silently issued the command, and sprinkled them with water. 100-fold critical hit. Manluo flower growth efficiency has mutated. You have obtained a shining Almond Luo flower gold grade. A string of messages flickered across the panel. Lighting range, 100 square meters. Room aesthetics, greatly improved. Chance to receive positive buffs, increased. Sleep work efficiency, increased. Fruit effect, raises planting level. Current fruit growth, 1%. Another gold grade. Luo Yu could hardly hold back his excitement. His steady quality talent clearly boosted the odds of striking gold. In the flower bed, a pure white Almond Luo flower slowly unfurled. Its petals were as thin as gossamer, as white as lilies, and a soft halo glowed at its center. Luo Yu stared for a long time, feeling his very soul soothed. "Beautiful," he whispered. The description said the flower had recognized its owner. It could emit light on its own, and only Luo Yu could adjust the brightness simply by touching a leaf. Far more convenient than any lamp. He checked the base retinue change. Plants were not yet included in the score. Relieved, he decided the shining Almond Luo flower belonged in the bedroom. Everyone slept there, so a higher buff chance would boost overall work efficiency. Luo Yu then started placing Manluo flowers throughout the villa. They sprouted in 2 or 3 days, bloomed white, and glowed on their own. Each cost 1,000 silver. He planted one in every room, hallway, living room, kitchen, toilets, bathroom, spending 24,000 silver plus some stone, and watered them all. In a couple of days the whole villa would shine. Unfortunately, the windfall he had just earned vanished in a flash. Only 20,000 silver remained. Luo Yu shook his head and cheered himself up. Time to make more money. After lunch, he made his rounds. As expected, plant growth everywhere had sped up. Even the camphor trees had felled recently were sprouting again. The mine's resource cap had risen, and after speaking with the giant octopus and the big snake, the fisheries were richer too. Data showed the base area had expanded by another 10%. The only downside was that these boosts were calculated from the original numbers, not multiplied, so the snowball wasn't rolling as fast as had hoped. Even so, he was delighted the changes brought by Xiaojin were obvious. No more stone cutting for him. Standing atop the watchtower, gazing over the entire base, his eyes finally came to rest on the vegetable plot. The territory's fertility had risen by 20%, enough to add another crop and put up grape trellises to make better use of the space. Liu stepped into the kitchen garden, his boots sinking slightly into the damp black earth. He picked up a rough wooden stake and eyed the length. A simple row of wooden frames would hold the vines. Once the canopy filled in, it could even double as a rain shelter. Planning finished, he opened the auction interface and typed grape seed 0 results. That's odd. Someone was selling them a few days ago. Frowning, Luo Yu switched to the world channel. Human anonymous, buying grape seeds. PM Mepris negotiable. The moment the message went out, notification chimes went wild and a private chat popped up. Aquatic Gorb, 1,000 silver each. I've got 3. Luo Yu, 500. Grapes have no grade and no nutritional value. That's already generous. Gorb, make it 600, brother. They're sold out everywhere. Luo Yu. That's because nobody wants to plant grapes right now. They don't fill you up. Vegetables do. 500, take it or leave it. He dropped 1,500 silver into the trade window. Seeing he wouldn't budge, Gorb stopped haggling. Deal done, 3 grape seeds acquired. Moments later another message arrived. Gorb, since you're buying grape seeds, I'm guessing you've got plenty of vegetables. I have a first-gen special plant seed. Interested? Luo Yu, show me. The interface blinked. Red mycocloth seed, slow growing. Requires land fertility 150. Produces red mycocloth at harvest. Luo Yu knew red mycocloth was a top-tier fabric for crafting high-grade gear, but a 150% fertility requirement was brutal as territory was only at 120. Luo Yu, great item, but the conditions are harsh. What's your price? Gorb, I've got 30. 1,000 silver each. Red mycocloth only drops from chests, miss it, and it's gone. 1,000? Highway robbery. Luo Yu snorted. You won't get cash from me, but I'll trade. Gorb, what do you have in mind? Luo Yu, what do you need? A brief pause. Then, stone bricks. Lots of them. Luo Yu grinned. Every race was scrambling to prepare for the defense battle in 2 weeks. Everyone needed stone bricks for walls. The auction house banned listing them, so buyers had to pay through the nose in world chat. While others were desperate, his stockpile was mountainous. He selected a batch of black flex stone bricks, a full unit, and dropped them into the trade slot. I'm not gouging you. 1 seed for 500 bricks. Fair deal, right? The other side hesitated. Stone bricks could be replaced, but without walls you could lose your life. Finally, Gorb bit the bullet. Gorb, deal. Luo Yu's grin widened as he loaded 15,000 bricks into the window. Transaction successful. You received 30 red mushroom linen seeds. Gorb, bro, where did you get that mountain of stone bricks? Care to share your secrets? Luo Yu ended the call with a grin. I just like mining, believe it or not. Sensing he wouldn't get more, Gorb replied, got it. See you, then logged off. The chat window closed, and delight flashed in Luo Yu's eyes. Ever since he'd bonded with little Jean, stone bricks had poured in like water, and these 30 seeds had been an easy score. He couldn't plant them yet, but he was sure they'd become a moneymaker sooner or later. Slipping the seeds into his storage bracelet, he headed toward the garden, already thinking about how to enrich the soil. A slim shadow streaked past. Little Dai landed in front of him, holding up a scroll with both hands, her eyes curving like crescents. I fished up a wooden box just now. This dropped out. It's for you. A cooking station blueprint? Luo Yu unrolled it, and his eyes lit up. Perfect. Right now we can only roast meat and boil veggies. Even with salt from the Dow Mall, everything still tastes bland, and living on barbecue isn't healthy. Finally, an upgrade for the kitchen. Still buzzing, he crooked a finger at her. Nice work. Your reward, come here for a kiss. Huh, a kiss, fine. It's not like I can fight you. Little Dai's ears turned bright red as she squeezed her eyes shut. Luo Yu brushed a quick kiss on her forehead, pinched her soft cheek, and chuckled, keep it up. Try to snag me a few more blueprints. She covered the spot had pinched and muttered, do you like me or the blueprints more? But when she looked up, Luo Yu was already buried in the scroll, so she giggled and fluttered out of the garden. He scanned the material list: iron or 2,000, stone bricks 2,000, silver 1,000, and raised an eyebrow. That's not bad, actually. He marched into the villa's open-plan kitchen. A tap of his finger, a flash of light, and a sleek cooking station appeared on the counter. 3 pots of different sizes in a row, flanked by built-in gadgets for chopping and seasoning enough to make anyone's mouth water. System prompt. Cooking station improves a dish's nutritional value, cooking speed, flavor, and presentation. Requires fuel. Fuel type, wood. Consumption, high. Luo Yu made a mental note: wood would always be a strategic resource. The station's recipe list included 1. Simple dish, basic ingredients 10. Low nutrition. Shelf life, 10 days. 20 chance of food poisoning. 0 attribute gain. 2. Fine dish, basic meat 10, basic vegetables 10. Medium nutrition. Shelf life, 10 days. 10 chance of food poisoning. 2 attribute gain. 3. Deluxe dish, basic meat 20, basic vegetables 20, basic dairy eggs 20. High nutrition. Shelf life, 10 days. 0 chance of food poisoning. 5 attribute gain. 4. Ration pack, basic meat 15, basic vegetables 15, basic dairy eggs 15. Medium nutrition. No expiration. 0 chance of food poisoning. 2 attribute gain. Other categories are just as clearly laid out. Nutritional value isn't only about filling your stomach. It also determines how many attribute points you can earn. Once an attribute reaches 100, silver can't raise it any further. At that point, high nutrition dishes become the best way to push the ceiling. The drop rate for food may look low, but as long as you eat every day, the gains add up nicely. The notes even say the higher the dish's grade, the better it is for your skin and looks, and it may randomly grant odd buffs. Nutrition is crucial for every living thing. To cook advanced meals, you need top-tier ingredients, a matching cooking level, and ideally the chef trait. Inside the entire base, Luo Yu's cooking LV1 is actually the highest. LV1 allows only basic dishes, and the failure rate is sky-high. A single slip can poison whoever eats it. Luo Yu is also the only true human on site. The three girls, Xiao Jin included, are animals at heart. They used to live in the wild. Xiao Dai would sometimes roast her food, but Xiao Kong and Xiao Jin probably ate their meat raw more often than not. The girls are smart enough to learn cooking eventually, yet each has her own job right now. Xiao Dai handles sewing, Xiao Kong runs farming and fishing, and Xiao Jin cuts stone and forges metal. Training a chef in the short term is impossible, so Luo Yu has no choice but to do it himself. He chose his ingredients, dumped them all into the half-mental cauldron, and hit the start button on the cooking station several times. Like the sewing machine, the unit runs automatically, but someone has to keep tapping the assist key or the batch can be ruined and sometimes even turn toxic. With LV1 hand speed and efficiency, the process was painful. Luo Yu worked for a full hour before he finally produced his first basic meal. It was a square, box-shaped lump of food, dull in color and questionable in taste. Luo Yu stared at it for a long time and couldn't bring himself to try it. His eyes shifted to his pet, and he called, "Adai, Adai." Whoa. Adai came sprinting over, tail spinning like a windmill. With fatherly affection, Luo Yu offered the lunchbox. "Here, my dear, taste the food I made with my own hands." Chomp. Adai bit in without hesitation. After only a few bites, a system prompt popped up. "Unfortunately, your pet Adai has been poisoned by the basic meal. Movement speed reduced by 50 for 3 days." Luo Yu's mouth twitched. Seeing Adai clutch its belly and roll on the floor, he feared an accident and hoisted the creature out the window. Sure enough, Adai bolted straight for the stone latrine outside the Basia spot that had long since become its private territory. Wasn't the chance only 20%? How did we get hit? Luo Yu muttered while opening his panel. The experience bar hadn't moved. Reaching LV2 would require at least 10 more dishes. Time-consuming, potentially poisonous. 10 times in a row. Who could stand such a deadly progress bar? Feeling frustrated, Luo Yu suddenly thought of the princess from the Skasa tribe, who could cook buff-granting meals. Her cooking level had to be off the charts. If he could hire her, the chef problem would vanish. The moment the idea surfaced, he was already plotting how to recruit this high-end talent. But the cooking station before him was still flashing for input. Luo Yu sighed. Fine, grinding experience comes first. Every point helps. He spent almost the entire afternoon in the kitchen chopping, seasoning, stirring, lighting the fire, repeating the motions again and again. From time to time, Adai waddled by, clutching its stomach, shooting him a resentful glance that reminded him of the cost of failure. Not until the sun had fully set did Luo Yu manage to finish the fourth basic meal. At last, by dinner time, he had 4 portions ready for everyone to share. At the long dining table in the mansion, the atmosphere was tense. Xiao Jin stared at the tabletop and lowered her voice. "Master, we all saw what happened to that dumb dog today. If we eat this food, we could be poisoned too, right?" Xiao Kong whimpered and hunched her shoulders. Xiao Dai was even more direct, shoving her meal as far away as possible. Luo Yu took in their expressions and snorted. "A simple dish has a 20% chance of being toxic. I made 5 portions. The poison one was eaten by Adai earlier. That leaves 4 perfectly safe plates. Trust me, they're fine." Xiao Jin puffed out her cheeks. "Really? Trusting you is what got me tied up and tortured in the first place. And don't treat me like I can't do math. 20% applies to every single plate. Just because one was bad doesn't guarantee the other 4 are safe." Luo Yu narrowed his eyes. "Is that how you talk to your master?" Xiao Jin fell silent, swallowing her resentment. Luo Yu stroked his chin, his tone softening. "Xiao Jin's not entirely wrong. But I've already cooked it and you refuse to eat. So we need another solution, don't we?" Xiao Dai raised her hand, her voice sweet. "Master, I know a way to test for poison without hurting any of our people." Luo Yu's eyes lit up. "Oh, let's hear it. Isn't there someone named Nyoda in your group? Pack a little from each plate and let him taste it first. If he's fine, the food's safe." Luo Yu rolled his eyes. "Xiao Dai, what kind of little demon are you?" Despite her angelic looks, she was the wicked one. Food poisoning was no joke. If they were attacked while incapacitated, the consequences could be disastrous. After a moment's thought, Luo Yu fetched the silver-armored ladybug instead. The bug wasn't useful right now, so even if it got poisoned, it didn't matter much. He took a sample from each of the 4 dishes and fed them to the ladybug. The results were quick. Xiao Dai's portion was indeed toxic. The other 3 were safe, and Luo Yu split them with the girls. The silver-armored ladybug was tough. At worst, it would need a day or 2 of rest. As night fell, steam filled the misty bathroom, and the luxurious pool churned with hot water. Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong splashed around, their laughter ringing out. Because she had talked back earlier, Xiao Jin was punished with massaging Luo Yu's arms at the poolside. Her cheeks were red, her fingers stiff, but she didn't dare slack off. Luo Yu leaned against the edge with his eyes closed, still analyzing the day's mishap. 5 dishes, 2 poison. That rate is way too high. Back in his study, he pulled up the data and read carefully. Soon he concluded that not only the dish level and his cooking skill affected the chance of poisoning, but the cleanliness of the kitchen and the ingredients mattered just as much. Water. Luo Yu seized on the real culprit. The grilled meat head made before hadn't been very clean, but the high heat sterilized it. The vegetables had been boiled to mush in fully boiled water, so they were relatively safe. Now that he was preparing refined dishes requiring precise heat and seasonings, using unwashed ingredients sent the risk skyrocketing. To make matters worse, no one had been assigned to clean the kitchen or the mansion. For that matter, so the overall hygiene rating had been dropping steadily, further increasing the chance of tainted food. The Heavenly Tao world really is an interlocking chain. If any single link breaks, survival becomes difficult, sometimes fatal. Picture a solo player who eats tainted food and is then ambushed. That's almost guaranteed death. After weighing every option, Luo Yu reached one conclusion. He had to cut the odds of food poisoning to the bare minimum. Only a handful of intelligent creatures in the base are capable of work, so assigning a full-time cleaner is unrealistic. The only way to tackle the problem at its source is to add a dedicated sink and wash station in the kitchen, which in turn points to a new technology, a water circulation system. Apart from the villa's bathroom water heater, the base has no real plumbing at all, and even that heater has to be refilled by Luo Yu himself. Unlocking the water circulation tech requires one hydraulic loop blueprint and 5,000 silver coins. The money isn't the issue, the blueprint is the choke point. Luo Yu opened the auction house and, sure enough, found exactly one blueprint for sale listed at a staggering 200,000 silver. The price was outrageous. He clicked the info panel to contact the seller, only to be told, player not found. So he's dead? Luo Yu's heart skipped a beat. Then he understood. The seller had died, but the system kept the listing. By rule, the blueprint would stay up until the end of the month. If someone bought it, ownership transferred, otherwise the system would reclaim it. Charging that much when you're already dead? Silver isn't funeral money, he muttered. He decided not to buy on impulse. Instead, he would post occasional offers in world chat and hope to snag a bargain. Night fell, the prime time for soaking in baths and chatting, when all the channels were busiest. World chat was a scroll of buy and sell spam. Regional chat was dominated by small groups mixing trade with idle talk. The guild channel was equally lively. Elina marveled. I can't believe a single kitten sold for 30,000 silver. Nyota replied smugly, of course. Companion pets add 1 point to a territory's entertainment stat. Anything that boosts entertainment is crazy expensive right now. Alisai supplied the numbers. If a territory's entertainment is low, trial takers suffer random mental and physical debuffs. If it's high, they get buffs. You can only buy up to 100 points with silver. After that you need other methods, so everyone's stockpiling entertainment items. Nyota groaned. Don't remind me. The system docked 1 agility from me 2 days ago. I only earned a strength point back by farming. It's exhausting. Fong Yuming chimed in, her text dripping envy. I've got a male and a female cat at home. Hey race, hoping they have lots of kittens. Naker added with a sigh. Yuming's luck is always that good. Too bad my sister and I are Catgirls ourselves. Cats don't raise our territory's entertainment score, so we have to sell them. Fong Yuming mused. That rule actually makes sense. Oh, Luo Yu, didn't you say a tigress showed up in your territory? Have you dealt with her yet? Luo Yu glanced at his panel. His base entertainment stat sat proudly at 40. Xiao Dai, Xiao Kong, and Xiao Jin each contributed 10 points, and the luxury bath added another 10. For the current batch of trial takers, that number had to be near the top. A small figure, but a hard metric. Luo Yu felt certain his territory was leading the pack. Luo Yu glanced at Xiao Jin, who was fuming but still kneading his shoulders, and replied, done. She just has a bad temper and likes to argue with me. Fong Yuming texted back at once. Really? Your taming skill is amazing. I'm thinking about registering as a beast master. What do you think? Her question reminded Luo Yu of the benefits he might miss out on. Becoming a beast master offered too many perks to ignore. After exchanging a few quick pleasantries with the others, he opened the profession certification page and tapped on the beast taming tab. Registration would grant him 1 extra chance to tame a wild creature and let him summon his pets anytime. Whether he was in the arena, on a mercenary mission, greeting visitors, or relaxing in his own territory, one thought would bring a ranked pet to his side. Ordinary animals like the bull Dagonyo or Dai couldn't be summoned. The feature made him think of Pokemon trainers. Pretty impressive, he had to admit. A certified beast master could also accept taming contracts for pay, just like a mercenary. With his wallet nearly empty, Luo Yu wasn't about to pass that up. The certification requirements were clear. 1. Beast taming level LV6 or higher. 2. At least 1 beast-related trait. 3. 10,000 silver. 4. At least 1 ranked creature already tamed. Since taming Jinjiza Beru, Luo Yu's beast taming level had reached LV6, and his beast master trait had risen from 1 star to 2, meeting every condition. He tapped Certify without hesitation. A gentle glow flashed, and a deep violet beast master badge floated before him. He slipped it into his bracelet and messaged, I'm certified. Fong Yuming replied right away. Same here. Wow, with this badge I feel even closer to animals. Alice cut in, Luo Yu's tigress is ranked. Yuming, what's your rank pet? A little kitty, iron rank, Fawn Yumming sent back, followed by a string of laughing emojis. There's a female cat at the base with boosted fertility is awesome. He'll send you guys kittens later. Everyone gasped in unison. You're unbelievably lucky. Luo Yu's near-empty coin pouch reminded him again that he needed money. Now that he was a certified beastmaster, the arena seemed like the quickest option. He opened the arena interface. It was as crowded as ever. This time he skipped the standard matches and went straight to the Iron Rank arena. The Bronze arena was still closed for lack of contestants, making Iron the top tier for now. More experts, more spectators, faster prize money. The first few rooms were occupied by powerful races like dragons. They looked down on others and routinely blocked any inferior species. Vampire rooms barred humans and demi-humans. Dragons went further, shutting out vampires and elves as well, a visible hierarchy of contempt. Luo Yu flipped through a few pages and decided not to be a challenger. He would open his own room and act as the host. Yes room. Restriction, humans only. Description, friendly sparring welcome. Stake, 2,000 per match. 2,000 silver was an average stake for the Iron Arena, but the terms were fair. The moment the room went live, someone stepped in. At Black Iron Arenas, it's rare for a human, one of the softer-bodied Recesto Book of Fight. To the spectators, it's basically free money. The moment Luo Yu stepped onto the platform, a warrior of the two-headed serpent clan emerged. A humanoid torso supported two vicious snake heads, a giant cleaver gleamed in his grip, and a thick tail scraped the floor with a shrill hiss. The left head let out a raspy cackle. First time I've seen a human here. Luck's on my side today. Kid, once I swallow you, you'll learn what my stomach feels like. Haha. The arena isn't a place for courtesy. The nastier the trash talk, the better. Luo Yu folded his arms and smiled. Go ahead and swallow me, but make sure the left head does it. He's the better-looking one. What? You think he's better-looking than me? The right head roared, fangs bared. Everyone says the right head's the handsome one. You blind kid? Nonsense. Every race under heaven agrees the left head's the good-looking one. The left head shot back. You want to fight? The two heads launched into a heated argument, completely ignoring the countdown. Bang! Luo Yu burst forward. One flash of his blade split the serpent in half, blood spraying skyward. He sheathed his sword and said coolly, settle it in the afterlife. Whoever wins gets to be the handsome one. KO. You defeated your opponent in 1.2 seconds. Reward, 2,000 silver. You may rest 5 minutes before the next round. Sometimes money really is that easy, Luo Yu mused. One head is enough. Two just trip each other up. 5 minutes flew by. The door opened, and two male elves entered, one tall, one young. The older looked about 25 and strikingly handsome. The younger seemed 16 or 17, almost doll-like. Luo Yu frowned. Which one of you is the Beastmaster? Beastmaster? The young elf blinked and grinned. Didn't you read the rules, human brother? The arena groups fighters by territory. If several challengers share the same territory, they either come one at a time or all together. So that's how it works, Luo Yu thought. In the heavenly Dao world, territory decides everything. Two elves on the same team is a clear advantage. The youth knocked an arrow while the older elf drew a long sword, on for range, one for close combat. Smiling, the youth said, each of us alone is Black Iron tier. You don't stand a chance. Surrender now. Kiss the back of my hand and swear fealty, and it'll only take half your prize money. Shut up, you little fairy boy. I'd rather die. Luo Yu barked. Little fairy boy? The youth's smile froze, his eyes turning ice cold. The older elf's gaze grew equally murderous. The youth spoke in a frigid tone. Very well. You've angered me, lowly human. You'll pay for those words. 3, 2, 1, begin. Whoosh. An arrow screamed through the air, streaking straight toward Luo Yu. Luo Yu swung the Tiangong blade, cleaving the incoming arrow, but almost at the same instant the elf with the long sword lunged at him. Sparks flew where steel met shaft, and before the gleam faded the razor-sharp sword whistled in from the flank. Luo Yu sank his weight and swept his blade sideways. Yet two more arrows hissed past his era, 3-shot volley. His eyes narrowed as he unleashed the full Gale blade style. Steel flashed like a wall. The arrows were chopped into splinters, and with a clang the thrusting sword was sent flying. The male elf staggered back 3 steps, his palms numb and his eyes wide with shock. Such power! He had barely begun to shout when Luo Yu blurred forward. Slipping past another sneaky arrow, Luo Yu brought the Tiangong blade down on the young elf. Clang! The elf managed to raise his sword, but the impact numbed his arm. Before he could recover, Luo Yu's left hand flashed, a pitch-black long knife forming from thin air and hooking upward. Thud! The dark blade tore through the hard guard, metal shards spraying as a bloody gash split the elf's chest. He turned ashen, whispering, what grade of weapon is that? His words cut off as his figure shattered into pixels and vanished. The room was empty now except for Luo Yu and the young elf. Whiz! Another arrow flew, but Luo Yu brushed it aside with a casual flick of his blade. The young elf pressed into the corner as Luo Yu advanced, his voice trembling. Don't come any closer. Luo Yu exploded into motion, clamping a hand around the boy's throat and lifting him with a twist. He tapped the boy's abdomen with the Tiangong blade and chuckled. Nice archery, pretty boy. Come back to the ring, I like your silver. His fingers jerked. The boy's neck snapped, and he died on the spot. KO 2,000 silver acquired. In less than 10 minutes, Luo Yu had already earned 4,000 silver. Fighting in private rooms paid a lot faster than running missions, he mused. Moments later, another wave of challengers filed in. Bloodwolf Clan, Tengu Clan, Insect Clan. Luo Yu felled them all in a blur. KO 2,000 silver acquired. KO 2,000 silver acquired. System message. You have reached the maximum number of paid victories for today. Unlimited defeats, but only the first 5 wins count toward rewards each day. By the end of the night, Luo Yu had pocketed 10,000 silver. He considered raising the stakes tomorrow. These so-called elite, black-tier opponents couldn't even force him to reveal his Beastmaster class. Utter trash. Decision made. He stepped out of the shower and went to bed. The oversized mattress already held 3 little cuties besides him, yet there was still plenty of room. A few more would fit just fine. The night passed uneventfully. In the morning, Luo Yu woke up and ate a breakfast of eggs and milk, a foolproof, poison-free combo while browsing the marketplace. He planned to buy a bow to improve his ranged options. Common-grade weapons were easy to get, but with his current strength and mastery, an ordinary bow could no longer keep up. The best the store carried was an iron core bow, which would barely suffice. Just as he hesitated, a thought struck him. My crit quota just reset, perfect chance to roll for that iron-laced bow. Heart racing, Luo Yu silently issued the purchase command. System prompts flashed one after another. You bought iron tendon bow, spending 300 iron ore, 100 silver, and 1 animal sinew critical hit 100. You obtained weapon, Yang Yu bow gold grade. Gold again? Luo Yu's eyes lit up. Last time had already pulled a gold item. He figured this one would drop to silver. Instead it still gleamed bright gold. The stable quality trait was clearly doing its job. Crimson light pooled in his palm as the longbow formed, its body somewhere between iron and jade. He drew the string clean, powerful snap. From his storage bracelet, he pulled a feathered arrow and loosed it. Whoosh. The arrow became a red streak, drilling into a distant boulder. It flew 300 meters before losing speed. A normal bow's flat trajectory tops out at 100. With this gold bow and feathered arrows, he basically had a pocket sniper rifle. He stored the weapon, tossed back the last of his milk, and set about building a workshop. With plenty of stone on hand, it was the perfect time to expand. Standing on the villa's second-floor balcony, Luo Yu plotted the foundation. Suddenly a blood-red alert flared before his eyes. Alert! A mysterious force has swept the area. Wolf packs in the nearby mountains are berserk and will soon attack your territory. Compared with tribal raids, wild beasts were minor trouble. Luo Yu didn't flinch. A smile even tugged at his lips. Then a second prompt appeared. Alert! Wolves have invaded the territory. Count, 110. Wolf King, Black Iron Grade 1. 110? Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, but stayed calm. Sure enough, gray shadows poured from the eastern treeline. The Wolf King threw back its head and howled, and the pack lunged at the wall, eyes glowing blood red. The chat channel erupted. Fang Yuming wolves. 13 of them, oh my god. Knock here. They can't jump the wall, right? They can't, right? Alice, everyone stay focused on defense. Nobody do anything reckless. Clearly everyone was facing the same beast tide. Luo Yu climbed the watchtower, scanned the wall and froze. Xiao Jin bounded onto the rampart and unleashed an ear-splitting tiger roar. Roar. The roar rolled through the hills, every creature quailing. Even Luo Yu's chest vibrated. Hard to believe such a thunderous bellow came from that graceful girl. System messages followed. Tiger roar activated. 69 wolves are now in fear state. Intimidation activated. Wolfpack strength reduced by 10. More than half the wolves crouched, unable to charge. Xiao Jin glanced back at the watchtower, caught Luo Yu's amazement, and smirked. Then the real change hit. Her limbs thickened, golden fur sprouted, and her body swelled. In a blink, the girl became a giant tiger glowing gold, as big as an adult elephant. Ruhar. The second roar made the walls tremble. The giant tiger sprang forward, ready to leap into the fray, yet midair her bulk shrank at dizzying speed. A gold blur flashed, and she vanished. A flash of golden light burst atop the watchtower, and a naked Xiao Jin materialized beside Luo Yu. Blushing scarlet, she covered her chest with her arms and protested. Master, what are you doing? Why did you cancel my transformation? Luo Yu had just completed his spirit tamer certification, and the jump in his control let him dismiss her dragon form with a flick of his wrist. Taking in the sight of the indignant girl, he couldn't help smiling. Your aura was overwhelming. It smothered the Wolf King's bloodlust and scared off the whole pack. Do you know how much meat and hide that's going to cost me? As he spoke, he draped his coat over her shoulders. You could have warned me this coat is way too small. Xiao Jin huffed. The hem barely covered her thighs, so she instinctively hid behind him. Luo Yu glanced back with a grin, though he kept his tone stern. Stop transforming whenever you feel like it. Do you have any idea how much cloth it takes to make you a full set of clothes at your full size? Yumph. Xiao Jin fell silent, clinging to the last shred of dignity she had left. Below the tower, a thick fog of war veiled everything above. The wolves still sensed a lingering pressure, but with Xiao Jin out of sight, their fear diminished. They surged forward again. A few strays were first to set paw on the stone path outside the wall. Thunk! A frosty glint flashed as a spike shot up from the ground, spearing one wolf through the hind leg. Thunk! 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 More mechanisms snapped into place, flipping 5 or 6 wolves onto their backs, howling in pain. The rest retreated from the pathway at once. The main front met a barrage from the catapults. Massive stones crashed down. The wolves dodged the largest chunks by sheer agility, but flying shards were unavoidable. Bones cracked everywhere, forcing many to halt. The real nightmare came from the arrow towers and ballistae. The twin towers on the eastern wall fired first. The fog slowed the wolves' reactions, and 2 dropped immediately. Heavy bolts from the ballista followed, skewering 3 more. Blood only fanned their frenzy, and they howled as they charged on. When the pack had advanced another 30 meters, the wall-mounted ballistae roared. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Bolts, arrows, and debris mixed into a lethal storm, mowing wolves down in swaths. Even so, the feral beasts pressed forward, flinging themselves into the storm of death. Once the central tower joined in, bodies fell even faster. Only 3 or 4 dozen wolves broke through to the 50-meter mark in, that was the kill zone. Arrow towers at the southwest and northwest corners opened up simultaneously. Sheets of arrows rained down, carving the survivors apart. Not one gained another step. A woo. The last wolf king threw back its head in a defiant howl, mustered every ounce of strength, and alone braved the arrow storm. It sprinted to the base of the wall, leapt high, and with a final burst of power launched itself onto the battlements. The fog of war finally cleared from the wolf king's eyes. He leapt onto the wall for a better look at the human stronghold, spotted cows and chickens inside, and licked his lips. Bang! Before he could pull his tongue back, Shao Kahn the Xuanqiu beastkin drove a heavy fist into his forehead, making stars dance before his eyes. He barely had time to snarl before a golden whip cracked across his ribs. The electrified tip left a scorched welt courtesy of Xiao Dai, the towering golden scorpion. After those 2 blows, the wolf king toppled from the wall, hit the ground hard, and blacked out. You have successfully defended your territory and eliminated the wolf pack. By the time the system prompt sounded, Luo Yu hadn't even drawn his weapon. The fight was over. Xiao Jin, Xiao Dai, Xiao Kong, separate the wolves. Pin up the living ones, pile the dead over there. The 3 beast girls moved at once, though Xiao Jin first ducked into the basement to change clothes before helping with the hauling. A little later, in the menagerie, Luo Yu crouched beside the unconscious wolf king, grinding herbs and smearing the paste over every wound. This guy's a cut above odd eye. If I can tame him, that'd be ideal, he muttered. System messages chimed in rapid succession. You treated the wolf king. Medical experience 1. Medical skill has risen to LV2. Never underestimate a level up. Each one boosts treatment effectiveness, and higher levels are essential if you ever need to perform surgery. The cool herbs seeped into the gashes, and pain dragged the wolf king back to groggy awareness. He found he couldn't move, only turn his head toward the man bandaging him. The berserk energy that had afflicted beasts throughout the heavenly Dao world had vanished, and the wolves were now neutral. Feeling his wounds start to knit, the wolf king felt an unexpected surge of gratitude. Prompt. The wolf king is grateful for your treatment and wishes to join your territory. Accept? Luo Yu blinked, had been planning to wear the beast down, yet the wolf king surrendered first. The manual did mention that healing a creature could make it defect voluntarily. The more treatments, the better the odds, and a higher beast taming level only helped. With tough animals, the trick was to beat them within an inch of their lives, heal them, and repeat as long as you could subdue them without killing them, and had enough herbs. Luo Yu chose accept. Light flared around the wolf king, binding him to the territory. Ironfang wolf king, black iron rank, adult. Strength, 25. Constitution, 28. Agility, 28. Intelligence, intermediate. Special skills. 1. Wolf king commands wolf packs. 2. Lord's boon grants the master 1 beast taming level and 1 star to beast tamer traits. A support type skill, huh? Luo Yu checked his profile. Beast taming had jumped to LV7, and his personal trait now showed 3 stars. For a wolf, those stats were pretty impressive. Unfortunately, the wolf king is nothing like Shao Kong or Xiao Dai, who have humanoid forms and advanced intelligence. It has already reached its peak and can grow no further. Luo Yu bent down, rubbed the wolf's coarse mane, and whispered, from now on, your name is Atai. Rest and heal. Oh how. Atai answered with a low howl, then curled up in the straw and fell into a deep sleep. With a new member added to the family, Luo Yu was in high spirits. He strolled past the fence and saw wolf bodies everywhere, some dead, the rest whimpering. They needed to be dealt with fast. Xiao Dai ran up to him. Master, 36 are dead and 74 are still alive. Sister Xiao Jin is treating them. Luo Yu looked over and saw Xiaojin crouched in the middle of the pile. Bandages and cotton were scattered around, her hands moving so quickly she finished each wrap in seconds. The panel flashed. Medical LV11, anything above LV10 allows barehanded first aid. He nodded in silent approval. Moments later, all 74 wolves were fully healed and switched to neutral status. A few even surrendered outright, wagging their tails obediently. Xiaojin walked up to him. What are you planning to do with them? Well, tame the lot and sell them, Luo Yu said with a grin. Keep an eye on them. They'll deal with the dead ones. Xiaojin hesitated, then simply nodded. Luo Yu patted her shoulder. Great work. Thanks for the effort. You'd better know it. Her words were proud, but her eyes sparkled with joy. Even standing casually, she made the wild wolves tremble. Luo Yu fetched a mine cart, hauled the corpses to the lake, skinned them on the spot, and loaded the bloody meat. The big ox dragged it back to base, where Shao Kong and Shao Dai stored it in the ice cellar. All the organs went to the giant octopus, the snake, and the scorpion, which polished everything off. While working, he chatted in the small group chat. The wolf pack's raid had hurt no one on their side, and even felt like a windfall, but the regional channel was filled with cries for help, many injured, some missing. Fang Yumeng. Luo Yu, how many wolves have you tamed? Luo Yu, haven't started yet. Still processing the bodies. Fang Yumeng, tough job. I've already tamed 3. 6 more are unconscious. Once they wake up, they'll keep going. Our base power just shot up, hehe. Nyota, can you afford to feed them? Tamed animals can go on the auction house now and fetch a good price. Want to sell? Fang Yumeng, not for now. We have enough meat in storage. A few more wolves make me feel safer. How about you, Luo Yu? Luo Yu, I already have a tigress at home. Any wolves I can tame will be sold. Anyone here interested? Low price. Knock here. They'll take 2. Elena, same for Metwo, please. Alice said, then he'll do the same. Nyota pulled a long face. And broke. Luo Yu answered offhandedly. Just sell the prisoner, I let you have at half price. Problem solved. Nyota shook his head. Not selling. She's cooperating with me. Oh, and when I mentioned you, she said she can't remember anything that happened in your territory. Luo Yu arched a brow. You brought me up while she was cooperating with you? Fang Yumeng was baffled. What are you talking about? Alice flipped through the Heaven's Law manual. It's crystal clear. Prisoners, or animals so long as they're not challengers, lose every memory of their previous territory the moment they're traded. Built-in secrecy measure. Luo Yu had known that rule since the first time he sold a captive. While they chatted, he kept working, neatly stripping the carcass of a freshly caught gray wolf. The sun dipped below the horizon, gold-crimson light washing over the clearing outside the wall. The bloodstains were gone, leaving only an injured yet still savage pack waiting to be handled. Luo Yu glanced. It was time to break them in. Beast taming demanded both mind and muscle. Doing an entire pack alone could take till dawn. Neutral animals would wander off if left too long, and time meant profit. Luo Yu whistled for Xiaojin, Shao Dai, and Shao Kong, each a capable Temerto share the load. He also summoned the Wolf King. As alpha, it would boost their success rate. Luo Yu patted Xiaojin's shoulder. Give me a tiger's roar. Hit them with a status effect. Xiaojin cocked his head and mewed. Cute tiger? Oh. Head meant to tease his master, but Luo Yu's eyes lit up. Adorable. Keep the AWAS coming. Flushed, Xiaojin drew a deep breath and loosed a thunderous tiger roar. The wolves' legs buckled. The whole pack trembled in fear. After that, it was just a matter of taming them one by one. System messages rolled in. You have tamed a gray wolf with an 83 success rate. You have tamed a gray wolf with a 79 success rate. Your taming skill has risen to LV 8. 3 hours later, Luo Yu pressed the last wolf's head to the ground. 74 wolves, every single one is. The datapad showed the market at a glance. Ordinary animals with roughly 10 attribute points went for about 2,500 credits, but gray wolves, smart enough to follow detailed commands, could fetch 3,000. Easy choice sell, Luo Yu decided. Work finished, he headed straight for his bathhouse. Steam curled above the hot spring, soft light mana crystals glowing on the ornate stone walls. The taming marathon had left him woozy, but the moment he sank into the water, you gained a buff while bathing, fatigue reduced by 100. Nice, back to full HP, he sighed, lounging against the edge. He almost wanted another all-nighter, but the wolves were already signed. Water splashed gently while the 3 beast girls did their own thing. Shao Dai played in the shallows, Shao Kong hid in a corner with burning ears, and Xiaojin hugged her knees, pretending to sulk while shooting furtive glances at Luo Yu. Ignoring them, he posted a notice in the group chat. Just wrapped up a big batch. Anyone looking to buy gray wolves, ping me and we'll trade. Knock here was the first to open a trade window and put up 6,000 silver. Luo Yu, can I have 1 male and 1 female? Luo Yu smirked and typed back. If I charged all of you that much, would I still be a friend? For 1,000 will do. He'll pick a handsome male and a pretty female for you. Thank you. My sister and I really appreciate it, Knock here replied sweetly. Don't mention it. Next time we meet, let me pinch your ears, okay? Ears on Lino Tails. What's wrong with Tails? Luo Yu laughed and hit confirm. Trade complete for 000 silver received. He repeated the same deal for Alisai and Elena, selling each of them a healthy pair of wolves with decent stats. Fan Yumeng, unable to resist, asked if he had more. She paid for another pair, bringing her total to 11 wolves. Her base was starting to look like a zoo. Nyoda was short on cash, so Luo Yu simply gave him a male wolf. The animal had a slight limp, but with proper care it would heal. We're brothers, got to look out for you, Luo Yu said. Nyoda wasn't one to accept charity, so he quickly returned the favor with a few precious broccoli seeds, adding a new crop to Luo Yu's garden. After a quick count, Luo Yu still had 65 wild wolves. He tossed them all onto the auction house at just over 3,000 silver each. Taming levels were low everywhere, but demand for pets was soaring, and the lot sold out in minutes. System messages rolled in. Sale successful. Silver 3,000, silver 3,200. In no time 200,000 silver hit his account. Grinning from ear to ear, Luo Yu scooped up Shao Kong and planted 2 big kisses on its cheeks. The water cycle blueprint cost exactly 200,000. As if fate had planned it, Luo Yu clicked buy without hesitation. You spent 200,000 silver and purchased water cycle blueprint 1. A blue flash swept through the tech tree, lighting up new nodes. Water tower, pump, piping, purification station, drainage outlet icon after icon appeared, and every pipe would have to be laid out manually, clearly a major project. Fortunately, most of the materials required were just stone bricks. Night had fallen and sleepiness crept in, so Luo Yu postponed the research till morning, hugged Shao Kong, and drifted off. At dawn he woke refreshed. System prompt. While sleeping you gained the buff heat resistance maximum comfort temperature 10. Skipping breakfast for the moment, he drew his saber and practiced Gale Blade in the courtyard. Skills could level up through hard work, and his Gale Blade was still at the first tier. 15 minutes later sweat beaded on his forehead, his muscles loosened, and he felt fully awake. After eating, he surveyed the open ground, planning the new water cycle system. The first step, of course, was securing a water source. The fix was straightforward. Run a single pipe from the underground line straight to the lake. The water there is so clean you could drink it without worry, and thanks to Shao Jin's link to the base core, its purity sits at an incredible 120%, meaning almost no parasites at all. More than good enough. With the source secured, Luo Yu moved on to pumping. He flipped through the options in the construction panel. 1. Thunder electric pump dismissed immediately. The power grid couldn't handle it. 2. Firewood pump cheap and steady, but it burns logs non-stop, which is basically burning money. Also rejected. 3. Wind-powered pump cost 10,000 stone blocks, 500 silver ingots, 500 iron ore. Output depends on wind. 1,000 liters a day with wind, 0 without. Luo Yu had already calculated that daily needs bathing, drinking, flushing ran about 600 liters, not counting irrigation. 1 wind pump wouldn't be enough, so he checked the inventory and decided to start with a quad setup. He waded into the shallows and mounted 4 wind pumps directly on the lake. Their stone bases stood like giant windmills, blades turning slowly and scattering a soft rustle across the water. A bonus, because the units sat in the lake, they took up no land at all. The breeze was weak, and the readout showed only 100 liters per pump per day, but at least they were running. Next came storage. Buckets and vats wouldn't cut it, so he planned both a water tower and an underground cistern. The tower had to sit inside the base, well away from toilets and beast pens to avoid contamination. He picked an empty patch in the southwest corner, pulled up the high-grade tiles, and started digging for the cistern's foundation. Underground cistern, 50,000 stone blocks, 2,000 iron ore, 500 silver ingots, capacity 32 tons. The pit grew deeper, its walls lined with advanced defensive tiles, extra materials, but they resisted digging, heat, and cold, keeping the water fresh and ice-free. 1 tap on build, and the massive tank snapped into place, complete with stone stairs and thick pillars to bear the load. Luo Yu nodded in approval. He then made a perfectly fitted stone lid, leaving only a hatch for access. After sealing it, he relayed the high-grade tiles, and the ground looked untouched. Hidden underground, the facility was both safe and unobtrusive. Finally, it was time to run the pipes. Inside the base, it was easy click and drag thanks to detachable floor tiles. Outside, he had to trench and bury the line by hand. After some work, he tied the main conduit into all 4 wind pumps and opened the cistern. Status screen water was pouring in at last. This proved that his concept for a water circulation system was both sound and efficient. Although Luo Yu wasn't formally trained in civil engineering, he knew the basics, and the stockpile of stone blocks and iron ore had accumulated over the past few days, plus more than 10,000 taels of silver on hand, was enough to fund the next round of construction. There were 6 grades of water tower: small, medium, large, aesthetic, deluxe, and luxury. Luo Yu wanted to jump straight to the luxury model, but since construction couldn't land a critical bonus, he settled on the aesthetic version. Aesthetic water tower, 30,000 stone blocks, 1,000 iron ore, 1,000 silver, 100 jade, capacity 16 tons. When the confirm button lit up, he tapped it. and a 4-meter-tall silver tower materialized on the spot. Jade vines were carved in relief along its walls, their soft sheen dazzling in the sun. The lower pipes tied into the existing tank, the valves were tightened, and the filling cycle began immediately. A timely rise in wind speed pushed the output of the 4 wind-powered pumps from 600 liters a day to 800. The main reservoir held 32 tons. With the new tower's 16, the base now stored 48 tons, plenty for the short term. If that ever proved insufficient, he could always erect another tower. They took very little space. With the water supply secured, he ran pipes to the mansion at once, fitting separate shutoff valves for the kitchen, toilets, and bathrooms. Aesthetic faucet, 300 iron ore, 300 silver, 10 gold. A faucet was all the outlet valve really was, and with the materials on hand it generated instantly. Next came the kitchen sink and sanitation station had been craving. The station was an automated workstation that continuously raised the kitchen's cleanliness, while the sink simply made water access convenient. Aesthetic kitchen sink, 500 iron ore, 500 stone blocks, 500 silver, 30 gold. Kitchen cleanliness 20, reduced chance of food poisoning. Advanced kitchen sanitation station, 2,000 stone blocks, 500 iron ore, 500 silver, 30 gold, 50 jade. Kitchen cleanliness 50, reduced chance of food poisoning. After several rounds of confirmation, the entire kitchen setup was in place. His materials were nearly wiped out. The iron ore was gone, less than half the stone remained, and the jade was depleted. Fortunately, had stockpiled plenty of gold last time, so he still had more than enough. Luo Yu opened the dashboard. Base rating 7,200, with the hygiene score having peaked at 98. Ratings fluctuated with cleanliness before he cleared the wolf carcasses last night. It had plunged, but bounced back afterward. The current hygiene readout was 80, mainly because dust was gathering in the corners. The new waterworks had contributed a hefty chunk to the rating, and aesthetic tier buildings offered an even larger bonus. Still, it worked in his favor. Without the base's high score, the wolf pack wouldn't have shown up yesterday, and he wouldn't have pocketed nearly as much money. The higher our base rating, the better, only then can we face any attack with confidence. From dawn until noon, Luo Yu finally finished tuning the core water circulation system. The kitchen, every bathroom, and the showers were now linked to the outlet valves, and water flowed smoothly throughout the villa. During the last pressure test, he still refused to rest. Instead, he unrolled the blueprints for every peripheral device tied to the system. An automatic sprinkler could irrigate the fields on schedule, mist fans would cool the house during heat waves, and dozens of other gadgets filled the pages. What truly tempted him was the cryo condenser, a box that could mass-produce ice, but it belonged to the next tech-tier cryogenic engineering, and without that schematic, he could only stare and sigh. He filed the idea away for later. When he looked up, it was already noon. He hurriedly grilled a few skewers, ate with his 3 teammates, and they quickly split up again. All afternoon, he remained at the cooking station, whipping up 5 simple dishes in a row. The spatula hadn't stopped clacking when the system chimed. Cooking level 3 achieved. For safety, he made Adai serve as the official taste tester. Bite by bite, the dog emptied every plate, and the data panel stayed spotless, 0 poison flags. With the kitchen's cleanliness finally upgraded, the effect was immediate. Adai wagged his tail like a fan, clearly happier than had been with those tough barbecue scraps. While everyone was eating, the once dim dining room suddenly flooded with light. The vine blossoms had matured. Tendrils unfurled along the walls, blooms opened in nearly every room at the same time, and a soft halo lit the entire villa. A system window popped up. Notice, all flowers are in bloom. Your territory has been blessed by nature. This quarter, plant growth speed 100, natural plant death rate 100. Hard work had paid off, and Luo Yu could hardly contain his delight. The next morning they fell back into their routine. Luo Yu opened the warehouse panel, and the numbers made his head spin. 30,000 gene of wolf meat and 10,000 wolf pelts. Unfortunately, midsummer had driven meat prices down to a record low of 3 silver per gene, and the ice cellar was packed to bursting. Outside, the temperature had climbed to 34°C and was still rising. He hurried down to the cellar. The thermometer's red line sat stubbornly above 0. 0 degrees is the freezing threshold. Anything warmer means the ice will melt, soaking up cold energy, and the whole cellar will soon turn into a greenhouse. At this rate, the 30,000 gene of wolf meat would rot within 3 days. Spoiled meat couldn't be sold. The stench would tank the hygiene rating, and anyone careless enough to eat it would almost certainly be poisoned. Blood loss didn't begin to cover the potential damage. Thank goodness he had installed high-grade floor tiles as an insulation layer. Otherwise, the ice would already be gone. By base building protocol, an upgraded water system should be followed immediately by defensive towers to counter the extra threat value. Right now, though, he couldn't spare the attention. The cellar might last another 3 or 4 days at most, so he had to drive the temperature back below freezing before all the ice disappeared. First priority, block direct sunlight and cut off the heat source. Luo Yu decided to construct a large warehouse above the cellar, both to cast shade and to gain extra storage space. He glanced at the building menu. Warehouses came in basic, intermediate, advanced, deluxe, and luxury tiers. The deluxe warehouse was far too expensive, so he settled on the advanced version and figured he could upgrade later when money was no issue. The advanced warehouse required 150,000 stone bricks, 5,000 units of iron ore, 10,000 silver, and 200 gold. It also featured auto-sorting, completely eliminated item corrosion, added 20% heat and cold insulation, and boosted pest resistance by 50%. His iron ore stock was empty, and mining 5,000 units would take 4 or 5 days, so he headed to the auction house. The 15,000 silver he had left was just enough to buy the ore at market price. The ore was gone in one sweep, and his silver vanished just as fast. He now had the iron, but without silver he still couldn't start construction. Fortunately, he still had plenty of goods. Luo Yu listed 10,000 portions of wolf meat at 3 silver each. Being broke was fine, but he would never undercut himself in public sales. Friends could get discounts, strangers could not. He still had 2 unused 100-fold crit chances, one from yesterday and one from today, so he decided to spend them on 2 wolf-hide garments. The basement was brightly lit. Ivy blossoms twined around the pillars, and glowing flowers cast a gentle light, making the place far prettier than before. Xiao Dai sat at the workbench sewing women's underwear. A dozen finished pieces were stacked neatly in a bamboo basket. Remembering the stock hadn't sold yet, Luo Yu listed all the underwear for 2,500 to 3,000 silver each, depending on quality. They sold out before he could even advertise them, netting him 35,000 silver and putting him in an excellent mood. He was about to start another batch when he thought of Xiao Jin. After her last wardrobe malfunction, she had thrown on a ragged, too small shirt left by a captive. He decided to use extra cotton and wolf hide to make her a proper outfit. Xiao Jin, Xiao Dai, and Xiao Kong already had enough underwear and topped his supply list. Since Xiao Dai and Xiao Kong still had outerwear, he would make a jacket for Xiao Jin first. After sending Xiao Dai out to fish, Luo Yu stood at the sewing station. The system provided patterns for pants and jackets, so he silently selected sew. 100-fold crit triggered. A blinding flash erupted, and a blue wolfhide jacket dropped onto the output tray. It was silver grade, offering higher defense and greatly improved temperature insulation. At the same time, the system announced that his tailoring skill had risen to level 6. A little disappointing that it was only silver quality, but the level up made up for it. He was about to use the second crit on a pair of pants when Xiao Kong burst in, hugging a chest and chirping excitedly. Luo Yu's eyes lit upon her treasure chest. It was already open, revealing a black bracelet studded with numerous empty sockets. Lord's Bracelet, Gold Tier. Wearing it boosts every resource in your territory by 5%. It can house various cores. Once a core is embedded, the quality of all related buildings and items rises by 5%, and each technology core adds another 1% to your resource output. What the? Luo Yu's eyes flew wide, his jaw almost hitting the floor. The chest Xiao Kong had picked up on a whim had dropped a gold tier artifact. Its description did say, the better the mood and higher the entertainment value, the better the drop rate. But who could have imagined it would spit out a top-grade gold item right away? He instantly pulled up the base's data panel. Resource abundance and soil fertility jumped from 120% to 125%. Wall and pavement durability ticked upward, and the firepower of arrow towers, ballistae, and catapults all climbed. 5% might look small, but across an entire territory, it was enormous. Grinning, he snapped the bracelet onto his wrist and took out an auto-defense core. The moment the chip touched the bracelet, it clicked into place, and the resource panel climbed from 125% to 126%. Savage. He added the water cycle, visitor, and mercenary technology cores as well. The resource index settled at 129%, glowing gold. Watching the graph shoot upward, he swept Xiao Kong into his arms and planted a hard kiss on her lips. Wuchu. Eyes crinkling with laughter, Xiao Kong wrapped her arms around his neck. The bracelet had come just in time, the mines remaining 30% of, or instantly gained another 9%, enough for Scorpion King to keep digging for days. After a brief moment of warmth, Luo Yu noticed that Xiao Kong's teal hair now reached her waist. He grabbed a pair of scissors and trimmed it to shoulder length. Short hair suits you. A system prompt appeared. You have obtained Xuanqiu Beast Girl Hair 200. With his beast taming level and profession bonuses, the drop rate was ridiculous. Wuchu. Xiao Kong offered no resistance, hugging Luo Yu and refusing to let go. When she went back to the lake to fish, Luo Yu focused and used summoning to yank Xiao Jin right in front of him. Try this on. He handed her a silver-grade, fitted battle dress. For me? Xiao Jin slipped it on and twirled. The snug cut showed off every curve. She tossed Luo Yu a flirtatious wink. Not bad. I'll accept you as my master for now. Giving in over a single outfit? He laughed and quickly crafted an ordinary pair of trousers to match. Xiao Jin's lips curved into a smile, and she moved with the lightness of a real golden tiger. Your hair's long, too. Let me trim it. Snip, snip. Golden strands fell in bunches. You have obtained Gene Gisabelu Hair 200. The combined hair growth 200% buffs from bathing and sleeping had definitely paid off. Luo Yu compared the two locks of hair. Xiao Jin's golden strands offered better defense than Shao Kong's teal ones, but they were a bit less effective at insulation against heat and cold. Luo Yu asked curiously, Xiao Jin, don't beast girls produce milk? Why didn't I get a lactation progress prompt? Produce milk? Xiao Jin's cheeks went crimson and her voice shook. I've never done anything like that. How could I produce milk? You degenerate. Luo Yu's eyes slid to her heaving chest, and he added with a teasing smile, really? With that size, I figured you came with the feature. You're the one with that feature. Xiao Jin clutched her chest, her pretty face blazing. Perverted master. I'm not talking to you anymore. She spun around and sprinted for the gate, her golden ponytail tracing an arc through the air. Luo Yu burst into laughter as a system prompt appeared. Interacted with Pet, Entertainment 10. A little harmless teasing really did lift the mood. Once Xiao Jin was out of sight, he summoned Xiao Dai and harvested another round of hairjet black, silky strands that shimmered in his hands. System message. Obtain special hair 200 black. Ability. Resists minor psychic attacks, immune to certain high-frequency sound pollution. That brought his total to 600 units of special hair in 3 colors. Luo Yu clenched a fist. 1 critical chance left. Time to craft a slick jacket. He already had platinum trousers woven from Shao Kong's hair, so an outer layer was next. Taking a deep breath, he dumped all 600 units into the sewing station and worked at lightning speed. Ding 100-fold critical hit. A burst of multicolored light erupted from the outlet. Luo Yu's heart leapt diamond grade. Top-tier hair plus a 100-fold crit meant a supreme item. The jacket was a low-key, yet luxurious purple. Pale gold patterns curled from shoulder to cuff, with pink piping and a black collar echoing the signature colors of Xiao Jin, Shao Kong, and Xiao Dai. The cut was crisp, bold, and eye-catching. System stats rolled out. Shimmering diamond jacket. Defense increased. Garment comfort 100. Max comfort temperature 30. Min comfort temperature 30. 50 immunity to psychic attacks. Global work speed 100. Special ability. Violet barrier creates a purple energy shield around the wearer, blocks 3 attacks, lasts 60 seconds. Tailoring level increased to LV7. Global work speed 100. Luo Yu drew a sharp breath. The base stats were insane, and the violet barrier was solid, but doubling every task that was the real monster buff. Mining. 3 seconds per, or dropped to only and a half. Stone cutting, farming, milking, sewing. If it counted as labor, it just doubled. He threw the jacket on without hesitation. The soft fabric hugged his skin, and a violet film pulsed outward from his shoulders, forming a faint shield. Comfort shot through the roof. He felt lighter all over. In Heaven's Path, shield gear was usually limited to rare belts. Now he had a jacket with its own shield. Add a belt later, and he could stack 2 layers. Practically unbeatable. The outfit looked great, but that shield was way too flashy. With the whole body glowing purple, Luo Yu decided to switch it off for now. No danger. No need to show off, better to stay low-key. Shield disabled. He left the basement and headed to the quarry. Xiao Jin was absent-mindedly cutting stone with the Tiangong blade. When she spotted Luo Yu, her knife froze midair and she stared in shock. Luo Yu laughed. What's wrong? Why are you staring? Is there something on my face? No, she stammered, the tips of her ears turning pink. You just look a bit more handsome than before. Beast King girls are always honest. Luo Yu chuckled, taking the Tiangong blade from her. A few swift strokes split the stone blocks twice as fast as before. Wait, your clothes. Xiao Jin brushed the hem of his coat, eyes widening. My goodness, diamond grade. You used our hair to make diamond grade armor. Just lucky. Luo Yu grinned, then added, Xiao Jin, you look beautiful with short hair too. Delight flashed in her eyes, though she tried to sound indifferent. Oh Wu, you're the one who sheared my, tiger fur. You owe us. Tonight, I want yesterday's dish again and the milk from last time. Deal. There are still some milk tablets. If you like them, help yourself. Mum? Xiao Jin showed 2 sharp little fangs, smiling like a contented cub, surprisingly cute. That evening, everyone gathered around to enjoy Luo Yu's cooking. 2 days had passed with no food poisoning. Clear proof the kitchen's hygiene had finally improved. At dawn, Luo Yu woke early and checked the system messages. Almost all the wolf meat he listed last night had sold, netting 30,000 silver. Combined with the underwear sales, the base's balance climbed back to 65,000. A glance at the forecast showed temperatures topping 35 degrees. Skipping breakfast, he washed up quickly and got ready to build a warehouse. Advanced warehouse. Stone bricks 150,000, iron or 5,000, silver 10,000, gold 200. Confirm. The moment he hit build, the materials vanished and a 2-story pavilion sprang up over the ice cellar. With gray bricks, white tiles, and upturned eaves, it looked more like a luxury villa than a warehouse. Inside, both floors were empty except for the default shelves. Ignoring the clutter, he headed straight into the cellar. As expected, the temperature started to fall. It had risen to 4 degrees, but with the new shade and insulation it quickly dipped below 0. The piles of meat and vegetables were finally safe. He let out a long breath, patted a frozen slab of wolf meat, and recalled a rumor. Someone had found a stacking technology scroll that could compress supplies, almost like spatial magic. Who knew how many resources it would take to unlock? If he could get it, the cellar would never need another expansion. After a moment's thought, he left the cellar and began hauling supplies. First, he grouped the heaps of wolf pelts, cotton, and other fabrics that had been piling up in the basement. Then he gathered iron, ore, silver, jade, and similar metals into one stack, and shelved all the tools and captured weapons in turn. Once every item was in its place, the warehouse immediately looked orderly. Only when zoning was complete would the advanced warehouses auto-arrange activate-toss goods at the doorway and they whoosh to their assigned spot. Retrieval works the same way. Tap the nameplate at the entrance and the supplies float out, slashing labor and time costs. In the Tiandao world, each race has its own gifts. The only thing truly fair is time. While you're still tidying your storeroom, someone else might already have planted a few more trees or earned a handful of extra coppers, and the gap starts to grow. Luo Yu knows this well, so one of his rules is simple. If it can be automated, never do it by hand. A glance at the stats panel showed the base rating had climbed to 7,600 points, guaranteeing a fiercer raid at month's end. The freezing issue was on hold for now. Next, he had to shore up defenses to offset the threat that came with the higher score. During the last wolf attack, most of the pack was riddled by arrows and machine gun fire on the approach, and Xiao Jin's aura had done its part, yet the Wolf King still managed to spring onto the wall. It wasn't the first creature to get over the top, and the incident rang loud alarm bells for Luo Yu. He had three options. 1. Add iron spikes to the wall top. Good for keeping enemies out, but terrible for friendly patrols. 2. Raise the wall itself. In Tiandao world, any reinforcement on an existing structure costs several times more. Extending the height or upgrading a medium wall to an advanced one would devour mountains of stone, and once reinforced, a wall can't be upgraded again. Wanting an advanced wall later would mean tearing everything down and rebuilding a massive endeavor. 3. Luo Yu's favorite plan. Lay paving tiles outside the wall and bury spike traps underneath. Tiles need little stone, traps use silver, they're fireproof, don't block the line of sight, and even boost the base's appearance. Far cheaper than simply making the wall taller. After weighing everything, he chose the fireproof tiles. A tight, flame-resistant layout would consume 10 units of stone, 3 of iron ore, and 1 of silver per square meter. A 3-meter-wide strip outside the wall would do. His calculations came to roughly 120,000 stone bricks, 36,000 iron ore, and 12,000 silver well within reach. The base is running short on stone bricks and iron ore, and today is the 12th day of summer, so Luo Yu wants to finish the project before day 20. While figuring out how to restock the mines and about to head underground himself, a system alert suddenly popped up in his ear. Warning: the Skasa tribe's hatred level has exceeded the threshold, and they are launching a retaliatory raid on your territory. He froze for a second, glanced through the territory chat and regional channel, and found nothing unusual. Apparently, the attack was aimed at him alone. Luo Yu immediately recalled every worker and all free-range livestock to the base. 5 minutes later, a band of natives appeared on the eastern plain. The prompt said the raid consisted of 51 Skasa warriors and that they had adopted a smart tactic. This was just a standard raid, far weaker than the end-of-month tide, yet still nasty if mishandled. It would drain the base's defenses and set him up for disaster when the real offensive arrived. For most lords, 51 elite natives would equal a raid 4 or 5 times larger, but because of Luo Yu's sky-high base rating, it was still considered a minor nuisance. From the top of the watchtower, Luo Yu and his 3 beastfolk companions watched the enemy approach. Xiao Jin, whose golden dragon wings were tied back like a ponytail, flicked her tail and scoffed, "Let me charge out. Half an hour tops and they're wiped." Luo Yu waved her off while eyeing the natives advancing in steady formation. "Don't show off. If they surround you and their archers get a shot in, what then? We're on defensino rush." Chastened, Xiao Jin nodded. With her 300-plus stats, she could crush anyone of the same rank, but even she would fold under a mob. They kept observing. Suddenly, Xiao Dai, her butterfly wings flashing with color, whispered urgently, "Master, they're digging." Following her gaze, Luo Yu saw 2 natives crouched beside the moat, picks flashing as the dirt they removed vanished into thin air. The hole was getting deeper, well outside the catapult's arc. Clearly, wary of his 2 catapults, the Skasa had opted for a tunneling assault, planning to slip under the riverbed and into the base. No wonder the prompt called it a smart tactic, Luo Yu said, smiling faintly. Early on, this would have terrified him. Once the enemy breached the wall, his towers and ballistae would have to shoot inward, risking friendly buildings and livestock, while opening the gates to attackers outside. But now he had laid defensive floor tiles along the inside perimeter. Out on the plain, the 51 natives worked like a machine. 2 dug while the rest shielded the tunnel entrance, ready to fend off any sortie. Most lords would rush out the moment they spotted a tunnel, desperate to stop it. Luo Yu, however, didn't budge. He leaned against the watchtower rail, lazily taking in their progress. The noon breeze swept over the tower, and he handed each of the three girls a ration bar, pulled out one for himself, and chewed contentedly while watching the enemy's slow, methodical excavation. He felt no hurry at all, simply observing their earth-moving operation from the tower and enjoying lunch with his three adorable companions. Time crept by until a little after 4 in the afternoon, when the floor tiles at the eastern corner of the base suddenly began to shake. System alert. Enemies are tunneling through your defensive tiles. Current durability, 999897. Luo Yu arched an eyebrow. They actually got past the moat. I should have dug it deeper. Judging by the rate the bar was dropping, he estimated it would take them at least half an hour to break through. He knew the timing. The attackers didn't. Thinking these were ordinary tiles that could be smashed with a few swings, the native soldiers swarmed into the tunnel, itching for blood. Luo Yu smiled and tapped his control panel. Current durability, 95100. The repair bar slammed full in an instant, easily outpacing their damage. These tiles were built specifically to counter tunneling tactics, effectively sealing the squad beneath his territory. That makes things simple. He glanced at Xiao Jin. Your turn, grab some rocks and block the hole. On it. Xiao Jin leapt from the watchtower, hefted 2 boulders the size of millstones, sprinted to the opening, and rammed them into place with a heavy thud. Pitch-black silence swallowed the tunnel. 51 natives could only hear each other's ragged breathing. In less than 3 minutes, frantic pounding echoed from below, yet Luo Yu's non-stop repairs kept their efforts useless. About a minute later, the banging ceased. Standing on the boulders, Xiao Jin craned her neck and shouted, "Master, they're all down there." Think they ran out of air? Luo Yu laughed softly. Showtime. Moments later, he arrived with Xiao Dai, Xiao Kong, De Xiezi, and the rest of his animal companions. Together, they rolled the stones aside. The tunnel was packed wall to wall, with limp bodies, everyone knocked out from lack of oxygen. Luo Yu and Xiao Jin hauled them out one by one and tied them up. A system prompt chimed. Congratulations. You have repelled the Skasa tribe's revenge attack. Skasa hostility has increased. Because you captured every assailant, your territory's location remains hidden. The prisoners were loaded into carts and wheeled to the jail, triggering another alert. Warning, prisoner count exceeds jail capacity. Current level is insufficient. Breakout risk greatly increased. Staring at the enemies sprawled across the ground, Luo Yu knew they'd go berserk the moment they woke. Status check stunned. Recovery in roughly half a day. Plenty of time. First order of business: strip them. Standard procedure. Recycle what could be reused, sell what could be sold, and without clothes escape was less likely. With help from his 3 beast girls, Luo Yu had every prisoner buck naked in 10 minutes flat. In Luo Yu's eyes, gender simply didn't matter. After stripping every captive, he lined up more than 50 naked bodies in the fading light. Skins of every shade merged into a chaotic yet striking tableau. He fired off shot after shot, saving the footage to his archive so he could one day send it to the new chief of the Skasa tribe. Not far away, 3 beast girls sprang into action. Qinglang Adai trotted off with a pair of leather boots between her teeth, and Wolf King Atai flicked his thick tail, while a pack of reasonably bright animals dragged clothes, weapons, and other spoils into the warehouse. The building's auto-sorting system would handle everything once they tossed it inside. Luo Yu stayed put and pulled up his attribute panel, examining the prisoners one by one. Most stats were mediocre, but 2 men and 2 women carried the special tag, so he kept them and put the rest on the shelf. Then he posted a notice. Human prisoners, anonymous seller, intact limbs, sound body and mind, male or female, 20,000 each. Plenty in stock. Serious buyers only, hagglers, don't bother. The public channel exploded as soon as the ad went live. Prices for captives had been soaring, and the healthy in body and mind tag was rare. Many slaves were injured, maimed, or half-wit, making them useless for labor or research. Pop-ups and private messages flooded in. Luo Yu replied to all of them with a brief "wait a moment," then opened the trade window and cut to the chase. How many, and what gender ratio? An anonymous male elf replied, "They're all Turin, right? I need 2 men and 2 women under 40. Due to subtle differences in skin tone and bone structure, these natives Turin were classified as a separate subrace, neither fully human nor elf, and certainly not part of any trial-taker faction." Luo Yu nodded and pushed 4 prisoners onto the shelf. The buyer slapped down 80,000 silver, and the deal was sealed. Transaction complete. You received 80,000 silver. The next order was from a Bearman clan that wanted 4 captives, 3 women, and 1 man. Luo Yu didn't care why. He just filled the request. Trades rolled in non-stop, and within 10 minutes his stock was empty, save for the 4 with special traits. The settlement screen flashed, silver 940,000. And that didn't even include the clothes, weapons, and trinkets had stripped off them, pure profit. Time to spend like crazy, Luo Yu muttered, eyes gleaming. First, he invested in himself, maxing out every attribute. Each stat had been stuck at 90. He hammered the button until they all hit a perfect 100, the numbers gleaming like polished silver. Even after that, 880,000 silver remained. Next up was the stone-paved road outside the base. The gaps between the existing ground spikes were too wide, leaving glaring holes in his defenses. Luo Yu ordered a batch of silver-grade spikes 5,000 each and bought 20 in one go, driving them into the cracks between the bricks. Anyone who dared step onto that road would be greeted by a flood of red damage bars. 20 silver spikes at 5,000 apiece now stood firmly embedded in the paving stones. The plank roads and the mine shafts were finally secure. With 780,000 silver left, Luo Yu didn't hesitate. He poured the next round of upgrades not into himself, but into Shao Kong and Shao Dai. His reasoning was simple. 1. Raising the two Beastkin girls' combat power would bump the base's overall defense. 2. Better stats meant better work efficiency. 3. As a beast tamer, he could summon them anytime. They were basically portable firepower, so their sheets had to look good. Shao Jin could wait for now. Attribute check. Xuanqiu Beastkin, Shao Kong, 19, STR 20, Con 19, AGI 31. Night Butterfly, Shao Dai, 20, STR 11, Con 11, AGI 35. In a month, Shao Kong had only inched her constitution from 18 to 19, way too slow. Luo Yu waved his hand. Shao Kong, 80,000 silver, strength, constitution, and agility all pushed to 50. Shao Dai, base stats were lower, so 93,000 silver to bring the three attributes to 50 as well. Beyond that, each point cost 2,000 silver. He wasn't that loaded, 50 would do for now. The instant the changes locked in, both girls felt a surge inside. Shao Dai squealed first, leaping into Luo Yu's arms. Shao Kong hugged his arm just as hard. System prompts flashed one after another. Notification, Night Butterfly's stats have soared. Bloodline evolution triggered, evolving into Charm Butterfly. Milky light flared around Shao Dai. Smiling, she curled up and was instantly wrapped in a jade-green chrysalis. Before Luo Yu could react, a second prompt chimed. Notification, Xuanqiu Beastkin's stats have soared. Bloodline evolution triggered, evolving into Mountain Guard Beastkin. Radiance washed over Shao Kong. No cocoon formed. Her evolution finished almost at once, her appearance barely changing. Luo Yu pulled up her new sheet. Mountain Guard Beastkin Shao Kong. Top-tier intelligence. Strength, 100. Constitution, 50. Agility, 50. Special abilities, treasure-seeking enhanced, sling mastery, martial arts mastery, 5, or yield from mountain veins within territory. Current fur growth, 12. Top-tier intellect, strength rocketed to 100, treasure-seeking upgraded, plus new combat mastery, and a passive 5 mineral bonus wild. Master, would you cheeks pink? Shao Kong nuzzled his shoulder. She was still half chirping, but could now form simple words adorable enough to melt anyone. Luo Yu recalled the Heaven Dao manual. Animal evolutions were rare, the conditions brutal, yet both of his girls had hit it together. Moments later, with a crisp pop, the chrysalis shattered into motes of light. Shao Dai unfolded delicate, rainbow wings, drifted once around Luo Yu, then knelt, her voice soft and firm. Thank you for spending so much to help me evolve, Master. From today on I will serve you with all my heart, and stay by your side forever. Made Die Strength 60, Constitution 60, Agility 70. Special abilities, Accelerated Flight Speed, Mass Charm, whose dazzling powder reaches every enemy and cuts their initiative. Radiant Beauty, which boosts territory aesthetics by 10, entertainment by 10, recruitment success by 10, taming success by 10, and medical effectiveness by 10. If Shao Kong is the quintessential warrior, then Shao Dai is the textbook support. Mass Charm alone is devastating, and Radiant Beauty borders on absurd. Appearance and entertainment directly influence the chance of positive buffs, while recruitment, taming, and healing matter every single day. With Shao Dai standing in the middle of the base, the entire territory feels enchanted, as though everything has been lifted to a higher tier. Thrilled, Luo Yu swept her into his arms. 170,000 silver coins was a hefty outlay, but he considered it a bargain. After a brief chat, he sent Shao Kong, Shao Dai, and Shao Jin back to moving supplies, then counted what remained in the vault. 610,000 silver coins, still a tidy fortune. He could have poured the money into improving his own combat skills, but he thought better of it. With 3 loyal companions by his side and the power to summon the Golden Scorpion King, the Black Magic Octopus, and the Red-Scaled Python at will, there was no rush to upgrade personal firepower. So long as he practiced Gale Blade style at dawn each day, its proficiency would climb on its own. Raising his Beastmaster rank was the real priority. Right now he was a 2-star Beastmaster, capped at 10 ranked creatures, the same limit as 1 star. Across the entire base, the Mutant Hen, Wolf King, Red-Scaled Python, Black Magic Octopus, Silver-Armored Ladybug, Gold-Armored Beetle, Golden Scorpion King, Shao Kong, Shao Dai, and Shao Jin already filled all 10 slots. To welcome anyone new, he had to reach 3 stars, which would raise the cap to 15. Tiandao World claims the limit exists to keep Beastmasters from carting too many elite creatures into the arena and ruining the balance. Luo Yu privately grumbled that he was probably ruining it already. It wasn't his fault his animals hit so hard. There are only two ways to rank up: grind experience day after day, or pay outright. To jump from 2 to 3 stars costs 300,000 silver. The price was outrageous, yet Luo Yu resolved to save for it. He had no intention of recruiting native humans. The reason was simple. Anyone the system labels human, no matter how good their stats, is still shackled by emotions and desires. Unequal pay sparks mood swings. Their bodies tend to have lower resistance, and there's always a remote chance they will betray you on an outside mission. The odds are slim, but if it happens it's fatal. More importantly, Luo Yu possessed the game-breaking skill 100-fold crit, and he had no wish for others to discover it. Animals, by contrast, are far easier to manage. Beast girls with top-tier intellect can handle any task a human can, yet they never rebel, remain immune to mood shifts, and care nothing for wealth. As long as their master is nearby, they stay happy. That's why Tiandao World designed companion animals as the perfect assistants for lone adventurers, and Luo Yu with his 100-fold crit wasn't about to change that. After pinpointing the crux of the matter, Luo Yu decisively upgraded his Beast Tamer trait from 2 stars to 3. The system chimed at once. You spent 300,000 silver to upgrade personal trait, Beast Tamer. Maximum grade level animals increased to 15. All animal output 30. A glance at his status panel told Luo Yu that 3 stars were hardly impressive in themselves. The real power lay in the evolved trait Beast King. That upgrade would further boost every creature's combat capability, and above it loomed the even more outrageous Beast God. Reaching that stage felt impossibly distant. His purse shrank in an instant. From a hefty sum, he was down to 310,000 silver, and even with the base's reserves, he only had 365,000 left. He had to stick to the plan. Lay paving stones outside the walls, install ground spikes, build a workshop, and reinforce the prison. Moments earlier, the system had warned that the prison was at high risk of riot, so Luo Yu immediately sold all the captives. He had planned to put them to work for a few days sweeping floors, and the like, but that idea was dead now. Base construction demanded a mountain of stone, and the stockpile was running dry. Without hesitation, Luo Yu headed for the underground mine. Thanks to multiple buffs, the mine's resource cap had climbed to 134, enough for him to dig for quite a while. He switched to critical mining mode for the first time in ages, whispered the command, and swung his pick. Thunk! 100-fold critical hit landed. A white chunk of metal, larger than a human face, flew free and thudded onto the ground. The Golden Scorpion King lunged for it, pincers flashing, but Luo Yu reacted first, booting the scorpion aside and scooping up the metal. Platinum 1000. Platinum. No wonder the scorpion was so eager. If a gold-grade scorpion swallowed platinum, there was a slim chance it could evolve to platinum grade. Platinum ranked with diamonds among luxury resources and could be used to forge gold-grade gear upward. Most gear could wait, but Luo Yu would never pass up a chance to upgrade his lord's bracelet. The catch: forging gold-grade gear required a smithing level of 15 and an advanced forge. Little Gold was only level 13, and the base had nothing but a basic forge. Even the tech wasn't unlocked yet. Save it for later, Luo Yu muttered, stashing the platinum in his bracelet and returning to mining. Keeping pace with his hammering rhythm, the Golden Scorpion King dug with equal enthusiasm. Man and scorpion worked side by side, and or tumbled down in a steady stream. Iron ore 15. Iron ore 20. Iron ore 8. Copper ore 6. Black spot stone 1. As the pile grew, Luo Yu sensed something was off. His mining skill had quietly risen to level 7, and with the miner trait stacked on top, nearly every strike produced iron or copper, while the most basic stone had become scarce. The scorpion showed the same pattern. In other words, the mining value had gone up, but the base's most urgent need stone was in short supply. That's a problem, Luo Yu said, resting one hand on his pick while rubbing his chin with the other. Avoiding the issue wouldn't solve it. If he wanted more stone, the simplest approach was to let low-level critters do the digging. They would mostly turn up rock. The snag was that the vein's total resources would still get used up. The more stone he mined, the fewer metals he got. When the metals piled up, the stone ran short. While reviewing the profit chart, Luo Yu quickly saw the pattern iron, copper, and silver were worth far more than stone. If he kept stripping the veins inside the mine, stone output would drop even further. After a moment's thought, he decided the answer lay outside the tunnel. He needed a separate source of stone. He flipped through the system menus until he finally spotted an option quarry. The description was brief. 1 continuously produces various types of stone. 2 does not consume existing or veins. 3 hard to harvest and comes with unknown risks. The requirements were harsh, but it could ease the stone shortage for now. Once he mastered core drill tech, he could always upgrade it later. Because the tag for visual appeal was abysmal, Luo Yu abandoned any idea of squeezing it into the base and placed it next to the mine. The material cost was surprising. No bricks or lumber, just silver 50,000 units. Pricey, but money was the one thing he had. He hit confirm, and the ground swelled into a lumpy mound of dirt and rock, even cruder than the mine entrance. Stepping over loose rubble, he walked inside. Darkness swallowed him. The interior was hollow, its ceiling braced by thick wooden beams. In the center yawned a neat square pit, the quarrying spot. He gripped his pick and tried to swing. The tip struck the wall with a dull clang that rattled his bones. Even with his high-level mining skill and a global work speed boost of 100%, it took 10 straight minutes to pry off a single chunk of speckled stone. An ordinary miner would need half an hour for the same piece. The efficiency was pitiful, and the choking dust and oppressive gloom made it worse. Too slow, and the place is awful, Luo Yu muttered. The words were hardly out when a system alert flashed. Warning, vibration from excavation has caused partial roof collapse in the quarry. His face paled, and he bolted. The moment he cleared the entrance, a cascade of jagged rocks crashed down behind him, spraying shards at his heels. One step slower, and his skull would have split open. So that's the unknown risk. Trying to get me killed. He rolled his eyes, but already had a plan. No sane person or animal should set foot in that quarry. Let the bugs do the digging. Moments later, 11 burrowing worms wriggled from the mine into the quarry at his command. Luo Yu ran the numbers. One worm could gnaw out a stone chunk per hour. 15 hours of work a day meant 165 chunks, all without touching the ore quota. Given Xiao Jin's cutting speed, each chunk yielded 15 stone blocks, so had net about 2,475 speckled stone bricks per day. Not great, but acceptable. Of course, that was the best-case scenario. The quarry could collapse anytime, and the worms might drop dead for no reason. He turned to the golden scorpion king beside him. Any worm or centipede that comes out of the mine, don't eat it. Catch it. I'm going to tame them. If you sneak a bite again, they'll deep fry you and eat you myself. The threat made the scorpion's shell tremble. It nodded frantically. With orders given, Luo Yu put away his pick, left the bugs to their work, and headed back to the mansion to cook. Head had quite a haul today, and had even earned some extra money in the arena that evening. Cradling Shao Kong, he drifted off to sleep. Dawn broke on another beautiful day. Luo Yu leaned against the window, squinting at the sun as it climbed over the horizon, buoyed by an unexplainable sense of joy. Though the air felt stifling, it hadn't rained in ages. He was about to roll out of bed when Dingus system prompt flashed before his eyes. Warning, an airborne object is approaching your territory. Take evasive action. Possible object, supply airdrop crate. An airdrop? He snapped to attention and hurriedly called every animal roaming outside back home. About a minute later, a shadow streaked across the sky, and something plummeted at a steady pace. If it hit anyone or anything, it would be nasty. Thud. The crate crashed into the cotton field, snapping stalks, spraying dirt, and immediately bursting into flames. Alert. The supply crate has started a fire. Extinguish it at once. Big octopus, water. Luo Yu shouted. The octopus raised its tentacles and blasted a jet of water, allowed his flames out. When everyone reached the crater, the soil was charred black and a single metal crate lay quietly at the bottom. Too bad there's only one, Luo Yu muttered. Airdrops were pure RNG, never tied to territory rank. That was heaven's path in a nutshell. Every perk came with a dash of misfortune. Better to save his luck for bigger moments. He pried open the lid. Inside sat a lone scroll. Catapult upgrade scroll auto-load. Nice. Just what I need. Luo Yu's eyes lit up. Meanwhile, the regional chat was blowing up. Nyoda. 2 dromedaries just dropped here, free meat. Fong Yumming. Found a crate with a chunk of platinum. Alice. Migration event. We can hunt, tame, or release. I'm trying to tame first. Knock here. Ground just bulged again. Vein of silver. Is my land having tectonic fits? Everyone, lucky you. That's a gold mine. Well, silver. Knock here. Looks like 50,000 ingots worth. Time to unlock visitor tech. Elena. Speaking of which, have you all unlocked visitor tech? The lake monster is really starting to annoy me. The chat scrolled nonstop. Luo Yu chimed in here and there, learning Fong Yumming and Elena had already unlocked visitor tech, and knock here was close. Scroll in hand, he headed to the catapult and activated the upgrade. A flash of white light, and the bulky wooden frame shrank into a sleeker, more compact structure. Enhanced auto catapult. 1. Fire rate 3. 2. Stones gain explosive damage. 3. Consumes 10 stone bricks per shot. Automatically pulls bricks from within 5 meters and stops firing when none remain. Triple the rate, plus explosive rounds, Luo Yu calculated. Like having 2 extra catapults. The only drain was stone bricks, and with the quarry running, supply wasn't a worry. The upgrade felt great, but overall resources were still tight. He decided to pitch in himself. First task, stack piles of stone bricks beside the catapult. Next, give the place a thorough cleanup. He tidied up the villa, the warehouse, and the rest of the compound, while 4 shackled captives were sent outside to scrub the paving stones and the perimeter wall. With some time to spare, he launched a full-scale cleanup to push the facility's hygiene rating back into the green. A deep clean can't be wrapped up in a single day. After dinner, Luo Yu sank into the base's oversized bath large enough for 5 or 6 people and planned to hit the arena afterward for some sparring. As steam curled around him, a World Trade notification flashed across his retinal display. Leopard Clan Anonymous. 2 personal trait scrolls for any piece of silver grade or higher armor. Luo Yu opened a trade window at once. What kind of armor do you need? Leopard Clan Anonymous. Anything, as long as it's silver tier or better. Luo Yu dropped a gold-grade soft cuirass from his warehouse into the window. Will this do? The other party sucked in a breath. Gold grade? Didn't think you had gear that crazy. Then he saw the note attached to the item. Hold on, worn by the deceased. Bro, wearing a dead man's armor is asking for trouble. You'd better knock the price down. Luo Yu had expected that objection. Don't get superstitious. At worst it carries a couple of minor debuffs. In a pinch it still keeps you alive, and 1 vial of purification water wipes the curses clean. This airdrop's bound to contain plenty of purification water, so weigh it for yourself. The Leopard Clan trader fell silent. With an attack looming, survival was all that mattered, and gold tier protection was hard to pass up. Seconds later, the trade window lit green. System prompt. Trade successful. You received personal trait transfer scroll 2. Luo Yu closed the interface, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. He already had a diamond grade jacket, so defense was no priority. Skipping the hassle of hunting for purification water and grabbing urgent resources instead was the smarter play. He opened the prisoner tab. 2 male captives. One carried the chef trait, rated 2 stars. The other had a 1-star brewer trait. No reason to hesitate. He tapped twice, and the pair of scrolls dissolved into white light that merged with his body. New traits acquired. 1. Chef 2-star. Cooking speed 100, food poisoning chance 20, flavor 20, chance to drop positive buffs attribute points 20. 2. Brewer 1-star. Brewing speed 50, success rate 50, chance to drop positive buffs attribute points 10. The brewer trait could wait, but chef was a lifesaver. Luo Yu had always been the one manning the stove. A basic dish used to cost him an hour. With the trait's 100 efficiency stacked on top of the global 100 work speed, he could now finish the same meal in 15 minutes time was money. With the traits secured, the 2 male prisoners were obsolete. Luo Yu tossed them onto the exchange, and within moments they sold for 40,000 silver, bumping his balance back up to 355,000. He pulled up the prerequisite list for lightning technology. 20,000 units of copper or 20,000 units of gold and 100,000 units of silver. Still short. Silver and copper or didn't trouble Luo Yu, but 20,000 gold was a staggering sum. The Scorpion King hauled back barely 100 gold coins every 4 or 5 days, nowhere near enough to plug that hole. Exchanging silver for gold wasn't even worth considering. After a moment's frown, inspiration struck him. The Black Iron Arena. A new dueling room appeared in an instant. Room name. Human's life and death mean nothing. Fight if you dare. Betting floor, 100 gold. Luo Yu added a note. Silver was acceptable, but 100 gold equal to more than 10,000 silver was intimidating enough to scare off the timid. Gold wagers weren't unheard of in the Black Iron Arena. Plenty of people splurged after finding gold or even platinum. This time, however, no challenger popped up right away. Luo Yu waited in the center of the wide platform for over 10 minutes while the spectators' chatter and the ticking countdown filled the air. At last, blue light flashed and a 2-meter-tall bear tribe brute materialized opposite him. The newcomer looked like the old Thunder Roar skin from the league, massive muscles beneath thick fur. He flexed a paw and rumbled. First time I've seen a human dare to bet gold. Good. Gutsy. I happen to have 500 gold on me. Care to raise the stakes? Thanks to the day's special event, plenty of players had struck it rich overnight. With his current gear and stats, Luo Yu could handle 5,000 gold, let alone 500. But playing the underdog lured bigger prey, so he hesitated on purpose before biting his lip. Fine. 500 it is. System prompt. Wager adjusted to 500 gold. 500 gold. The news exploded in the spectator chat, and onlookers flooded in. Brother Bear's strength is unquestionable, yet the other side's a human? Is the guy crazy? Tossing out 500 gold like that? A few recognized Luo Yu. I heard he's got a knack for killing Zerg. The bear warrior bared his teeth. Thanks for donating. Relax, they'll make it quick, huh? Countdown 3, 2, 1. Begin. A flash of green light. Luo Yu sidestepped and flicked his wrist. A giant wolf the size of a calf landed beside him, gray fur bristling and fangs gleaming. The stands fell silent for a heartbeat, then erupted. Beastmaster. Sure, he's brave, but one wolf won't save him. Wolf King, Atai gave a low growl. Cackling, the bear lunged. They'll butcher that mutt first. His punch whipped up a gale raw strength that even Atai couldn't match. Just as the fist was about to smash the wolf's head thrum, a bowstring twanged, and an arrow sliced through the air. The bear warrior jerked aside on instinct, barely dodging it, but the second and third shafts left no breathing room. Thud, thud. 2 arrows buried themselves deep in his chest. Archer. The human's an archer too. The crowd's roar grew louder. Howling, the bear ripped out the broken shafts. Blood drenched his fur, yet his fury didn't fade in the least. Bellowing, he charged straight at Luo Yu. Suddenly, Atai lunged from behind and clamped his teeth onto the bearman's arm, the fangs nearly scraping bone. The bear clansman roared in pain, muscles bunching as he flung Atai away by brute force. Yet a wolf king's bite is no ornament. Even in midair, the wolf tore off 2 bloody strips of flesh. White-hot agony shot up the man's nerves, his voice cracking. The arena's safety systems kept him alive, but they didn't blunt the pain. Thud, thud, thud. 3 arrows flew in a perfect line and buried themselves in his thick back. Anyone else would have collapsed, but he still charged at Luo Yu like a wounded grizzly, leaving a trail of blood. A faint smile touched Luo Yu's eyes. Head eased off the bowstring on purpose his current stats, and with the Yanyu bow, 1 arrow would suffice for a kill. What he wanted was a close call. If he crushed every challenger, who would keep paying to fight him? With that, he added a bit of theater, rolling aside to dodge the heavy fist. A moment later, Atai pounced again, slamming the bearman to the ground. Twang, the bowstring sang, and an arrow pierced the enemy's throat. The man's mouth opened soundlessly, eyes venomous as if to say, "Just you wait," before his body shattered into light. KO. Victory. 1 minute 21 seconds. Rewards. 500 gold, 920 silver, and spectator fees. The stands erupted. The human kid actually won. Beastmaster plus Archer too strong. New build, copy it. Brother Yu is so handsome. I'm still your biggest fangirl. Luo Yu wiped the sweat from his brow and exhaled heavily, looking as if head cheated death. The crowd drew a new conclusion. Beastmasters were strong, but not invincible. Right on cue, another challenger took the bait. A tall, slender snow leopard woman stepped into the room. Narrowing her eyes, she said coolly, "Others fear your wolf, but I don't. Same wager, 500 gold. Let's start." "Fine by me," Luo Yu replied with an equally icy smile. 3, 2, 1, begin. The instant the timer hit 0, she shot forward like a white blur, so fast even Atai couldn't react. Her agility had to be over 60. Yet to Luo Yu she still looked like a slowed-down slideshow. As she exploded forward, he flicked his wrist and summoned once more. Flash white light snapped into being, and a hen appeared between them. They were too close for her to stop. She slammed into the bird with a dull thud. The hen burst into light, and she stumbled, off balance. Opportunity. Atai leapt, fangs locking onto the back of her neck. Luo Yu showed no mercy, driving an arrow into her ribs. Blood spattered as her body began turning transparent. "Hens have tears too?" she asked bitterly. Luo Yu smiled gently. "Of course. Mine lays killer eggs. To me, she's beautiful." "Beautiful, a beautiful chicken?" Her mouth twitched. Frustration froze on her face before she dissolved into light. KO. Victory. 12 seconds. Rewards. 500 gold, 1,650 silver, in spectator fees. The audience went wild. Holy crap, this guy actually brought a pedigree hen. "Chicken, you're too gorgeous. Can you sing, dance, rap, and play ball as well?" "That one's definitely a human. You just outed yourself, haha." "So a hen can be used as a hidden weapon, good to know. It might be painless in real life, but won't it mess with her egg laying?" The arena crowd erupted in chatter, suddenly seeing beast tamers in a whole new light. The mere thought of that hen projectile left everyone uneasy, and with the stakes sky high, no one dared step onto the stage. Luo Yu waited at the center of the ring for over 10 minutes. When no challenger appeared, he already understood. Those arrogant non-humans wouldn't bother with a human, and fighters at his level couldn't cover the wager. He shrugged. "Fine, we'll call it a day." If only he could bank 1,000 gold this easily every day. Leaving the arena, he opened his storage summary balance. 3,500 gold. Luo Yu grinned. Tomorrow, same hustle. Steam drifted through the bathhouse. Xiaodai padded across the warm stone steps and sat beside him, cheeks rosy. "Master, you could take us to the arena too, we can protect you." Luo Yu burst out laughing. "Why use a broadsword to kill a chicken? Besides, I can't bear to let my 3 little sweethearts get into a fight." All 3 beast girls blushed at once. Xiaodai suddenly recalled something and smothered a laugh. "Didn't someone shout, 'Xiaodai, save me,' the other day? And now you can't bear it? Huh. Haha." Luo Yu let out 2 dry chuckles, thoroughly embarrassed. This kid's memory was too sharp. The first ray of dawn slipped through the curtains. Luo Yu opened his eyes and checked today's buffs. Frenzied movement and increased rare item drop rate. The latter was perfect for fishing. He finished a quick breakfast, grabbed his rod, and headed to the lake. The familiar spot lay beside a gray boulder. The moment he sat down, the heat hit him. 36 degrees, sun blazing. His insulated clothes kept him comfortable, but sweat already dotted Xiao Kong's forehead. She had fished under the scorching sun every day. Her once fair, dewy skin was now tinged bronze, yet she never complained. Xiaodai often kept her company. Anyone else would have quit ages ago. Luo Yu silently scolded himself for being careless and softened his voice. "Xiao Kong, I'll handle the fishing today. Go tidy up the villa, okay? Would you?" Xiao Kong nodded obediently, then trotted off to clean the house. Watching her leave, his heart ached for the sweet girl, and he resolved to build her a shady fishing hut as soon as possible. He opened the construction menu and finally narrowed his choice to 2 blueprints. Advanced Fishing Pier, Fishing Efficiency 30, Rare Item Drop Rate 30, Recreation 5. Elegant Lake Pavilion, Fishing Efficiency 10, Rare Item Drop Rate 10, Overall Base Aesthetics Up, Recreation 5. The 2 bonuses stack completely, yet they require exactly the same materials. Stone bricks 20,000, lumber 10,000, silver 5,000, jade 200, gold 200. The price is steep, and in the non-essential category they're pure luxury, but the score boost is huge. Remembering how Shao Kahn had just been sweating under the blazing sun, Luo Yu gritted his teeth and hit build. He planned to fish here often himself and had no wish to roast like charcoal. Stone bricks, plenty in stock, use them. Lumber, short instant buy from the store. Materials confirmed. A few taps later, light flared. In the blink of an eye, a Stonian timber pier shot 10 meters toward the lake's center, its far end supporting an elegant pavilion. Azure tiles, flying eaves, a stone table, and stools inside. Even in the midday heat, the lake breeze felt cool. The shade was perfect. Luo Yu checked the base rating. 8,800. A straight gain of 600 points, almost what a large villa would add. Luxury buildings really were absurd. Rot out, time to fish. Seated in the pavilion's shade, he watched the bobber splash down and started to think. An extra 1,200 composite points from the Pyramid Pavilion combo had just raised their chance of drawing enemy attention. The spike trap paving wasn't finished yet. Even with reinforced catapults, they still needed more defenses should he sink more cash into an arrow tower. The thought barely formed before the line jerked hard. Already? Not even a minute. A 40 boost to fishing speed plus his personal buff. Nice. He reeled in a rusty tin chest burst from the water. With a 40 rare item bonus, of course it's not a fish. Luo Yu cradled the box and silently chanted, 100-fold crit. No disaster event had triggered, so he decided to burn the crit here. A chime sounded, the lid snapped open, and a roll of pale gold parchment slid into his hand. Auto Axe Launcher Blueprint. Requirements. Lumber 2,000, stone bricks 2,000, silver grade beast tendon or higher 1, gold 200. Defense structure? Luo Yu's eyes lit up. The gold rank beast tendon dropped by the Golden Scorpion King had been sitting in cold storage. Had known it would be useful, just not this soon. He hit build at once. Light gathered again, and a massive stone ballista took shape, its rails loaded with arm-length stone axes. Auto Axe Launcher. Type: short-range execution. Traits: high power, high accuracy. When placed on stone brick flooring, it auto-generates stone axes. Base range: 10 m. Because a gold-grade beast tendon was used, range 10 m and kill power increased. Current range: 20 m. Please designate a placement. Execution type: defense. 10 meters had been underwhelming. 20 was respectable. Luo Yu eyed the axes. Forget the edge. The sheer weight would pulp anything it hit. This was the perfect counter to shield troops. Arrow towers and ballistae struggled against shield walls, but one flying axe would smash right through. What a find. After thinking it over, Luo Yu decided to mount the weapon on the front wall. He chose the exact center of the eastern rampart, anchored the Iron God ballista, and stacked several layers of heavy stone blocks on top. From a distance, that stretch of wall now bulged like a brand new battlement. With another layer of defense in place, the long-standing shield bearer problem was finally solved, and most of the tension had been carrying melted away. Of course, when life and death were truly on the line, the base couldn't rely solely on automated weapons. He and his pack of exotic beasts were still the ultimate trump card. Even so, Luo Yu believed that if he and the animals had to fight hand-to-hand, it would already count as failure. In his ideal picture, when a raid began, he'd be sitting in a villa rocking chair, sipping a drink while the automated defenses handled the invaders only. That was worthy of the title Lord. With that thought, he quietly urged himself to keep improving. After lunch, he took a fishing rod and strolled alone to the pavilion in the middle of the lake. The blazing sun baked the water until ripples of heat rose from the surface, and the air smelled scorched. A normal person starts risking heatstroke at around 38 C, but thanks to the bonuses from his clothes, Luo, you could stay comfortable up to 78 C and survive beyond 85 C. Most days he felt nothing. Today, however, he truly understood the meaning of roast. It had been 7 or 8 days since the last rain, and a vague dread crept over him. He opened the group chat and typed, Luo Yu, it's suffocating out here. How's everyone handling the heat? Fang Yaman, don't get me started. It's so hot we can't do anything. The girls and I are holed up indoors, and no one's allowed outside at noon. Alice, our treehouse insulation is decent, but we're still preparing for the heat. Luo Yu, listen, the system hasn't warned us, but something feels off. There might be a drought. Food storage, cooling, and garden irrigation will all become problems. Dig cellars right now and buy ice while you still can. Knock here. I'm with you. After that last special event, lots of zones had hail, so ice is still affordable. Nyoda, I don't know if that's overkill, but I'm broke. Honestly, I'd love to clear the monsters out of our lake and spend the summer soaking in itho. Great would that be? Luo Yu, that works too. By the way, how's the visitor tech unlock going? Fang Yaman, done. Knock here. Same here. Made some money during the last event. Everyone except Nyota was finished. A moment later, Fong Yuming sent a shocked voice message. Fong Yumeng. Luo Yu. When I enter your code, the system says it costs 10,000 silver to visit you. How high is your territory rating? Luo Yu couldn't help but grin. Visitor tech wasn't free. The higher rated territory was the teacher, and the lower rated one paid tuition. 10,000 silver was the cap, which meant his rating dwarfed theirs. He replied, Luo Yu, I just like mining. Built a few extra things, that's all. The chat instantly flooded with messages. Mining? Is it really that profitable? Finally, they agreed to spend 2 more days preparing. Once the next event ended, they'd meet at Fong Yuming's territory first, and then visit one another in turn. We can worry about divvying up the loot after the boss fight. Right now, Luo Yu wants everyone to start by buying ice. Summer is sweltering, and even a recent hailstorm hasn't driven down the price, 300 silver per unit. Well-heeled as ever, Luo Yu snaps up 100 units in one go. 30,000 silver hits his account and disappears just as fast. He heaves the blocks into the ice cellar one after another. Mist billows out, and the temperature plummets to below -5. Meanwhile, the others are busy hacking out their own storage pits, so Luo Yu leaves them to it and heads back to his fishing spot. With his upgraded gear, treasure chests drop more often. Just as the sun sinks toward the horizon, he reels in another one and flips it. Opina palm-sized ingot of gold gleams inside. The base's gold reserve jumps to 3,800, and Luo Yu savors the spike in his stats screen. The faster kitchen setup means dinner's ready early, just over an hour. Around 7 o'clock, everyone gathers at the table. Xiao Dai bites into a tomato and reports, Master, we've collected 12 pieces of women's underwear over the last few days. You might want to sell them. Oh, right away. Luo Yu keeps spooning rice while he opens the warehouse menu. He lists all 12 items at once. Within 5 minutes they're sold, netting 36,000 silver. The win seems sweeter already. Mid-meal, a system prompt flashes. Territory sanitation has improved. Heaven rewards you. Constitution 2. Luo Yu's eyes shine. Once an attribute tops 100, silver can't boost it. So those 2 points are priceless. Sanitation reads 95 out of a possible 98. Yesterday's deep clean paid off. He turns to Xiao Kong, grinning, and drops a chunk of meat into her bowl. Eat up, cutie. Put some weight on. Xiao Dai coughs and nudges her plate closer, her face clearly saying, Master, me too. Luo Yu laughs and adds meat to both her bowl, and Xiao Jin's fare is fair. After dinner, the 3 girls head off to wash the dishes. Luo Yu grabs a quick shower, then dives into the arena to earn more cash. Same tactic, bet gold. He stakes 100 gold, labels the room open to challengers, and the door swings wide almost instantly. A 2-meter-tall bearkin bruiser strides in, shoulders broad as a wall, tusks bared in a constant snarl. You, I've been waiting for you. Yesterday you fleeced my little brother for 500 gold. Today I'm getting it back double. 1,000 gold, you in? Well, Big Bear wants payback. Luo Yu hides a grin behind a troubled frown. I get it, but I've only got 1,500 gold total. Isn't 1,000 a bit steep? Steep? The bearkin thumps his chest like a drum. Let's make it bigger. Lucky for you, I've got 1,500 too. The burly bearfolk fighter bared his teeth in a wicked grin. Enough talk. I'm shoving everything into the pot today and kicking you out of the gold PK bracket for good. The bear spectators roared in approval, and other races quickly joined the ruckus, turning the room into a madhouse of cheers. Human viewers kept urging Luo Yu, stay calm, and it's not worth it. Luo Yu, however, had already calculated his move. By raising the stakes, he planned to make this bear pay a hefty intelligence tax. Feigning anger, he shouted, fine. Let's see whether you kick me out, or I kick you out. Bring it on. He raised the bet on the spot, and the bear fighter eagerly agreed. System prompt. The pot has been increased to 1,500 gold. The higher wager drew a flood of spectators. The entrance fees alone were worth a fortune. 3, 2, 1 fight. Without a greeting, Xiongda slammed a foot down and rocketed toward Luo Yu like a cannonball, accelerating far faster than his brother Xiong'er had earlier. A tie. Luo Yu barked. The Wolf King appeared instantly and charged straight in. Savage tackle. Bang. Xiongda's shoulders smashed into a tie, the raw force hurling the wolf through the air, yet the bear never lost speed as he lunged for Luo Yu. Luo Yu drew the Yangyu bow to fire, but Xiongda was ready. Not happening. A flash of cold steel streaked toward Luo Yu, throwing hatchet ripped from the bear's belt. Luo Yu twisted aside to dodge, but the initiative was gone. The bear loomed right in front of him. Tuji. At the shout, the mother hen Tuji flapped into the bear's face. Startled by the sudden projectile, Xiongda's fury only deepened. He snapped his jaws shut, claw marks scoring his face even as he bit the hen in half. Die! With a roar, he swung a heavy fist at Luo Yu. A tie was still airborne, and Luo Yu had no space to draw. The bowscape seemed impossible. A crimson flash erupted. A red serpent as thick as a barrel and more than 10 meters long materialized, its tail whipping across to meet the bear's iron fist. Heaton. Boom. The impact forced Xiong to half a step back, shock widening his eyes as the crowd gasped. Bronze tier. He actually has a bronze tier, serpent unbelievable. The chatter exploded. Xiongda snapped back to his senses. He knew exactly what a python's coils meant and tried to retreat, but Atai was already back, clamping onto his arm. No amount of violent shaking could dislodge the wolf. Agony tore across his chest. Thud, thud, thud. 3 arrows buried themselves deep in his torso. Enraged, Xiongda ripped one free and sank his teeth into Atai's neck, turning man and wolf into a snarling whirlwind of claws and fangs. Yet the real threat lay at his flank. The red-scaled python had already wrapped around his waist and driven its fangs into his throat, tightening its deadly coils. Xiongda tried to shove the giant python away, but the snake refused to budge. Despair flashed in his eyes as he glared at the human archer not far off, hatred boiling in his gaze. At last he understood. He had been tricked. The human had hidden his trump card and deliberately provoked him just to farm gold, nothing but a consummate actor. The thought had barely formed when a sharp whistle tore through the air. Swoosh. An arrow sank cleanly into the center of his forehead. Xiongda's lips trembled as he forced out a final snarl. This isn't over. The massive body dissolved into motes of light and disappeared. KO. You defeated your opponent in 3 minutes 29 seconds. Rewards: 1,500 gold, 2,610 silver. The numbers on Luo Yu's account jumped. 5,300 gold for 100,000 silver. A tidy profit. Everyone in the room stared at Luo Yu, hardly daring to breathe. Only now did they grasp what made a beastmaster so terrifying. You never knew what monster he would summon next. This human, codenamed Yu, had tossed out a bronze-tier beast as though it were nothing, and the bronze arena wasn't even open yet. That unknown factor snuffed out every challenger's fighting spirit. Luo Yu waited for a long while. When no one stepped forward, he shrugged, praised the red-scaled python's intimidation value, left the arena, and carried his 3 little cuties back to his room for a good night's sleep. Dawn's first ray slipped through the curtains. Luo Yu opened his eyes and pulled up his personal status and the system log from the night before. Prompt: Diamond grade king size bed grants attribute bonus. Strength 1. Current strength, 101. Prompt: growth progress of Shao Kong, Shao Dai, and Shao Jinmao 50. Gaining stats in my sleep and fluffier pet's life is sweet. Luo Yu stretched with satisfaction. After a quick breakfast, he opened the door, only to be slapped in the face by scorching air. It was barely past 7, yet the temperature had already soared to a blistering 37°C. Under the glaring sun, the distant roads and walls shimmered in the heat. At exactly 8 o'clock, a system siren erupted. Warning: a mysterious force is generating an extreme heat wave across the heavenly Dao world. Temperatures will continue to rise and are expected to remain high for more than 10 days. Summer will be extended. All life forms are urged to take immediate measures against heat stroke. As expected, every special event is followed by a crisis. Luo Yu's heart sank. Within 5 minutes, the outdoor temperature smashed through 40°C and kept climbing. Wails spread across the world, and regional channels filled with desperate messages. 40 degrees. Stay outside for a minute and you'll pass out. What about us water folk? Our iceborne can't take this heat. Do something fast. The ordeal was brutal for warm-blood races like humans and beastkin, and even worse for heat-sensitive water clans, snow clans, and ice clans. Panic swept through countless peoples. Luo Yu's private chat exploded as well. Knock here, Aya. Heatwave. We're all going to die? Fong yumming. Good thing we built that ice cellar like Luo Yu said, but will it really hold? Alina. An ice cellar won't be enough. We need another plan. Alice. May every living soul survive this calamity. Nyoda. My hide's thick. I'm not afraid of the sun, but if the grass dies we're in serious trouble. Luo Yu checked the price of ice in the auction house. It had skyrocketed 20-fold in an instant. He posted in the group chat, even if you fill a cellar with ice, it won't handle this kind of heat. What you really need is a proper warehouse. He then uploaded a detailed guide based on his own experience. Insulate the floor, the walls, and the roof, and add a layer of sunproof material on the outside. The chat exploded. After a volley of suggestions, they settled on a plan: fabric, cotton, and hides were the best insulating layers they could get right now. The little circle pounced before prices went up and swept the market clean. Luo Yu had stockpiled a mountain of cotton after the last harvest blessing, so he sold it to his friends at cost. He did the same with his wolf pelts and reminded everyone, spread them on the roof and the insulation doubles. After settling things in the chat, he checked his own cellar. The thermometer was climbing, and just looking at it was irritating. An ordinary person would get heat stroke just gathering the supplies, but Luo Yu's constitution was solid. He got straight to work. He laid thick wolf pelts neatly across the warehouse roof, carried up a bucket of water, and drenched them with a splash. The wet hides acted like a giant heat sponge, dragging the temperature inside down at once, and the cool air drifting out of the cellar grew noticeably stronger. Warning: your companion pet Shao Dai is showing mild signs of heat stroke. As soon as the alert popped up, Luo Yu bolted for the basement. Shao Dai was leaning against the wall, hand to her forehead, breathing fast. He wrapped an arm around her. How do you feel? Master, I'm okay, just a little dizzy. Her status panel showed a maximum comfort temperature of only 36 degrees. It was 42 outside, and the villa was flirting with that limit, so of course she couldn't take it. Herbs wouldn't help against the heat. He had only one option: lower the temperature. Luo Yu scooped her up princess style and carried her straight into the warehouse. Its built-in insulation, the damp wolf hides, and the chill leaking from the cellar kept the interior at a steady 25 degrees. Xiao Dai slid down against the wall. The fine sweat on her brow soon vanished, and she let out a long breath. Master, it's too hot out there. I'm camping right here tonight. Once Xiao Dai was stable, Luo Yu pulled up the status screens of his other two pets. Xiao Jin, maximum comfort temperature, 300 degrees, the kind of mythical beast that swims in boiling water and bathes in lava, so no worries there. Xiao Kong, 65 degrees, more than enough. The little guy was off at the pavilion fishing, perfectly content. Too bad the diamond shirt and platinum pants were soul-bound to Luo Yu. Otherwise, Xiao Kong could have withstood a few more degrees. Next he checked the rest of the livestock. The octopus and the giant snake were soaking in the pool and safe for now. The bull, the cow, two dumb wolves, the hen, and that swarm of bugs were all hovering just below the danger line. Not daring to push his luck, Luo Yu herded every heat-sensitive creature into the warehouse, making sure there was enough room for them to cool off before heatstroke set in. The animals finally felt safe inside the warehouse, but a new problem surfaced. There were too many of them, most of considerable size, and the body heat they generated pushed the indoor temperature back toward 30°C. Outside it was even worse. At 10 in the morning, with the sun only starting to blaze, the temperature had already shot up to 45°C. Luo Yu opened the world and regional chat channels and saw nothing but cries for help. Heatstroke, passing out, save me. Some even predicted that vulnerable species might go extinct in this heat wave. By comparison, their small group was fortunate. Everyone had an ice cellar and could retreat inside when necessary, but that was only a stopgap solution. Fan Yumeng dropped a voice message. Is everyone here? It's 45°C outside. We can't keep this up. I just checked the building list and found a recreation room with an indoor pool. It'll cool us down, and both people and animals can take shelter in it. We'll have to build one eventually, and the materials are still affordable. Let's decide now. As soon as the message ended, Luo Yu opened the building menu. Recreation rooms came in 3 tiers: basic, advanced, and premium. The premium model included a pool, but required a water circulation system. It would work without one, yet the pool would have to be filled manually, and stagnant water would soon become unsafe. Materials needed: 100,000 units of construction stone, 20,000 of timber, 5,000 of silver, 200 of gold, and 200 of jade. The cost was staggering, and the extra score it added meant raids would become much fiercer. The channel went silent as everyone weighed the options. Elena spoke first. Luo Yu, what do you think? Alice chimed in. Yeah, Luo Yu, you decide. Without realizing it, the group had come to rely on Luo Yu in every crisis. Luo Yu typed back. Building a recreation room would solve the immediate problem. Once the pool is full, it acts like a giant evaporative cooler, and the temperature drop will be significant. We can worry about the circulation system later. We'll find a way to fill it. Right now we have 2 problems. 1. Can we gather the materials? 2. This luxury building will raise our score by at least 800 points. Based on last month, that could mean 40 extra raid units at the end of the month. Can we handle that? The group chat fell silent again. Alice wrote, according to the heavenly rules, summer will be longer, so the end-of-month raid might be delayed. If we can survive the heat wave, we'll have an opening. I think it's worth the gamble. Fan Yumeng agreed at once. Right. If we can't keep the animals and our people alive, we're doomed anyway. We have no choice. The others echoed her, and they reached a consensus. They would face the raids heat-in. That left the matter of materials. Luo Yu summed up. We can't buy stone blocks directly at the auction house, but we can trade supplies for them. Timber is available for purchase. As for the gold and jade, can you meet those numbers? Luo Yu had quietly planned to lend out some of his gold, but he hadn't expected everyone to claim they were sitting on reserves of both gold and jadeite. Even more surprising, the biggest hoarder turned out to be Nyod after taking Luo Yu's advice that a wealth of ore is the ultimate advantage. The guy had practically lived in the mine, leveling up at lightning speed and digging up rare metals, yet he had never built a single structure, so everything remained stockpiled. So we're all closet tycoons, huh? Luo Yu joked, then offered a solution. If we're short on silver, we'll substitute monster drops. The heat wave eases a bit at night, so let's farm the lake monsters and use the loot to build an entertainment room. We strike tonight, deal? The group answered in unison, deal. First stop, Fan Yumeng's territory. There was still some time before nightfall, and the heat was relentless. Luo Yu wasn't afraid of high temperatures, but the glaring sun stung his eyes, so he ran to the sewing bench, grabbed a few flexible bamboo strips, and quickly wove a conical hat. With it on, he could finally move about under the scorching sun. An entertainment room was a must, and it had to be done in one goon. This, Fan Yumeng and Luo Yu agreed completely. He chose a spot next to the main villa and locked in the material list for a high-level entertainment room. Stone bricks 100,000. Wood 20,000. Silver coins 5,000. Gold 200. Jadeite 200. They were short of the full 100,000 stone bricks, so Luo Yu decided to prepare in advance. Wood was listed at 1.2 silver per unit in the auction house. Luo Yu simply threw down 40,000 silver, bought 20,000 units outright, sent them to the warehouse, and headed straight for the mine. At that point, only 3 of them could still operate freely: Luo Yu, Xiao Jin, and Xiao Kong. Xiao Jin stayed back to cut stone blocks, while Luo Yu took Xiao Kong deeper into the vein. There was still some ore left, but the situation would only grow tighter. Stockpiling was the surest form of security. The pair plus 1 spirit beast dug for the entire day. Xiao Kong's level was low, so most of what he unearthed was ordinary stone, while Luo Yu, with his phenomenal mining efficiency, stripped wide swaths of iron and copper ore. His experience bar skyrocketed, pushing his mining skill to level 8 that same day. He even unearthed 2 burrowing worms, tamed them on the spot, and gained an extra point of strength. By dusk, Xiao Jin had finished cutting every stone block and took stock of the warehouse. 80,000 stone bricks, enough to meet the entertainment room's requirement by tomorrow. Only 18 of the vein remained. Without their ongoing expansion, it would have been exhausted already. After sunset, the outside temperature still hovered at 42 C, and even inside the villa, it was 33, barely breathable, but manageable. Everyone took a cold shower, and Xiao Dai, worn out, slipped into her room early. Seeing the time was about right, Luo Yu was just about to activate the visitor function when a system prompt popped up. Fang Yumeng has invited you to visit her territory. The visit is free of charge. Do you wish to go? He tapped confirm, and a new window appeared. Please designate an interim manager for your territory while you are away. Xiao Jin will handle it. He'll be back soon, Luo Yu said. Xiao Jin put down his stone block and nodded solemnly. If anything goes wrong, summon me. In this heat, only an idiot would launch an attack, so relax. Got it. Luo Yu gave a faint smile. The next second, a portal of light materialized before him. He stepped through, experienced a stomach-turning flip, and then his vision cleared. He was standing in an unfamiliar base. Luo Yu? A pleasant female voice rang out, and Luo Yu looked up to see a whole group of girls. Though they had never met, he could identify each one at a glance. The most eye-catching was the long-haired girl in the center, about 20, her eyes bright and clear. This had to be Fang Yumeng. To her left stood a woman around 25 with an efficient air, the HR manager who handled recruitment. Beside her was a spirited teenager of 15 or 16, hair pulled into a high ponytail, the youngest girl in the territory. The rest were even easier to spot. The cat-eared, cat-tailed beauty Naker, AI Lizzie, with waist-length snow-white hair, skin paler than snow, and a goddess-like face. And the slightly tanned, short-haired elf girl with refined features, unmistakably Elena. Luo Yu smiled. You're all here, and just as I imagined, every one of you is stunning. At the praise, cheeks pinked across species. Fang Yumeng lifted her lips in a smile. We were betting that a man obsessed with mining would be some huge muscle-bound brute. Turns out you're rather handsome instead. Luo Yu laughed. Sorry to disappoint you, I'm afraid I'm not that hulking. Disappoint? Fang Yumeng blinked, her face flaming. Nonsense. I never said I liked muscleheads. Their back and forth drew soft laughter. Smiles blossomed on every face, like flowers opening at night, though business still awaited them. Luo Yu checked the thermometer on his wrist after 7 in the evening, and still a stifling 39 degrees Celsius. Luckily the sun was down. Let's move, he murmured and led the way. As the girls passed him, they stole glances at his profile, each with her own thoughts. AI Lizzie's lips held a gentle smile. Naker blushed. Fang Yuming's eyes sparkled with quiet amusement. Elena was secretly amazed who knew this fool could be good-looking. AI Lizzie giggled. Only good-looking? Now that I've met Luo Yu, I actually feel at ease. At ease? Oomph, Elena sniffed. Yet when she saw Fang Yumeng and Naker already keeping pace with Luo Yu, she fell in beside AI Lizzie. Luo Yu guided them around Fang Yuming's base. A small multi-story house with an attic stood at the center, fronted by a neatly trimmed garden and stone-paved yard. The surrounding wall, a mid-grade build about 50 meters long, bristled with 6 automatic crossbows. In the beast pen, animals lay motionless. The heat soaked them in sweat with the slightest move. The vegetable patch sat outside the wall, and farther off stretched a broad orchard, branches swaying in the night breeze. All told, it was a comfortable little settlement. Achieving this in under 2 months was genuinely impressive. Nakur dabbed the sweat from her brow and sighed in admiration. Yumeng, your place is gorgeous. What's your score? 1600. Fang Yumeng replied with a relaxed smile. How about yours? Mine's only 1,000. Nakur fidgeted with her fingertips, her tone full of envy. Most folks in the regional chat are stuck around 600. You're basically a little tycoon. Alice, standing nearby, spoke in a voice as clear as spring water. Yuming's territory is flourishing. Alina and I are only at 1,200. Luo Yu studied the silver-haired elf. Alice's delicate features bordered on unreal, and her gentle aura seemed to soothe the summer heat itself. Beside her, Fang Yiming, whom he had always thought stunning, suddenly looked just a touch less dazzling. It was remarkable. Different races, yet everyone could communicate without a hitch. The wonders of the heavenly Tao world were on full display. Fang Yiming turned to Luo Yu, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. What about your territory score? I tried to visit, and the system wanted the highest tour fee. Several pairs of bright eyes snapped to Luo Yu at once. He chuckled. If the gap is 1,000 points, the system charges 10,000 silver, the top tier. Wait, so you must be close to 3,000? Nakura's eyes went wide. The other girls looked equally impressed, and even Alina, who usually butted heads with Luo Yu, flashed a hint of surprise. Luo Yu didn't answer directly. Amused, he thought, if I told them I'm actually at 8,800, I'd scare them half to death. Changing the subject, he turned to Nakura with a warm grin. Kur, didn't you say I could pet your ears sometime? Nakura's shoulders jolted and her cheeks flushed crimson. Mew? Here? Now. Maybe not right now, I'm all sweaty. The words sounded far more suggestive than Shed intended. Fang Yiming pulled Nakura behind her, narrowing her eyes in mock suspicion. Oh, Luo Yu, what kind of deal did you two make? Care to share? The air seemed to tighten. Besides Fang Yiming's probing gaze, both Alice and Alina added their own silent pressure. Luo Yu blinked, then laughed. Why are you all staring at me? Don't you want to touch those fluffy ears too? The girls exchanged glances, then focused on Nakura's pointed beast ears with obvious interest. Hey, what are you all planning? Nakura squeaked, slipping behind Luo Yu for cover. A heartbeat later, everyone burst out laughing. Though this was their first meeting, it felt like old friends reuniting. Conversation flowed easily, and even the blazing sun seemed gentle. When they reached the small lake, Luo Yu's smile faded and his gaze sharpened. We can't go any farther. Everyone halted instinctively. Alice moved to stand at his side, her voice still soft. Luo Yu, you take the lead. The other girls nodded in agreement. Since they'd elected him, Luo Yu didn't demur. All right, but first we need to form a party. He opened the party screen, and after a quick flurry of taps a notification popped up. You have successfully formed a party with Fang Yiming, Nakir, Alice, and Alina. The maximum party size is 10. Counting himself, they now had 5 members. The 2 girls from Fang Yiming's territory who had poured all their points into Constitution stayed indoors to beat the heat, since their combat builds were far from ready. Once the party formed, the screen showed brief role tags. Luo Yu, Beast Tamer. Fang Yiming, Beast Tamer. Nakir, Agile Warrior. Alice, Alina, Precision Archers. The system listed only their standout roles, hiding the rest of their stats and gear. Fang Yiming spoke up. My strength and agility are both at 35, so I can handle melee. Don't coddle me just because I'm a girl. Luo Yu nodded. Roger that. They'll treat you like one of the guys. She blinked, rolled her eyes, but he was already staring at the lake. His voice lowered. Step 1, lure out the big black fish. Just then Alina pulled out a dusky green herb veined in violet. A patch of ordinary grass I planted mutated after the rain into beast lure grass. I tested it, black fish can't resist and will come into the shallows. Everyone perked up. Luo Yu had planned to use special milk as bait, but now he grinned. That saves us a step. Next we have to keep it tied to shore so it can't slip back to deep water. The girls turned to him. Luo Yu knew they had no better idea right now and said calmly, leave that to me. Yiming, put up a simple watchtower on the bank. Well, anchor the fish there and tear the tower down later, costs almost nothing in materials. Got it, Fang Yiming replied crisply. Where exactly? Right here, Luo Yu said, pointing at an open patch of ground. Built. In under a minute a wooden watchtower was up. Luo Yu produced coils of purple vina battle tested in his own territory, tough yet flexible, perfect for binding a giant creature. Then he lashed a modified grappling spear to the tower with the vines. When everything was set, he turned to the 2 elves. Alice, Alina, the moment the fish surfaces, take positions left and right and aim for its eyes. You 2 are our primary damage dealers. Alice nodded gravely. The dark elf Alina rolled her shoulders and laughed. If the plan's ready, let's start the slaughter. Luo Yu mentally slapped a bloodthirsty label on her. Next he faced the Catgirl. Here, once the fish is trapped, Yiming will throw together a floating platform. Feel like joining me for some close quarters work on the water? Nakir giggled, flicking her tail. I spent a fortune cranking my agility to almost 50. I should be asking you that question. I'm coming too, Fang Yiming said, raising her hand. Luo Yu looked at her, definitely a brave girl. All right, we go together. With duties assigned, Luo Yu turned to Alina. Hand me the beast lure grass. Alina nodded. After accepting the precious beast luring grass from the elven girl, Luo Yu waded into the lake to set it in place. The moment his foot touched the water he flinched. The scorching air had boiled the surface layer until it was searing hot. He laid the grass carefully on a jutting slab of green stone at the shore, turned back, and murmured, hide. With that, he scaled the watchtower in one fluid motion, melding with the sweltering, tense air around the wooden frame. The lakeside fell silent, broken only by the hiss of heat waves slapping the bank. The lure worked quickly. A massive dark shape soon rose in the center of the lake, its outline nearly identical to the giant black fish that had plagued his territory before. Luo Yu spotted the difference at once. This fish moved sluggishly, and its pitch-black scales had turned ashen from the heat. The reason was clear: the high temperature had drained its strength. A thought flashed through his mind. This dreaded heat wave might be the perfect chance to kill the lake monster. Below the tower, the girls held their breath, hearts pounding. They knew success hinged on whether the first strike could pin the creature. In unison, their eyes lifted to the broad back silhouetted atop the watchtower. Luo Yu gripped a barbed spear, his gaze locked on the shadow in the water. As it glided closer and the swells rolled, the upper half of the giant fish broke the surface. In that split second, he recalled the skeleton he had once dissected, snapped his arm up, and let fly. The spear left his hand, propelled by javelin mastery and 102 points of strength, whistling through the air. With a wet thud, it punched through the softened scales and buried itself deep, the barbs clasping bone. The giant fish erupted in agony, spewing blood and churning the lake into chaos. The women below stood frozen, awed both by the raging behemoth and by Luo Yu's explosive power. Stop staring. Alice, Elena, loose your arrows. Yumeng, repair the tower. Luo Yu barked. Fong Yumeng fumbled open the building interface, hit the repair button, and only relaxed when the durability bar began to climb. 2 arrows flew almost simultaneously, burying themselves in the creature's eyes. Another cloud of blood burst forth. The black fish howled, thrashing wildly, but the barbed spear anchored to its bones left it no room to escape. Blinded, and even more enraged, it remained pinned in place. The watchtower groaned under the shaking, yet Luo Yu seemed not to hear. He drew another javelin, aimed for a weak spot on the fish's flank, and threw. A second column of blood erupted skyward, striking true to its vitals. The leviathan screamed as though mountains were splitting. Roar! The giant black fish roared, blood spraying from its jaws as it thrashed, and the lookout tower's durability nosedived. Fong Yumeng stood on the roof, watching the numbers on-screen tumble. Luo Yu, we're fixing slower than it's wrecking. What now? Sliding down the ladder, Luo Yu shouted back, it's blin no way to aim. Yumeng, slap together some float platforms. We'll get in close and finish it. Watch that tail. Got it. Fingertips flying, Fong Yumeng opened the build menu and cued a string of platforms square, cheap, and quick to assemble, perfect for a sudden assault. Beside the tower, Elena and Alisai kept their bowstrings singing, arrows burying themselves in the fish's exposed gills and the soft rims of its ruined eyes. Black-fletched shafts punched deep, forcing the creature into fresh howls while its blood dyed the water red. Seconds later, the monster was ringed by makeshift platforms. Nakir hit the front edge first. Die, beast. Her short sword flashed, carving a savage groove along its flank. Per the plan, she struck once, flipped back to a rear platform, and landed grinning, excitement all over her face. Luo Yu had seen enough. With the fish blind, melee was the quickest, cheapest option. The sun baked the watchtower's beams. More damage would only waste repair materials. Fong Yumeng wrapped up the build, sprang after Nakir, gripped her long sword with both hands, and hacked down hard. Her blow dug bone deep, a fresh gash crawling up the fish's skull. Howling in pain, the black fish lunged for Fong Yumeng. Luo Yu's heart lurched, but before he could leap, she kicked back, matching Nakir's rhythm, and landed safely on a rear platform. The monster snapped at empty water, sending spray skyward. Nice girl's got talent, Luo Yu muttered. Crouching low, he tightened his grip on the Tiangong blade and sprang onto the front platform. The fish heaved a wall of water, but Luo Yu's driving strike hit first. A plume of blood erupted as the Tiangong blade nearly cleaved half its head. Without stopping, he reversed the stroke, pouring all 102 strength points into the edge. A second wet crack sounded, and the mangled head tore free. The colossal body convulsed, then went limp, crashing into the water and rocking the platforms in gentle waves. For a moment, only breathing and broken surf filled the silence. Elena, Alisai, Nakir, and Fong Yumeng stared at the corpse, then at Luo Yu, mouths agape. An instant kill, 2 swings, head off. How strong was he? Fong Yumeng recovered first, clutching her blood-slick sword. Luo Yu, what's your strength now? He shrugged, twirling the Tiangong blade. Just a bit higher than yours. A bit? Nakir's eye twitched. 50 at least, right? Double hours, easy. Close enough. Luo Yu gave a faint smile and let the matter drop. A system prompt appeared at once. Your party has slain the black carp monster in the lake and obtained 40,000 silver, Beast Soul Core 2, Breeze Sword Technique 1 silver grade martial skill, Party Technology Share Scroll 1 silver grade, Silver Equipment Chest 2, Personal Trait Scroll 1. As the message vanished, the platform beneath Luo Yu and Fong Yumeng flashed, and a heap of loot materialized. Luo Yu already knew that partying paid better than solo runs, but the sheer volume of rewards still surprised him. Of course, sharing meant a smaller cut. Solo kills never required splitting. Victory! We did it! Nakir threw her hands in the air and spun on the platform. Excitement mirrored on every face. A few minutes later, they hauled the massive carcass onto the shore. Luo Yu said, let Yumeng hold the loot for now. We'd better break this thing down first, give it 2 hours in this heat, and it'll start to stink. Everyone agreed and divided the tasks. Living alone had made them all competent at dressing game, but Luo Yu was clearly the fastest. With a global work speed bonus of 100% and a high cooking level, his knife flashed clean and sure, leaving the girls staring in fascination. Luo Yu, what did you used to do? How come you can do everything? Nakir asked, curiosity shining in her eyes. And not just can you're good at it, Fang Yumeng added. Still cutting, Luo Yu answered calmly, I wouldn't say good. I've just picked up a bit of this and that. Modest much? The two girls said in unison. Luo Yu chuckled. Compliments won't earn you any bonuses, you know. Uffed. You the girls giggled, and the mood eased even more. Working together, they processed all the meat in 15 minutes. Yuming's cellar didn't insulate as well as Luo, yes, but it would keep the fish fresh for now. Later they gathered in the living room, spoils arranged neatly on the table. The girls' eyes sparkled. Let's discuss the split, shall we? Fang Yumeng said with a smile. Everyone automatically looked at Luo Yu. He suggested, every territory has a boss like this, so the 40,000 silver, the 2 beast soul cores, and the martial skill are probably fixed drops. How about each territory lord takes 1 set of those 3 items, and the remaining chests and scrolls go to the helpers? Sound fair? Nakir raised her hand in support. Fang Yumeng followed, and Alice and Elena voiced no objections. The plan was set. Yumeng added, I only need 1 beast soul core. You can split the other. Sometimes only 1 core dropped, sometimes 2. Besides unlocking automated core tech, the item could be socketed into buildings or gear, and Beast Tamer players could use it for a huge experience boost. Alice looked at Luo Yu. You did most of the work this time. You pick first. No rush, Luo Yu said with a laugh. Let's open all the scrolls and chests first, then divide them. Yumeng, you do the honors. Fang Yumeng nodded and whispered, you're getting better at calling me Yumeng. As she spoke, she activated the tech scroll, and the system revealed a party-wide blueprint. Sealed meat blocks. Under Tiandao World's rules, only teams had a chance in extremely slim Oneto drop shared tech scrolls. In this round, only this blueprint could rival the martial arts manual they had found earlier. Most scrolls covered nothing more than basic technology, yet they were fiercely coveted. Fang Yumeng hit learn. A soft halo rippled from the scroll, and everyone's panel lit up with the new tech, sealed meat blocks. Essentially, it was canned Mitram meat mixed with iron, ore, and pressure sealed under high heat, craftable by hand or in bulk at a cooking station. Luo Yu grinned. Perfect timing. This heat is ruining fresh meat. If the heat wave drags on, food will run short. Canned meat keeps forever. It'll sell like crazy, and well cash in. The girls instantly understood. Nakir clapped in delight, and the other 3 smiled with relief. Fang Yumeng teased. Great business opportunity, no wonder your base score is always off the charts. For the next few days, let's go Alan on canning. For her, that was nothing. Her territory had plenty of top-tier cooks. Assigning a few would do. Luo Yu silently noted he needed to set up an assembly line back home. Next, 2 treasure chests burst open in a silver flash, a pair of silver daggers, and a pair of silver-grade stockings. Silver stockings were new to Nakir, AI Lizzie, and AI Lena alike. There was also a personal trait scroll labeled minor. With the loot laid out, everyone's eyes shifted to Luo Yu. He smiled calmly. All the gear is yours. I just want the beast soul core. Huh. They froze for a second. AI Lizzie asked, don't you love mining? Why not take the minor trait? AI Lena frowned. I may not match you yet, but I don't need you to hold back. Personal traits were the rarest drops. Everyone worried he was selling himself short. Luo Yu waved it off. I already have minor, and silver gear isn't my style. Besides, more than just Yuming's crew is here. Let's split it this way, pick your loot. What he really wanted was the deluxe beast taming arena. With the beast soul core, he could unlock the building, generate a beast taming tech core, and embed it in his lord's bracelet. Perfect. In the end, Nakir took the daggers. AI Lizzie scooped up the silver stockings. Luo Yu instantly pictured her wearing them. Shame she was still in long pants. A short skirt would look even better. Maybe he'd gift her one later. The minor trait scroll went to AI Lena. Gripping it, she vowed to strike it rich through mining, just like Luo Yu. With everything divided, everyone walked away with exactly what they wanted, all smiles and satisfied. Nyota finally broke the silence in the group chat. Luo Yu, what are you guys up to? Still alive out there? And why did I just get a random tech drop for no reason? On the other side of the screen, the whole room exchanged looks and burst into laughter. It was 9 at night, and even though the temperature had dipped, it still hovered at a sweltering 39 degrees. Luo Yu replied, you can't move in the daytime, it's brutal. Night's the only time to head out. You all still have any juice left? How about we swing by old Nyo's place? Everyone was drenched in sweat, but nodded in unison. They had to bag a few more giant blackfish tonight. Since Nyoda lacked visitor tech, he couldn't send an invite, but the others could choose to visit on their own. Luo Yu hit confirm. Waiting for the other party to accept, the system said. A few seconds later, approval came through. Light flared, and the team materialized on Nyoda's territory. Nyoda looked every inch the classic Minotaur, huge bovine head, massive shoulders. He froze at the sudden sight of a squad of gorgeous women. Luo Yu clapped his arm and joked, "Easy, old Nyo. I know they're stunning, but try not to let your jaw hit the floor." "Ha ha ha ha. Brother, it's great to see you." Nyoda snapped back to reality, gave Luo Yu a crushing hug, then leaned in to whisper, "Our group's full of beauty, we've struck the jackpot." Fong Yumeng and Alina rolled their eyes. Naker clicked her tongue in disdain, while Alice kept smiling. Luo Yu raised a hand. "It's boiling out here. Let's get to work." Nyoda's territory was bare bones. A stone hut, a tiny garden patch, and a single female member. The tribal captive had been sent by Luo Yu earlier, but the system had wiped her old memories, so she no longer recognized him. Sticking to their usual roles, the team headed for the lake to hunt. Thankfully, Nyoda had banked enough or to put up a watchtower and a floating platform. Without them, the job would have been a nightmare. Right on cue, the dark water broke and massive blackfish surfaced. Luo Yu whipped his arm. The spear whistled through the air, one throw, one kill. The others followed suit, taking down several more with ease. Throughout the fight, Nyoda's bulk stood out. Head clearly funneled every resource into personal stats. 50 points in constitution, plenty in strength, turning him into a compact tank. Luo Yu approved. The invest in yourself, keep the base rating low strategy really paid off. Fewer points for the settlement meant weaker raid waves. With Nyoda's current build, a squad of fewer than 10 natives wouldn't stand a chance. Later, they gathered on the bank to split the loot. Drops from the blackfish were also tied to territory rating, and Nyoda's haul was pitiful. Beyond the guaranteed beast soul core, not a single combat manual turned up, let alone shared tech or trait scrolls. The poverty was almost laughable. The lone bright spot was 2 refined essence crystals, perfect for upgrading the taming pen. Luo Yu and Fong Yumeng, both beastmasters, each pocketed one. Everything else was divided without ceremony. The girls had no intention of staying in Nyoda's territory any longer. The place was filthy, especially the sanitation, and lingering there felt like courting illness. Luo Yu patted Nyoda on the shoulder, urged him to get the base cleaned up quickly, and told him to speak up if he needed supplies, promising early support. With the arrangements made, Luo Yu led the group toward Nakir's territory. They arrived at 11 sharp. Nakir's domain was laid out much like Fong Yuming's, except that, instead of vegetable plots and orchards, a steaming fish pond took center stage. Cats, after all, love fish. Skipping small talk, they followed the usual routine. Erect a watchtower, scatter beast-luring grass. In under 10 minutes the water split, a massive dark shape burst out, and the giant black fish bared its fangs, only to be met by a coordinated onslaught. Their teamwork was flawless. The creature went down with hardly any effort. Shared technology still refused to drop. Inside the chest, however, a copy of Hidden Blade's swordsmanship gleamed, its sharp, swift style matching Nakir's attributes perfectly. The verdict was clear. Loot depends on the Lord's highest stat. The higher the stat, the more likely a matching skill appears. Thus the blackfish was both a threat and an early game cash cow. Time to divide the spoils. Because Luo Yu and Fong Yumeng had already taken the rare crystal essence stone at Nyoda's place, they waived their claim this round. The chest held only a few pieces of silver gear, a cooking station blueprint, and a chef trait scroll. Items Luo Yu already owned, so everything went straight to Alice. When the last item changed hands, it was already past 1 in the morning. They had been battling in sweltering heat for 5 or 6 hours, and even the fittest girls were flagging. Perspiration dripped from their hair, and their sportswear clung to them, outlining charming curves. Luo Yu's gaze drifted toward Alice. He coughed lightly and looked away. "That's it for tonight," he announced. "Get some rest and meet at 7 tomorrow evening." The girls nodded. Fatigue showed on their faces, but excitement sparkled in their eyes. Everyone had scored a piece of silver gear and unlocked new tech, while Fong Yumeng, Nakir, and Nyoda had each pocketed a beast soul core and a stash of silvera tidy profit. Luo Yu reminded them to stay cool during the day, and they said their goodbyes and headed home. The scene blurred, and Luo Yu reappeared in his own territory. The camp was silent. People and livestock were fast asleep. He made a quick round, confirmed every animal was fine, and headed straight for the bath. Shedding his clothes, he slipped into the warm, luxurious pool, and the day's fatigue melted away. Compared with other territories, his place was paradise. The heat wave still hadn't broken. Without the insulated suit, he actually felt stifled, marveling at the heavenly Tao world's quirks. He opened the world and regional channels. Pleas for help kept scrolling past. Countless players were suffering heat stroke, and without effective cooling or a few points in constitution, they would struggle to survive this scorcher. The girls in our group may look delicate and pretty, but each of them has poured points into constitution 20 at the low end, more than 30 at the high end, just so they can keep fighting through these sweltering nights. If we were still stuck at the starter level of barely 10 points, would have dropped dead long ago. With that in mind, Luo Yu let out a soft sigh and tallied up last night's haul. 1 beast soul core, 1 crystal essence, and a set of canned meat technology. Going rates: 50 grand for the core, 80 for the essence, and the canned meat tech is practically a license to print money price unknown. Jackpot. He had to admit, farming bosses really is the fastest way to get ahead. He pushed open the bedroom door. Empty Xiao Dai wasn't there. A status check showed she'd dragged her bedding to the warehouse and was sleeping on the floor. No wonder. The villa was still close to 30 degrees Celsius even at night. Holding the drowsy, plushy soft Xiao Kong in his arms, he walked along and thought, I need to make Xiao Dai some heat-insulating gear tomorrow. The idea barely finished before sleepiness rolled in. He leaned against the headboard and drifted off. At dawn, the first sliver of sunlight slipped through the curtains, and Luo Yu was up, feeling completely refreshed. System prompt. You have gained the buff Efficient Sleep, Sleep Efficiency 50. Stacked with the Old Ox buff, a king-size bed, and the Luxury Bath's recovery bonus, 4 hours had him back to full health. Cold water splashed on his face in the bathroom, but it didn't feel cool at all. Outside, 41 degrees. Inside, 37. Only then did he notice he was wearing nothing but a tank top and shorts, no insulating layer. He hurried into a jacket and long trousers and finally felt halfway normal. Just then, Xiao Kong shuffled in, half awake, to wash up. Her beast girl hair naturally shields her from heat. Head cut it short a few days ago, but the hair growth progress bar had already pushed it past her shoulders again. While she was still groggy, Luo Yu whipped out a pair of scissors and snipped it back to a neat bob. System prompt. You have obtained Beast Girl Hair 58. Xiao Kong squinted, rubbed her head against his arm, and sighed in relief at the sudden coolness. 58 units plenty, Luo Yu calculated. I don't need the whole garment to be Beast Girl hair, just a blend will do. He headed straight for the basement, sat at the sewing machine, and silently activated his skill 100-fold critical. A silver flash burst from the output slot, and a piece of women's underwear shaped perfectly for Xiao Dai dropped out. Silver-grade women's underwear. Effect: comfort, 10C maximum comfort, 10C minimum comfort, built-in shaping. Didn't hit gold, but this will do. Luo Yu nodded, satisfied. He walked to the warehouse and gently shook Xiao Dai awake. Groggy, she heard him say in a dead serious voice, Xiao Dai, take off your clothes. What? She jolted fully awake, cheeks blazing, arms crossed over her chest. Master, not hurry, at least go back to the bedroom. Luo Yu sighed. What are you imagining? Put this on. Oh, realization dawned, and her eyes lit up. You already finished the heat-proof underwear. Not shy in the slightest, bathing together had long since broken that ice. She turned around and slipped the new underwear on. The insulation kicked in instantly. Her perceived temperature dropped 10 degrees, and a long breath eased from her lungs. A relaxed smile spread across her face. Thank you, Master. I feel so much better. Tonight I can sleep on the big bed again. Luo Yu nodded with a laugh. Looks like a little belly fat is showing. Better keep up your workouts. Ugh, too no? Xiao Dai's face flushed pink as she instinctively covered her stomach, realizing she might have been enjoying her master's cooking a bit too much lately. He quickly dropped the joke and got down to business. Since we're no longer bothered by the heat, keep making clothes. In this muggy weather, short skirts and crop tops will sell fast, so let's pick up the pace. Understood. He'll make plenty of beautiful outfits for Master to sell. Xiao Dai bobbed her head enthusiastically, her furry ears quivering with energy. Beast folk were naturally optimistic, and their lack of negative emotions made life much easier for Luo Yu. By the time the morning sun had barely cleared the horizon, the temperature had already shot up to a brutal 44°C. After completing his routine inspections, feeding, and material collection, Luo Yu sat down to breakfast at around 8 o'clock. Inside the warehouse, the animals lay sprawled in the heat, barely moving. Luo Yu expected the temperature to rise even higher. If he didn't finish the recreation hall soon and relocate them, their combined body heat could jeopardize the ice cellar. As usual, he and Xiao Kong headed into the mine. Luo Yu hauled back a cart piled with stone, and by afternoon the inventory showed more than 100,000 stone bricks. Finally enough. Standing on an open patch beside the villa, Luo Yu made his decision. The recreation hall would go right there. Advanced recreation hall, building materials 100,000, timber 20,000, silver 5,000, gold 200, jade 200. He opened the construction menu, dragged the virtual model onto the clearing, and hit confirm. The resources vanished from the warehouse. A flash of blue-black light flared, and a 3-story structure the size of the villa rose into view. Luo Yu pushed the door open. The first floor was an indoor pool, its base paved with the high-density defensive tiles had salvaged early no gaps in sight, saving him a lot of reconstruction work. Other than the pool, the entire floor was empty. There wasn't even a chair in. The basin still lacked water, so the circulation system had to be installed first. He climbed to the second and third floors, finding bare, unfinished walls waiting for partitions. A plan took shape in his mind. 1. The second floor would hold billiard tables, card tables, a xiangqi board, dartboards for target practice, and a few rows of bookshelves. 2. The third floor would feature punching bags, treadmills, weight racks, and other gym equipment focused on strength training and martial skills. All 3 floors still had rough wooden planks for flooring. They'd need sanding and carpeting, but carpeting tech hadn't been researched yet, so that would have to wait. The immediate priority was to get fresh water flowing in the pool. Luo Yu opened the water circulation construction interface. A supply line could be run straight from the villa. To keep the water fresh, a dedicated drainage line was necessary and couldn't share existing pipes. If he tied the drain into the sewage system, the pool would dump directly outside the territory. And since the pool used lake water, he didn't want the lake level dropping too quickly. Hooking into the domestic wastewater line was out of the question, far too filthy. In the end, Luo Yu decided to run the pipe back into the lake and install a simple one-way valve. Once the plan was set, he wiped the sweat from his brow and headed outside to start laying the line, calculating every bend and change in elevation. He double-checked the valve's position again and again, knowing that a single miscalculation could cripple the entire waterway. After about an hour, the sun beat down like a furnace, driving the temperature to 46°C. The global chat was in uproar. Many regions had topped 50°C, and countless players were on the brink of heat stroke, especially those from species that couldn't regulate body heat. The snowfolk simply dug holes and went into summer hibernation, putting survival ahead of construction. Ever since the heatwave hit, most territories in the heavenly Tao world had ground to a halt, and the outlook was only getting worse. Humans, surprisingly, were holding their own. Although physically weaker than many races, their warm-blood bodies kept them from dying outright, and their accumulated knowledge gave them an edge. Basic root cellars for insulation ideas no other race even considered started popping up everywhere. Someone even rigged a crude fan that used evaporative cooling, channeling the breeze to carry moisture out of their homes. Humans still suffered heat stroke, but as a group they weathered the crisis and nudged up a spot on the interspecies ranking board, climbing from lowest to slightly above lowest. Right now, Luo Yu stood in the premium recreation room, watching 4 jets of fresh water surge into the pool, and let out a long breath of relief. The pool wasn't luxurious, but it was plenty big. Once the water reached the overflow edge, it spilled neatly into a side channel, so flooding was never an issue. A wind-powered pump on the lake kept the water circulating. Fresh water entered the pool, drained back to the lake, and repeated in a simple yet efficient loop. There was no dedicated sanitizer, but the setup was cleaner than most pools Luo Yu remembered from Earth. True to the brochure, the room's special design used the pool as a giant evaporative cooler. Outside it was 46°C, inside a steady 27°C, and the difference was instant. He tested the water with his hand just right, then called the animals in to cool off. The insects, terrified of water, obediently scurried upstairs, while the wolf king, Adai, the bull, and the cow dove straight in, splashing around with glee. To Luo Yu's surprise, the big bull turned out to be an excellent diver, cutting graceful laps that even outpaced the wolf king. Maybe it had once been a water buffalo. A moment later, Xiao Dai and the other 2 girls bounded in, wearing nothing but underwear, cannonballing into the pool, their laughter echoing through the refreshingly cool room. Only one thing was missing: forgotten to get them proper swimsuits. Xiaojin is a tiger, and nothing makes her happier than staying in the water. Except for chiseling rocks and sleeping, she spends almost all her time soaking in the pool. Luo Yu stands at the pool's edge, watching Xiaojin and a crowd of animals splashing in the crystal-clear current. He does not join them. Without swim trunks, he feels too self-conscious. The blistering heat convinces him that many species will hide in the water just like these little ones, so he makes a mental note. Swimwear will sell, and once the heatwave passes, he will start that business. He opens the territory panel, and the base rating jumps to an even 10,000 points. The advanced recreation room alone contributes 1,200. A system message follows. Congratulations. You are the first lord in this region to reach 10,000 points. Extra reward, random scroll 1. A flash of white light appears, and a scroll floats before him. Luo Yu taps it. Acquired. Pharmaceutical Workbench Blueprint 1. Pharmaceutical Workbench. Capable of producing simple medical kits and other basic drugs. Construction requirements. Sterile materials 5,000. Silver 50,000. Gold 200. What are sterile materials? Luo Yu raises an eyebrow and reads the note. Mixing silver with any basic material produces a sterile variant. Silver plus stone bricks yields sterile stone bricks. Silver plus iron ore yields sterile iron blocks, and so on. These items greatly increase hygiene and slightly improve quality, and they are used for sterile beds and floors in infirmaries, boosting recovery rates and surgical success. To create sterile materials, he must first unlock sterile technology, and the hardest requirement is a single bottle of purified water. For now, he puts the project on hold. Luo Yu stores the scroll and looks back at the pool. The water circulates endlessly and never turns foul, so the little ones can play to their heart's content. Once the heat lets up, he will put them back to work. He heads to the warehouse. With the animals in the pool, the warehouse temperature has dropped below 28 degrees Celsius, keeping the ice cellar safe for the moment. Luo Yu takes some wolf meat and seafood from the cellar, places them in his storage bracelet, and heads for the kitchen. The cooking station interface displays a new recipe. Sealed meat jar. Ingredients: basic meat 10, vegetables 5, iron ore 2. Nutrition: basic. Shelf life: 1 year. Chance of food poisoning: 20%. Attribute gain rate: 0%. Special effect: spoilage speed reduced by 300%. Canned food is the answer to summer storage, Luo Yu exclaims, eyes shining. The nutrition is on par with simple dishes, yet the shelf life is 3 times longer and spoilage almost negligible, so it is bound to be a hit. He loads the materials and starts cooking. At cooking level 4, a jar would normally take 30 minutes. His diamond clothing grants 100% global work speed, cutting the time to 15 minutes. The chef trait doubles cooking speed again, dropping it to 7.5. Better yet, during last night's bath or sleep, he somehow gained a manic efficiency buff that adds another 50% to all work speed. The kitchen sink and cleaning station each provide a small additional cooking bonus as well. It took him barely 4 minutes to turn out a can of braised meat. Luo Yu pulled up a low stool, rolled his sleeves, and went to work with spatula and spices. The fire crackled beneath the stove, and after only a few minutes the first concealed shut with a crisp click, releasing a rich, savory aroma. No longer worried about food poisoning, he scooped up a taste just the right amount of heat, perfectly salted. The chef trait never lets me down, palatability +1. That ought to keep the customers coming back, he laughed, bending over the stove again. He kept at the same brisk pace from midday straight through dinner time. Can after can line the shelves, 2 full rows and all 105 of them, and his cooking skill ticked up to level 5. Not for sale yet, he muttered, wiping away the sweat and stacking the cans neatly. He'll wait another day or two. Once the heat wave rots everyone's fresh food, these will fetch a premium. Over dinner, Luo Yu chatted with his 3 little cuties while keeping an eye on the scrolling messages in the world and regional channels. The average temperature had hit 47 degrees Celsius, a true killer heat. The channels were filled with complaints. No rain under the scorching sun, soil starting to crack, drought on the horizon. Crops normally thrive in high summer, but if they wither now, there will be no harvest in autumn and a brutal winter ahead. Only then did people grasp the importance of stockpiling food, and panic buying began. Luo Yu, however, noticed someone manipulating public opinion, deliberately driving grain prices up. Sure, a food shortage is possible, he mused, but right now people should be worrying about keeping cool. If grain really runs short, that'll be a winter problem. Heaven's Path world is full of random events. A beast tide could hit any day, and one good hunt would restock the pantry. Whether the hype was orchestrated or a natural chain reaction, he didn't mind. The frenzy would only make his canned meat more valuable. Suddenly a system prompt appeared. Elena invites you to tour her territory. Do you accept? Gathering time had arrived. After a few quick instructions to Xiao Jin and the others, Luo Yu confirmed and entered the teleportation light. Vision blinked to black, then Brightened was standing on unfamiliar ground. Fang Yumeng and the rest were already waiting. After greetings, the group began exploring Elena's territory. The paving stones and walls resembled Fang Yumeng's layout, but the centerpiece was a massive tree, its trunk as wide as a water tower, its branches supporting an exquisite treehouse. It isn't planted, Elena explained. I built it as a single structure in the construction menu, tree and house in one go. They followed a path toward the lake. Under the blistering sun, the soil had split into a spiderweb of cracks. Fang Yumeng sighed at the ground. So hot, and another drought coming. I can't imagine how many people will. Alice bowed her head, palms pressed together in prayer. May the goddess of light watch over every living soul. Luo Yu's attention, however, settled on the vegetable plot. Faded leaves and curling vines all screamed of thirst, but one patch of earth was an ominous charcoal gray. Elena, that black soil looks unusual, he said, pointing. Elena nodded. It's cursed black soil. You can't plant anything there. Anything that dares grow mutates. My luring beast grass mutated on that very spot. Oh, Luo Yu's curiosity was piqued, so he joined the others in front of the cursed black soil. Staring at the row of tiny pitch black shoots, he asked, why do they look like poison? They are poison, Elina said with a shrug. It's called Duanchang grass. I don't even know what the original plant was, but after the mutation its toxicity is extreme. Because visitors couldn't access the full entry, Luo Yu pressed her. Send me the data, he said. Elina shared the file with everyone. Duanchang grass, highly toxic, can be refined into poison, venom, or pellets. One plant can instantly kill any creature with a constitution below 30. Wow, that's lethal, Luo Yu whistled softly, grinning. Perfect for countering a surprise attack, if we use it right. His eyes lit up. Can I take one? I'd like to grow it back home. Take one each if you need it, Elina agreed. Just be careful not to poison yourselves. Roughly 30 or 40 stalks dotted the black soil, their leaf tips glossy as ink. Luo Yu drew his Tiangong knife, dug one up with its roots and soil intact, wrapped it in clean cloth, and handed a bundle each to Fang Yumeng, Naker, and Alice. He expected Alice to refuse, yet she accepted without hesitation. Bows can defend against an attack, and so can poison, she said calmly but firmly. A tool doesn't care about good or evil. At that moment, a woman's scream tore through the air from inside the compound, making everyone flinch. Elena rubbed her temples. One of the recruits ate some mind leaf from the black soil by mistake and got addicted. Now that it's gone, she has bouts of psychosis. Everyone's expression darkened. Mind leaf is a common herb in the heavenly Tao world, usually blended into painkillers, but taken alone it becomes highly addictive. Fong Yuming skimmed the notes and frowned. It says she can recover. Let's help her through the withdrawal. I tried, Elena sighed. Even tying her up doesn't work. When she has an episode she breaks loose, runs around smashing things, and only stops after she's worn out. The danger was obvious, and everyone instinctively looked at Luo Yu. When trouble arises, they ask him first. In the distance the woman clawed at the wall, her screams hoarse. Luo Yu watched for a moment and spoke evenly. It's simple. Cut off her legs and she can't run. Keep her in bed. Fit her with a peg leg or crutches after withdrawal, and when advanced medical procedures unlock we can attempt limb regeneration. Cut her legs? The girls stared wide-eyed. The logic sounded plausible, yet something felt terribly wrong. But Luo Yu had already turned, pointing at another row of green seedlings. Elena, can I have some mind leaf seeds too? Dig them up yourself, Elena replied, then asked, if we really cut her legs, won't she bleed out? Luo Yu bent down, scooped up several pale brown seeds, and slipped them into a pouch. We've got herbs to stop the bleeding. Still, it's hot now, wounds rot easily. Wait until the weather cools. Fine, Elena nodded, ready to discuss hemostatics and antiseptics in detail. Fong Yuming hurriedly interrupted. Stop, stop, stop. Enough discussion already, Luo Yu said. In this blazing heat, I'm still getting chills. We're at the lake, let's get started. At Fong Yuming's urging, everyone turned toward the rippling water. Bowstrings were drawn, blades were unsheathed, and the hunt officially began. 15 minutes later, a massive black fish as thick as a grown man's waist lay on the shore. Its oily scales glinted coldly in the sun, and beside the corpse a heap of freshly dropped chests was scattered about. Luo Yu's party exchanged fervent looks, their eyes shining with delight. System prompts popped up one after another. Your squad has slain the lake monster, and, with a 1 chance, triggered the jackpot reward. Received 100,000 silver. Received Beast Soul Core 4. Received Moonchasing Archery Manual 1 Silver Grade Combat Art. Received Mindstorm Orb 1 Silver Grade Item. Received Squad Tech Share Scroll 2. Received Silver Grade Equipment Chest 4. Received Personal Trait Scroll 2. This is insane, look at all the loot. Elena hugged the scrolls, her voice quivering with excitement. The elation lasted only seconds. The lake suddenly boiled, waves crashed onto the bank, and a line of red warning text materialized. Warning, your squad's repeated hunts have enraged the Emerald Crab King. It will avenge the Blackfish's spirit. Boom. Water erupted as a jade-green giant crab burst forth. The creature was the size of 2 cottages, its massive claws gleaming like chilled steel, the tips grinding with a metallic rasp. Emerald Crab King, gold rank, mid-level intelligent creature, hostile target. When it landed, its heavy shell gouged 2 deep trenches in the shoreline, then it charged the group. A gold-tier boss out of nowhere, this is bad. The women gasped. Luo Yu was the first to recover and shouted, move. Elena, grab the loot, everyone fall back. Elena jolted into action, sweeping every chest into her backpack. Alisai retreated while drawing her bow and loosed 2 sharp twangs straight at the crab's eyes. Clang, clang. The Emerald Crab King retracted its eyes in a flash, the aeratips barely sparking off the carapace without leaving a mark. Its defense is ridiculous. The team muttered in unison. Luo Yu barked fresh orders. Alisai, Elena split up and hit high ground. Keep shooting its eyes to slow it down. Yumung, here with me. The 2 elf girls scattered at once. Elena vaulted onto a wall. Alisai climbed into a tree branch, and bowstrings thrummed as arrows locked onto the crab's eyes. Even though it could retract them, the barrage still hampered its movements. Luo Yu knew there was no heavy firepower in Elena's territory. They'd have to fight it heat-in. He lowered his voice. Yumung, and I will draw its fire. Here, get behind it, and target the joints. Don't hack the shell. Got it. Naker dashed past the crab's flank while its eyes were hidden, sliding along the carapace to its rear. Luo Yu glanced at Fong Yuming. Cover me, I'm going in. Before the words left his mouth, he was already charging, the celestial forge blade raised high. A cold flash cut through the air toward the shell. Just before the blade struck, the Emerald Crab King jerked up a claw and unleashed a roaring jet of water. It has ranged attacks too? Luo Yu, look out. Fong Yuming cried. In a heartbeat, a violet energy shield blossomed around Luo Yu. The water jet slammed into it and splintered, falling around him in a rain of droplets. An instant later, the violet shield flickered out. The amethyst barrier absorbed the incoming blow. 2 charges remained, but Luo Yu ignored the prompt. His heavenly forge blade slammed into the joint of the Azure Crab King's massive pincer clang. A sharp crack sounded, a thin fissure appeared, and a sliver of white meat showed, yet the cut was so shallow it barely bled. The Crab King roared and swept its iron claw. Luo Yu slipped beneath the shadow of the strike, his agility carrying him clear. He unleashed the Gale Blade technique, steel flashing like a rainstorm and hacking at every joint. Under the hissing barrage, the Crab King staggered backward. The spectators gaped. That blade is lightning fast. What a monster of a man. But Luo Yu knew the truth. The Heavenly Forge blade wasn't made for piercing armor. The Crab King's move set was simple slow claw sweeps and a mediocre water jet, but its shell was absurdly tough. His trump card, the gold tier Moon Sun twin blades, could break it, yet the repair bill would be murderous. Even a boss fight had to be cost-effective. Naker charged in. Her twin silver swords hammered the crab's leg jointing. The rebound threw her backward. At her current stats, the damage didn't even count as a scratch. It was more like a gentle scrub. Luo Yu dodged another claw and shouted, "Don't trade blows. Here, fall back." He grabbed Fang Yumeng, spun, and ran. Their sudden retreat left the Crab King confused, pincers flailing as it pondered whom to chase. While withdrawing, Luo Yu called out, "Elena, get some firewood, we're roasting this crab." Elena's territory had only 2 members. One was currently deranged, the other her was still sane. At the order, she grabbed an armful of logs, dashed outside the palisade, and hurriedly built a fire. Flames had barely sprung up when the Crab King locked on and thundered straight at Elena. "Seriously? It's coming for me?" She pivoted, darting to the flank, but the Crab King stayed glued to her, ignoring the blazing woodpile. Luo Yu had expected the boss to extinguish the fire. It never even glanced at the flames. Could its primary target be the local lord? If so, it should have charged her at the start. A light went on in his head. Beast luring grass. The scent on Elena must be drawing it. Releasing Fang Yuming's hand, he sprinted toward the vegetable patch. "Hold on, Elena. Alice, cover her. I've got a way to finish this boss." Elena nodded and silently kited the monster, using her agility to keep a safe gap. Alice drew and loosed, arrow after arrow burying themselves in the crab's eyes, helping to keep it busy. In the garden, Luo Yu wrapped his hands in cloth and clawed at the soil, digging up gut-split herb. Fang Yuming joined in, using her handkerchief to scoop dirt. Working together, they unearthed 10 full plants in under a minute. "Yumeng, hand them all to me." Sweat beaded on Fang Yuming's delicate face as she carefully handed the heartbreak herb to Luo Yu. "Be careful. Relax." Luo Yu flashed her a carefree grin, then sprinted toward the enormous black fish lying by the lake. "I thought he was about to shove it straight into the boss's mouth," Fang Yuming muttered, the corners of her lips lifting. "Turns out he can think." Luo Yu reached the carcass and, without hesitation, shoved all 10 stalks of heartbreak herb into the fish's gaping maw. Knowing crabs loved carrion and could withstand poison, he silently issued a system command. "You used heartbreak herb on the corpse. Critical effect 100. The toxicity of the herb has increased 100-fold. Within seconds, the already dark scales deepened to a nearly purple-black hue. The venomous change barely noticeable unless you looked closely. Finished, he dashed back to Elena and shouted, "Give me the luring grass. I've got a plan. Watch me." Elena's stubborn streak surfaced. Instead of handing it over, she ran to the fish and threw the luring grass into its mouth herself. At that moment, the Azure Crab King barreled in, drawn by the scent. Its massive claw probed the opening, and it swallowed fish and herb in a single gulp. The next instant, the crab's body went rigid. Its bulging eyes froze wide, and it crashed to the ground, motionless. Everyone received the same system prompt. "Your party has slain the Azure Crab King." Thunk! A scroll rolled out from beneath the shell. Another drop. The group exchanged glances and crowded around. Watching the shell darken, Fang Yumeng whispered, "That heartbreak herb is deadly. Terrifying. It killed the crab instantly." "I never expected that," Nakir said, still covering her mouth. Luo Yu picked up the scroll and laughed. "There's always a counter. We need to get rid of the black fish and the crab right away. The meat is full of poison. Burn it." The girls nodded and fetched torches. Flames roared, and the scent of roasting meat mixed with acrid smoke. Reducing 2 massive bodies to ash would take time, so they kept watch. A little later, they gathered inside Elena's territory walls to divide the loot. The black fish had dropped plenty, but the crab had only the scroll. Luo Yu unrolled it. "Thermal energy supply technology unlock scroll shared. An energy tech scroll we can all learn," he said, eyes lighting up. He selected use on the spot. The system chimed again. "Thermal energy supply technology unlocked." "Awesome." Nakir cheered, and Fang Yumeng and the others could hardly contain their excitement. A quick look at the tech tree revealed the first construct. A thermal collector panel that converts ambient heat into power, replacing burning wood and supporting a wide range of applications. It was, in short, a daily necessity. The kitchen stove, forge, sewing table, and even the bathhouse water heater all run on wood. But with this new technology, we can finally slash our timber consumption. Everyone crowded around the freshly unlocked thermal collector plate, turning the wafer-thin sheet in their hands. A metallic rim glimmered along the edge, and the back was covered in dense heat transfer fins. Set it like a floor tile wherever there's a heat source roof or ground and it will keep churning out energy. The downside? The material list was packed with pricey exotic metals that made their jaws drop. Naker giggled as a new idea popped into her head. After every raid, we have a pile of bodies to burn, right? Let's just build a crematory, line it with these plates, and let the corpses power the base. The group exchanged looks, then nodded together. It took care of disposal while feeding energy back into the base, a deal too good to pass up. Morality? They still had lines when it came to their own kind or fellow trial participants, but there was no mercy for locals who attacked them. Profit trumped everything else. Among this haul, the highlight was a high-tier tech scroll dropped by the Blue Crab King worth 10, maybe 20 ordinary scrolls, and Luo Yu could barely contain his delight. The giant blackfish dropped even more loot, and they decided to settle the distribution on the spot. Step 1 was cash. Elena collected 50,000 silver, while the remaining 50,000 was split among Luo Yu, Fong Yamong, Alisai, Naker, and Neo Dayton 1,000 each. Neoda hadn't even been there, but Luo Yu insisted he still get a share, and the man thanked everyone repeatedly in the group chat. Next, for beast soul cores were set on the table. Luo Yu already had one and had his eye on something else, so the 4 girls each took a core. With a market value starting at 50,000 apiece, they were thrilled. The moon-chasing archery manual, worth about the same, went to Elena without debate. The psychic tempest orb slid over to Luo Yu as compensation for passing on a core. Fist-sized and sheathed in a soft lavender glow, it could unleash a psychic storm that sent every neutral or hostile creature near the territory into a frenzy and straight toward the Basian attack summoner tech. Luo Yu tucked it away, already plotting a big payday. Then came 2 squad-level tech scrolls. As soon as they were activated, system prompts appeared. Technology unlocked. Carpet installation. Technology unlocked. Fortress wall construction. Carpet installation was the comfort upgrade Luo Yu had been waiting for, while fortress wall construction let their expansion plan skip the tiresome prerequisite of building a kilometer of high-grade fencing. It was a colossal job, but they penciled it into the schedule anyway. The remaining 4 silver chests and 2 trait scrolls were divvied up on the spot, so everyone walked away with something. Luo Yu drew a sub-LV3 trait upgrade scroll and immediately applied it to his cook trait. Your cook trait has been upgraded to 3-star. Cooking speed 150. The system voice had barely faded before he sighed in satisfaction. In the heavenly Tao world, efficiency is money. Come to think of it, he had somehow become the team's chef without even noticing. Well, being versatile never hurt. The loot from that boss fight turned out to be a huge payday for everyone. The girls stood where they were, drenched in sweat, cotton shirts plastered to their backs, yet their flushed faces shone with excitement. Luo Yu took in the sight of the breathless beauties and thought, it really is a feast for the eyes. It's only 10 o'clock, Naker said, brushing loose strands of hair behind her ear. How about we keep the momentum going? Everyone turned to Luo Yu. He checked his wrist terminal current temperature, 40 degrees. It'll be even hotter tomorrow, so the sooner we wrap things up, the better. He swung his arm decisively. Let's keep going. Minutes later, the party stepped into Alice's territory. The layout mirrored Elena's, a circular wall and 4 corner towers, but the colors were warm and gentle. Soft light seeped from wooden buildings, a stark contrast to Elena's dark aesthetic. Alice, a rare light elf, was busy tending to the magic lamps that lit her domain. Lacking beastler grass, Luo Yu instead pulled out milk tablets made from a special dairy brew and scattered them beyond the moat. The others worried the bait might fail, but the moment the sweet scent spread, the water erupted, the enormous black fish burst up like a springy stalk of straw, aiming straight for the tablets. Same routine, Luo Yu shouted. Hooks, clubs, and control spells worked in perfect sync, and within seconds the fish was down. Unfortunately, it didn't jackpot. The haul matched the one they'd taken in Fong Yuming's territory. They were about to divide the spoils when a system alert flashed. Because the special milk has an intense lure effect, and the party has gathered large amounts of loot in a short time, nearby greedy creatures have taken notice. Rock Badger's quantity. 62 are advancing toward the territory. The team exchanged looks. A cloud of dust rose on the eastern side, as more than 60 badger-sized beasts barreled toward them. Everyone scrambled up the wall. Luo Yu rested his hands on the parapet, eyed the thick-clawed creatures, and grinned. Perfect miners. Let's capture them alive. How? Fong Yiming asked. Crack the gate, he said, pointing. One comes in, we knock it out. We've got the numbers, they won't know what hit them. No one objected. They jumped down, pushed the heavy gate open just 2 fingers wide, and waited. The milk scent still hung in the air. The lead badger charged through the gap without hesitation. Bang! Luo Yu's club caught it square on the head, and the beast collapsed. Here, and Fong Yiming dragged it aside. The second badger lunged in and went down under Alina's swing. The third made it no farther than a single stride before 8 clubs slammed into it and sent it spinning. Though sturdy and as strong as green wolves, the badgers had walked into a well-trained squad. 10 minutes later, The eastern lawn was littered with 62 unconscious badgers, every last one accounted for. During cleanup, Luo Yu and Fang Yuming moved from beast to beast, casting taming spells one by one. Alina, Naker, and Kier counted the blackfish loot and split it evenly. Luo Yu's share included a silver tier chest. He opened it and found a pair of shoes inside. The silver flats boosted his movement speed, improved comfort, lowered the risk of foot problems, and cut down knee wear. They even granted an agility bonus and resized themselves the moment he slipped them on. Luo Yu flexed his ankles, pleased that they felt tailor-made. For the first time, he was properly geared up from head to toe and felt completely refreshed. In just 2 hours, he tamed every rock badger in sight, pushing his beast taming skill straight to level 8. The Hansen approach paid off instantly. The animal's output would soon climb. Out of 62 rock badgers, Luo Yu, Fang Yuming, Elena, Alice, and Nakir each took 12, and the remaining 2 went to Nyoda without a fuss. These creatures ranked as mid-intelligence beasts, strength 14, constitution 9, agility 15, with innate talents for digging and mining. They were ugly, yes, but solid. Their heat resistance let them attack in sweltering weather, and their 15 agility points left the insect swarm in the dust, making falling rocks far less of a threat. With the bugs driven underground by the heat, the vacant quarry was perfect for the badgers to take over. Thanks to that, the pesky giant blackfish hiding in everyone's territory was netted in one go, bringing in a haul of silver and assorted loot, a deal so good it felt like daylight robbery. The group agreed on the next step. Build an entertainment room with climate control right away to avoid heat stroke. The weather was brutal. They parted ways near midnight after promising mutual aid. By the time Luo Yu reached home, it was past 2. He settled the 12 badgers, then slipped into the bath. The deluxe bathroom lived up to its name. Steaming water washed his fatigue away. Prompt. Agility 1 while bathing. He grinned. Back in his room, Little Kong and Little Jean were already asleep, and Little Dai was curled up on a recliner in the entertainment room. Cradling Little Kong, Luo Yu yawned and drifted off. At dawn, the blistering air dragged him out of sleep. 6 o'clock, and the thermometer read 45 degrees Celsius. Unbearable. He pulled on heat-insulated clothes and felt instant relief. While washing up, he mapped out the day. The advanced entertainment room was finished, and the base score had soared. Per their plan, they now needed more defenses to push the threat level back down. Stone and other materials were gone, so the badgers would have to mine, and he would buy a load of timber. Towers would come sooner or later. When evening cooled off a little, he meant to send the bugs out as well. Seeing them lounging in the entertainment room, mooching food, made his skin crawl. The real enemy was still the heat wave. The entertainment room kept people and animals safe, but not the crops. From the balcony, he watched hot air ripple above the garden. Leaves were turning yellow. Even if Little Kong raced to water them, moisture would evaporate in minutes. The problem was clear. Luo Yu opened the water cycle tech tree and skimmed the blueprints. When automatic irrigator flashed before his eyes, a smile tugged at his lips. The automatic irrigator monitors soil moisture and activates whenever the level falls below 30. At the same time, it increases the land's fertility. Each unit costs 500 iron ore, 500 silver, and 1 beast soul core, and it covers 200 square meters. Almost every automatic device requires a beast soul core, so these cores are in constant demand. An area of just 200 square meters may not sound impressive, yet it will save Shao Kong a great deal of watering time and slash valuable labor costs. Luo Yu made the decision on the spot. We'll take it. The garden totals 2,000 square meters, but only 800 are currently under cultivation, leaving the rest idle. To automate irrigation across the planet section, Luo Yu needs 1 device per 200 square meters in all, and therefore 4 beast soul cores. He has only 1 core on hand, so he must buy the other 3. A quick look at the warehouse shows 455,000 silver in reserve, which gives him plenty of confidence. At the auction house, everyone has finally realized that water is the key to surviving the heat wave, and many teams are farming bosses to seize lake rights, boosting the supply of beast soul cores. Prices have stabilized at 50,000 silver each. Without hesitation, Luo Yu buys 3 cores. 150,000 silver vanishes in an instant, and 3 gleaming cores drop into his inventory. Throwing on his straw hat, he skips breakfast and heads straight for the garden. First, he deploys the 4 automatic irrigators. They resemble oversized sprinkler heads engraved with delicate beast soul patterns, their metallic surfaces flickering coolly in the sunlight, undeniably high-end gear. With a tap-on install, the 4 units land at the garden's corners, ensuring every plant is covered. Next comes the piping. The irrigators can draw water automatically, but they must be connected to a storage facility, not directly to the lake. Luo Yu runs a main pipe from the base's water tower. When he opens the valve, the sound of rushing water swells. Indicator lights on all 4 irrigators flash on, and with a muffled whoosh, several jets shoot 4 or 5 meters high before falling as a fine mist. The cracked soil darkens at once, its fresh surface gleaming. Sunlight refracts through the spray, hanging a faint rainbow over the beds. Luo Yu's smile appears almost involuntarily. It was expensive, but the garden is finally secure. He congratulates himself. If he hadn't paid 200,000 for that water cycle tech blueprint, the current heat wave would have caused unimaginable losses. Now people are offering 300,000 for the same blueprint. Wishful thinking. In today's market, Luo Yu values it at least at 500,000 silver. A system prompt pops up. Notice, your garden's rating has increased dramatically and received a mysterious blessing. All crops within your territory grow 200 faster for the next 15 days. Another growth buff. He already had one layer. Now it stacks to double. Checking the crop panel, he sees that the soil upgrade has pushed overall growth to an astonishing 329 inches. Other words, 3.3 times faster. Under full sunlight, ordinary crops grow about 5% a day, while medicinal herbs manage only 1%. Luo Yu's vegetables, however, are shooting up at an astonishing 16.5% daily and will be ripe in just 6 days. The lush, green leaves covering the entire plot will be ready for harvest in 2 more days. Thinking about the huge return on his investment, Luo Yu could hardly contain his delight. Totally worth it. The prompt that flashed a moment ago must have been the garden rating, so he focused on the panel at once. ID, Earth Shagwa 23333. Base score, 12,000. Hygiene, max 98, current 83. Entertainment, 80. Strength, 102. Constitution, 102. Agility, 101. The change was obvious. Entertainment had been stuck at 30, Zaidi's evolution added 10, the pier and lakeside pavilion another 10, and the advanced recreation room a full 30, bringing the total to exactly 80, just enough to unlock a new buff if luck was on his side. Hygiene had slipped again for a simple reason. The animals had turned the recreation room into their nest. If Xiaodai didn't tidy up every night before bed, the score would be even worse. Details could wait. What truly caught Luo Yu's eye was the base score breaking 12,000. The higher the score, the greater the danger. He couldn't relax, so boosting defenses became his top priority. Theoretically, attacks wouldn't come during the heatwave period, giving him a window to stockpile cash, build arrow towers, and craft as many bolts as possible. He assigned 12 groundhog beasts to the quarry, then headed into the mine himself. By noon he had chiseled out bundles of iron and copper ore. Checking on the quarry, he saw the groundhog's claws flying, dust billowing at least 4 times faster than earthworms, producing about 660 blocks of hardstone a day. After Xiaojin cut them into bricks, output would hit 9,900, just shy of 10,000, a pace that pleased him immensely. A new issue arose. The big bull normally hauling the ore cart was sheltering from the heat, leaving no one to transport the load. Luo Yu called Xiaojin over and asked her to drag the cart back to base before cutting stone. She nodded, grabbed the handle with one hand, and whisked the fully loaded cart away. Beast folk were still animals, almost free of negative emotions. Even with top-tier intellect and diamond-level power, they took orders as a sign of closeness. As it turned out, she was far faster than the bull, making a round trip every minute and solving the transport problem instantly. After lunch, he checked the outside temperature 50 degrees Celsius, downright terrifying. The world channel was filled with groans, and activity in the regional channel had plummeted. Most people found typing too exhausting in the heat. Just then, Fang Yuming sent a message. I traded all my silver for supplies and finished the recreation room. The pool is a bit shallow, but the water's down to 30 degrees, perfect for cooling off. So happy. A screenshot followed. Her advanced recreation room was identical to Luo Yu's, though the pool was less than 20 centimeters deep. No circulation system, just manual filling, but she had hired plenty of laborers. She and 2 base members were soaking in the shallow water, while the others, along with their animals, lay around the pool to shed the heat. The moment the swimming pool came up, the conversation took off. Except for Nyoda, Fang Yumeng, Alice, and the others had already turned the deluxe recreation room into a respectable space and had proudly posted screenshots in the group chat to show off their work. Luo Yu asked, so you're just going to hop in without swimsuits? Fang Yumeng shot back, too many questions, shut up. Naker tilted her head. What's a swimsuit? Fang Yumeng hurried to block her. Here, ignore him. He's messing with us. Luo Yu feigned innocence. Messing with you? I'm being considerate. Here, how about I design a band-aid bikini for you? Alina chimed in, curious. Band-aid bikini? Our figures are similar, would it fit us both? Fang Yumeng exploded. Luo Yu, quit talking nonsense. Naker's eyes lit up. You're giving me clothes? Can't wait. In his mind, Luo Yu pictured Fang Yumeng's face turning crimson, embarrassed, angry, yet helpless, and his grin grew wider. Fine, he said. I'll give each of you one when the time comes. Fang Yumeng issued her ultimatum. If you actually hand me a band-aid bikini, I'll pound you. Laughing in the pool, Luo Yu kept teasing the girls in the chat, feeling absolutely delighted. That afternoon he disappeared into the kitchen, concentrating on simmering canned meat, while keeping one eye on the world channel. People's vegetable plots were withering in patches from the drought. No rush, he calculated. Let the drought get worse, then he'll sell the cans. After a solid afternoon's work, 120 fresh cans of meat were stacked up, and his cooking skill was about to level. Sweet. That night, While soaking in the bath, Luo Yu slipped into the arena to earn some gold, only to find it completely deserted. The heat wave had driven away every PvPer. He opened a gold wager, waited more than 10 minutes, but nobody joined, so he backed out in boredom. The moment he exited, a prompt flashed. Bath time entertainment, strength 2. Entertainment points had converted straight into stats 2 full points of strength, a huge win. After drying off, he opened the auction house and began buying lumber in bulk to upgrade his defenses. To the east, the front of the base auto axe throwers already provided temporary safety. To the north lay a small lake occupied by a giant octopus and a huge serpent, a natural barrier. The west was the rear. Anyone wanting to attack from there had to circle north or south, and the north route was blocked, making the south the key. Hold the south, and no one could slip around behind him. 2 birds with 1 stone. The simplest plan was to run a continuous wall from the base to the southern edge of the territory and load it with defenses. But buffs had expanded his land by 29%. It was now 3.87 kilometers from the base to the southern border, while the existing wall farmland included covered just over 600 meters. The resources needed were way beyond his means for now. How could he seal the southern flank without burning through materials? Luo Yu pondered in the hot water. Then inspiration struck. Build bunkers. Fortification tech was still locked, but a short stretch of wall with a few automatic crossbows could serve as a makeshift bunker. A plan took shape in Liu Yu's mind. The southern arrow tower and the crossbows each had an effective radius of 150 meters, so he would place the first wall at the 140-meter mark, forcing every enemy into the kill zone. Since the crossbows worked best within 100 meters, he'd push a second wall another 100 meters forward, then a third, and so on, all the way to the edge of the territory. If the enemy tried to skirt the line, they'd still enter range. If they tried to dismantle a crossbow, the neighboring units would shred them. Either way meant a hail of bolts. With the south completely sealed and the north shielded by a small lake, attackers would have to come from the east. The west would become a natural safe zone, letting Liu Yu pull back some defenses and convert a huge swath of land into farms, orchards, or pasturino walls required. Feeling lighter, he began the math. From the southern wall to the border was 3.87 kilometers, so he needed 38 automatic crossbows. Each one came with 500 bolts and cost 5,000 wood, 1,000 iron ore, and 500 silver, a total of 190,000 wood, 38,000 iron ore, and 19,000 silver. The warehouse held 305,000 silver and 23,000 iron ore. Iron was the clear shortage, but the project didn't have to be finished in a single push. Tomorrow he'd sell canned meat and see what resources he could trade for. Night passed quickly. At dawn, Luo Yu woke, drenched in sweat, the temperature already a brutal 49 degrees. He threw on his clothes and felt instant relief. A habitual glance at the World Channel showed the usual chorus of wails, last-minute confessions, curses hurled at the heavens, philosophical musings, everything mixed together. But most messages were business ads, non-stop requests to buy anything that could ward off the heat. After breakfast, the team chat buzzed. Naker, I spent the whole day making 10 cans of meat. Can we sell them now? Fangyuming, I made a few as well. Elena, I just checked the world and regional channels. All the vegetable fields are dead, and any meat without an ice cellar has spoiled. Our canned meat will be gold. Following Liu Yu's advice, the girls had stockpiled ice blocks, and the high-end recreation room was built directly over the ice cellar. Their food stayed perfectly chilled, and the giant black fish they'd hunted days ago yielded plenty of meat for canning. Now their brief window for a tidy profit had finally arrived. A direct message popped up from Alice. Alice, Luo Yu, are you there? You should decide when we start selling. Luo Yu replied, I think the time is ripe to make money as well. He glanced around at the group and threw out the key question first. We need to set a standard price for the canned meat. Meals that would normally spoil in 10 days at room temperature now last barely 2 in the sweltering 40+ degree heat. A simple 2-day ration is already being scalped for 1,000 silver on the market, and even then you can hardly find any. Resting her chin on her hand, Fang Yuming sighed. The drought-driven food crisis is terrifying. Prices are almost back to what they were when we first entered Heavenly Dao World. She looked up at Luo Yu. So what price do we set for our canned meat? Double it. Luo Yu said without hesitation. 2,500 silver per can. The group chat fell silent for a moment. Nakir mumbled. Luo Yu, isn't that a bit ruthless? 2,500 akin, my hands are shaking. Alice chimed in. Explain your reasoning. Luo Yu explained patiently. Our canned meat is as nutritious as the simple rations and will keep you full for a day. Hunger is sweeping across the entire plain right now. 2,500 silver buys you a life. Someone on the brink of starvation won't hesitate. We're not just selling cans, we're selling the chance to stay alive, so the price isn't excessive. His analysis convinced everyone, and the price was unanimously approved. No more debate, put them up for sale. Fang Yuming said excitedly. Luo Yu checked his inventory, 235 cans in total, and put the first 100 on the auction house. No rush, let's test the waters first, he said. Are they listed? I'm about to post in the World Channel, Fang Yuming confirmed. After getting a yes, she immediately broadcast a world announcement. Freshly made canned meat minimum 15-day shelf life even in the heat wave has just hit the auction house. Hurry if you want to live. The message dropped, and the channel erupted. Heavens, someone is finally selling canned meat. I knew someone would unlock the tech eventually. 2,500? Is the can made of gold? That's daylight robbery ID rather starve. Really going to wait and starve? Can you eat silver? Doubts, curses, and wails mixed together, but the only thing that mattered was that every can sold out in 10 seconds. Damn, people were too fast, it's already gone. Seller, are you there? Any more? PM me. Hungry, I'm so hungry. At the same time, a system notification popped up in Luo Yu's mind. You sold canned meat and received 250,000 silver. That was a fat haul. He grinned as the flashing silver total made his heart race. The girls in the chat were practically squealing with delight. Knock here. 25,000 silver just hit my account. Hee hee, feels good. Fong yumming. I was worrying about the funds for the Arrow Tower now. We can build it. Elena. The Arrow Tower matters, but priority 1 is making more cans. Nyoda. I made 2 cans myself and sold them for 5,000 richest I've ever been. Alice. Now that we have money, don't forget to spend points on personal attributes, our own power has to keep up. Luo Yu. Right on. Big sis Alice is Spoton personal strength is vital in Heavenly Dao world, so keep your build balanced. The chat was buzzing with laughter as everyone agreed to pool their resources, crank out canned meat, and cash in on this wave of demand. In the luxury lounge, the climate control hummed steadily, holding the temperature at 23 degrees, so the group could work under the blazing sunlight without caring about the 40-degree heat outside. Watching the endless stream of comments and emojis scroll across the window, Luo Yu couldn't stop a genuine smile from spreading across his face. In the Tiandao world, crises hit one after another, and the value of a tight-knit crew was obvious. Banding together meant higher survival rates and a fatter share of loot when a boss went down. Luo Yu sincerely hoped everyone would keep growing stronger so they could roam the future side by side and face any monster together. The group's first batch of canned meat had already sold out, yet 135 cans still sat quietly in Luo Yu's warehouse. When he opened the auction house, other players were indeed listing the same item. Clearly more than one team had unlocked the sealed meat technology. If the Blackfish boss could drop it for them, it could drop for anyone. The difference was that others might not have an ice cellar to store the meat, while Luo Yu's production line could run day and night. The copycats all pegged the price at 3,000 silver. The world channel erupted in curses, yet the buy buttons kept flashing. Luo Yu knew how markets worked. If he matched the 3,000 price, the next jump could hit 3,500. Capital is naturally greedy and utterly shameless. But if prices ballooned too far and buyers' nerves snapped, the backlash would strand the goods in his hands. After a moment's thought, he listed 20 cans at 2,500 silver each. The 2,500 fair price seller is back. Someone shouted. Cheers filled the channel, and the 20 cans vanished in seconds. Next, Luo Yu put up 30 more cans at 3,000 silver. Damn profiteer. We're only buying from the 2,500 good guy. Yeah, keep your cans and eat them yourself. The pushback was immediate, but the good guy was out of stock, so the 3,000 listing just sat there. Luo Yu stayed calm, cooking in the kitchen while occasionally tapping the panel to watch the numbers drift toward zero. A little over an hour later, the 30 cans were gone. 3,000 silver seemed to be the psychological ceiling. When he refreshed the auction house, someone had already posted a price of 3,500 silver. The insults in the world channel escalated from personal attacks to the entire planet and even the galaxy itself. Every creature in the Milky Way is a bastard was just one of the milder outbursts. A vein twitched on Luo Yu's forehead. He listed another 30 cans at 2,500 silver and added a single line in the item description. Selling these cheap for you. From the Milky Way, please stop insulting us kind and adorable galactic beings. The conscience merchant of the Milky Way had restocked his shelves again. The world chat exploded in an instant. Sorry, we really shouldn't have cursed the Milky Way earlier. Long live the Milky Way. Those creatures from Taurus are the real scum. What the hell does this have to do with us Taurus? Every guy from the Milky Way is sweet. Every girl is gorgeous. Party up in the Milky Way. Email, and I hope you are too. While the channel was filled with bickering voices, Luo Yu focused on collecting payments. He listed cans of meat for 3,000 silver each, and after several rounds of buying frenzies, all 135 cans were gone. The average price settled at 2,800, earning him a clear profit of 378,000 silver. Including the 250,000 he had saved earlier, this round brought in a total of 628,000, pushing his balance to 933,000 silver. Almost a million. Just looking at those digits made his heart race. Spend it, and spend it now. According to plan, he first bought lumber to build automatic crossbows. Compared with bulky, easy-to-break arrow towers, crossbows were far more discreet and practical. Lumber was going for 2.5 silver a unit. To build 38 crossbows he needed 19,000 units, so he simply bought 20,000, burning through 50,000 silver in a flash. Next came iron ore. The project required 3,800 units, and the base already had 2,300. He spent another 40,000 silver to buy 2,000 more, filling the warehouse with everything he needed. Wearing a sun hat, he left through the south gate, and, along the territory's edge, built a 1-meter-long, 5-meter-high stone pillar every 100 meters each topped with a crossbow. 38 pillars in a straight line sealed off the entire southern border. Once construction was done, the system score jumped by 1,900 points. Each crossbow was worth only 50 points, yet it cancelled at least 300 points of luxury item penalty. Clearly, defense structures were a safe and efficient way to farm points. Night fell. Standing on the watchtower, Luo Yu gazed at the dark row of pillars to the south and felt a deep sense of security. He almost wished an attack would come right away so he could test the new setup. If needed, he could always dismount the crossbows and move them back to the wall. Dinner was the usual affair with his 3 little companions. After eating, they went off to splash around, and Luo Yu got back to work canning more meat. Everyone in the group was pulling an all-nighter. Nobody wanted to miss this windfall. By midnight, he had sealed another 150 cans, another hefty income waiting to be collected. A hot shower washed away his fatigue. He collapsed onto the large bed, and a notification chimed. Physique 1. Diamond-grade beds really are amazing. He drifted off to sleep, and at dawn another prompt flashed before his eyes. You have gained the Frenzied Action buff. Global Work Speed 50, Agility 5, lasts 3 days. Luo Yu rubbed his temples and opened his status panel. The new Frenzied Action stacked with the old one. Global Work Speed 200, Cooking Efficiency 300. The numbers were so absurd, he had to whistle. Alright, time to grind. Before he got down to work, he needed to move last night's batch of canned meat. Same flat price as always too, 800 silver apiece. The listing was up for only seconds before all 150 cans vanished, bringing in 420,000. After subtracting last night's hefty expenses, he still had 820,000 left. With rich players scattered across the multiverse, buyers were never an issue. After a quick breakfast, Luo Yu slipped into the kitchen and got to work. The girls in the group were busy too. Each of their territories had at least 3 people, plenty of hands, but painfully slow 1.5 to nearly 2 hours to hand make a single can. Numbers made up for the inefficiency, and their skill was climbing. As for low cooking levels and the chance of poisoning customers, no one cared. They weren't eating the food themselves, and if someone did get sick, it saved the player from burning calories. While the girls bustled with fiery enthusiasm, Luo Yu didn't summon his own little helpers. There was no need. He turned out a can every 3 minutes, a clean 20 per hour, the clatter of a one-man assembly line so ridiculous even he found it hard to believe. Right then, Xiao Jin was outside hauling carts and cutting stone. Xiao Dai, who hated the heat, had plunged into the pool. Xiao Kong had set aside her fishing rod and was shuttling between the kitchen and storeroom, ferrying ingredients for Luo Yu. The temperature outside hit 52 degrees Celsius. The sunlight, so fierce the air itself shimmered. Luo Yu kept an eye on the system panel, tracking the warehouse, cellar, and recreation room readings all safe, the rec room holding steady below 30. Halfway through, Luo Yu reached automatically for the ingredients Xiao Kong always handed him and instead grabbed something hard and unfamiliar. You have obtained Xiao Kong's treasure chest 1. He blinked. Xiao Kong chirped Wuchu and nuzzled his palm with her forehead. You tripped, looked down, and found a treasure chest? Wuchu, Wuchu. She nodded proudly. Luo Yu scooped her up and kissed her cheek, then noticed she was drenched in sweat. With the mercury at 52 and the sun blazing, all that running had left her gleaming. Her comfort limit might be 60, but this heat was still brutal. He gently wiped the perspiration from her forehead. Take a break. Go play in the water with Xiao Dai. Xiao Kong shook her head and clung to his arm, determined to stay beside her master. Ah, my adorable little thing. Luo Yu's heart softened. Let's open the chest first. I still have 3 crit chances left. He muttered, critical hit, and reached out to unlock the chest. 100-fold critical hit rewarded you with a Beast Raid Summoner, Gold Tier, Single Use. A glint of amusement flashed in Luo Yu's eyes. He had almost drained his meat reserves making canned rations lately, so this was the perfect chance to replenish them. With the afternoon sun blazing, the heat would naturally weaken any charging beasts and lighten his defensive burden. Go play in the pool, he told Xiao Kong, giving the girl a pat on the head. After sending her off, he climbed the watchtower with the summoner in hand. One by one he moved several auto crossbows from the southern perimeter to the front wall. Animals, unlike raiders, only attack heathen, so thickening the front line was enough. Everything set, Luo Yu hit activate. You have used a Beast Raid Summoner. Please choose a difficulty. The options appeared in turn: easy, normal, hard, extreme, king, hell. If he picked wrong and the base fell, it would be disastrous. Assessing his heavy defenses and the boss-level strength of Xiao Jin, he decisively chose extreme. Only extreme or higher generated animals from multiple biome sand might even spawn a beast girl. Catching one would be a huge win. The confirm button lit up, followed by a prompt. Your territory is under attack by assorted animals. Total 278. Outside the end-of-month raid, the rule was 200 rating points 1 unit. With a base rating of 13,900, he would normally face 69.5 units. Extreme difficulty quadrupled that to exactly 278 beasts. Luo Yu triggered his Beastmaster trait and instantly summoned Xiao Jin to his side. She had just left the pool, water still glistening on her skin, and clutched a towel shyly. "Hey master, why did you call me so suddenly? I haven't even dried off yet." "It's been a few days, Xiao Jin. Your stats went up again? Your chest armor seems tougher than ever," Luo Yu remarked, giving her an appraising look. "See chest armor?" Xiao Jin froze, cheeks blazing as she crossed her arms over her chest. "Stop it, master, you're so naughty." Luo Yu laughed heartily, having a beast girl added entertainment value, and teasing her was a welcome perk. His laughter had barely faded when dust rose at the edge of the territory. Tigers, leopards, jackals, wolves, rhinos, elephants, zebras, giraffes, even giant centipedes and scorpions charged toward the base in a roaring tide. "Ah, animal raid." Xiao Jin inhaled deeply, her throat gathering power for a cute tiger roar. Luo Yu raised a hand. "Wait, let's watch first." The roar stuck in her throat, nearly making her cough. In the distance, the horde thundered across the grassland, the ground trembling. Luo Yu saw clearly that among the elephants and rhinos were several iron-grade beasts, impressive foes. Yet after sprinting only 200 or 300 meters, many in the vanguard staggered and collapsed on the scorching ground. The day was simply too hot. They were succumbing to heatstroke. Luo Yu smiled as he watched the scene unfold. It was the hottest part of the afternoon, the temperature hovering near 54 C. Aside from a handful of desert creatures with extraordinary gifts, ordinary beasts simply couldn't survive such heat. Every time the horde surged forward 200 or 300 meters, another wave collapsed. By the time they wobbled into catapult range, barely 100 were still on their feet. Boom. The upgraded catapult roared first. Twin boulders etched with explosive runes sliced through the shimmering air and smashed into the head of the leading desert giant centipede, breaking it into several chunks with 2 dull thuds. Even Luo Yu raised an eyebrow at the power. Whomp whomp. 2 fireballs blossomed next, flipping the heat-resistant desert scorpions onto the scorching sand, only for them to be trampled into pulp by a charging Blackran rank rhinoceros. In the blink of an eye, the remnants of the horde stumbled into the crossfire of arrow towers and autoballisti. A storm of arrows poured down, mowing through the beasts like a scythe through grain. 50 meters from the wall, the shafts were so dense they formed a curtain of rain. Only the black iron rhino and a handful of elephants kept bellowing forward, bristling with arrows like walking porcupines. The Siberian tiger, once the greatest threat, had already fainted from the heat, its thick winter coat useless here. Such is the brutal gap between ecosystems. Crack. An automatic axe launcher fired, and a spinning stone axe screamed through the air, crashing into the rhino's forehead. The axe shattered to gravel, and the rhino toppled with a scream. Tough hide and muscle dragged it back to its feet, and with a roar it leapt the moat only for a second axe to slam it down again. "Don't kill them. Capture the rhino and the elephants alive," Luo Yu ordered. "Got it." Xiao Jin answered from the watchtower. She sprang down, parting the swirling sand as she landed, and in a heartbeat stood before the rhino. Sheltered by the fog of war, the beast hadn't even known a Jinjiza Baru was inside the walls. Now, seeing the legendary golden-armored girl up close, its legs trembled. Xiao Jin raised a fist, one heavy blow, and the rhino's eyes rolled back as it dropped unconscious. Using the same move, she flattened a black iron elephant, then dragged both beasts inside by their thick hind legs. "Congratulations, you have successfully repelled the beast tide." The system notification echoed overhead. "That's it." Luo Yu leaned against the battlements with a laugh. More than 200 beasts hadn't even touched the wall, hardly satisfying. In hindsight, he should have picked Hell mode with a 100-fold crit bonus. Worse still, not a single beast girl had shown up. The assault summon orb in his hand crumbled to dust, and he could only shake his head. He climbed down from the tower to handle the aftermath. First order of business, taming the 2 black iron beasts. The 3-star Beastmaster badge glimmered pale gold. With his level 9 taming rank, the Beast Arena's domain boost, and the lingering fear Xiao Jin had planted in the rhino and elephant, the process was effortless. Both were subdued without a hitch. After a quick round of herbal treatment, Luo Yu checked their stats. Savage 2-horned white rhino, iron tier, male, adult, strength 41, constitution 49, agility 23. Curled ear giant elephant, iron tier, male, adult, strength 50, constitution 56, agility 21. 4 iron tier beasts. These numbers were impressive. Both were herbivores that could live on grass alone, so feeding them cost nothing. Their thick hides and natural heat resistance made them perfect porters during the heat wave. Because an elephant and a rhino could nest by the lake and soak in water, they posed no hygiene risk to the base, ideal in every way. Luo Yu toured the entire camp again to look for survivors. Almost everything else was already dead. The few animals still breathing had only a single gasp left and couldn't be saved. The high temperature had wiped out nearly every low-tier, low-constitution creature. More than 200 carcasses had to be handled before they rotted. Luo Yu called over Xiao Jin, and Xiao Kong both knew butchery and could stand the heat. He harnessed the newly healed rhino and elephant as draft animals to drag the bodies to a makeshift slaughter site by the lake. It was a race against the heat wave, and every slab of meat he could carve mattered. Luckily, the sun was about to set, and the air would soon cool. Luo Yu's butchering speed was frightening. A 300% bonus, triple-digit strength, and a razor-sharp Tiangong knife let him slice through flesh as if it were butter. Xiao Kong hauled the cut meat to the ice cellar, while Xiao Jin dragged in fresh carcasses. Luo Yu alone handled the knife work. 2 hours later the temperature spiked again, and the bodies began to spoil. Luo Yu sheathed his blade at once. The remaining carcasses were all insects, so he tossed them straight into the incineration pit. By then he had carved off 300,000 units of meat, packing the warehouse to bursting and ending any future shortage of canning stock. Job finished. Luo Yu jumped into the small lake for a swim and almost got steamed alive. The surface water was scalding, and the giant octopus and huge snake had already fled to the depths. He rinsed off the blood in a hurry, thinking he really needed an automatic slaughter machine if only he had the blueprint. That evening, after dinner with everyone, he dove into canning. Before midnight he had 100 cans on the shelf at an average price of 2,800, netting 280,000 silver in one shot, and pushing the treasury to 1.1 million. He was rich, truly rich at last. Late at night, fresh from a bath, Luo Yu was ready to collapse, but forced himself to boost Xiao Kong's and Xiao Dai's attributes. Xiao Jin couldn't be upgraded with silver, but Xiao Kong and Xiao Dai could, and the stronger the beast girls became, the more freedom he would have. Current stats: mountain-bearing beast girl Xiao Kong strength 100, constitution 50, agility 50. Enchanting butterfly Xiao Dai strength 60, constitution 60, agility 70. System prompt: each click now costs 2,000 silver. The two little cuties need 210 clicks in total to max out every attribute at 100. A single bout of reckless point spending cost him 420,000 silver, leaving the base with 680,000. On the character sheets of Jinyue and Mei Dai, almost every field was lit up: strength 100, constitution 100, agility 100, all at their ceiling. From here on they could only rely on the same random buffs Luo Yu received. Unfortunately, most of them were lifestyle perks like hair growth progress or lactation progress, and attribute bonuses were few and far between. Maxed out constitution brought another perk. The comfort temperature range expanded slightly in both directions, a small change that proved priceless in the blistering heat, so Luo Yu had no regrets about funneling extra points into the stat. Once the allocation was done, he let out a long breath and collapsed into bed. At daybreak, the familiar system prompt appeared. You gain 1 constitution while sleeping. He rolled out of bed, dressed in one motion, and ran through a set of whirlwind blade techniques. When the blade light faded, a second prompt popped up. Whirlwind blade has advanced to tier 2. Damage increased. Finally, Luo Yu clenched his fist, feeling a surge of confidence, and headed off to make breakfast. The temperature matched yesterday's a frightening 51°C at dawn. At least it had stopped climbing, which suggested the heat wave had peaked and would soon plateau and decline, though that offered little comfort. Luo Yu decided to go all out on canned meat production. The group chat was buzzing. Everyone was counting money so fast their hands cramped, motivation at an all-time high. Suddenly a task flashed across the mercenary plaza. You've been hired to eliminate a giant black fish within the territory. Reward: 5,000 silver. Accept? Decline. He didn't even think about it. He also set his status to not accepting missions during the heat wave. When you're making tens of millions a minute, why waste time on a 5,000 silver fish hunt? Only an idiot would do that. A bright red alert interrupted his work. Insufficient water supply. Kitchen sink, cleaning station, and related facilities have stopped. What? We're out of water? He checked the storage tanks. Empty. The water tower. Empty. Not a single drop left. The pump's daily output was a depressing 40-liter sun windless days. The turbine could barely manage that much. Water was the lifeblood of the base. After he installed the automatic sprayers, consumption had skyrocketed. Now, with no natural wind, the supply had been cut off completely. Luo Yu opened the hydrology tech tree. The lightning pump was still locked, the wind pump was useless, and that left only one option: the fire-powered pump. Fire-powered pump. Draws 500 L per day, energy cost 100. Construction materials: 2,000 stone, 300 silver, 300 iron ore. It was cheaper than the wind pump and provided a stable output, but it burned firewood. At current prices, 100 units of wood cost about 250 silver. Luo Yu did the math. During a heat wave, the 4 sprayers alone would consume 8 tons of water a day. The swimming pool needed another 2. Cooking, the cleaning station, and the sink required 1 more. With the bath, toilets, and daily drinking water factored in, that added another half ton, bringing the total to roughly 12 tons. No wonder the water tower had run dry earlier. The wind had died, turning the wind-powered pumps into useless decorations. To keep the taps running now, he would need 24 wood-fired pumps. Luo Yu rifled through the warehouse. There were 37,000 stone bricks left, enough for at most 18 more pumps. The real killer was the fuel. They burned through timber every day, costing about 4,500 silver, utterly insane. The thought of turning all his hard-earned lumber into ash made him cringe. The problem was clear, but Luo Yu always believed that where there's a will, there's a way. A spark of inspiration struck. Had already unlocked thermal energy technology. Instead of feeding pumps with wood, why not install thermal collector panels? He scrolled through the tech tree and confirmed the requirements. Stone bricks 1,000, silver 1,000, copper or 1,000, and, worst of all, a beast soul core 1. Its spec read 0.1000 energy units per day. The math was simple. 1 unit of wood equaled 1 unit of heat, so a single panel could replace up to 1,000 units of timber. The price wasn't outrageous, but demanding a beast soul core for one little panel felt absurd. Luo Yu rolled his eyes. Still, for a one-time, high-end fix, it was worth it, so he stopped complaining. He opened the Mercenary Square interface and updated his profile. Anonymous human, iron rank. Free help slaying the giant black fish. Contract required. Beast soul core is mine. That was basically a 50,000 silver appearance fee, take it or leave it. Pressed for time, he opted to pay instead. A whirlwind of bids later, he secured 2 beast soul cores for 100,000 silver. Materials in hand, he climbed to the villa's roof, ready to install the thermal panel like a solar array. Before he started, he murmured, "100-fold crit, activate." Ding. The thermal collector panel you selected has upgraded to high-power heat absorption platform. It actually worked. The system treated the panel as furniture, and furniture could crit. Light flared on the roof, and a huge shallow stone bowl materialized, its walls etched with intricate runes that screamed high-class craftsmanship. Luo Yu hurried to check its stats. High-power heat absorption platform. Thermal conversion, 500,000 energy units per day. It wasn't a 100-fold boost, but at this tech level it was near the limit. 500 guaranteed, 10,000 possible. Current environment readout. Heatwave conditions, output 3,000. That was enough to run 30 wood-fired pumps simultaneously. Elated, Luo Yu gripped the remaining beast soul core, excitement surging, and silently repeated the incantation once more. Notice, energy furniture can only trigger a critical hit once per year. The attempt failed. Energy-type furnishings are restricted to 1 crit a year, an even harsher rule than the store-bought items. Luo Yu nodded to himself. If those pieces could crit indefinitely, the base would be flooded with power, and that surplus would attract powerful higher beings. The limit felt like a shackle, but in truth, it was a shield. Since another crit was off the table, he decided to craft a standard energy collector. With a tap of his finger, a rectangular slab of black stone materialized in a burst of light. Simple engravings traced its surface, low-key, yet sturdy. Thermal collector panel. Current heat output, 500. 500 units was nothing to sneeze at, and Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction. A glance at the territory score showed an immediate jump of 2,400 points. The ordinary panel contributed 400 of those, while a high-power absorption pedestal added a staggering 2,000. 2,000? That's outrageous. His heart skipped a beat. He quickly reminded himself that higher scores meant tougher raids, but the rewards scaled up as well. The end-of-month payout alone would net him an extra 20,000 silver. A good deal overall. Raids could wait. He had to route the new heat right away. Thermal pumps hate wind and rain, so a dedicated pump house was a must. He chose to build it beside the water tower. Keeping all the hydraulic gear in one place would be easier to manage. On the construction menu, he opened the Workshops tab and spotted the building he needed. Heat-resistant shed. Description: a rough interior that traps internal heat, preventing wall melt and structural collapse. Cost: stone bricks 5,000, silver 500, heat-resistant materials 500. Copper, iron, and similar metals qualified as heat-resistant, so he just had to mine a bit more iron. With resources abundant, Luo Yu hit build without hesitation. Light flashed, and a dull gray stone bungalow rose before him, plain on the outside, an unfinished open space within. He planned to add some greenery later, but that could wait. Next, he mass-produced thermal water pumps. After a flurry of clicks, 16 compact units each resembling a miniature boiler stood in tidy rows. Thermal water pump. Daily output, 500 liters. Current power, 0. No fuel, no output. Obvious enough. Luo Yu handled the plumbing first. An independent pipe ran from the pump house to the small lake, separate from the wind-powered system. The extra stone was worth it. If one line failed, the entire territory wouldn't lose water. A second pipe linked the pump house to the storage tank and tower, completing the supply loop. Energy hookups came next. Power conduit. Cost per meter, silver 10, iron or 10, copper or 10. Energy could only travel through dedicated conduits, expensive or not. Gritting his teeth, Luo Yu laid the line. It hugged the villa's roof, dropped along the wall, burrowed underground, and finally reached the pump house, where it split to feed all 16 pumps. The expense was painful, but the grid was live at last. The instant the current flowed, the thermal pumps sprang to life. Each pump was running flat out at a 500-liter rate, and Luo Yu could hear water rushing through the tower next door. Even so, the output still fell short of the base's needs because the stone brick stockpile was empty, making it impossible to build additional pumps. Fortunately, the quarry worked around the clock. The badgers dug all day, the insectoids took the night shift, and Xiao Jin's blade never stopped. At 15,000 bricks a day, the shortage would be covered by tomorrow. With the water issue temporarily under control, Luo Yu headed to the fields for a massive harvest. Constant irrigation had sent the crops into overdrive, and today everything ripened at once. Apples, bananas, berries, rice, corn, potatoes, greens, cabbage, tomato-esh picked it all. The rice was rezoned the moment the stalks were cut. He kept at it until dusk, enduring a heat that would give anyone else heat stroke in 10 minutes. The haul came to 40,000 units of produce, the garden's all-time record. Once everything was stowed in the ice cellar, he noticed the storage almost maxed out. The more food he stored, the more heat it gave off, raising the cellar's overall temperature. It was still below the danger line, so the ice hadn't melted yet. Luo Yu had considered pouring water in to make more ice, but water freezes only below -8 degrees, and the cellar wasn't that cold. The freeze-tech research was still locked, so that idea was shelved. Standing in the cellar, he pinpointed two causes of the rising temperature. Too much inventory and too many trips in and out, like a fridge door left open. How to cut foot traffic. The cellar sat directly under the warehouse. If he folded it into the warehouse system, goods could be moved in and out automatically. He opened the construction menu, found linked buildings, and merged the system and private structures for 10,000 silver. One tap and the job was done. From now on, Shao Kong could toss meat into the warehouse, and it would teleport straight to the cellar premium storage at work. Luo Yu checked the plaque by the warehouse door. Cellar capacity, 300,000 food units. Current load, 290,000, 240,000 meat, 50,000 produce, right at the threshold. The meat had to go. Prices were still climbing, from 2 silver a unit to 10, though raw meat was still cheaper than canned because it spoiled faster. He glanced at his watch. 7 p.m., peak trading hour. Knowing he couldn't turn all the meat into cans before the heat wave broke, he put 40,000 units of raw meat on the market to test the waters. He listed the meat at the going market rate, then headed off for a well-earned soak. An hour later, every last cut had been snapped up, and Luo Yu pocketed 400,000 silver coins without breaking a sweat. The heat wave that everyone else cursed like a plague felt to him, as if someone were stuffing money into his pockets. Steam drifted above the spacious pool. Reclining on the stone steps at the edge, he let out a satisfied breath and looked at the two beast girls, a cat and a fox playing on the water's surface. Xiao Jin, Xiao Kong, come give your young master a shoulder rub. He stretched out his arms. Would you? Xiao Kong splashed over at once. Xiao Jin blushed, whispered pervert, but still swam to his side. Delicate, supple fingers kneaded his biceps. Luo Yu closed his eyes to enjoy the moment when a system prompt chimed in his ear. You are engaging in an entertainment activity. Because your territory's entertainment value is high, strength 2. Current strength, 106. He opened his eyes with a chuckle. Getting a massage from beast girls actually counted as entertainment, was literally earning stats while lying down. The entertainment bonus was no joke. He definitely needed to push it higher. Just then the team chat window flashed. Fong Yumming, I just fished up a chest and got a blank tech share scroll. She attached a screenshot. Squad tech share scroll blank. A squad member can copy any unlocked technology onto this scroll. After use, all squad members gain that technology. The sharer has a 10 chance to inherit certain attributes, life skills, or personal traits from the squad's trialists. Luo Yu, now that's a real win-win. Alice, Luo yes right, stick it in the auction house, and ITLL fetch a fortune. Fong Yumming, you've all unlocked auto defense, right? I don't have anything better to share. Naker, Luo you must have something's the best. Before anyone could reply, Fong Yumming opened a trade window. The scroll lay inside, the confirm button already lit. Luo Yu clicked his tongue in surprise. The thing was worth at least 300,000 silver coins, yet she handed it over without a second thought. Turning her down felt wrong, so he hit confirm. Transaction successful. You have obtained squad tech share scroll blank. The chat exploded. Elena, Luo Yu, did you unlock mercenary tech yet? Alice, luminescent flora would be handy too. Nyoda, I want visitor management tech. Messages flew in rapid fire. Luo Yu grinned. Head pick whatever offered the best bang for the buck. With a 10 inheritance chance, this was serious business. Luo Yu, he'll copy something very practical, just a bit pricey to run. Fong Yumming, we're all flush with cash now. You're making me even more curious. Luo Yu quit teasing and opened the scroll. Copy hydraulic circulation technology to the scroll. Confirm? Confirm. He immediately chose use. Luo Yu has used a squad tech share scroll. All squad members have learned hydraulic circulation technology. Notifications flooded the screen. The chat fell silent for 3 seconds, then detonated. Fong Yuming. Oh my god, hydraulic circulation tech. You can't buy that for $500,000 anywhere in the world. AI Lizzie, Luo Yu, thank you. The goddess of light will watch over you forever. Oh well, I admit you're a pretty decent guy. AI Lina's words appeared on the holoscreen while her cheeks turned bright red. Nakir chimed in right away. Figures my sister has great taste. She really likes you. Nyoda's fortress-shaped avatar popped up. Bro, no need for big speeches. I owe you. The group window instantly filled with colorful bubbles, exactly what Luo Yu had expected. Leaning back, he replied in a lazy drawl. What's the big deal? It's only a water pump upgrade. Calm down, nothing earth-shattering. Everyone answered with identical ellipses. Fong Yuming hammered out a line. Ugh, let him hog the spotlight. Luo Yu could practically picture the girls bouncing with excitement. Now that the goodwill was banked, it was time to cash in. He whispered, system, transfer complete. Technology shared. Random 100-fold critical inheritance, triggered success rate x 100. Beast Taming EXP inherited from Fong Yuming. Beast Master trait 1 star. Current trait, 4 stars. Maximum controllable beasts, 20. Shooting and tailoring EXP inherited from AI Lizzie. Shooting for levels, now LV12. Tailoring 3 levels, now LV10. Combat EXP inherited from AI Lina. New trait unlocked. Martial Artist, 1 star. Jumping and sprinting EXP inherited from Nakir. Agility 10, now 111. Stamina EXP inherited from Nyoda Constitution 4, now 108. All inheritances successful. Lines of text flooded the screen. Luo Yu stared for a heartbeat before grinning. A total power surge across the board, plus a martial artist trait that upped every combat move by another 10% for almost zero effort. Pure profit. Fong Yuming pressed him right away. Luo Yu, how much EXP did you bleed from us? Any life skill levels? Nothing major, just a slight bump. Luo Yu played it cool. Nakir added fuel. He's so good to us. If my sister were human, she'd totally marry him. Who's marrying him? Fong Yuming blurted. He even looks younger than I am. AI Lizzie sent a smiling emoji. Yuming, she's talking about her sister. Ah, right, her sister. I'm just saying Luo Yu looks young. Fong Yuming fumbled. Luo Yu typed lazily. I only look young. I'm not small in the slightest. Fong Yuming squinted. That sounds off. Luo Yu, are you starting again? Starting what? What riddle are you guys tossing around? AI Lina was lost. Nakir jumped in. I get it. On his planet, they call it starting the car. Night had already settled. Luo Yu followed the joke. Then let the midnight driver set sail. EW, drive alone. Ha 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 ha, Fong Yuming replied with a flood of laughter. The chat kept buzzing with jokes, and Luo Yu lounged in his chair, thoroughly pleased. Another windfall, and had uncovered a hidden mechanic critical hits boost inheritance rates. Life was good. It was late. Wind howled outside. The wind-powered water pump that had crawled like a tortoise finally spun freely, humming in a low, steady rhythm. At dawn, Luo Yu woke and checked his status out of habit. No extra buff today. The base wasn't high enough to hand out perks every morning. The thermometer read 48°C, a touch cooler than the last 2 days. After 2 brutal days at peak heat, the wave was finally easing. It was only a sliver of relief, but everyone could see the first hint of dawn. Hope kept everyone going, and canned meat was flying off the shelves. By midday, the morning's sales had pushed the base's account balance to 1.3 million silver pieces. Remembering yesterday's decision to expand the recreation area, Luo Yu headed straight for the entertainment room. The place looked like a barnyard. Otters flopped around the pool, spraying water everywhere, while a koala in the corner dozed in a hammock. First, he herded the squeaking insects back down to the first floor. Then he and Xiao Dai grabbed mops and dusters and scrubbed every wall and tile on the second floor. With the cleaning done, they got ready to lay carpet. The carpet itself wouldn't raise the entertainment rating, but it would add aesthetics and comfort, currently hidden stats that required special tech to unlock. Unlocking aesthetics cost 100,000 silver and a sapphire. Comfort needed another 100,000 silver and a ruby, and gems only came from mining or random loot crates. The tech could wait, but they still needed a soft layer before placing new furniture. Once the second floor was spotless, Luo Yu sent Xiao Dai upstairs to continue cleaning while he opened the furniture menu. Carpets came in dozens of varieties, all upgradable. He chose a top-tier model that boosted both aesthetics and comfort. The per square meter cost was brutal: 90 units of fur, 30 rolls of cotton cloth, 30 silver, and 3 gold. Expensive, but better stats meant a higher chance of triggering buffs. He set the color to deep blue with a simple grid pattern. When he confirmed, a plush half-meter square of carpet appeared at his feet, 1 square meter in game terms. The entire recreation level covered 300 square meters, and the required materials popped up instantly. 27,000 fur, 9,000 cloth, 9,000 silver, and 900 gold. Fur might have been a problem, but recent animal raids had dropped plenty of giraffe hides and other large pelts, filling that gap. Silver and gold were also covered. Cloth was the only shortfall. In Tiandao World, Harvested cotton immediately turned into rolls of fabric. Xiao Dai had used a lot making underwear, and Luo Yu planned to switch from canned goods to swimsuits next, so cloth demand would only climb. Then he remembered the ring of cotton he had planted around the lakite should be ready by now. Luo Yu hurried to the small lake, and sure enough, a sea of silvery white bowls swayed in the breeze. He called Xiao Kong, and they divided the tasks. One harvested with a sickle, while the other replanted behind. Luo Yu moved in a blur pick, cut, pack, so finishing the entire field in less than half a day. Including yesterday's farming quests, his planting skill naturally rose to LV8. They ended up with 30,000 units of cloth, wiping out the material shortage completely. Even on the lake's fertile shore, the next cotton crop wouldn't ripen until autumn, so this would be the last batch of fabric before then. Time to lay those carpets. Luo Yu headed back to the recreation room and started laying carpet. He skipped the critical strike function. This time carpet had to go down one square at a time, and blowing up a single square wouldn't help. Squatting on the floor, he checked the coordinates one by one. Dots on the blueprint lit up in sequence, and a pale blue shag carpet poured out of the void like a rising tide until it covered the entire second level. Under the soft lights, the fluffy surface looked so inviting it made you want to drop down and roll around. The floor now gleamed, but the unfinished walls suddenly looked even worse, rough, dull, completely at odds with the gorgeous carpet. Might as well fix those too, Luo Yu said. He opened the furniture menu and selected premium wall panels. Decorative wall finish, cost per square meter stone bricks 10, silver 10, jade 3, gold 1. Cheaper than carpet, since it was purely cosmetic. With plenty of materials on hand, he coated every wall. Blue and white panels locked into place, gold lines tracing intricate patterns whose luster seemed to brighten the very air. The system chimed. Carpet wall decor classified as leisure facilities, total score 1,700. Base score 19,000. Fong Yuming and the others were just over 2,000 and already doing well. The galactic average barely topped 1,000. Luo Yu had a 19-fold lead, and the numbers made him grin. His little domain was flourishing. Work done. He and the three pets Xiao Kong, Xiao Jin, and Xiao Dai kicked off their shoes. For human feet, plus 3 pairs of tiny paws, sank into the thick pile. The 3 clever cuties bounced across the carpet, making it ripple like waves. They earned attribute points whenever the territory score rose, so they were in high spirits. The second floor looked great but still felt empty. A recreation room had to be more than a showpiece. Luo Yu reopened the menu. 1 dartboard. Flexible, stylish. Materials. Building materials 200. Fabric 200. Iron ore 100. Animal feathers 100. Entertainment 5. He picked jade for the frame, plenty in storage and easy on the eyes. 1 tap and the board appeared on the wall, complete with a side table full of colorful darts. The 3 little ones scampered over, pulling darts and throwing them back, laughter echoing off the new walls. 2. Horseshoe toss set. Building materials 100. Fabric 50. Iron ore 100. Entertainment 5. The posts and rings were jade as well, giving the whole set a soft gleam. 3. Chess table, poker table, mahjong table. Each added entertainment 5. All carved from jade, they boosted both comfort and aesthetics. Even if no one was around to play, they still upped the score. Whenever Fong Yuming and the others were ready to pay the travel cost, a full game night awaited. 4. The centerpiece, a jade pool table. Placed in the middle of the room, the surrounding lights dimmed and focused automatically. It cost a pile of resources, but brought entertainment 10. Staring at the flawless green surface, Luo Yu could only think, totally worth it. With everything in place, he opened the territory panel and compared the before and after numbers. His eyes lit up. The upgrades had made a serious dent in the totals. ID Earth, Xia Kingdom Base, 23333. Rating, 20,000. Hygiene, 9598. Entertainment, 115. Strength, 106. Constitution, 108. Agility, 111. Life skills, shooting LV.12, beast taming LV.9. The central holographic panel glowed a soft blue, its dense strings of numbers flashing before Luo Yu's eyes. Holding a glass of iced water, he could hardly hide his satisfaction. The bonus from an entertainment score above 100 permeated everything. Even the air seemed set to the perfect temperature. As one entertainment facility after another came online, the base's rating finally passed 20,000. While Luo Yu was wondering if a hidden prize might appear, the panel produced a new prompt. Prompt: you are the first challenger in this sector to reach a rating of 20,000. Extra reward. Personal trait upgrade scroll 3-star or lower 1. Another scroll. Luo Yu chuckled and tapped use. The 1-star minor trait instantly rose to 2 stars, boosting the drop rate of rare or once again. Light footsteps approached. Xiao Dai skipped over, looped her arm through his, and stared up at him with eyes as bright as glass marbles. Master, let's move the big bed to the entertainment room. It's pretty and cool in there, and Xiao Jin and Xiao Kong love it too. He ruffled her soft hair and smiled. If you like it, that's what matters. He'll sew a few animal-shaped cushions later. You 3 can sleep there tonight. No, a blush flooded Xiao Dai's cheeks. We want to sleep with you. Her shy, earnest look melted him. Adorable. He pulled her into his arms and murmured, let me give you a kiss, okay? Before the words were fully out, he had already brushed a light kiss across her cheek. Prompt. While engaging in entertainment activities, you gained 1 agility. Luo Yu nearly burst out laughing. 1 kiss for a point of agility. High entertainment really pays off. Releasing Xiao Dai, he put away the teasing smile and headed for the kitchen. Playing with beast girls was fun, but making money still ruled. In the kitchen, the stove was at the perfect heat and a cauldron of stew bubbled steadily. Luo Yu was now a pro at cooking canned meat. Left hand stirring, right hand lifting lids, the motion smooth as flowing water. Between movements, he glanced at the huge water tank nearby. What? Only 28% left after spraying? Was it windy last night? 28% brushed the safety line. He had planned to build a few more fire pumps, but that could wait. Skilled as he was, cooking never fully occupied his mind. Xiao Dai's offhand comment had reminded him the entertainment room looked like an art gallery, yet the villa itself didn't even have nightstands. He silently added a task: decorate the bedrooms and corridors soon. That thought led straight to base defense. He felt a nagging sense that something was missing, but the idea slipped away before he could grasp it. For now, he set the worry aside. The hours flew. After lunch, he uploaded the 80 cans of meat head prepared in the morning to the auction house. Within minutes, every can was gone. 224,000 silver landed in his account, sending the total soaring past 1.524 million. A serious stash. Money, however, was no longer the bottleneck. Stone bricks were. They couldn't be listed on the exchange or bought outright with silver. Bartering with other challengers still worked, but that method had obvious limits. The Dao Heaven world imposes strict limitations. These brick quotas are clearly designed to stop certain powerhouses from growing too fast and slipping outside the rules. Luo Yu paced the kitchen floor, trying to figure out how to ramp up brick production. His territory would soon need truckloads of the stuff. Just then a light screen message popped up. A female snow leopard has signed a contract to hire you to kill the giant blackfish. Accept? No. Luo Yu declined without a second thought. He had just acquired a thermoelectric bowl that was pulling in millions a minute. Who had time to chase a fish? The panel stayed open. A second prompt appeared. Employer adds sapphire crystals to the reward. Sapphires. Luo Yu nearly dropped the bowl. That was hard currency for unlocking building aesthetics. He quickly composed himself. A searing heat wave had pushed heavenly Dao temperatures close to 60 degrees, and mercenaries who could still move were scarce. If she was paying that much, she must be desperate. After a moment's thought, he hit accept. A waist-high portal of light opened in the kitchen corner. Luo Yu stuffed 2 fist-sized ice blocks into his storage bracelet, loaded 4 auto crossbows into his pack, and stepped through the gate. The scenery spun. When the world steadied, he was standing on unfamiliar soil. 2 ramshackle cottages, half a wall, and a few rows of leafy vegetables. That was the snow leopard territory in its entirety. Compared with Feng Yuming's bustling domain, the difference was stark. The 5-second invulnerability glow from the transfer still shimmered around him when a tall snow leopard woman, white fur, leopard head, humanoid body, walked up. She was full beastkin, not the cute cat-eared type Luo Yu preferred. In looks he still favored Naker. Beside her stood 2 men with shoulder-length crimson hair. Their faces were almost human, yet a palpable heat radiated from them, typical Liehua starfolk. When their eyes met Luo Yu's, a flash of menace flickered in both men's eyes. The long-haired Liehua youth said coldly, Panther woman, do you understand the consequences of hiring 2 mercenary teams at the same time? The snow leopard woman's tail quivered in panic. Human brothers, Liehua brothers, my little brother has passed out from heat stroke. Only the coldest water at the lake bottom can save him. Please kill the lake monster quickly. He can't hold on much longer. Luo Yu followed her gesture. Through a broken window, he saw a young snow leopard boy lying on a bed, fur soaked with sweat, breathing faintly. So she wasn't lying. Still, hiring 2 mercenary squads at once was dangerous. A mercenary may not attack the employer. The system would declare an immediate failure, force a transfer, and brand the offender's record in red forever. No future employer would touch them. Mercenaries, however, have no contract with each other. They are free to fight among themselves. Killing a fellow mercenary on the employer's land doesn't actually end their life, but it does force their mission to fail and may even make their gear drop. Thanks to that profitable kill and loot mechanic, mercenaries can turn on each other the instant they meet. Worse still, this employer had hired 2 teams at once, and Mercenary Plaza had already filed a report, so a shootout was practically guaranteed. Who would ever take a job from someone like that again? The snow leopard girl was frantic. She had poured in everything she owned for insurance and could no longer worry about the consequences. Luo Yu shifted his gaze from her to 2 men from Liehua Xing standing nearby. The long-haired one exchanged a single glance with the short-haired one, then grinned. Since we're all here, human friend, why not cooperate? I've got a pearl that can lure the big black fish. Let's get started. He opened his palm, displaying a dark red bead. Seeing it, the snow leopard girl visibly relaxed and clasped her hands. Thank you, brothers. I'm truly grateful. Let's move. Luo Yu, however, fixed his eyes on the bead, a hint of doubt passing through his brows. When the four reached the lakeshore, the long-haired man set the bead on a green slab of stone, turned, and smiled at Luo Yu. We're all iron rank. Let's share what we've got. How do you plan to make your move? That part's easy, Luo Yu said, stepping forward with a smile. Let me give you a quick lesson. Before Head finished speaking, his blade was out. Tiangong Dao flashed cold and bright, one horizontal slash, one vertical chop clean, decisive, and the two Liuhua Xing men crumpled to the ground. Human Yu. They trembled with disbelief. Luo Yu sneered. What? Playing nice while planning a backstab? Strike first, or get struck. Haven't you Liuhua Xing people heard that one? The long-haired man snarled. Human, just you wait. Not convinced. Luo Yu sheathed his blade with a cold snort. Puny ants trying to steal my job? They'll be in the Iron Arena, room 9527. Come if you dare. Steel flashed again, and the two men dissolved into white light, leaving several items behind. A system notice followed. You have defeated a fellow mercenary during a mission. The act is recorded, but your reputation is unaffected. Penalty: you cannot accept mercenary contracts for the next 10 days. Tiandao World discourages the uncivilized practice of killing for loot. 10 days, fine. Luo Yu couldn't care less. He bent to scoop up the spoils. The short-haired man had dropped an iron-grade dagger trash. The long-haired one, though, dropped a crystal-clear core. A core. A territory core. Luo Yu's eyes lit up. It could directly boost territory resources, its value beyond measure. Looks like I was right. He then picked up the red bead on the stone, and its info panel appeared. Random Raid Summoner Gold Grade. Usable in any territory. Uses remaining, 23. Randomly summons a raid. A rare, gold grade raid summoner. The bead looked almost identical to the one he had used before, so Luo Yu's guard shot up, and he struck without hesitation. When he picked it up, its unexpected weight told him at once what it was: a frightening gadget that could summon random raids inside an enemy's territory. With bad luck, it merely fed the opponent some experience. But with good luck, it wiped an entire base clean, turning every building and resource neutral in an instant. Those two Fire Planet mercenaries had clearly used this trick to level a poor soul's estate, letting Luo Yu stroll in and pocket the core. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Definitely a treasure. Even better, they had slipped in under the cover of a support mission, an assignment that never triggered system penalties. It was the perfect loophole. He tossed the bead into his bracelet, then glanced at the snow leopard girl. She was staring at him in shock. See what happens to the help you hired? His tone was calm, but left no room for argument. Still, since I'm here, they'll finish the job for you. I'll thank you, big brother. Her voice trembled with obvious fear. Luo Yu flipped out the block of ice he had stored earlier and lobbed it to her. Don't follow me. I don't need backup. Go take care of your brother. Ice. Her eyes lit up. Under his gaze, she dropped to one knee, her voice low yet thrilled. Thank you so much. With his permission, she sprinted back to the bungalow. The lake lay smooth as glass. Luo Yu didn't bother using the special milk to lure monsters this time. He merely pointed a finger. Boom. A diamond-rank juvenile kraken and a giant serpent answered the call. Go. Kill whatever's lurking in the lake. The kraken's tentacles flared. The serpent rumbled and slipped beneath the surface. Sensing the threat, a silver-rank blackfish charged at them. Water exploded as the three beasts clashed in the center of the lake. The level gap was brutal. The blackfish never even scratched their scales. Soon the kraken hurled its corpse onto the shore. With a wave, Luo Yu dismissed both summons. That was the convenience of a beast master. No matter where he was, his contracted creatures could appear or vanish at will. He stored the blackfish's body and its scattered loot, then headed toward the bungalow. Inside, he dumped the assorted items onto the table. Ding. System message. Mercenary mission complete. Reward acquired: Beast Soul Core 1, Sapphire Crystal 1. Loot secured. The snow leopard girl was settling her brother into a wooden tub filled with ice-cold lake water. The boy's flushed face was already cooling beneath the ice block Luo Yu had given her. Thank you, human big brother, she said sincerely. Luo Yu's eyes rested on her with interest. Where did you get that sapphire? The snow leopard woman explained. Before the heat wave, a special event hit my territory, a geological upheaval. I found this sapphire inside a knoll of mottled basalt. Oh, a geological upheaval? Luo Yu rubbed his chin, eyes settling on the gem's cold blue gleam. That means you must have plenty of stone bricks, right? She nodded, a little embarrassed. My brother and I cut a lot. He tried to finish the wall before sunset, worked for hours straight, and ended up with heatstroke. We've stored about 180,000 bricks. If you need some, benefactor, I can give you a few. No need for gifts. Luo Yu waved her off with a smile. A wall takes 100,000 bricks. He'll buy the remaining 80,000. Stone bricks can't be listed on the auction house, but on-site trades are allowed for visitors and mercenaries alike. Grateful and slightly awed, the woman dared not refuse. She agreed at once. Luo Yu glanced around. Silver isn't what you're short of, and you've already paid me with the Beast Soul Core, so unlocking an auto defense core isn't happening anytime soon. I don't want you to take a loss. 80,000 bricks for 4 auto crossbows. For gleaming crossbows stood in a neat row on the ground. The woman's eyes lit up. This was real combat power, not just piles of silver. Yes. She clenched her fists, overflowing with delight. Luo Yu had carried the crossbows just in case, and now they were the perfect bargaining chip. After both sides confirmed the numbers, he nodded, satisfied. I've got everything I came for. I should be going. Half joking, half serious, he added. If your brother gets heat stroke again next year and you stumble upon a ruby or something, come find me. Bye. The snow leopard woman paused, then bowed solemnly. Farewell, benefactor. If my brother and I are still alive next year, we'll be sure to look you up. Luo Yu smiled faintly and stepped through the light gate. A flash of white, and he was back in his own kitchen. A system prompt popped up. Mercenary mission completed. Total missions, 2. Success rate, 100. Those numbers were the best proof of credibility. In familiar surroundings again, his first priority was a bath. Sanitation in the leopard siblings' territory had been below average, and he was eager to scrub away sweat and unknown bugs. He stripped down and was about to plunge into the tub when he stopped. Better shower first to rinse off any lingering bacteria. The water circulation system already had a shower port. He just needed to attach a valve and a head. Even high-end shower heads were relatively cheap. He opened the interface, and right before confirming whispered, 100-fold crit, activate. 100-fold crit activated. Your shower has been upgraded to Rainbow Shower Head. Rainbow Shower Head Diamond Tier. Cleanses all dirt, sharply lowers illness risk, eases fatigue, and greatly boosts appearance, comfort, and hygiene. Diamond again. Luo Yu chuckled, twisting the valve. Rainbow streams cascaded down, the high-pressure spray stripping away grime and exhaustion. Within seconds, he felt completely refreshed. A system rating popped up, Diamond Tier Shower Head worth 500 points. More than acceptable. Moments later, he was soaking in the steaming bath, muscles loose. With water sloshing around him, he opened the system menu, fixed on the most prominent option, and tapped it without hesitation, immediately activating the territory core. The moment he hit confirm, a notification flashed. Base core activated. Territory size 10, soil fertility 10, aquatic resources 10. Within seconds, the borders expanded again. Overall resources rose to 139, and mineral veins shot up to 144. It felt amazing. Luo Yu couldn't help marveling. This really is the ultimate artifact. With it in the random raid beacon in his pocket the next time he took a mercenary job, any lord who annoyed him would get an immediate visit. Refocusing, he opened the tech menu. Unlock aesthetics rating. Cost 100,000 silver and 1 sapphire crystal. He confirmed. The screen flashed unlock successful, and a new stat, base aesthetics, appeared at 188. Wow, almost 200 right out of the gate. He grinned. He studied the breakdown. 1. Building bonuses were modest, but the extensive high-grade paving added a chunk. 2. The villa, game room, and warehouse were packed with vine lilies, earning steady points. 3. The golden amaro bloom in his bedroom provided an extra boost. 4. The pump house, makeshift jail, quarry, mine shafts, and the bugs crawling everywhere deducted points. At the bottom, he finally saw the real MVP Beast Girls. Xiaokong 20, Xiaojin 20, Xiaodai 25. Together they added 65 points and pushed the rating sky high. A new prompt popped up. Because your territory's aesthetics have been blessed by a mysterious force. Shooting 1 now LV 13. Strength 2 now 108. What does looks have to do with marksmanship? Give me cooking instead. Luo Yu laughed. Beast Girls really were perfect. They used no upkeep, never had mood swings, and raised both morale and aesthetics. Once comfort unlocked, they'd probably add even more. He did regret one thing: should have picked the Hellmode Beast Tide for a bigger haul of Beast Girls. After a shower, he returned to the kitchen and kept mass-producing canned meat. Money was what mattered. The day flew by. At dawn the next morning, a buff appeared over his head, Sculptor's Inspiration. It would improve any sculpture he made, but the art tech tree was still locked, so it was useless for now. The temperature had finally dropped to 46°C. The heat wave was breaking, and the world channel erupted. Another week of that heat, and people would have cooked. Luo Yu knew this batch of canned meat would be his last big score. He listed 100 cans at the usual 2,800 each, but sales were noticeably slower this time. Everyone knew the heat wave would break soon, so going hungry would last only a day or two. Once the temperature fell below 40°C, meat would keep longer and food wouldn't be so scarce. That afternoon, as usual, Luo Yu listed 100 freshly made cans of meat on the trading post. They averaged 2,500 credits each, yet sales were painfully slow. At dinner time, the small chat group held its regular meeting. Fong yumming. Canned meat has been a goldmine lately. People all over the world are flipping it. With prices falling this hard today, anything above 2,000 won't hold. Naker. Yeah, it's harder now, but there's still profit. Alice. Luo Yu, what's your take? Luo Yu. I agree with yumming. Once the price collapses, everyone who stocked up will dump their inventory. ITLLB and Avalanche could crash to 1,000, maybe even 500. While we're still near the top, let's liquidate everything. Nyoda. I'm in. Luo, yes, on point. Fong yumming. Naker. Alice, Elena, agreed. With unanimous consent, they decided to unload the rest of their cans immediately. Elena, do we list them now? At what price? Luo Yu. If we undercut too much, we'll just speed up the crash. List at 2, for 100 everything. The chat instantly filled with links for cans priced at 2,400, including the 100 Luo Yu had produced that afternoon. They sat there for quite a while without a single sale, and the mood turned grim. Fang Yuming, maybe that's still too high? Should we drop to 2,000? The girls frowned in frustration. Luo Yu stayed calm. Relax. No species is free from greed. Not everyone buying cans right now is starving. Alice and the others didn't get it at first, but Fang Yuming caught on. You're saying someone's going to hoard them and shear the sheep one last time? Luo Yu. History is written in blood. The worse the drought and the famine, the fuller the grain merchants' warehouses. Greed is original sin. Canned meat is one of the few hard assets that can be resold. Who doesn't want another bite of the profit? Know when to let go, and you'll go further. Before he finished speaking, every can priced at 2,400 vanished at once. A refresh showed the floor price back up to 2,500. Naker, Luo Yu nailed it. Somebody doesn't want to crash yet. This is the final fleece. Elena, Luo Yu, how do you know all this? Alice, if only there were more kindness in the world and less greed. Fang Yuming, Luo Yu, were you a capitalist in your previous life? They chatted while watching the numbers flicker on the trading board. After the last batch sold, Luo Yu checked his balance, 2.026 million silver credits. A millionaire. They'd filled their pockets this round. That night, Luo Yu indulged in his favorite pastime, a proper shower. The three little cuties each bathed under a diamond-grade showerhead, and their hygiene improved a lot. Cute as they are, Beast King girls carry a lot of hair, fluffy ears, and tails, perfect breeding grounds for bacteria. Luckily, that's not a problem tonight. Before bed, Luo Yu bathed all three of them. When he finally lay down and pulled Shao Kong into his arms, she smelled so fresh that even his own breathing felt lighter. Boom. A low roll of thunder swept in after midnight. Luo Yu woke with a start, checked that his three companions were still fast asleep, then slipped out from under the covers and eased open the balcony door. The sky, clear throughout the heat wave, now churned with black clouds that looked heavy enough to crush the roof. A damp wind rushed in, carrying long-lost coolness. He glanced toward the little lake beyond the yard. The blades of the wind pump were spinning furiously, announcing the same thing. Rain was coming. Another crack of thunder split the night, and the first drop smacked onto the parched ground, swallowed instantly by the thirsty soil. The patter grew quicker, thicker, until the heavens simply dumped water. Steam curled upward where scalding earth met frigid rainwater. The heat wave was over. He exhaled. Good thing I unloaded all those meat cans at dinner. The hoarders must be crying now. Crash. In the downpour, the entire Tiandao world erupted. People flooded into streets and courtyards, faces turned skyward, cheering as the rain washed away days of blistering heat. The group chat exploded as well. Naker, thank goodness we sold the meat cans. Fang Yuming, Luo Yu, do you read fortunes? Luo Yu, absolutely. I read the stars and saw this rain wrecking everyone's vegetable plots. Better protect yours. Fang Yuming, vegetable plots? Mine withered ages ago. Elena, same here. Veggie prices are about to skyrocket. Alisai, good thing I built that ice house on Luo Yu's advice and stored a batch. Naker, whatever, tomorrow can wait. Tonight we celebrate. Luo Yu, aren't you driving? Fang Yuming, driving? Here, do you even know what that means? Naker, not really, but everyone sounds happy when they say it. Luo Yu, midnight driver ready to roll. Here, open a trade, and he'll send you that Band-Aid bikini. Put it on, and send me a screenshot. Fang Yuming, here, don't you dare. Luo Yu, stop teasing the girls, humph. The banter sparked a new idea. If he could can meat, why not vegetables, maybe even fruit juice? With everyone's gardens ruined, they'd be desperate for vitamins. Perfect business opportunity. The rain pounded all night while Tiando's residents celebrated, too busy rejoicing to wonder what the next disaster might be. At dawn, the downpour still hammered the roof. Luo Yu woke to a system prompt. Warning, Tiandao world has entered a special climate phase. Torrential rain. The heat wave had barely ended, and now this. Still, compared with the searing drought, heavy rain felt almost gentle. The cracked earth and half-empty lakes could absorb a lot of water before trouble began. For now, there won't be two major threat events unfolding at the same time. Luo Yu slid open the French windows and stepped onto the balcony. He drew a deep breath of the cool, damp air, then lifted his eyes to survey his entire domain. The sky was a heavy lead gray, and rain still fell in sheets, though less fiercely than last night. The temperature had crashed from a blistering 50 degrees to a pleasant 27, instantly restoring normal summer conditions. The heat wave had retreated so fast that no one had seen it coming. At the auction house, the price of canned meat had dived to 100 silver, yet still no one was buying it. Was a spectacular free fall. With the heat gone, players were butchering the giant black fish they had hunted during the scorcher, flooding the market with seafood, and sending meat prices off a cliff. The World Channel was full of people mocking the speculators who had hoarded supplies. Luo Yu couldn't help smiling as he closed the window. Losing tens of thousands, even 1,000,000 silver in one gossip was the price of overreaching. He turned his attention to the vegetable patch. The rain shelters and drainage ditches he had installed held up perfectly. The soil was wet, but not a single puddle had formed. Next, he inspected the water storage system. All 4 wind-powered pumps were spinning at full speed, filling the cisterns to the brim, and the existing water tower was already half full. Taking advantage of the downpour, he opened the construction menu and expanded his storage capacity. Aesthetic water tower, 30,000 stone bricks, 1,000 iron ore, 1,000 silver, 100 jade, capacity 16 tons. The stone bricks had long since been stockpiled, so he hit confirm without hesitation. The light screen vanished, and a brand new tower sprang from the ground, immediately beginning to fill. The steep price was worth a territory aesthetics too. Raising that stat was notoriously hard. Without the group of young, eye-catching beastkin walking around like mobile flower vases, the number would barely budge at all. With the heat gone, the animals no longer had to squeeze into the recreation hall. Luo Yu issued an order. No creature other than beastkin was to set foot inside. The cows and chickens obediently returned to the barn. The insects hauled rocks at the quarry. The badgers joined in, and the giant scorpions clattered into the mine, pincers swinging. Ore content in the vein had increased by another 10%, finally reaching the threshold for full-scale extraction. The downpour had done little to slow them. Every facet of the base was back on track. Suddenly, a system warning popped up. The water level of your territory's small lake has reached 90% of the alert threshold. Luo Yu glanced over. The wind pumps were whirring furiously, yet the water kept rising. His cotton field was right on the shoreline. If the lake overflowed, it would be submerged. The system offered 3 solutions. 1. Dig a channel to drain the lake beyond the territory. 2. Widen or deepen the lake. 3. Build a dike. The first option was the safest, but it meant letting precious aquatic stock giant octopus, snakes, turtles, and the rest wash away. Luo Yu would never allow that. The second choice required a ridiculous amount of work and would eat into his land. Deepening the lake was out of the question. From the giant octopus, Luo Yu had learned that a barrier like an air wall lay at the bottom, making it impossible to reach the deepest point. Although 3 choices seemed to lie before him, only one was actually viable: build a dike. A dike offered an extra benefit. Trimming the lake with a low wall would sharply cut soil erosion and keep the territory's fertility from slipping. No reason to hesitate, just do it. Luo Yu opened the construction menu, entered the wall tab, and planned a 20-centimeter high mini wall. It would hold back water without blocking people, and if 20 centimeters wasn't enough, he could always stack another layer. For materials, he ticked both stone bricks and iron ore, giving the miniature dike rebar so waves couldn't batter it apart. The moment he hit build, a thin gray-white wall raced along the shoreline, and within seconds the entire lake was wrapped in a neat circle. A single mini wall cost next to nothing, but quantity mattered. In a blink, it devoured 30,000 stone bricks and 10,000 iron ore. The stone brick stock plunged again, yet the small waterproof dike was finished, so water would no longer spill over the shore. Luo Yu checked the territory score. The mini dike, added to the earlier ornamental water tower, contributed another 1,000 points, lifting the total to 21,500. Should he tack on defenses while he was at it? Instinctively, he looked south. Through the rain, simple bastions stood tall, each crowned with an automatic crossbow ready to fire. But the territory's edge had now grown beyond their range. Luo Yu frowned. The land would keep expanding, so southern defenses would have to spread outward as well. Automatic crossbows were pricey, and extending the bastions wasn't a long-term answer. The whole idea seemed foolish. Master, breakfast is ready. Xiao Jin stepped onto the balcony, her voice clear and bright. Eggs, milk, and tomatoes needed no cooking, so she had handled the meal. Luo Yu shelved his thoughts, gently tousled her hair, and went to wash up and eat. All morning the rain never eased. Suddenly the system flashed a warning. Your high-power thermal absorption platform is idle. Luo Yu dashed to the roof and saw the stone bowl brimming with rainwood. No wonder the unit had shut down. With a laugh, he tilted the bowl to about 60 degrees, pouring out most of the water and restoring the heat supply. The readout now showed thermal output 1,000. Nearby thermal panels were only drawing 100. On rainy days, thermal efficiency nosedived, and many fire-powered pumps stopped. The sight sparked a new concern. The territory's daily water use was calculated to the liter. For now, the wind kept things safe, but once the weather turned calm, cold, and damp, the settlement could face another water shortage. Thermal collectors were fickle, overpowered in heat, starved in cold. As soon as temperatures dropped, the issue resurfaced, and he would have to find a fix. When Luo Yu opened the Thermal Energy Tech tab, he browsed for a moment before his eyes lit up. Found the answer. A line of red text floated across the screen. Thermal energy storage unit required for automation and the prerequisite for unlocking thermal-based weaponry. Requirements: 1. Thermal energy storage unit blueprint 1. 2. Copper or 10,000. 3. Gold 5,000. 4. Silver 100,000. It's a little cheaper than the lightning collector, but it still stings, Luo Yu muttered. Knowing this was one corner he couldn't cut, he pulled up his territory's resource panel. Copper ore, 20,000. Gold, 7,000. The figures glimmered with a metallic sheen. Credit went to the golden scorpion Kinget hauled back a gold bar every few days, and Luo Yu's own sporadic mining had quietly pushed the reserves upward. Now the only thing missing was the blueprint. Luo Yu opened the auction house and searched for thermal energy storage unit blueprint. Nothing. So he shouted in the world channel. Human Anonymous. Buying thermal energy storage unit blueprint. Name your price. He was just testing the waters, but a trade request popped up almost instantly. Blackwater Clan Anonymous. Looking for the blueprint? I've got one. What'll you trade? The blueprint appeared in the window, outlined in a blue glow genuine. Luo Yu's eyes brightened. Luo Yu. Silver, obviously. What's your price? Blackwater Clan, I don't want silver. I want vegetarian food. Give me 3,000 servings, and the blueprint is yours. Trust me, you're making a killing. A killing? Luo Yu sneered and typed quickly. Luo Yu, vegetarian food prices are skyrocketing actually. They're already sky high. 3,000 servings could fetch 300,000 silver. Do I look like an idiot? Besides, who can cough up that much food at once? Blackwater Clan went silent for 2 seconds. Blackwater Clan, fair point. How do you want to trade then? Luo Yu thought for a moment, scraped together everything he had, and replied. Luo Yu, I can swing 1,500 servings of vegetarian food and 50,000 silver. That's my ceiling. Blackwater Clan, you really have 1,500 servings? Luo Yu said nothing more. He dragged 1,500 portions into the trade window, colorful fruits and vegetables piled high in a shimmering heap. Luo Yu, a full variety, loaded with vitamins. Secondary food trading just opened in the heavenly Dao world. You know what these are worth. And if you process them further, well, you get the idea. Blackwater Clan fell silent again, then replied after a few breaths. Blackwater Clan, deal. Your selection sold me. But hey, race ahead, safanding over all your food. Stay safe. System message, trade successful. You've obtained thermal energy storage unit blueprint. Luo Yu chuckled, a weight lifted from his shoulders. Once a blueprint is used, he could build endless copies without hunting for another one. Totally worth it. He clicked use. A flash of light burst forth, and a man-tall, dark red metal cube materialized, its edges etched with energy runes. Thermal energy storage unit. Capacity, 50,000 units of thermal energy. Daily energy loss, 1. Tip, place it in a sealed space to greatly reduce energy leakage. Luo Yu patted the box, feeling a faint warmth under his fingertips, and nodded in satisfaction. Like batteries that slowly discharge when idle, this storage unit would bleed a bit of energy over time, but the loss was small and entirely manageable. The storage tank was enormous, so Luo Yu decided to put up a dedicated facility just for it. He picked a heat-resistant bunker. Its interior walls were rough, but they could take extreme temperatures without warping or collapsing. It wasn't pretty, yet it was solid. The new bunker sat right beside the pump house he had finished earlier, fitting perfectly into his plan to turn the whole zone into an energy hub. A crane-like rig eased the thermal tank through the doorway and set it down on the waiting base. Thick power conduits locked into place, the indicator lights blinked a few times, then went steady. For now, the pumps couldn't supply enough energy, so the tank was little more than a showpiece, but Luo Yu was confident he could scale up later. When the job was done, he wiped the sweat off his forehead and opened the auction house. In just one day, vegetable prices had rocketed to 80 silver per unit, almost what they'd been when he first entered the heavenly Dao world, and they were still climbing. The rain had kept most fields alive, yet the last brutal heat wave had roasted nearly every crop to ash, except for players like Luo Yu, who owned automatic sprinklers. His stock showed 50,000 units under the vegetarian tag. If he dumped them all now, he could pocket 4 million silver, a staggering fortune. But he held back. Unlike meat, which could be replaced the moment the heat broke by fishing or hunting, vegetables needed time to grow, so future supply would be tighter. Better to turn them into canned goods and juice for maximum profit. The sealing tech he had unlocked for meat cans worked just as well for vegetables. Cooking skill at level 6, Luo Yu rolled up his sleeves in the kitchen and switched to mass production. Chopping, seasoning, filling, vacuum sealing, sterilizing, robotic arms and automatic fillers zipped around his ankles, and he barely left the stove all day. By the time sunset painted the stovetop gold, 200 cans of mixed vegetables were neatly stacked, costing him 2,000 units of produce. He logged back into the auction house. Spot veggies were now 90 silver, and the trade channel was flooded with buying vegetables. Posts. Still, a lack of greens only meant vitamin shortages, not instant death, and some races like the Catgirl were carnivores by nature and barely cared, so prices rose more gently than meat had. A few vegetable cans were already on the market at about 1,300 silver each, so others had smelled the same opportunity. Luo Yu smirked, listed his at 1,500 silver, and added, "This can contains a mix of vegetables for superior nutrition." Most sellers stuffed a single veggie into each can. His mixed pack stood out immediately. In minutes, all 200 cans were gone, netting him 300,000 silver. He grinned to himself. Big money, and cooking X definitely a win-win. Maybe tomorrow he'd test a juice production line. That thought carried him through dinner prep. After eating with the girls, he stepped onto the terrace. The rain had eased, though it would probably last another day or two. The lake's water level was brushing 96%, but the dam still looked firm, so he wasn't worried. Night had fully fallen when he sank into the bath, just as he did every evening. In the bathhouse, he recalled an old saying from home. People born in the year of the tiger give the best massages. Speaking of tigers, Xiao Jin, come rub my shoulders. Steam curled through the wooden room as Xiao Jin answered the call. He wrapped a towel loosely around his waist, stepped behind Luo Yu, and pressed twice, testing the pressure before gradually bearing down. A quiet system prompt floated into view. Strength 1 during recreational activity. Goal achieved. Luo Yu chuckled and looked up at the mist-shrouded ceiling. Xiao Jin, why are you still wearing a towel in the bath? Don't be so shy. Color flooded Xiao Jin's ears. His hands nearly slipped. I'm not shy. It's just master. You're such a perv. Luo Yu burst out laughing, his voice echoing off the walls. Rain drummed outside, yet his mood rose with the steam. A light flared across his palm. The group chat was exploding. Naker, how's everyone spending the silver from the heatwave event? Elena, all into stats. Everything maxed to 100. Fang Yaman, absolute savage. Alice, same here, all stats. Nyoda, me too, dumped it all into constitution. Fang Yaman, wait, everyone spent it on stats? Luo Yu, what about you? Luo Yu, I upgraded my pet stats. Naker, right, you're a beastmaster. Your animals matter. Fang Yaman, true, but you should boost yourself too. Luo Yu, already did maxed ages ago. Silver hardly works on me now. Everyone. Fang Yaman, ugh, show off. I'm maxing mine. A spending frenzy followed. The 4 to 500,000 silver they'd just earned vanished. Every attribute hit 100. Combat power sword and they were broke all over again. Naker, I feel supercharged. Luo Yu, congrats Kier. You've leveled up from bath scrub girl to guasha girl. Naker, who said I de-scrub you? Jerk. Fang Yaman. Here, he means your DPS used to be tiny. Now it's slightly less tiny, haha. Elena. That's perfect. Naker, Luo Yu, you bully. Meet me in the arena, and I'll scrape you raw. Luo Yu. I'd love to, but I'm still iron rank. The regular arena would laugh me out. How about you drop to iron and find me? Naker, just you wait, I'm coming. Elena. Luo, yes, already iron. I need to catch up. Fang Yaman. Same here. PKC, here I come. With their stats maxed, everyone suddenly craved arena battles. Luo Yu entered the iron bracket and reopened his signature gold bet room, same rules, 500 gold a match. The room barely went live before two avatars jumped in. The Fiery Star brothers had beaten last time. The long-haired one growled, room 9527. Despicable human, we knew you'd be here. We've waited a long time. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow. Oh, you actually showed. The short-haired brother barked, damn right. We, the fiery twin stars, fear nothing. And we just maxed our strength with silver. Today you die? As his words fell, two flashing battle invites appeared on Luo Yu's screen, radiating challenge like a heat wave. Luo Yu smirked at the remark. The recent heat wave had indeed made a fortune for gifted races and quick-witted opportunists. By now, many of them must have pushed their stats to the 100-point mark. 100 sounded impressive, yet the real ordeal was only beginning. Every point beyond that felt like chiseling through steel plate. He stroked the hilt of his blade, his voice calm but final. Enough talk. 500 gold. Let's start. Fine. The flaming twin stars exchanged a glance and drew their shimmering long blades in unison. 3-2 Onigo. As the countdown hit 0, the brothers lunged from left and right, their blades whipping up blistering winds as they came down on Luo Yu without restraint. Clang, clang. Luo Yu met them with two precise swings of his Tiangong saber, the edge striking the backs of their blades so hard that both brothers stumbled a step. Their pupils contracted. They had attacked with a full 100 points of strength, yet this human had forced them back. His power wasn't just over the line, it was far beyond it. The long-haired brother blurted, how can you be this strong? Every spectator stared wide-eyed. For most races, 100 strength was the ceiling. Had this guy swallowed some heaven-sent treasure? Luo Yu sneered. What's wrong? Is that all the flaming twin stars can do? Mockery fanned their fury. The short-haired brother roared. So what if you're over 100? Take this. They charged again, blades surging like a tide, hemming Luo Yu in on all sides. Clang, clang, clang. He hacked and slashed, unleashing the twin gale blade technique. Steel afterimages whirled around him. Instead of being suppressed, he pushed the brothers back step after step. The crowd saw it clearly. Room owner 9527 had not only brute strength but agility well past 100, while the flaming twins had stacked only strength and were being outpaced. Worse yet, Luo Yu possessed a potent martial skill, holding the upper hand against two opponents. Terrifying. Someone gasped. Squelch. A flash of cold light swept by. Blood spurted from the long-haired brother's shoulder, and his entire arm spun through the air. With the twin gale technique amplified by his fighter trait, Luo Yu's strike looked like a graze, yet had sheared the arm clean off. The long-haired man staggered back, screaming but still upright. He gritted his teeth. Stop holding back. Use it. Fine. The short-haired brother bellowed. A low hum rang out. Light erupted beside him, and 3 black serpents as thick as an arm materialized, their scales gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. He was a beastmaster. The snakes darted like lightning, spreading to his left, right, and rear in an instant, striking all at once. With serpentine shadows before, behind, and on both flanks, Luo Yu's only escape lay straight ahead, yet he could already see a faint green silhouette coiled on the floor, another deadly viper lying in wait. So the brothers really were snake handlers. With death bearing down from 3 sides and poison lurking on the only path out, a spark flashed through Luo Yu's mind. The puzzle that had nagged him all along suddenly resolved itself. Of course, why had he been wasting so much effort on the south side? An attack can only come from one direction? Idiotic. I was so naive before. A spark of insight flared in Luo Yu's mind. A mocking smile tugged at his lips as he whirled around, the Tiangong blade cleaving toward the black serpent behind him. Cold steel flashed, and the serpent was sliced clean in 2. Yet 2 more serpents lunged from either side, their icy fangs brushing his leather armor. The Li Huaxing brothers were already celebrating, and the spectators had all but declared Luo Yu finished. Then, just as the venom was about to strike, violet light erupted. Bang! Bang! Both serpents slammed into a violet barrier, bounced several meters back, and crumpled to the ground. Luo Yu stepped forward and cut them down with 2 swift strikes. A shield? The crowd gaped in disbelief. He's actually using a light shield. How did he get a belt with barrier charges this early? Absurd. The Li Huaxing brothers' eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. If the target could nullify their damage, how could they even fight? Luo Yu sneered, flicking the blade's tip. You dare play with snakes in front of me? He tapped the ground, and a red-scaled python materialized, its massive tail sweeping through the air like thunder. Crunch. The long-haired brother, already missing an arm, took the tail to his wound. His scream never left his throat, died instantly. The short-haired brother finally reacted, rolling aside only to hear the heavy rumble of hooves. A white rhinoceros charged head down, an elephant thundering behind it. You son of... The curse died in his mouth as the rhino's horns skewered him skyward, and the elephant's trunk whipped him down, his skull bursting on impact. KO. System prompt. You have defeated your opponents. Time elapsed, 6 minutes 27 seconds. Reward, 500 gold, 1,080 silver. Pocketing the gold, Luo Yu recalled his summoned beasts into his inner space and waited quietly for the next challenger. The arena was silent. His overwhelming power, especially the unbreakable shield, left everyone afraid to step up. After over 10 minutes with no challengers, Luo Yu exited the room. In the lobby, the room labeled Zerg 4444 glowed with a gold tier 200 icon and showed idle. A familiar face. Luo Yu entered without hesitation. Inside, the mantis-armed man froze at the sight of him, then laughed. Good, you're back. I've maxed out agility this time. You don't stand a chance. Luo Yu said nothing, already seeing him as dead meat. 3, 2, 1, start. Blade met scythe in a shower of sparks. 10 minutes later, the mantis man's abdomen was torn open, and he collapsed. System prompt. You have received 200 gold. Grinding his teeth, the mantis man paid another 200 gold to rematch. This fight was even fiercer. Luo Yu was nearly overwhelmed, yet he still won. System prompt. You have received 200 gold. Bloodshot eyes blazing, the mantis man hissed. I found your weakness. My last 500 gold all in, plus interest. The outburst revealed he had only 500 gold left. The duel restarted, the stakes set at 500 gold. 3, 2, 1, start. KO. Luo Yu's blade felled the mantis man in a single sweep. Luo Yu glanced at the dumbfounded mantis man and gave a light chuckle. Out of money already? Then we'll call it a day. Bring more gold next time, and he'll play with you properly. With that, he left the room. He walked out of the arena that night with a net profit of 1,400 gold coins and a satisfied smile. At dawn, rain still fell, but the downpour had softened into a thin curtain. The temperature had dropped to 21°C, leaving the air cool and refreshing. Alert chimes rang in his ears. 1. Mining efficiency buff activated. 2. World announcement. Heat wave over. Residual effects will extend summer by 5 days. 9 days remain until month's end. The heat wave had wiped out countless lords, and those who survived emerged far stronger. Luo Yu knew his own territory's overall rating was well above average, yet that edge needed time to mature. For now, he still had to seize every chance to pile up combat power. Strong beasts meant a strong territory, which meant a stronger him. He opened his panel and reviewed the 8 ranked creatures he could upgrade. 1. Wolf King, all 3 stats. 2. Golden Scorpion King, strength, agility. 3. Village Hen. 4. Elephant. 5. Rhinoceros. 6. Golden beetle. 7. Silver ladybug. 8. Red-scaled python. Odd Eye and the big bull were unranked for the moment, so they couldn't receive points. A quick calculation showed it would take 610,000 silver to push every ranked creature's 3 base stats to 100. Current balance: 2,326,000 silver. Spend it. What's the point of hoarding? Luo Yu tapped the buttons furiously, and silver poured out of his account. Moments later, the balance sat at 1,716,000, while every ranked beast now boasted triple-digit stats. The improvements were immediate. Elephants and rhinos hauled cargo with newfound ease. The Golden Scorpion King's mining speed went through the roof. Hens laid twice as many eggs and still doubled as hidden weapons. Since the Scorpion's defense was absurdly high, Luo Yu reassigned it to the quarry. Crank out those stone bricks for me. Its digging speed surpassed that of both badgers and burrowers combined, and Luo Yu was hatching a grand plan. Meanwhile, he simmered vegetable preserves while studying thermal defense technology. The recently unlocked heat collector box was only the first branch of the tech tree. Fully unlocking the system required 200,000 silver and 20,000 gold. He had the silver, but gold remained the bottleneck. Opening the auction house, he saw the latest exchange rate. Silver to gold now stood at 131. In other words, buying 20,000 gold would cost 2.6 million silver. Good grief, even Luo Yu's purse couldn't stretch that far. Even the tallest skyscraper starts from the ground, so keep working hard and saving every penny. Luo Yu spent the entire day in the kitchen and managed to sell 400,000 worth of canned vegetables, pushing his silver balance back up to 2,116,000. At dusk, he checked the warehouse. Including today's freshly cut stock, he had 70,000 stone bricks, still not enough, so he would have to stockpile for another day. A sudden cavian hit the quarry that afternoon. The Golden Scorpion King was unharmed, but 2 burrower worms were crushed. He had already lost one earlier, and to keep mining efficiency high, he decided to buy replacements. The auction house currently allowed only ordinary animals, yet burrower worms were plentiful at 1,500 each, so he simply bought 20. Half would dig during the day and half at night, keeping the shafts running 24 hours non-stop. Brutal but effective. While soaking in the bath that night, the system granted him one strength. The group chat, usually lively, was eerily quiet. Everyone had gone to the combat arena. Luo Yu joined them, won 1,000 gold in 2 hours, and cleared his daily earn gold quest. In the iron tier, he was practically unstoppable, though some high-tier races had already broken into bronze. Since the bronze arena was not yet open, it hardly mattered. The only difference was that bronze mercenary jobs were easier to grab. Another day slipped by. At dawn, Luo Yu woke to find the rain gone and the sky clear. The 24-degree air held a distinct summer freshness. A faint smile tugged at his lips, his mood brightened by the sunshine. Beside him, Xiao Dai rolled over lazily, her small foot landing on his leg. He chuckled, gently caught the foot, and tickled her. Her brows knitted slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. Seeing her master holding her foot, her cheeks turned crimson. "Master, you're awake," she murmured. System prompt: entertainment activity agility 2. He gave her foot a playful squeeze. "Time to get up, come wash up with me," he said with a grin. "Okay," Xiao Dai answered obediently. Over breakfast, he handed her the swimsuit sketches he had drawn and told her to produce 10 prototypes. Xiao Kong grabbed his fishing rod and set off in high spirits, while Xiao Jin stayed in the workshop cutting stone. Stepping out of the villa, Luo Yu frowned. Mosquitoes swarmed inside the base, and even more hovered beyond the walls. Days of rain had turned the ground to mud. The inner courtyard had stone paving and drains, but outside was a filthy mess of standing water and buzzing flies enough to make anyone's scalp crawl. System prompt: continuous heavy rain has pushed Tiandao world into a disease crisis. Various viruses are spreading, and the lower one's constitution, the higher the risk of infection. System warning: your territory has been invaded by the AXA virus. 6 animals, burrower worms, badger beasts, and others have contracted AXA muscle syndrome. If you don't cure them soon, the virus will spread. Luo Yu froze at the alert, quickly checked the animal's status, and saw the same warning on every one of them. Unhealthy AXA muscle syndrome. Mobility 50, blood filtration 20, consciousness 20, cardiopulmonary function 10. It looked frightening, yet it wasn't lethal. It would simply cripple their efficiency. A moment later, he herded the 6 sickly insects and beasts together and read the treatment note on the panel. Extended bed rest, minimum 2 months, 3 herbs consumed daily. Luo Yu frowned. 3 herbs a day, plus the risk of contagion, nothing but walking hazards. Easy now. This'll be over quickly, he whispered. Then he raised his blade and ended them one by one. Blood spattered across the dirt, but his face stayed calm. He dragged the bodies to the incineration pit, threw in dry grass, and touched it with fire, letting the flames erase the last trace of danger. When it was done, he opened the territory panel. Maximum sanitation was 103, but the current value sat at 28. 28. He glanced at the dusk-lit settlement. Mosquitoes swarmed between wetlands and latrine pits, The air stank of rot. Those were the real carriers. Anyone with low constitution could fall ill at any moment, and even the strong weren't perfectly safe. The world and regional channels erupted again. Fan Yamong. Ugh, my 2 wolves and little kitten caught the flu. Sanitation is terrible. Knock here. You're lucky. One of my recruits just came down with axa muscle syndrome. What do I do? Alina, what do you think? It's contagious. Kill her. Knock here, but her stats are great. I hate to lose her. Luo Yu. If you can't do it, build a hut and isolate her, but there's still a risk. Here, the end of month raid is coming. You'll capture more high-stat prisoners later. Knock here. Final exile her then. Nyoda. Someone in my territory is sick too. Exile's the only way. Exile was the only command that could remove a member from a territory. It worked on residents, never on trial participants. Animals were released instead. But driving a sick target into the wild only widened the circle of contagion, unless the world's mechanics said otherwise. Nakir and Nyoda hesitated, but no one condemned them. Kindness was never a crime. Alice, may illness spare every living soul. Fong Yuming, I hope no one else gets sick. Sighs filled the channel. In their private group chat, Luo Yu typed, the mosquitoes are one of the main vectors. No time for lamenting, must push sanitation to at least 60 or the whole camp's at risk. Thumbs up emojis filled the feed. They had invested in Constitution earlier, and, by luck, none of the trial participants were infected yet. The public channels, however, were drowning in complaints. Nyoda suddenly remembered something. Nyoda? Oh, I saw in the regional channel that Zhu Lai pulled a pest repellent tech scroll. Should we try to buy it? Luo Yu thought for a moment. His nemesis of insects talent kept him safe, but no one else shared that privilege. Pest control technology was clearly a priority. Luo Yu, if we can buy it, make the call. Not long after, Nyoda reported in the team channel, Zhu Lai's little crew wants that tech scroll too, but they're strapped for cash. If we put up 500,000 silver, hell let it go. 500,000 silver? That's highway robbery. Fong Yuming exploded. Nyoda added, that price is a favor to us. He planned to list it for 600,000. Alice did a quick calculation. Once we pick up the insect repellent tech scroll, we'll still need a sharing tech scroll. Elena walked in from the arena, smoothing a loose strand of blonde hair. I've earned a bit these last few days, but an insect repellent scroll plus a sharing scroll will cost a fortune. Luo Yu opened the auction window. The sharing scroll alone was going for 800,000. Together, the two scrolls came to 1,400,000 silvera, number that hit everyone like a stone. Luo Yu, what do you think? Alice asked, throwing the spotlight back on him. After a brief silence, he replied in the channel, spending 1.4 million just to boost hygiene and unlock shared insect repellent tech isn't worth it. That money would be better spent upgrading the base or raising our personal stats. Let's funnel it into Constitution for the members first. Higher Constitution means a lower infection rate. If someone still gets infected, execute or exile is needed. The rest will handle. Luo Yu had always been the team's anchor, and the others instinctively trusted him. The girls nodded, while Nyoda's faith in him was absolute. The road still had to be walked, thorns or no thorns. Yet insects filled the sky, their buzzing grating on every nerve. Standing on the second-floor balcony of the villa, Luo Yu frowned. How do we get rid of these pests? After a long think, a plan began to take shape. Only practice proves a theory. Time to act. Boots squelching in the rain-soaked earth, he reached the edge of their territory and dug a neat pit with his Tiangong knife. From the construction menu, he laid a basic stone floor, tossed in a tablet pressed from special milk, and filled the hole with fresh water. The tablet dissolved at once, a faint milky scent rippling through the water. No bugs approached, and disappointment flickered across his face until he turned and saw a cloud of thumb-sized flies hovering nearby. Is it because I'm standing here? Realization dawned. His bane of insects trait kept the bugs at bay. He stepped back a dozen paces, and the flies swarmed the pit instantly. Repulsive black bodies whirled above the water. A few even plunged in to lap at the milk. As the scent spread, more insects buzzed over, piling into the makeshift pool. Even diluted, the milk's lure was powerful. Luo Yu's eyes lit up. He grabbed several branches, set them alight, and tossed the burning wood beside the pit. Countless flies were swallowed by the flames at once. Watching the insects crumble into ash, Luo Yu felt a rush of satisfaction and immediately opened his panel. The territory sanitation score had indeed climbed by 1 point. The increase was small, but it proved the tactic worked. As the fire licked the blackened flies, he muttered, "They're tougher to burn than I expected." Moments later, the swarm circling overhead no longer dared to dive. Every creature has the instinct to avoid danger. With their vanguard wiped out, the rest merely hovered. Yet once they stopped hurling themselves into the fire, the sanitation score began to drop again. Luo Yu narrowed his eyes. Then a spark of inspiration flashed Duan Chong grass. These pests feared fire but couldn't recognize poison. You like licking things, don't you? Fine, keep licking. His own Duan Chong grass hadn't matured, but he still had a few spare roots head dug from Elena's territory. First he scooped a fresh pit and lined it with makeshift tiles, then dashed into the cowshed and milked the cow in a hurry. The hundredfold crit bonus triggered once more, letting him draw nearly half a bucket of special milk in one go. The cow slumped as if drained, its spirit fading again. Luo Yu stored most of the special milk in the ice cellar, keeping only a little to splash into the pit. The tiles stopped any seepage, and the white liquid slowly spread across the surface. After pulling on gloves, he snapped off a section of duanchang grass and tossed it in. The toxin diffused instantly, while the milk's sweet, iron-tinged scent filled the air. The smell drew a chorus of buzzing at once flies, flying ants, and nameless bugs swarmed in. No matter their size, the moment they landed and took a lick, they flipped over dead, piling up until the pit was rammed full. Worse, their corpses were soaked with duanchang toxin, yet still smelled of milk, forming a lethal lure for every insect nearby. Word spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100. Flies, spiders, and centipedes from all corners raced toward the pit, leaving everywhere else empty. When the pit was about to overflow, Luo Yu tossed in a torch. Whoosh flames roared up, turning untold numbers of insect corpses to ash. On the panel, the sanitation score leapt as if in fast forward, shooting past 60 in the blink of an eye. Thrilled, Luo Yu took a screenshot and shared his poison milk cremation protocol in the group chat. Cries of amazement filled the feed, and everyone hailed him as a crafty little fox. He handed out a bit of special milk, and Elena sliced up her duanchang grass for the others. Following his recipe, they too watched their sanitation meters soar. As the numbers climbed, disease risk fell, and the sudden health crisis finally had an answer. Staring at the rolling flames in the pit, Luo Yu grinned with pride. Genius, pure genius, he said, then strode off to focus on his kin vegetable business. 2 hours later he returned to the pit, and was astonished at how stubborn the flies were. After 2 hours of burning, they still hadn't been consumed, and he estimated they'd need another hour on the fire. Because the entire heavenly Dao world was mired in sludge again, and even more insects had flown in from outside the territory, the hygiene rating started to drop once more. Luo Yu stared at the panel and figured it would fall below 60 in about 2 hours. That meant as soon as the insect corpses in the pit finished burning, he'd have to spread another batch of special milk and duanchang grass. One cycle took roughly 3 hours, and how long he would need to keep it up all depended on when the world's sanitation finally bounced back. 3 hours flew by, the rating slipped under 60 just as had predicted, and not a single fly hair remained in the burning pit. Luo Yu was about to restock materials when inspiration struck. Once the heat wave ended, the rooftop thermal panels lost much of their power, and flies were incredibly fire-resistant. If he mounted the panels directly above the flames, he could harvest heat continuously far better than burning logs alone. With that thought, he smiled and spent a few iron ingots in the shop for an iron frame, planning to fix the panels over the hottest part of the blaze. A crafting list appeared: stone bricks 1,000, silver 1,000, copper or 1,000, beast soul core 1. The cores cost 60,000 silver each at the auction house. Feeling flush, Luo Yu bought 2. Since I'm rich now, let's build an extra panel. Minutes later, 2 brand new thermal collectors were firmly mounted on the iron frame. He scattered more special milk and duanchang grass. Swarms of flies buzzed in, and when the heap of carcasses was high enough, he tossed down a torch. Flames roared upward. A system prompt flashed: thermal collector, current output 10001000, full capacity, in an instant. Elated, Luo Yu hooked up an energy conduit and channeled the heat into a thermal storage tank. He skipped the pump station because days of storms had already filled 2 water towers and a tank, and 6 fire pumps were more than enough. Thermal storage tank, 300,050,000. The number climbed steadily, and Luo Yu grinned. Flies aren't completely worthless after all. Back at the villa he took a quick shower, then told Xiao Jin, who was cutting stone blocks, to check the burning pit every 3 hours. Xiao Jin was always efficient and sturdy, with almost zero risk of infection, perfect for the task. She nodded and dashed off. With everything settled, Luo Yu relaxed and started canning vegetables. By dusk, he listed 200 cans on the auction house and pocketed another 300,000 silver. Money sure comes in fast. That night he logged into the arena, as usual. There were far fewer contestants than the day before. After 5 matches he earned another 800 gold, then logged off to sleep. At dawn the first thing he did was check the panel. Hygiene 73 safely above the threshold. A glance at the world chat showed even more players getting sick, each with a different set of nasty yet non-fatal symptoms. His own little group, however, remained perfectly healthy. Since following Luo Yu's instructions, no one else had fallen ill, saving them a small fortune. Luo Yu and Alina were generous too, sharing extra special milk and duanchang grass with everyone. Helping each other, that's what allies are for. Beside him, Xiaodai and Xiaokong were already awake and getting dressed. Xiaojin had gone out every 3 hours last night to tend the burn pit, so she was still asleep, and no one intended to wake her. After breakfast Luo Yu, as usual, checked the thermal storage box. The reading had climbed to 18,000 out of 50,000, an impressive overnight increase. At this pace, the reservoir would be full in a few days. Satisfied, he headed to the worksite and cut every boulder the burrower worms and badger beasts had dug up into bricks. Together with yesterday's stockpile, the number of stone bricks soared past 100,000, enough to launch the grand project he had in mind, the strike array. The fight with the twin flames had given Luo Yu an idea. Kill the enemy right at the entrance. The blueprint was complex, but it was already complete in his head. He went to the eastern edge of the territory, and, through the swirling mist and the faint shimmer of the air wall, confirmed the location. Every raid had broken through here, a hidden corridor about 5 meters wide. The strike array would take root in this inevitable bottleneck. Step 1 was to build a one-way corridor that would funnel every intruder straight into his kill zone. For both sides of the passage, he chose a newly unlocked structure, mechanized walls. The walls' durability depended on the filler material, and they could house automatic traps. Just as fireproof floor tiles could hide spikes underground, these walls could conceal deadly mechanisms, making them perfect for the job. Materials per segment: 200 stone, 20 iron ore, 20 silver, and 2 gold. Dimensions: 5 meters high, 1 meter long, half a meter thick. Gold was an expensive addition, but Luo Yu didn't hesitate. He set the first segment flush against the air wall, then laid 2 parallel walls 6 meters apart. A 6-meter width was tight enough to trap intruders immediately while leaving room for hidden devices. After the walls ran 5 meters, the corridor took a sharp left, creating a right-angle turn. He wanted to buy time. The slower the enemy advanced, the more damage the traps could inflict. Turns also made better use of space. The rule was simple: the longer the enemy stayed inside, the higher their mortality rate. After the left turn, the passage stretched 60 meters, then made another right-angle turn and extended right for 120 meters. With the entrance as the pivot, 60 meters to the left and 120 to the right created a pleasing balance, fixing the total length of the strike array at 126 meters. Why 126? Luo Yu planned to set up arrow towers and automatic crossbows along both sides of the outer corridor. With a 120-meter firing radius, the weapons on either flank could sweep the entire passage, trapping any intruder in a deadly crossfire that was almost impossible to block. The corridor itself began with a straight entrance, turned left for 60 meters, then bent right for another 120. Luo Yu called this first shaped stretch the strike segment. Completing it consumed 25,200 stone bricks, 2,520 units each of iron, ore, and silver, and 126 units of gold. The bricks were especially voracious. According to plan, he would build 3 such snake-like segments in a row. Once the first was finished, the other 2 were essentially copy-and-paste jobs. Together they devoured 76,000 stone bricks, 7,600 units each of iron, ore, and silver, and 380 units of gold. With that, the first ring of the strike formation was done. The second ring targeted wall climbers. Luo Yu bought iron spikes in bulk and packed them so tightly along the top of the trap walls that not even a fingertip could slip through, let alone find purchase for a climb. Unless an enemy could fly or vault 5 or 6 meters in a single leap, they would be shredded trying to get over. Should anyone that capable appear, Luo Yu would deal with them himself. The spike installation burned through a hefty chunk of iron ore, but his stockpiles were still more than sufficient. Next came arrow tower placement. Every corner needed one, so 6 corners required 6 automatic towers. Each tower cost 3,000 bolts, 30,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of iron ore, and 2,500 units of silver. For 6 towers, he needed 180,000 units of wood and 30,000 units of iron ore. Though his iron reserves were ample, Luo Yu didn't want to empty them at once, so he hit the auction house. At 2.5 silver per unit, the wood came to 450,000 silver. Another 60,000 silver covered the iron ore, and the towers themselves cost 15,000 silver, bringing the total to 525,000 silver. The base still held 2,526,000 silver, so the expense barely made a dent. After a flurry of purchases, mountains of materials appeared before him. A quick tap on build, and 6 arrow towers sprang up outside the walls in seconds. Their range blanketed almost the entire corridor, but Luo Yu knew they were not the real trump card. The walls on either side would cut the hit rate in half at best. The true firepower belonged at the corridor's exit. He had once built 38 auto crossbows for the southern defenses. After selling 4, 34 remained, and he now arranged all of them into a fire array. The crossbows were split left and right. The moment an enemy stepped out of the passage, 34 bolts would greet them at once. The narrow exit prevented large numbers from pouring out together, effectively turning it into one step out, one body down. Placement mattered. Once the optimal angles were set, Luo Yu went back to wall building, this time using the far cheaper high-grade walls instead of trap walls. The advanced perimeter wall stretched out from the corridor and formed a perfect square, 100 meters on each side, with a wide opening along the front face. That 100-meter span was the maximum range Luo Yu had calculated over and over. It covered the entire overlapping field of fire for the automatic crossbows. Once the walls were up, he dismantled every crossbow on the southern flank and redistributed them evenly along the square's left and right walls 17 on each side, creating intersecting lanes of fire that swept the corridor exit and any target that slipped past the kill zone. A single volley from this array would be nothing short of lethal. The framework of the kill box was done, yet Luo Yu deliberately left the fourth side open. The corridor exit served as a main thoroughfare into the territory and had to remain clear for future long-range defenses like lightning towers and flamethrower towers, so the front could not be sealed. To cover the gap, he selected a line of wooden cheval de frise from the defense menu and ran it across the entire front, leaving 2-meter passageways at each end where the spikes met the walls. These openings let animals drag off corpses and allowed him to collect loot more easily. If an enemy tried to slip through, he was ready behind the spikes. He built a waist-high row of sandbags. He, Xiao Jin, and Xiao Kong could lie prone there, using bows or slingshots to pick off anyone who broke through. Taking part in the fight himself also raised his chance of earning attribute points, and those points were far too valuable to waste. Even after the sandbags were in place, Luo Yu felt the firepower was still lacking, so he mounted an additional automatic crossbow behind the sandbags at the center of each opening. Because of the angle, these weapons could not shoot straight ahead, but anyone who managed to squeeze through would be cut down by bolts from behind. Even if the kill box was breached, this pair of backstabbers would stall the intruders long enough for Luo Yu and the little cuties to fall back to the main base wall and hold a second line of defense. Perfect. Gazing at the winding yet imposing kill box, Luo Yu's spirits soared. He even felt it was more brutal than the 8 trigrams formation. But only practice can prove the truth. Thrilled, he decided to summon an attack wave immediately. With flies everywhere, using the special milk as bait would only attract insects first, so he pulled out the random assault summoners remaining, 23. Wait, if I trigger it with a 100-fold critical strike, will that make the assault 100 times stronger? Luo Yu had a sudden brainstorm, but he crushed the idea the moment it surfaced. If an assault involving tens of thousands really arrived, the freshly built kill zone would never hold. To keep an eye on the field, he threw up a 3-story watchtower behind the sandbags, driving the posts deep and nailing the crossbeams tight. By midday, the frame was already standing. From the top, he pulled out the random raid beacon and tapped it. A cold mechanical message flashed. You have activated the random raid beacon. Selecting difficulty. Unfortunate news. You have drawn an extreme raid, 4 times the strength of a normal assault. Notice, the prince of the Skasa tribe seeks revenge and is leading a large force of warriors toward you. Estimated arrival, 2 hours. Prepare accordingly. 2 hours? No hurry. Luo Yu closed the panel, climbed down, and headed for the canning shop. Vegetable cans were still selling at ridiculous prices, exactly as had predicted. You can't ramp up vegetable output overnight, so the market would stay hot. In those 2 hours, he sealed 60 cans and tossed them onto the auction house. When time was almost up, he whistled for his 3 little pets and jogged back to the kill zone. The moment he stepped onto the tower, a new prompt appeared. Skasa tribe has reached your territory. Raid begins. Enemy units, 480 extreme. He glanced at his territory rating 23,000. By the rule 200 points 1 raider, a normal attack would have brought 115 enemies. Multiply by 4 for extreme, and you get 460. Add 20 more for high hatred between the sides, and the total is exactly 480, a near end-of month level raid. Before the prompt vanished, figures flickered into view where the east corridor met the invisible wall. At their head stood the prince he had once captured, and Ransom No, the tribe's new chief. The narrow passage already held over 100 warriors, and a dark mass kept shoving forward from behind. Swish, swish, swish. The raiders froze, stunned by what they saw. They expected to appear on an open plain, yet found themselves pinned inside soaring Walsa city built right on the frontier. While their minds were still spinning, 6 arrow towers drew their bows in unison. Thump! The first volley rained down, dropping 8 men instantly. What's happening? Panic erupted. Warriors hugged their heads, crawled, scattered for cover, but all they saw were walls, and arrows poured in from every direction. There was nowhere to hide. The second volley followed, skewering 6 more bodies. Blood sprayed across the stonework. The young chief snapped back to his senses and roared, "Shields! Quick shields!" Wooden shields snapped up, finally blocking part of the barrage, but their advance slowed to a crawl, and arrows still rattled in. At the entrance, in the human wall, around the bend 480 warriors were packed shoulder to shoulder, with more still pushing from the rear. Nothing like this had ever happened before. In the chaos, the chieftain roared, "Wicked lord! Your crooked fortifications won't stop our warriors from advancing." Atop the watchtower, Luo Yu leaned against the battlements and laughed aloud. "Sixth prince, we meet again. Don't boast too soon. Recognize this formation? Come test it if you dare." Bah! The young chieftain hefted his battle axe, his voice hoarse yet fierce. "Formation or not, I'll raise your lands today and avenge my father. Forward charge." System notice: Skasa tribe soldiers are inspired. All attack power 5. As expected of a chieftain, Luo Yu sneered, narrowing his eyes. A few words, and the whole team gets a buff. Interesting. The empowered warriors roared and surged ahead, but a narrow corridor flanked by wooden walls awaited them, barely wide enough for 3 men abreast. They had no choice but to push forward along the killing route Luo Yu had set. Some tried to scale the walls, only to be impaled by iron spikes the moment they touched the top, blood streaming down the planks. Luo Yu had long known ordinary troops couldn't clear this death wall. Arrows poured from the towers on both sides. In moments, the 60-meter stretch was littered with dozens of corpses. Rounding the corner, the soldiers expected open ground but found another wooden passage twice as long, its far end sealed off. The sudden hopelessness made many falter. Charge! For your king, for the fallen charge. The voice was clear and commanding. Luo Yu looked up to see a striking woman in simple chainmail raising her sword high, the queen of the Skasa tribe. System notice: inspired by the queen, all Skasa soldiers gained 5 movement speed. So she's a queen. Interest flickered in Luo Yu's eyes. Too bad a 5% speed boost won't help. 6 towers fired in overlapping arcs, black shafts weaving a dense net overhead. The passage was narrow. Even when some arrows lodged in the walls, more punched through shields and armor, felling soldiers in rows. Those without shields had nowhere to hide, blood spattered everywhere. Luo Yu drew a spear and casually shaved off the blade, leaving only a smooth wooden shaft. He glanced at Xiao Jin beside him. He'll knock the queen out. Can you grab her alive? Xiao Jin grinned, his blonde hair blazing in the sun. Piece of cake. If you weren't holding me back, I could wipe them all out by myself. Show off. Luo Yu laughed and hurled the shaft. The staff spun through the air and slammed into the queen's chest. Chainmail and a breastplate absorbed some impact, yet the force still made her cough blood and collapse unconscious. My queen, the young chieftain shouted, charging to her aid with his axe raised. Just then, a golden blur vaulted over the wall Xiao Jin. The instant he landed, his left fist and right palm struck in rapid succession, shattering the skulls of 2 bodyguards. Before their bodies even hit the ground, he grabbed the unconscious queen, leapt back over the wall, and disappeared. Bad news. The queen has been captured. Chief, they've taken your wife. The lord of this land strips every woman he captures. The queen will be raped. What do we do? Shut the hell up. The soldiers cried out in horror as the young chief glared up at Luo Yu on the watchtower, his face darkening, eyes blazing like fire. The moment Luo Yu's speed buff faded, Xiao Jin hauled the queen onto the platform, bound her, and signaled Xiao Dai. She grabbed the ropes, flew her down, and set her safely on a bucking antelope mount. The animal neighed, wheeled around, and sprinted back to base. In one seamless motion, the prisoner was secured. Kill him. Kill that bastard. Their fury changed nothing. Arrows continued to rain down. Almost 100 tribal warriors lay dead or crippled, and the hallway truly became a corridor of death. Charge. One more corner, and we're on the open plain. Well, reach the tower and tear that lord to pieces. Re-energized, the warriors roared and rushed forward. Yet around the bend there was no grassland, and certainly no hope, only another icy corridor and the so-called night of pure love. No, more accurately, another lethal hallway. Dorno and the elite fighters who rounded the bend first skidded to a halt. Before them stretched an identical passage, 120 meters long, ending in yet another corner. Even the bold young chief couldn't tell if still more corridor waited beyond. The arrow towers never tired. Shafts kept screaming. A warrior crouched behind his shield and forced a grin. Chief Dorno, this place is cursed. Let's pull back and rethink. No, Dorno growled. That bastard has Melan. We've still got men if we don't rescue my wife. Shelley didn't finish. Instead he roared, charge. The chief sprinted ahead, short sword raised, and the troops could only follow. The corridor of death claimed more lives. Another 100 warriors fell in that 120-meter stretch. At last they burst through the second hallway only to find yet another, identical in length and layout. Luo Yu's kill zone required 6 corners and 4 death corridors before anyone could reach its heart. The raiders had just entered the third. Bewilderment clouded the survivors' eyes. Some wondered if the corridor ever ended, if they were trapped in a maze. Dorno lifted his sword to charge again, but his warriors grabbed him. Chief, the losses are too heavy. Next time we'll bring more shields, better armor, and sappers. No, Dorno roared. One last push. I'm getting my wife back. Charge. When the chief rushed forward, the soldiers had to follow. Another brutal advance, another wave of casualties, and still another corridor lay ahead. This time, bewilderment turned to despair. In their minds, the death corridor had been rechristened the corridor of despair. Atop the watchtower, Luo Yu gripped the railing and laughed up at the sky. What's wrong, Dorno? Is that all the courage you've got? Cross this corridor, and you might find endless grasslands waiting on the other side. At the entrance, Dorno raised his shield against the storm of arrows and roared back. I know your name, Luo Yu. Wicked man, the heavens will punish you. When the month ends, Under the blessing of the great deity, they'll deliver your final judgment. Fall back. With those words, he wheeled around without hesitation. Prompt. You have repelled the Skasa tribe's assault. The enemy is retreating. Battle reward. 8 free attribute points. The message vanished as quickly as it appeared, and Luo Yu's lips curled into a smile. Ever since the heatwave megathreat had ended, the Heavenly Dao world had introduced combat settlements. The tougher the fight, the bigger the bonus. Today's raid on the highest difficulty had earned him a full 8 points. Debates over allocation were raging across the major channels. Many players had maxed the stat at 100 and now had to choose whether to focus on strength, constitution, or agility, each path leading toward warrior, tank, assassin, or archer builds. Luo Yu had no such worries. While others treated attribute points like lifelines, he could boost his stats just by hanging out with his little cuties. 8 points. No big deal. After a quick glance at his panel, he split the gains 3 to strength, 3 to constitution, 2 to agility, then narrowed his eyes at the fleeing troops. Trying to run now? Think you can get away? Anyone leaving still had to pass through the corridor of death. The arrow towers never cared whether targets were charging or retreating. Once inside the detection zone, volleys rained down. Worse yet, every fallen body instantly clogged the passage. A heartbeat later, fresh arrows thundered down. Nearly 200 soldiers were pinned where they stood, leaving fewer than 20 those in heavy armor with tower shields to break through. The entire skirmish lasted 2 hours. The Skasa tribe never even saw Luo Yu's main attack formation. All 480 warriors perished. Remarkable efficiency, Luo Yu mused, scanning the field. With only a few corridors and 6 arrow towers, he had replaced the firepower of 30 towers in a traditional 4-wall defense, boosting output at least 4-fold, maybe even 6. The design, he concluded, was nothing short of brilliant. Next came the spoils. An open space was cleared in front of the main formation, and a makeshift medical post went up. Shao Kong and Shao Dai dragged the surviving prisoners into the clearing, while Luo Yu and Shao Jin used herbs and cloth to dress their wounds one by one. Prisoners were living assets and a perfect way to level up medical skills, so why not? Herbs burned fast, but the territory's fertile fields and the earlier harvest blessing kept supplies plentiful. Disease is rampant right now, and poor hygiene means any open wound can go septic, so Luo Yu and Shao Jin are racing the Grim Reaper. They fought on the battlefield for a solid 2 hours, then spent another 4 frenzied hours just keeping the surviving prisoners alive. They ended up with 37 captive S20 men and 16 women. Another 18 either bled out or were already showing signs of infection, forcing Luo Yu to let them go. 18 lives lost, a tangible fortune slipping through his fingers, but there was simply no way to save them. With a global 200% work speed buff, Luo Yu was still stretched thinner than 3 full-time medics. For the first time, he truly realized how few doctors his territory actually had. To make matters worse, his own medical skill was only LV3. Some infections spread simply because his technique couldn't keep pace. The silver lining. After working non-stop, he finally leveled up to LV4, bumping his treatment quality a notch. All the wounded prisoners were escorted back to the jail, but a system prompt flashed at once. Your prison level is insufficient. Once they regain consciousness, the prisoners will break out. A guaranteed jailbreak? Unacceptable. Selling comatose captives on the market would mean slashing the price again and again, and almost no one would take them, not to mention the extra riot risk. Luo Yu made up his mind on the spot. Build a new prison first. An advanced prison would cost 200,000 construction mats, 20,000 silver, and 10,000 iron ore. At first he had his eye on that tier, but with the suppression array already boosting his rating, he thought, why not go straight for the deluxe model? The luxury prison asked for 250,000 construction mats, 50,000 silver, 25,000 iron ore, 2,000 gold, and 2,000 jade. He had almost everything on hand. The only shortfall was stone brick. The suppression array had already eaten the 100,000 bricks had stockpiled, and mining enough new ones could take forever. Stone bricks couldn't be listed on the auction house either, so he had to try the world chat. There weren't many resources he could spare that would trade for bricks. After thinking it over, he posted a message. Human Anon, vegetables for stone bricks, 130, firm rate. Bulk deals only. Vegetables were the hottest commodity right now. He knew he was taking a loss, but produce was the only thing he could dump quickly enough to get the bricks. The moment the message went live, trade windows popped up in rapid-fire succession. The ratio was fixed, the process clean. After a whirlwind of clicks, Head closed deals with 20 different players and scraped together 250,000 bricks, black speckled stone and granite, all top tier. He rejected ordinary bricks outright. At the same time, he threw 8,000 units of vegetables onto the market. At current prices, that would net about 800,000 silver. With the materials finally gathered, Luo Yu began scouting a site for the luxury prison. Location was everything. No matter how extravagant the cells, you could never guarantee zero riots. These prisoners were wounded, and the moment they woke up they might cause trouble, so he had to choose the spot carefully. Luo Yu needed to build the prison in a spot that was relatively secure. He looked over the entire territory and finally settled on a vacant lot beside the beast training grounds, the same place where the Wolf King, elephants, rhinos, and other formidable creatures slept at night. He deliberately aimed the prison's main gate toward the animal pens. If the captives ever rioted, the door would swing open straight into these powerful beasts, delivering an instant show of force to unarmed prisoners. Satisfied with the plan, he smiled and hit construct. Within seconds, a 3-story prison with an elegant facade rose from the ground. Inside, every cell was a single occupancy unit equipped with a private toilet, sink, single bed, and bookshelf. Delicate patterns adorned the walls, and with a carpet it would pass for a compact studio apartment. There was none of the usual stench of low-grade prisons. Sunlight poured through high windows, leaving each room bright and clean. The structure had 3 levels. 1. Each floor contained 20 single cells plus interrogation rooms and torture chambers. 2. The top level held 3 larger luxury suites furnished with expensive pieces, reserved for key prisoners or targets Luo Yu hoped to recruit. The better the environment, the higher the chance of success. The system panel updated. Luxury prison. Escape risk 90. Recruitment success 50. Prisoner comfort, hygiene, approval, work efficiency. A character panel popped up as well. ID. Earth, Xian Nation 23333. Base score, 24,200. Hygiene cap, 113 current, 21. Entertainment, 120. Aesthetics, 200. Strength, 113. Constitution, 111. Agility, 116. Life skills, shooting LV13, beast taming LV9, cooking LV7, medicine LV4, mining LV9, farming LV8, tailoring LV10. Trait, Swarm Slayer. The luxury prison instantly contributed 1,200 points, raising the hygiene cap by 10, aesthetics by 10, and entertainment by 5. Noticing the 5 entertainment points, Luo Yu couldn't help wondering if he was supposed to arrange some shows for the inmates. He cleared his throat and pushed the thought aside. After setting the location, he personally escorted every captive into the new facility. The queen was placed in a VIP suite on the 3rd floor, still unconscious and of no immediate use. The conscious prisoners visibly relaxed the moment they stepped into the bright, spacious cells. A system prompt followed. Escape risk for your territory has vanished. Luo Yu gave a faint smile and skipped checking their individual stats. There were plenty of other tasks waiting. Outside, he connected the water line so the building had a proper supply, then demolished the old, decrepit jail. Hygiene ticked up again. Next, he turned to the strike yard. The first step in post-battle cleanup was stripping the bodies and collecting their gear. His 3 little darlings had already stacked the corpses in the open area. Luo Yu had planned to handle the job himself, then remembered the 10 lightly wounded prisoners' perfect labor for the task. Without delay, Luo Yu marched the prisoners out of their cells and ordered them, still manacled hand and foot, to strip. The lavish jail had long since taught them obedience. Chains clinked as they clumsily peeled off armor and underclothes, too frightened to pause. Their gear was dumped in a pile, while the bodies were carried toward the incineration pit. Work that Luo Yu and his 3 little darlings used to handle themselves, but now left entirely to the captives, letting him simply stand back and direct, feeling wonderfully relaxed. Meanwhile, the 3 little darlings were flushing water through a heavy stone brick pipe. Blood spattered the floor of the strike ring, insects swarmed in the damp stench, and the territory sanitation rating had slipped into the danger zone. Luo Yu acted at once, tapping a main water line into the ring and feeding 3 branch hoses to the girls. The reservoir was full, so they just let it blast. As bodies dropped into the pit and the blood washed away, the sanitation meter climbed visibly. The incineration pit, a building-sized furnace Luo Yu had remodeled earlier, sat not far from the ring. It was huge and deep enough to hold 1,000 corpses at once. A heat-resistant iron lid locked in the temperature and kept ash from escaping. Fire brick lined the bottom, and a wastewater pipe could flush residue out of the territory. A valve 20 meters away controlled the flow. When the burn was finished, a single twist sent a torrent through the pit. After the prisoners hurled in the last body, Luo Yu struck a special torch and tossed it after them. A wave of heat rose. The lid slammed shut with a bang. Flames roared inside while the outside stayed eerily quiet, the iron slowly glowing red. Taking advantage of the high temperature, Luo Yu bought 2 beast soul cores from the store and quickly forged a pair of thermal collector plates, clamping them onto the lid. The readout flashed 1000 power, full capacity. Satisfied, he attached an energy conduit to channel the heat into a storage tank, then turned toward his 3 little darlings. Splashing water with them was far more entertaining than watching a furnace. System prompt. While engaging in recreation, you gained 1 constitution. They moved bodies, reclaimed clothing, tallied the spoils, fed every shred of fabric into the recycling station, and laughed with the 3 beastkin girls. By the time it was done, dusk had settled. After the day's brutal fight, Luo Yu and the girls skipped dinner and headed straight for the baths. Warm water poured from a rainbow shower head, rinsing away blood and grime and easing the tension of battle. System prompt. Diamond grade shower heads are truly delightful. Clean at last, the four of them slipped into a spacious hot spring pool. Steam wrapped their skin, and fatigue melted in the gentle currents. While soaking, Luo Yu counted the day's haul. Captives, 37. Various hides, 9,638 units. Iron weapons and bows, 421. Silver, 159,660. Gold, 980. Jadeite, 1,733. Herbs, 203. It was a rich harvest, and the gold and jadeite in particular thrilled him. Many of the other items were useless for now. Converting them into cash would be the smartest move. He listed every blade, spear, and sword in the auction house for an average of 200 gold apiece, a real bargain. While he was at it, Luo Yu threw all kinds of leather onto the market, as well already had plenty of cotton cloth, and even some beastkin hair, so he had no immediate use for hides. A few minutes of clicking around brought in a tidy sum of loose change, and his mood lifted. The real windfall, though, was the prisoners. After pocketing the 1,200 gold earned from the arena, Luo Yu opened the prisoner panel. At the top of the list stood the queen, and her stats were surprisingly good. Measurements, 50, 55, 48. Personal traits. 1. Mobility boost, nearby allies move faster. 2. Stunning 10 aesthetics, 10 recruit success, 10 taming success. A glaring note on her character sheet read, core tribe member. Memory cannot be erased. Personal traits cannot be transferred by scroll. Luo Yu blinked. So there were special characters after all. He checked the Heavenly Tao World Manual. Special characters' traits can't be stripped, but they can be copied with a personal trait copy scroll. A quick auction search confirmed itemly 200,000 apiece. Players clearly didn't understand their value and were selling them like ordinary transfer scrolls. Luo Yu bought 4 on the spot, spending 800,000. 2 for immediate use, 2 for storage. Scrolls in hand, he copied both of Malin's traits for himself. System message. You have acquired the personal trait Stunning. You have acquired the personal trait Mobility Boost. Stunning was perfect, more taming power and better looks. Right afterward, another alert popped up. Your territory's aesthetics has exceeded 200. Agility 2. With everything handled, he let out a long breath, took a bath, and went to bed. At dawn he woke refreshed, still under the never-ending action frenzy buff, brimming with energy. He checked the prison. 37 captives, 27 awake. The deluxe cells provided a mild healing effect. After handing out basic rations, Luo Yu split them into 2 groups. One to give the territory a thorough cleaning. One to head down to the quarry and mine stone. He had learned the pattern. The quarry collapses every so often, and after a caveat it stays safe for at least a day. It had just caved in last night, crushing an insect, so it was the perfect time to send in prisoners. If another collapse killed a few more, well, so be it. Several prisoners were already mining level 6 or higher, so efficiency soared. While they dug, the territory's hygiene steadily improved. No one had done a deep clean in ages, and with this many hands around, he intended to scrub every corner inside and out. After breakfast, Luo Yu walked over to the cremation pit. By morning every corpse had been reduced to ash, yet the trench where had burned the insect swarm was still smoldering. Hot embers gave off white smoke, and the occasional tongue of flame distorted the air. He checked the thermal storage unit. The progress bar had passed the halfway mark and held steady. On a whim, he opened the world channel. Posts containing the word sick flooded the screen, and death notices were popping up faster than ever. In the regional chat, several familiar IDs were typing their last words. They'd clearly given up. Luo Yu could only add, safe journey. His own little team, all of whom had followed his instructions, was still untouched. Just as he started toward the defensive array, a system prompt appeared. Your important prisoner Malin has regained consciousness. She is currently in a weakened state. She's awake? Luo Yu smiled faintly and headed for the luxury prison. 3rd floor of the luxury prison. In the middle of a massive bed, Malin sat rigid and expressionless. She was still beautiful, but blood loss and hunger had drained all color from her face. Is the wound infected? Luo Yu stepped closer and reached out to inspect it. Malin clutched her chest, hatred burning in her eyes. Kill me. I will never submit to you. Before she could finish, Luo Yu forced her onto the bed. With one harsh pull he tore open her outer garment, exposing her skin to the cold air. Malin's cheeks flamed with humiliation. Luo Yu's eyes stayed fixed on her chest, his brows drawn. Thoughts so infected. What a pain. He hauled her up with one hand, snapped handcuffs on her wrists, and bound her arms behind her back for easier access to the wound. Certain the nightmare had begun, Malin's tears splashed onto the sheets. Compared with other native women, she reacted more like a captured lady of status, understandable, given that she was a queen and a special NPC. To Luo Yu she was nothing but a money tree. He was waiting for Dorno to pay a steep ransom for his beloved wife, so he couldn't let her die of infection. Using his level 4 medical skill, he examined her carefully. It was only a mild infection. He applied an herbal poultice, re-bandaged the wound, and felt relieved. When he finished, Luo Yu lightly tapped her feverish cheek. His voice was gentle, yet ice cold. Hurts, doesn't it? Behave and I won't touch you. Resist and I won't hold back. Maylin turned away. Tears rolled down her jaw and her shoulders trembled with shame. The sight made Luo Yu feel like a textbook villain. So be it villain or not, women only slowed his sword arm. Beastkin were the lone exception. While he wondered whether the young chief would soon arrive, gift in hand, the system prompt appeared right on cue. The chief of the Scala tribe wishes to negotiate a prisoner exchange. Trial participants may trade with native factions, establish a strong relationship, and caravans may even visit your territory. By the laws of the heavenly Tao world, the natives have no system, yet they can speak with trial takers through their tribal shamans. In Luo Yu's field of vision, a translucent system panel overlapped perfectly with the shaman's message, as if an unseen hand had stitched them together. He tapped confirm. A streak of icy blue light flashed, and a standard trade window sprang open. Dorno, you despicable lord, give me back my wife. Inside the chat box, Dorno's words flooded the screen, carrying the echo of a soul-piercing scream. Luo Yu tapped the tabletop, answering unhurriedly. Good. You finally came to me of your own accord. Returning her isn't impossible, it depends on your sincerity. What do you want? What will it take? Dorno's question marks fell like driving rain. He was clearly at the end of his rope. A slow smile lifted Luo Yu's lips. 500,000 silver, 500,000 stone bricks, 50,000 gold, 50,000 jade. You're dreaming. Our tribe doesn't have that much. Dorno's rejection was only to be expected. Luo Yu glanced aside. Malin's clothes were in disarray. What was left of her blouse still dangled from her wrists. Huddled in a corner, she hugged her chest, long hair unable to hide her terror. Luo Yu snapped a screenshot and pasted it in the trade window. Dorno, I've only taken off her top so far. If you can't pay, her pants are next. Frankly, Malin is beautiful. I'm interested and so is my Minotaur friend. You know the consequences. He added another image. A hulking Minotaur in heavy furs, twin axes in hand, muscles knotted and fangs bared enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. Monster. Scum. Dorno replied almost instantly. Don't hurt her. I don't have the resources you want, but I have something else. Light flickered in the trade window. A gray-black crystal prism appeared. Luo Yu's pupils shrank the territory core. He recalled the Scala tribe's recent rampage. They had sacked his territory and looted others nearby. Once a trial taker died, a territory core fell into native hands. Dorno was clearly holding one of those spoils. Feigning righteous fury, Luo Yu's tone hardened. Vile. Your tribe slaughtered friends from beyond the stars. You're already the public enemy of every trial taker. He raised the stakes. 1 core isn't enough. 10. Hand over 10 territory cores, and your lovely wife can go home. 10. Despair tinged Dorno's reply. You're too greedy, Lord. We could never gather that many cores. Luo Yu frowned. Why not? Haven't you raised 10 territories? We have, Dorno admitted. But the cores were given to the shamans for sacrifice. They trade them for supplies, every last one is gone. I have only this single core. Disappointment flashed in Luo Yu's eyes, yet his message stayed harsh. Fools. Then go raid more. You have 3 days to find 10 cores, or suffer the consequences. No. Dorno responded in panic. The shamans haven't received heaven's guidance. If we march without it, we'll be cursed. They'll gather the resources you first demanded, and add this core as well. Luo Yu stroked his chin, eyes glinting. It seemed the day of heavenly Daos assault had not yet arrived. For the moment, he couldn't force the natives any further. He tossed Malin's torn dress into the trade window. Fine. I'm a reasonable man. You have 1 day to gather the gold and other resources I want. They'll return your wife's clothes right now, and you'll transfer the territory core to me. Consider it our mutual deposit. My wife's clothes on the other side of the screen. Dornon ground his back teeth, but forced down his fury. Luo Yu's vicious face, along with the oppressive presence of the 2 Minotaur brothers, left him too afraid to resist. Who knew what horrors this dark lord might suddenly unleash? He had no choice but to nod. Trade successful. You have received territory core 1. The prompt flashed. Luo Yu was ecstatic. He closed the chat, stepped to Malin's side, gently brushed her cheek, and put on a kindly smile. Don't be afraid, Your Majesty. I only said those things to scare your husband. How could I hurt you? You must be hungry. Lunch is on the way. To him, Malin was a walking money tree. A man should keep his word, he reminded himself. At least on the surface, he had to treat the queen well. With a hearty laugh, he turned and slammed the door behind him. Heading downstairs, he immediately used the core head just obtained, only to find it boosted resources by a mere 5% instead of the customary 10. Pausing on the stairs, he studied the manual and suddenly understood. Territory cores varied by grade. Average ones gave 10%, poorly developed lands only 5, while thriving territories could grant 20 or even 30. No wonder every clan fought so hard for prosperous lands. Swapping Malin's dress for a 5% core, what a lousy deal. After the core took effect, his overall resource bonus rose to 144%, with mineral veins at 149%. Reaching the dungeon on the ground floor, he spotted 2 prisoners with mildly infected wounds, treated them, and gained a bit of medical experience. Just as he was leaving, inspiration struck. The territory lacked doctors. Instead of paying exorbitant fees to hire one, why not raise his own medical level along with Xiaokong and Xiaodai's? These captives could be beaten to inflict minor injuries, then healed, repeating the cycle for rapid experience. Besides, the high-grade prison provided 5 entertainment points. The plan took shape. He would refine it tonight and focus on the main task for now. He climbed the watchtower overlooking the killing zone, surveyed the fortifications, and reviewed the last battle to plan upgrades. Though the enemy hadn't even reached the Deadman's corridor, he still saw clear flaws. The passage was far too easy to traverse. Aside from the arrow towers, there were almost no obstacles. If the attackers had brought more shield bearers or faced less intense fire, they might have marched straight out of that corridor of death. The corridor serves 2 purposes. First, to slow the enemy's advance. Second, to inflict casualties. The arrow towers have already proven their lethal power, so the real challenge is to drag the enemy's feet until they can barely move. Luo Yu stood in front of a blazing bonfire where heaps of insect corpses crackled in the flames, the stench of char and ash swirling through the air. Fire was satisfying, but it left no prisoners and destroyed every bit of loot. Since flames were out of the question, he decided to flip the drink the ground and turn it into a quagmire. Once the idea struck, he weighed the pros and cons. Too much water could ruin the carefully arranged kill zone. But if he managed the flow just right, a single misstep would trap the enemy ankle-deep, cutting their speed in half, or worse. He opened the tech menu and scrolled to the terrain modification tab. Advanced geological upgrades unlocked only after researching carpets. The upgrade required 50,000 silver and 2 beast soul cores. Expensive, but Luo Yu had over 2 million in his account. The cost barely registered. He hit unlock without hesitation, and a list of options unfurled. Basic, intermediate, and advanced tiers. Intermediate demanded a fertility rating above 200%, which he didn't have yet. No matter, a basic tier would do. The first option, Reed Bog of Sloth, reduces movement speed by 70%, lower sanitation. The effect was absurdly strong, but so was the downside. Once sanitation dipped below the threshold, problems would cascade. Luo Yu grimaced and kept scanning until his eyes locked onto one line. Viscous strips, reduces movement speed by 50%, no impact on aesthetics or sanitation. Perfect. The tacky coating on these strips would seize any ankle in an instant, friend or foe alike. But Luo Yu never stepped into the corridor himself. At worst, he'd spend an extra 2 minutes clearing loot afterward. Well worth it. He ran the numbers. 50 stone bricks, 20 units of iron ore, and 20 pieces of silver per square meter. Pricey, but maximizing his kill zone's firepower justified it. The stone brick line had just been expanded and could barely keep up. He placed the order anyway. One sharp click confirmed it. The backend queued the job, crushers roared to life, and conveyor belts rumbled as pallets of bricks made their way to the construction site. After lunch, Luo Yu was wiping his hands when a trade request popped up. Dorno had arrived. True to his word, the love-struck man had raced over with the full ransom. Luo Yu smiled, opened the window, and watched as Dorno neatly filled every slot with supplies. Luo Yu dragged the queen into the trade panel as promised. All set. Pleasure doing business, he typed, adding, by the way, month's end is near. Bring your warriors for a few more assaults, they'll be waiting. Dorno was livid, scalp tingling with rage, but he said nothing. He hit confirm and closed the trade window without another word. Transaction successful. You have received 500,000 silver coins, 500,000 stone bricks, 50,000 gold coins, and 50,000 pieces of jade. Your hostility with the Skasa tribe has increased. Jackpot, what a haul. As the windfall flashed across the panel, Luo Yu felt a rush of heat surge from his arm to his chest. That's enough gold to unlock thunder tech and thermal defense, and the stone bricks will cover every construction project. Perfect. The elation lasted only an instant before he steadied himself, mind racing. Grabbing a chieftain's woman was the fastest way to make money, but the territory still kept him grounded. He couldn't strike in person for now. Find someone else would do it for him. 1. Updating the Mercenary Plaza listing. Luo Yu opened Mercenary Plaza and revised his personal ad. Elite mercenaries will defend you free of charge, provided the enemy includes a queen, a chieftain's fiancée, a daughter, or the chieftain himself. When the battle ends, hand over that special character as payment. Satisfied, he hit save. 2. Stashing every resource. The spoils poured into storage, and the interface lit up. Silver, 2,913,000. Wood, 1,721. Iron ore, 16,328. Stone bricks, 509,208. Copper ore, 10,308. Jade, 52,376. Gold, 55,700. Platinum, 1,000. Diamond, 0. Real money, serious money. Luo Yu muttered, eyes shining. 3. Unlocking thunder tech. Lightning storage box blueprint 1, copper or 20,000. gold 20,000, silver 100,000. He lacked 10,000 copper ore. The market was awash with ore. Everyone was mining at a steep 150 price ratio, but he could afford it. After spending 500,000 silver to fill the gap, he pressed unlock. 4. Thunder technology acquired. You have unlocked thunder technology. A golden crate materialized, etched with silver blue veins, about the size of a thermal collector, but clearly pricier. The lightning storage box, the prerequisite for the entire tech line. Lightning storage box, 050,000, no charge stored. Luo Yu took a deep breath, hefted the crate, and hurried to the insulated room, setting it in a corner. It can stay here for now. 5. Browsing the tech tree. The thunder tech tree stretched across the screen, most nodes still dimmed, with only a handful lit. Lightning storage box. Further builds require no blueprint. Materials, copper or 20,000, gold 20,000, silver 100,000. Lightning rod. Materials, copper or 1,000, gold 1,000, silver 20,000, beast soul core 1. Function, actively attracts lightning. Even without storms, it slowly extracts free lightning elements from the air to recharge. Expensive, and like thermal panels, consumes a beast soul core. Electric fence per meter. Materials, copper or 500, gold 50, silver 1,000. An electrified barrier similar to an earth-style power fence. Luo Yu could turn it into a perimeter fence or mount it along the kill corridor for added defense. Still, there were shortcomings. The basic electric fence could only paralyze intruders for a few seconds, and it consumed a hefty amount of power. Even so, Luo Yu kept his eyes glued to the electric strike tower he had been coveting for days. Its price was spelled out in black and white. 50,000 units of copper, 50,000 of gold, and 500,000 of silver. Expensive felt like an understatement. 50,000 gold was enough to make any lord wince. Yet the specs were even more tempting. Electric strike tower basic. Range, 5,000 meters, air targets included. Accuracy, 100%. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Damage, instant kill on anything with less than 100 constitution. The best part? The system labeled it as furniture, not architecture, which meant it could benefit from critical hits. The downside was equally clear. It guzzled stored lightning energy. Luo Yu was still 15,000 gold short, so he shelved the tower plan and focused on lightning rods instead. A lightning rod had to be mounted on a rooftop. Although the system guaranteed absolute safety, Luo Yu didn't trust it over his own villa, so he chose the warehouse and the prison. Lightning rod, 1,000 copper, 1,000 gold, 20,000 silver, and 1 beast soul core. He ordered 3 at once, slotted in 3 beast soul cores, and hit build. 2 rods went on the warehouse roof. The third topped the luxury prison. He ran power conduits and linked them to the lightning storage tank. When he checked the numbers, he frowned. In clear weather, each rod absorbed only 300 units of electricity per day, a total of 900 for all 3. Filling the storage tank would take ages. Luo Yu immediately wished for a good thunderstorm. Since his critical hit skill had been idle for days and the mine's resource yield was up, he decided to try his luck underground. Deep inside the tunnel, he raised his pickaxe, but the corner of his eye caught the golden scorpion king. The scorpion's slit pupils narrowed as its claws probed the rock face, a look of bliss spreading across its features like a man discovering something soft behind a curtain. Huh. Luo Yu arched a brow, guessing what might happen. Silently he muttered, 100-fold crit. A system prompt flashed. The next second the scorpion king yanked an enormous, gleaming yellow chunk from the Walla giant gold bar. Just as Luo Yu suspected, the creature periodically dug up gold. In the past the pieces were palm-sized, but the critical hit had magnified it 100 times. System ruling. Animals owned by players can trigger critical hits during specific actions: milking a cow, a beast girl shedding hair, or a scorpion king mining gold. You have obtained 10,000 gold. 10,000 gold in one go. Luo Yu nearly hugged the scorpion in delight. Keep digging, he urged. Spurred on, the scorpion king plunged its claws back into the rock. Luo Yu put away his pickaxe and watched the creature's every expression. Stone chips flew as iron and copper or tumbled to the ground, but the scorpion never showed that blissful look again. Luo Yu waited half an hour before giving up. The scorpion's behavior was just too random. He couldn't watch the creature around the clock, and even if he did, it might never dig up another nugget in a whole day. He shook his head, slipped the gold head just found into his pack, and swung himself down into the pit with a pick of his own. If the Scorpion King was going to work, so would he. While he chipped away at the rock, he kept one eye glued to that shiny carapace ready to strike the instant the beast wore that greasy old dunkle grin again. He wasn't after safety this time, only a roll of the dice. Pickaxes flashed through the shadows. Scalding rocks spat gravel, and stubborn or veins crumbled under Luo Yu's blows. He moved more than 5 times faster than when head first entered the heavenly Tao world. Force, angle, and rhythm all snapped together like clockwork. Even so, by the time the meal bell rang, the Scorpion King still hadn't shown that dreamy look. Mildly disappointed, Luo Yu patted the hard shell on its head and headed out. The system panel told him the vein was down to 6%, barely a days or left. Dinner was simple but filling: meat, greens, and a mug of hot milk. Sated, he led his 3 little cuties into the jail. Warm lamps glowed over prisoners sprawled on wide wooden beds, stretching after a long day's labor. The luxury prison was a soft, touch-clean bedding, plenty of food, no wild beasts, no famine. In just 2 days, obedience had jumped past 60%, and the captives were living downright comfortably. Luo Yu herded them into the yard, handed each a smooth wooden staff, and made them form a ring. He planted himself in the center, staff in hand, swept his gaze across the crowd, and pointed. You, and you 10 of you step up and spar with me. The chosen men traded panicked looks until one burly fellow dropped to his knees, eyes brimming. My lord, your majesty, please don't kill us. Who said anything about killing? Luo Yu snapped, tapping his staff on the ground. Didn't you hear me? Use the sticks in your hands and fight. Put your backs into it. Anyone who loafs loses his head for real. Fear or no fear, orders were orders. The prisoners charged, shouting. Sticks cracked, dust whirled. To Luo Yu, they were little more than straw dummies. Within seconds, all 10 were on the ground, limbs already swelling with bruises. A system prompt flashed. You have engaged in a recreational activity. Strength 1. Recreation, huh? He muttered, but a stat boost was a stat boost. Shao Kong, Shao Dai, drag them out and patch them up, he ordered. They still have to work tomorrow. The 2 cuties knelt, unwound bandages, smeared herbs, and got in a little Hansen medical practice. When they finished, Luo Yu turned to the trembling women prisoners and crooked a finger. All of you, come on. If you hate me, show it, take me down. A young woman in her 20s stepped forward, earnest and wide-eyed. Lord, we don't hate you. The place is beautiful. We get meat and vegetables every day, even milk, and you're handsome. We're grateful. We admire you. Don't hate you at all. Oh, you've got the nerve not to hate me? Luo Yu thundered in mock outrage, leveling his staff. Think flattery gets you out of training? All of you move. The clash of sticks and sharp cries filled the prison once more. An hour later, Luo Yu was drenched in sweat, muscles loose and warm. Whistling, he left the building with his 3 little cuties, abandoning a tangle of exhausted prisoners on the floor behind him. Luo Yu knew exactly how hard to hit. These captives were tougher than ordinary people. A minor wound would heal after a day's sleep, even without treatment. With the herbs, bone repair ointment, and bandages he applied, scabs formed in no time. He'd be back at the quarry the very next morning. When the cleanup was done, his system panel flashed. Strength 2, Agility 1, plus a large bundle of medical supplies. Luo Yu nodded. Sure enough, with enough entertainment points, Brawling leveled up stats in a hurry. Night settled in, and he sank into the wooden tub. Steam curled above the hot water. Shao Kong, ever obedient, scampered behind him and began rhythmically thumping his shoulders with tiny fists. Ding entertainment activity, Constitution 1. Luo Yu chuckled. With high entertainment points, even a shoulder massage could spit out attributes. Meanwhile, the group chat was buzzing. Naker, Yume, arena today? I refuse to lose again. Fong Yume, haha, still upset little girl? Bring it on, I'm in. Alina, drop the room number. I'm coming. Nyoda, count me in. Alice, haven't seen everyone for days. How about a room to chat later? Luo Yu, you coming? Luo Yu, sure. Seconds later, a notification popped up. Arena Casual 4396, host, Fong Yume. Luo Yu entered, and the scene brightened. Familiar faces were already there. Bro, you made it. Nyoda roared, wrapping him in a bear hug. Luo Yu patted the Minotaur's broad back. The guy was known for his exuberance. Fong Yume stood nearby, eyes shining. You, I suspected the human expert you was you, and it really is. Every girl's gaze landed on Luo Yu. He smiled lightly. Just lucky. Yume, new haircut? The short style suits you. Huh. Fong Yume twirled a lock, cheeks flushing. I figured a straight guy like you wouldn't notice. Luo Yu shrugged. After years of watching Beast Girls for growth, hairstyles were the first thing he spotted. He could see a halfinger trim, let alone a drastic cut. Seeing his calm expression, Fong Yume blushed harder and suddenly declared, I'm challenging you first today. Wager 1 silver coin. For fairness, you fight one-handed and one-legged. Luo Yu rolled his eyes and laughed. Fair, huh? Fine, accepted. But let's change the stakes. The loser has to grant the winner one request. Deal? What? Her heart pounded. If you win, what will you ask me to do? Luo Yu lowered his voice. Put on clothes. Put on what? A band-aid sui. Shut up, pervert. Fong Yumi's ears turned crimson. Who would wear that kind of freaky swimsuit for you? Jerk. I'm going to smash you. Before she finished, light flashed and an iron sword appeared in her hand. The system countdown hit 0, the duel began. Bang, bang, bang. 3 lightning-fast slashes sent sparks flying. Luo Yu's toes never shifted. Even his shoulders stayed still, while the recoil forced Fong Yume half a step back. She giggled, eyes blazing brighter. Impressive. Now I'll use a combat skill. Remember, you promised me one hand. She lunged forward again, this time unleashing the Qing Feng sword style. To be fair, Fang Yumeng was impressive. Her strength had already hit 100. Each strike roared through the air, the blade cutting wind and whipping dust into a frenzy. An ordinary fighter would be flat on the ground after 2 blows, let alone try to block them. Yet Luo Yu met every slash with casual ease, parrying one-handed. With 115 strength, he batted the attacks aside, as if brushing off leaves. His Gale Blade technique was at the 2nd tier, and paired with his fighter traits, every counter he threw landed faster and harder than the Qingfeng's sword. After a dozen exchanges, Fang Yuming's wrist was numb and her breathing ragged. Still smiling, Luo Yu lowered his sword and glanced around. "All of you, come at once. Good chance to practice team coordination. On it." Naker called, her short sword ringing free. Elena and Alice exchanged a look. Since the captain had spoken, the 2 archers knocked arrows without hesitation. Nyoda hefted his massive axe and charged like a bull. Facing 4 opponents, Luo Yu stopped holding back, gripping his long blade with both hands. His teammates weren't weak, and he welcomed the workout. Steel flashed, he fought them to a standstill. Had Elena and Alice's arrows not flown from such tricky angles, he might already have had them on the ropes. Soon the attribute gap showed. A whopping 115 strength and 119 agility were more than numbers on a sheet. Arrows that would tag any 100 agility target now struggled to touch Luo Yu. Thud steel slammed home. Nyoda took a blade to the chest. A training barrier bounced him clear of the ring, and he lay gasping on the floor. Next, Naker caught a slash across the waist and tumbled against the wall with a yelp. The only melee fighter left was the flustered Fang Yumengand. One clean cut settled that. The bowstring fell silent. Elena abandoned range, closing in with a dagger that flickered through a dozen rapid thrusts. Textbook melee archer work. Luo Yu seized an opening, chopped a hand edge into her neck, and she dropped with a groan. Only Alice remained, bow still drawn. The silver-haired light elf tried to steady herself, but Luo Yu appeared in front of her in a blink, tapped her forehead with a finger, and KO. Training over, 5-on-1, and they still lost. Nyoda stared at Luo Yu, panting, eyes full of respect. The 3 girls were shocked yet convinced. Admiration already glimmered in Naker's bright eyes. Everyone knew Luo Yu was strong, just not this absurdly strong. Fang Yumeng marveled. "You're seriously tough, harder than any boss I've faced. Good thing you're on our side." Alice's lips curved in a gentle smile. Elena wiped sweat from her brow, arching one eyebrow. "Again, next time you won't get off so easy." Naker whispered. "Yumeng, how come Luo Yu slashes the rest of us but treats Sister Alice so gently?" Fang Yumeng rolled her eyes at Luo Yu and murmured, "He's great in every way except he loves picking on us and can't resist a pretty face." Humph. Luo Yu only smiled and summed up, "Everyone here is strong enough, but we're short on teamwork. You were all fighting solo, so I could pick you off one by one. If we're training as a squad, we need to plan smart drills, not blind charges." Heads nodded, and the tension melted away. Luo Yu's calm confidence gave the girls an unspoken sense of security. Naker felt her heart flutter, and even Fang Yumeng, who had just called him a look snob, found herself drawn to those bright eyes. Nyoda let out a hearty laugh. "Luo Yu, whatever training you call for, we'll do it." They bounced ideas back and forth, enjoying a rare moment of lightheartedness amid their usual pressure. Laughter filled the room, and spirits ran high. Just then, Fang Yuming's brow tightened. "System alert, Sumion's requesting to enter our room for a squad match." Squad battles are another arena mode. 1. No rank points, but bigger wagers because more players join. 2. A strong showing can boost your standing within the team. 3. It's perfect for polishing group coordination. After the Heatwave incident and several successful boss raids, the mode has exploded in popularity. In regular arenas, squad matches now outnumber duels. In Tiandao World, world bosses spawn from time to time. If a boss appears on your land, your squad must work together to bring it down. Players without a team have to hire mercenaries unless their defenses are strong enough to tank a boss alone. Right now, though, Luo Yu's squad is heavy on new female recruits, and their synergy is far from polished. If they take on an outsider team, the odds look grim. Everyone glanced at Luo Yu in silent agreement. He kept that relaxed smile. "Accept it. We'll be fine." Fang Yuming nodded firmly and hit agree. Light flared on the far side of the room, and 10 figures materialized, a full team of 10. Luo Yu took them in at a glance. 3 burly, gold lion warriors. 2 lithe wing folk assassins. 2 rock-like treemen tanks. 3 blue-haired Aquans with longbows glittering like frost. They lacked a healer, yet the lineup had virtually no other weakness, and every member was male, projecting raw aggression. The lead gold lion wore a bronze crest bronze rank. Luo Yu had bronze-level skill himself, but with only a handful of matches on record, the system still labeled him iron. Their opponents had an actual bronze plus wingfolk and Aquan fighters sitting at peak iron. It was a fearsome roster. They clearly came looking for easy prey. Luo Yu and his companions sized up the other team, who were doing the same to them. Once the 10 opponents saw their faces clearly, most of them wore mocking smiles. The burly gold lion clansman stepped forward, baring fanged white teeth in a cold grin. Human iron rankers are a rare sight. Your squad looks flimsy enough to blow over. Since you've entered the arena, let us show you real squad combat. The winged man beside him fluttered his wings, letting his gaze roam over Fong Yumeng and Naker. He snickered. Captain, look at Theta Dark Elf and a Light Elf together. That's a rare combo, and both of them are gorgeous. Another teammate shuffled half a step closer, eyes sweeping the group with oily excitement. That human girl and the little catfolk are premium too. This lineup is stacked. A cold-faced merman suddenly fixed his gaze on Luo Yu and drawled. Personally, that human boy looks more to my taste. At his words, the two teammates beside him recoiled as if shocked, and even the spectators around the ring broke out in goosebumps. A chill ran down Luo Yu's spine. He thought, great off course ID run into a creep. Neo Das' face turned ashen. He glanced about, unsure what to do. Fong Yumeng and Naker instinctively slipped behind Luo Yu. Alice's brows knitted, and Alina snapped her chin up, eyes blazing. Luo Yu stepped forward, his voice calm. So you're here to bully newcomers, huh? Exactly. The Gold Lion Bruiser snorted, cracking his knuckles. Well, butcher you trash first, stack some arena points, and hit iron rank. Cut the chatter. Luo Yu raised a hand to silence him. If you want to farm us for experience, you'd better back it up. Since we're here, let's play big 1 million silver. Naker and Fong Yumeng sucked in sharp breaths. Alice, Alina, and the others stared wide-eyed. The 10 opponents' faces shifted as well. 1 million. Even for a full squad, that was astronomical. In an age where 10,000 counted as a fortune, Luo Yu's casual offer of 1 million silver sounded impossible. He proved he meant it, heaving an entire chest of heavy silver notes into his side's betting slot. Smiling faintly at the Gold Lion, he said, come farm us if you dare, or can't you even scrape together 1 million? Shock, doubt, and awe collided on every face. The Gold Lion's teeth ground together. This was no longer about experience, but about pride. With 1 million on the table, spectators flooded in, and if he backed down he could kiss his reputation goodbye. After all, they had 10 fighters to the other side's 6. He was bronze while their best was only iron. Beat any logic they should win. The winged man leaned close and whispered, boss, they're just trying to scare us with cash. If we pool ours, we can cover it. The Gold Lion scanned his crew, seeing them nod. He slammed his entire fortune 300,000 silver onto the counter. The other 9 shoved in notes and gemstones until they reached the full 1 million. Fong Yumeng and the others held their breath. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. 1 million silver wagers were rare indeed. The Gold Lion Bruiser drew a deep breath and growled, let's start. All right. Bring it on. Luo Yu replied evenly, his expression calm. The moment the countdown hit 0, a volley of arrows came out of nowhere. 2 Treant tanks advanced behind massive wooden shields. 3 fighters pressed in after them. An assassin slipped around the flank, and 2 archers crouched in hard-to-lock corners. Their coordination was flawless. The enemy was clearly stronger, yet none of them rushed ahead. Everyone knew a lone charge in a team fight meant instant annihilation. Clang, clang. Luo Yu swept aside the arrows with his skysmith blade. He nodded to the elven sisters, Alice and Alina. They understood at once, retreating while drawing their bows. Whoosh, whoosh. Their arrows screamed toward the Treant tanks. One shaft lodged in a shield, the other sank into a trunk-like calf. The Treant only frowned, yanked it free, and kept moving, barely hurt. In the center of the field, bowstrings twanged nonstop. Both sides wielded iron-limbed bows and sat at strength 100. At equal range, tagging an enemy archer was nearly impossible, so they focused on wearing down the front line. Suddenly Luo Yu raised his hand. A white flash split the air, and 4 massive figures landed in quick success: Iona rhinoceros, an elephant, a crimson-scaled python, and a wolf king, each with every stat at 100, all solid black iron grade. A beastmaster, gasped the spectators. No wonder they dared go 6 against 10. Fong Yumeng hurried to summon her own kitty. A lynx the size of a full-grown tiger appeared beside her, drawing another round of cries. With 2 beastmasters now in play, the enemy's faces darkened. Luo Yu wasted no words. At his command, the rhino and elephant thundered forward. The enemy archers fired wildly, but not a single shaft could pierce the rhino's hide. Boom! The white rhino crashed into a Treant, hurling it back several steps and snapping its thick leg on impact. Moments later, the elephant barreled through, flipping another Treant into the air and shattering the enemy's tight formation. Seeing the opening, Luo Yu drew his golden grade Yanyu bow and pulled it to a full crescent. Thwip! The arrow tore through the air, its power dwarfing anything Alice or Alina could produce. The arrow slammed into a male warrior from the Golden Lion clan. Blood sprayed as it pierced his chest, and he vanished in a flash of white light, instantly trimming the enemy's numbers. Gasps rippled through the stands. The so-called Super Beast Tamer was also a master archer. Even Alice and the rest of the team paused for a breath, but no one dared lose focus. The Wolf King and the crimson-scaled python had already lunged in, plunging the field back into chaos. Close by, Luo Yu lowered his voice. Here, Yumeng, see those 2 sneaky assassins? Keep them in your sights. Don't let them get near Alice or Alina. Got it. We can handle it. The two girls, rattled moments ago, steadied themselves, tightened their grips, swapped positions, and locked onto the assassins. They finally knew exactly what they had to do. Luo Yu drew his bow again. Thud. A second arrow drilled through another enemy's heart, and he crumpled, dissolving into light. Gold tier. That has to be a gold tier bow. The spectators buzzed. If we don't deal with that super beast tamer, he'll wipe us out one by one. But his 5 summons have our warriors and tanks completely tied up. How are we supposed to reach him? The crowd kept growing. The Golden Lion squad, once the favorite, was faltering, the momentum swinging hard toward Luo Yu's side. On the field, the 2 assassins were pinned by Fang Yumeng and Na Kier, unable to land an instant kill. The elephant, rhino, and crimson python locked down every melee fighter. The lynx darted everywhere, and the wolf king's stats were maxed out. 2 more members of the 10-man Golden Lion team dropped, leaving only 2 archers free to act. Neither dared step into Luo Yu's kill zone, forced to fire from extreme range. Their arrows barely tickled the elephant, rhino, or python, and the lynx and wolf king were far too elusive to hit. The 2 archers were effectively neutralized. If that guy keeps dropping us with that Yangyu bow, this match is lost, muttered one spectator, while a blonde fighter on the Golden Lion side grew frantic. Seeing Luo Yu knock another arrow, the blonde man suddenly unleashed his full bronze tier power. With a single slash, he drove the wolf king back. Sensing the strike's ferocity, the wolf retreated, leaving a gap. The blonde roared and sprinted straight at Luo Yu. If he could close the distance before the bowstring snapped, close quarters combat might still turn the tide. He was lightning fast. Luo Yu instantly tossed the bow aside and drew the Tiangong blade. The entire arena held its breath. Victory or defeat hinged on this split second. Steel met steel with a ringing clash. In that instant, Luo Yu whispered to himself, "100-fold critical, activate." A heartbeat later, the blonde fighter's sword slammed into Luo Yu's Tiangong blade with a thunderous crash. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.